Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Dragonheir Thermite Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Alright, class, I've collected your slips regarding your career choices, but what is the point when all of you want to be heroes? Inside Kashyyyk High School, the students were buzzing with excitement as they approached their Christmas break. Alright, that's enough. Please sit down, the teacher instructed, and the students complied. Now, many of you provided thoughtful explanations for your choices, but you must understand that training to become a hero is a significant commitment that requires extensive preparation. As he sifted through the slips, a smirk appeared on his face. Ah, Midoriya. You applied for an internship as well, didn't you? The room fell silent for a moment before laughter erupted. The typical insults began to fly, aimed at the boy in the corner who had been striving to become a hero since middle school. Izuku knew better than to retaliate. He had learned that speaking up only made things worse. Yet, his dream remained alive. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as he braced for the onslaught. How typical. The quirkless wants to hang with the top dogs. He'll just be here forever. At least his sister has a powerful quirk. Another voice chimed in. No wonder his parents don't care about him, someone else added. I bet heroes aren't going to save his unreliable self. What do quirkless people even do for the world, other than being relics of the past? Enough, the teacher snapped, trying to regain control. Now, to start today's lesson, please turn to page 345 in your history books. The commotion quieted down, but Izuku felt a growing malice in his heart, a feeling that had been festering since he was treated this way. He whispered to himself, Don't listen. Don't listen. You can be a hero. You can be a hero. He fought back tears, reminding himself of his family's love and that his sister was just going through a phase. It's normal. It's normal. No pain, no gain. Right? He shook his head, realizing his name had been called. What? He replied, only to be met with snickers from his classmates. The teacher looked annoyed. Whatever. Mako, what is the answer? He muttered, loud enough for Izuku to hear. When would this end? Once the bell rang, Izuku took a painkiller, knowing he would need it. As he stepped outside, he was suddenly pulled aside. Sis, he exclaimed, but she tossed him into a dumpster, where Bakugo and Todoroki were waiting. Hey, you still dreaming of being a hero, Deku? Bakugo taunted. Izuku remained silent, hoping they would lose interest and leave him alone. But soon he found it hard to breathe. He asked you a question, bro, Izumi said, her words dripping with venom. Old feelings of hurt began to resurface as he was dropped to the ground. Don't be a hero if you know what's good for you, Deku, Katsumi warned, spitting at him before they walked away, leaving him with a frozen bag. I hate it when he does that, Izuku muttered, brushing himself off as he stepped into the bitter cold. He took a longer route home, walking down a small path that led to a storm drain. Suddenly, everything went dark. He wasn't unconscious. He was being pulled into the pipe, surrounded by a green slime that dripped from the walls. A large red eye loomed before him. A suitable meat suit. Maybe this will be enough, the creature murmured as it forced itself down his throat. He struggled, but the slime held him down, making it hard to breathe. Just as he felt himself drowning, he heard a scream, and then he was released, collapsing to the ground. Moments later, he felt someone tapping his head. Young man, wake up, a voice called. He stirred and coughed, opening his eyes to see. All Might, he gasped, starstruck. His idol, the hero who had inspired him since childhood, stood before him. Izuku was speechless, overwhelmed by the presence of the one who had given him hope. Well, I best not dally. Stay safe, All Might said, preparing to take off. Wait! Izuku managed to call out, feeling a surge of energy. He jumped and clung to All Might's leg as they soared into the sky. What on earth are you doing? Let go at once. All Might exclaimed, trying to shake him off. No, please. If I let go, I'll fall. Izuku shouted and All Might paused. Oops. Right? He said, heading toward a building. But as he prepared to jump again, a small item fell from his belt, a jar containing a villain. Please, just let me ask you this, Izuku pleaded, tears welling in his eyes. This was his moment, the chance he had been waiting for. Throughout my whole life, I've wondered if I even exist, if my purpose is to save others. But I have to know, is it possible to be a hero without a quirk? His voice trembled with urgency, and he awaited All Might's answer, desperate for hope. Izuku Midoriya stood frozen, his heart racing as he faced the hero in front of him. The weight of the moment pressed down on him, and he squeezed his eyes shut, hoping for a different outcome. Please, please, he silently pleaded. I'm sorry, young man, the hero said, his voice heavy with finality. You can't be a hero. In that instant, Izuku felt his world shatter. His eyes flew open, and he struggled to catch his breath, his heart nearly stopping. Being a hero is more than just looks and saving people. It's a profession that can lead to serious injury, and being quirkless makes you a liability. Each word felt like a crushing blow, and Izuku's hopes crumbled further. "I'm sorry," the hero said before taking off into the sky, leaving Izuku alone with his despair. A part of him had known this would happen, but he had clung to the hope that there might be a chance. Yet, the answer had always been no. The simple sentence echoed in his mind, a reminder that this was not just about him but about anyone like him. He had lost the gamble, and now he was left with nothing but pain. Izumi watched the scene unfold, frustration boiling inside her. That idiot! I hope we didn't go too far. Meanwhile, Shoka was in a heated argument with her brother about freezing his backpack, the situation spiraling out of control. Given how much determination that Deku has, he probably still has hopes, Bakugo remarked, his tone dismissive. But he can't. He'll get hurt. Katsumi countered, concern etched on her face. Sorry, Shoto added quietly. Don't tell me, you tell him when we get back, Shoka insisted. Izumi had reached her limit. Okay, enough is enough. Since we were kids, we've done nothing but bully him. We've gone too far and it's time to stop this now. Fine by me, Bakugo replied, crossing his arms. Okay, Shoto agreed. Thank you, Shoka said, relief washing over her. As they turned a corner, Izumi noticed a jar shatter on the ground. Huh, she murmured, and then she heard a voice. Another flesh sack, always wanted it to be a good quirk, let's get to work. Izuku finally descended the last set of ladders from the fire escape, feeling as if a heavy weight had been placed on his shoulders, like Atlas bearing the sky. He repeated to himself, I can be a hero. I am a hero, trying to keep calm and push away the dark thoughts. He had made a promise to his sister, and he wouldn't break it. As he walked slowly, his eyes were devoid of life and hope. Ahead, he saw a crowd gathered around a roadblock. What's going on? He asked someone nearby. A slime villain has a grip on some kids, the person replied. Izuku's heart sank as he recognized the voice. Izumi! S.I.S., he shouted, but a hero named Death Arms stopped him. Where do you think you're going? Death Arms demanded. Stop. That's my sister. Izuku yelled, desperation rising in his voice. You'll just add to the danger if you interfere. Death Arms warned, but Izuku couldn't hold back. With a surge of determination, he picked up a rock and threw it at Death Arms, causing him to stumble. Izumi, he cried, seeing her arm rise in a desperate attempt to push him away. Get out of here, she shouted, using her quirk to try to protect him. But the tendrils of the villain pushed him back again. Why won't you leave? He shouted, forcing himself to stand and move closer. He reached for the slime covering her mouth, causing her to GG. Deku, what are you doing? She exclaimed. I can't leave you, please. I'm trying, he replied, but the tendrils slammed him away once more. Dean brat, wait until I take these 4. With these quirks, not even All Might himself will stop me, the villain laughed maniacally, brandishing an All Might pen. With a fierce determination, Izuku charged forward, ready to fight for his sister. Gah! Izuku gasped, realizing he couldn't use his sister's quirk. He was burned, frozen to the ground, and then blasted away again. His shirt had a large burn mark on his arm, but he still managed to stand up. Just then a familiar voice rang out. Fear not. All Might, the #1 hero, appeared, and in that moment, Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. He collapsed, watching as All Might effortlessly punched the slime monster away, the other heroes swooping in to save them. He closed his eyes. Once again, he woke up to find the heroes patching him up. Here you go, kid. You all right? Lady asked, concern etched on her face. Izuku remained silent. Crazy thing you did back there, kid? Kamui Woods remarked, and soon he noticed reporters flooding in, praising the captives for holding out so long until their hero arrived. Wait, All Might, he yelled out, desperate to get the hero's attention. There you are, you little rascal. Death Arms exclaimed, grabbing Izuku's arm. Hey, let go. Izuku protested. Do you have any idea how reckless that move was, kid? Sister or not, you should have stayed put. Death Arms scolded. All Might please. Izuku cried, waving at the hero. Please tell them I helped. Please. He hoped this would prove something to him, that it could change everything. His sister and her friends watched anxiously, and soon the crowd fell silent, waiting for All Might's response as if he were a deity about to deliver a sermon. Young man, that reckless thing you did. I can see you have heart, but it's not that of a hero. You could consider becoming a police officer or a firefighter. They may not get the recognition, but it's a fine job. All Might smiled, but his words felt harsh. Death Arms released Izuku, surprised by the hero's bluntness. Time seemed to freeze as reporters captured the moment, broadcasting it for all to see. Izuku felt his hope shatter once again, collapsing under the weight of laughter from the crowd. He covered his ears, trying to block it out, while his sister gasped in shock. "I'm a hero. I can be a hero," he repeated to himself over and over, trying to cling to the remnants of his dream. "I'm a hero. I can be a hero." The final pillar of his hope crumbled, and trapped within his own mind, he let everything out, not in a fit of rage, but in a way that felt far worse. "I'm a hero," he whispered, the words feeling hollow. "I'm not a hero," he said robotically, uncovering his ears. Instead of tears, he felt a strange emptiness wash over him. He chuckled softly to himself, standing up and walking away from the crowd. The heroes let him pass in silence. "I'm not a hero. I'm not a hero. I'm not a hero," he shouted, slamming his head against the concrete. Slowly, he got back up and continued walking. "Hey, Deku," he heard a classmate's voice call out. "Poor pathetic Deku. Even the #1 hero thinks you're worthless," another taunted. Izuku kept walking, but inside, he felt a twisted smile forming. "Hey, you piece of work, we're talking to you," one of them shouted. What they didn't see was the smile on Izuku's face, one that was far from happy. He turned into an alleyway as the two approached him. "Ah, so worthless Deku knows what's coming. Here you go," one of them sneered, brandishing a metal rod. "You want to know something, Hiroshi?" Izuku asked, his voice steady. "What? Have you ever wondered why inflicting pain on others brings you joy? What are you talking about? Everyone and everything are the same. I'd rather be powerless than be like you. My pain is your pain." Before they could respond, Izuku was struck over the head with the rod. "What the?" he exclaimed, but soon he was hit again. In that moment, something inside him snapped. With every swing, he felt a mix of laughter and tears, releasing years of pent-up frustration. He dropped the broken rod and picked up a rusted one, sharper and more sinister. He struck out in a fit of rage, realizing the truth about the world and the heroes he once admired. Breathing heavily, he dropped the rod, staring at the faces of his attackers. They were unrecognizable to him now. He discarded his jacket, tossing it into a nearby sewage drain. The area was isolated, away from All Might's presence. He ran, transformed by the villain the hero world had inadvertently created. As for how Izuku got home unseen, he had learned to analyze everything around him. He understood how pain worked and how to control it, using it as a tool to reshape his life. His goal was singular, to take down All Might. He knew that one quirkless boy couldn't replicate the hero's power, but he would dismantle the foundations of the hero society first. He didn't know how, but he was determined to make those who wronged him suffer. Killing was too kind, too quick. He wanted to break them, to make them wish for death without granting it. He had a plan in motion. He looked around his room, taking down all his All Might merchandise. No point in destroying trash when you can return it to the rats. But not without a price, he muttered, already having posted hundreds of pictures online to sell. He knew the value of every item and wouldn't be tricked again. A knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. "Son, are you here?" his mother called. "Yes, I am. You can come in if you wish," he replied. Inko entered, confusion etched on her face as she took in the blank walls, stripped of all his collectibles. "Izuku, what's going on?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Nothing to worry about," he said dismissively. "You're selling them?" she gasped, shocked. "Is that so surprising?" "Why? You know what happened." "The news," he said, his tone cold. "I know what they said isn't true, but what? I should keep hoping for a dream that will never happen? Hoping for a chance I can't have because I wasn't born right? The reason the world hates me? The reason Dad left?" he yelled, his voice rising. Inko flinched at his words. "Izuku, please." "And you," he continued, "that day. That dreadful day when even my own mother, the one who gave Beard to this burden, could only say, 'I'm sorry.' I'm listening to the voices now, and I want you out of my room. Make sure your daughter stays away from me as well. Get out." She could only obey, tears welling in her eyes. "And to top it all off, I'm certain you never knew my birthday or even cared that I existed. But I do, and people will start to notice." He slammed the door in her face, making her jump. Izuku looked at his hands, still stained with blood. He could pass it off as his own, knowing how much he bled every day. His body was a canvas of scars, a grotesque reminder of his pain. He embraced this new identity, knowing no one would love him. He checked the notification on his order, materials that would arrive in 5 days. For now, he would play the waiting game and proceed with his plan carefully. He started training, pushing his body despite the nerve damage and pain. Another knock on his door interrupted him. He opened it to find his sister standing there, flinching at his sudden appearance. "Hey," she said softly, but he remained silent. "Mom said dinner's ready," she added, trying to break the tension. He glanced past her to see their parents watching from the stairs, then back at her. "You working out?" she asked, noticing the sweat on his body. "And you had a haircut?" she added, seeing how his once long green hair was now cropped short, revealing his facial structure. "Oh, dinner is ready," she said, but he slammed the door in her face, causing her to jump. "He's not hungry," she told their parents as she walked downstairs, her heart heavy with worry. Inko and Yagi exchanged glances, guilt weighing on them. They had felt nothing but regret since the incident, especially since Izuku only came out to check the mail. They had no idea what he was really doing, but Yagi was in deeper trouble than he realized. He had shattered his son's dreams, and now the repercussions were echoing throughout society, encouraging discrimination against the quirkless. As Izuku began to plot his next moves, he felt a dark resolve settle within him. The world had wronged him, and he would make them pay. Once they finished their dinner, Yagi suggested, "Izumi, how about we visit Dagoba Beach again soon?" Izumi sighed, "Not this again." Just then, they heard a voice from the doorway. "Can I come?" It was Izuku. Yagi hesitated, glancing at Inko, who shot him a disapproving look. "Sure, you can come," he finally said before heading back upstairs. Izumi looked at the two of them, concern etched on her face. "Is everything all right?" Inko replied, "You'll know soon enough, Izumi," her tone heavy with worry. On the drive to the beach, Izuku sat in the truck's trunk, enjoying the refreshing breeze in his hair. He was excited to go somewhere, even if it was a place filled with trash, perfect for his training. "Are you okay, son?" Yagi called out, trying to be heard over the wind. Izuku remained silent. Izumi frowned. "He's not going to talk, Dad. Not to us, anyway." She felt a pang of sadness. When she shared the news with their friends, they had reacted similarly. Bakugo, being himself, had finally spoken up, which led to a chaotic mix of reactions from Katsumi and Shoka. They had pushed Izuku to his breaking point, shattering his confidence instead of encouraging him. The news of two classmates being murdered right after the slime incident only added to the unsettling atmosphere. Izuku had scoffed at the news, leaving everyone disturbed by his indifference. Eventually, the truck came to a stop. "All right, son, you can join Izumi in her training, but know that it will be tough," Yagi said, turning to see that Izuku was no longer there. "Could we add stealth as a talent?" Izumi suggested as they got out of the truck and walked toward the beach. They spotted Izuku struggling to push a fridge, his determination evident despite the effort it took. Izumi cringed at the sight, while Yagi watched with a deadpan expression. Then he noticed something. "Son, what's that?" he asked, pointing at a bulge in Izuku's jacket. "My weight vest," Izuku replied. "Weight vest?" Yagi questioned. "Stop playing dumb. Since I'm worthless and useless, I'm doing this to make myself stronger. And don't say I can't," Izuku insisted. "We weren't going to," Yagi assured him. "Sure," Izuku muttered, continuing on his way. "Well, let's go, sweetheart," Yagi said to Izumi as they moved to a different part of the beach, leaving Izuku to his task. Izuku glared at them, allowing his frustration to fuel his determination. Izumi found herself in a similar situation, struggling to push two fridges stacked on top of each other. "Come on, you can do it, Izumi." Yagi cheered her on. He turned to see Izuku now pulling a fridge and loading it into the truck, then running back out for another piece of furniture. He kept going, dragging each item through the sand, loading them up one by one. Soon, signs of fatigue began to show, but he pushed through, breaking his own limits. With each repetition his anger grew, and he managed to load 10 fridges and an oven into the truck. Now breathing heavily, Izuku focused on controlling his breathing. He steadied himself and prepared for the next part of his training, a 10-mile run on the beach. He retrieved his training mask to help with his breathing and took off, sprinting at full speed. Little did he know, Izumi and Yagi were watching him, wondering if he was still striving to become a hero. Izumi glanced at Yagi, her concern evident. "Is he?" Yagi replied, "We'll ask later." As they resumed their training, Izuku took a moment to drink some water before jogging back. He noticed the other two barely finishing up and walked past them, hopping into the back of the truck. The drive home was as expected, silent. Izuku was absorbed in his phone, looking up something before putting it away. Izumi turned to him, but he caught her gaze and she quickly looked away. Izumi thought to herself, "He's changed, not for the better." Meanwhile, Izuku was saving a number on his phone, a smirk creeping onto his face. In a flashback, Izuku spoke into the phone. "Hello." "Who is this?" came the sharp reply. "I need help," Izuku said, urgency in his voice. "And why would I care?" the voice retorted. "It would be beneficial for both of us," Izuku insisted. "How so?" "You could get a headline for taking down a hero." There was a pause before the voice responded. "Meet me at Hayashi Mall. We'll talk there." "Got it," Izuku confirmed before the call ended. The flashback faded, and Izuku turned to Yagi. "Hey, can you drop me off at the mall?" "Any reason?" Yagi asked, raising an eyebrow. I have some things I want to look for. Care to clarify? Do I have to? Izuku replied, a hint of defiance in his tone. To make me turn around, yes, Yagi pressed. I want to pursue a career as a bartender. This made Izumi choke on her drink, and Yagi stumbled momentarily. Bartender? Yagi echoed, surprised. It's time for me to wake up and grow up. I'm done with this whole hero stuff. I want to make sure I can make a living, especially since I'm a laughingstock right now. Yagi felt a pang of guilt at his words. But, aren't you young? Izumi asked, concern etched on her face. And who said I asked you? Izuku shot back. Izuku, Yagi interjected firmly. Can you take me there or not? Because either way, I'm going. Yagi sighed. I can drop you off halfway since your mother wants to be picked up. Fine by me, Izuku replied, leaning back in his seat. Izumi thought, now we've done it, realizing he was completely done with it all. Soon, the truck came to a stop, and Izuku jumped out. How will you get home? Need one of us to pick you up? Yagi asked. I can take a train. Just ignore me like you always do, Izuku said, walking away and leaving them in shock. Hey, don't say that to him. Izumi called after him, but he ignored her, leaving his gear in the truck and just taking his bag as he headed off. He heard them drive away and turned a corner, taking a detour to a small cafe. Hello, greeted the waiter. Is there a bathroom? Izuku asked. Sure, just right back there, the waiter replied. Izuku thanked him and headed towards the back. Once inside, he locked the door and changed into black tactical breathes and a green turtleneck, putting on his boots. He finished by donning black leather gloves before exiting the bathroom. Thanks, he said, waving goodbye to the staff as he left. He tossed his bag into a dumpster and made his way to the mall. As he walked, he scrolled through the news and found a report about 2 young men who had been brutally killed last week. A smirk crossed his face as he recalled the moment, feeling an unexpected thrill. If he were still his old self, he would have been distraught, but now he felt more alive than ever. Upon entering the mall, he noticed people glancing his way, trying to recognize him. However, with his changed appearance, they didn't see the weak boy with a dead dream. He settled into a spot in the food court, and soon someone sat down behind him. So, you're who I'm meeting, the figure said. Correct. And I heard you can take care of a certain problem, Izuku replied. Depends on who I'm dropping. Can't do this without risking my life. I know you can handle this one, Izuku insisted. Go on. The pro-hero known as Captain Celebrity has been abusing his popularity to exploit minors. I used to think he was a good person, but now I see the truth. I want him dealt with before he causes more harm. I see. Consider it done then. But I have one condition, Izuku added. Give him this. He set a container on the floor, and the figure picked it up. What is this? Let's say it's a type of drag that will keep him incapacitated for a while. That will be your time to strike. You're crazy, kid, but sure I'll buy. Anything else? Your payment will be sent once I see the news. I also want a connection to the one who calls himself the hero killer. Might be hard to arrange, but I'll see what I can do. We're making business, kid. Know this. The figure left, and Izuku stood up, leaving the mall. That night, in the household, the moonlight cast shadows through the windows. Izumi was sprawled on her bed, unaware of the dark figure watching her. Izuku stood in the corner, a small knife in hand, brushing it lightly over her forehead. She stirred but didn't wake. Not yet. Not now. Patience is key, he whispered to himself, leaning closer to her ear. I will make sure you wished you were never born. Izumi jolted awake, looking around in confusion, but saw no one. She calmed herself, thinking it was just a nightmare. Unbeknownst to her, Izuku remained in the shadows, a smile creeping across his face. In time, he thought. The next morning, Izuku woke early, pushing himself out of bed despite his sore muscles. He needed to recover but knew he wouldn't get anywhere if he didn't push through. He pulled out a book on drink recipes, determined to blend in while honing his skills for the future. The entrance exam for UA is 6 months away. I wonder if I'll be ready by then, he mused. Checking his phone, he saw a message. Your package is located in your spot. A smirk appeared on his face as he prepared for the day. As he walked downstairs, he found his mother, Inko, sipping coffee. Oh, Izuku. You're up early, she said. I'm going out, he replied. This early? The sun's not even up yet. I need to get something from the shop. I want to ensure I have some form of education. I'll be back quickly. But please be careful, she urged. I will, he assured her before leaving. Inko sighed and texted Toshinori, who was patrolling in his all-might form. He received the message and kept an eye on Izuku, watching him walk through town. He saw Izuku enter a hardware store and then a bookstore, both known for their questionable activities. Toshinori felt disbelief as he realized his son was making deals. After leaving the bookstore with a plastic bag, Izuku stopped at a bus station where someone approached him. They sat next to him and he listened in. So, how's business? He asked. The usual. Busy. But I know you're just a novice, and I apologize for calling you here so early. I need to see who I'm dealing with before hiring. No problem. I need to wake up anyway, Izuku replied. I heard about your little debut and how other jobs aren't taking you in because of that. My work has no tolerance for such behaviors. I assure you, you'll be treated equally, and this will help your career. Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me. Nonsense, I'm the one who called you here. For the job, I'll have you in an apprenticeship with me. I'll teach you everything you need to know about the business and how to satisfy customers. I assume your answer is yes. Absolutely. I'll give it my all, Izuku said earnestly. Good. You'll start training on Friday. Will that work for you? Yes, it will. Great. I look forward to seeing you shine. When you arrive, talk to the waiter. He will take you to my office. Have a good day, Izuku Midoriya. They shook hands and the figure left. Toshinori watched from a distance, realizing Izuku was getting an interview. He approached his son, but Izuku turned to him, shaking his head. Why are you here, All Might? Didn't you have enough ridiculing me? My boy, please. I want to apologize for what I said. Nothing will ever make up for what you did. It's bad enough I deal with the same stuff at home. What do you mean by that? Toshinori asked, concern in his voice. Something you don't have a right to know. Please, let me make it up to you. If it's about being a hero or some other nonsense, too bad. I have a new career, and I'm sure it's out of your way, you false god. Now excuse me, I have to go work out. Izuku walked away, leaving Toshinori feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Izumi woke up, still shaken by her nightmare. She got ready for the day, planning to hang out with Katsumi and Shoka. She checked her phone and gasped at the news. Captain Celebrity, famed hero, died in his sleep. Disbelief washed over her. He had seemed healthy. She looked toward Izuku's room and found it empty. He had been gone for so long, and she regretted not telling him how sorry she was. As she noticed packages ready to be mailed, her eyes fell on a pinned picture of All Might with a black X over it. It was clear Izuku hated him now. Suddenly, Izuku appeared behind her. What are you doing here? She jumped, startled. I was Salam. Get out, he ordered, and she obeyed. Wait, I need to tell you, but the door slammed shut before she could finish. Izumi sighed, feeling defeated as she left. In another part of town, Izuku was meeting with a contact. Wasn't exactly easy. Had to make sure he didn't look like he was struggling. But you did it, Izuku replied. I heard the hero killer is after someone again. A new pro-hero named Rook. He's been hiding out near Hosa City. I'll send you the details. All right, Izuku said, preparing himself for what lay ahead. He hated sleeping, as it brought nightmares of his past. He often recalled the pain he endured growing up, the beatings he took for wanting to be a hero. Why do people hate us? His younger self cried out, riddled with scars. Because we're not like them. Because we're weak, Izuku replied, turning his back on the past. It's time to play our own game now, he resolved, waking up to the time. He got dressed and snuck out through his window, heading to the train station. For Hosu City. As he boarded the train, he was caught off guard by a appealing girl who rushed in just before the doors closed. Excuse me? She said, sitting next to him. He replied, trying to focus on anything but her. Is there someone sitting here? Or is it taken? No one's sitting here, he said, trying to keep his composure. Thanks for letting me sit. It's been a tough day, she said cheerfully. And no problem, he stuttered, feeling flustered. Have I seen you somewhere before? She asked, her enthusiasm infectious. I don't know, he replied, unsure. Maybe at school? Or the mall? Or the beach? She rambled on, making him chuckle. Maybe right now, he suggested. That doesn't count. What's your name? I'm Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. I go to Kashiak High, I'm a senior, and I like Katsudon. Nice to meet you, Izuku. I'm Nijer Hato. I go to UA High, and I'm in my 3rd year. I'm almost a pro hero. Not to be rude, but what made you want to become a hero? He asked. I love seeing people happy, and I'm intrigued by everyone. Like you, she said, leaning closer. Izuku felt a mix of confusion and admiration. Nice structure. Good cheekbones. Cute freckles. And cool green hair, she exclaimed, making him blush. Thanks, he managed. Did you know that was the school I was going to go to? She said, her excitement palpable. No, I didn't, he replied, unsure of how to respond. I'm sure I would have met a lot of nice people there, she said, her optimism contrasting with his cynicism. Nice people? He echoed, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Yeah, she replied, confused. Nothing about that place is nice for me. I'm quirkless. So go ahead and be offended and leave because you're sitting next to some worthless rat like me, he blurted out, surprising her. You're quirkless? I can relate, she said, her tone shifting. He asked, intrigued. I was a late bloomer. My quirk didn't manifest until I was 12, she explained. So he began. Yeah, I was mistreated, which showed me what I needed to do. I want to become a hero and stop this hate, she said earnestly. Wow, he replied, genuinely impressed. The train came to a stop. Well, I hope you find your answer. This is my stop, he said, standing up. Okay, she said, looking a bit disappointed. It was nice talking to you, Nijer, he said, preparing to leave. Wait, please hand me your phone, she said, and he handed it over. She quickly entered her number. I want to keep talking to you. See you around, Izuku, she said, waving as he stepped off the train. As the doors closed, he stared at her, feeling a mix of emotions. Why does this happen to me? He wondered, making his way downtown, determined to find the hero killer. Turning a corner, he spotted the hero killer, Stain, just as he beheaded the hero. Izuku approached, knowing he had nothing left to lose. You're treading on thin ice, kid. You want to die? Stain warned, brandishing his bloody sword. It would be nice. I have nothing left to lose, Izuku replied, surprising Stain. You still have a life ahead of you. What do you mean? I see. So you are him, Stain said, recognizing the pain in Izuku's eyes. The one who was mocked and embarrassed by the symbol of peace, Izuku stated. I saw that. You didn't deserve it. I used to think All Might was the true hero, but now I see he's just like the rest, Stain admitted. I know. It was an eye-opener for both of us. I'm here because I want you to teach me how to fight. And how will you manage that if I say no and kill you? Stain challenged. Because I know you can see the potential in me. My will. The only thing left in this life is to take down All Might. I don't care how I'll do it. I won't stop until his head is displayed for all to see. Stain kept observing the young boy's speech, noticing that he was different from the others. Pain and betrayal were evident in his eyes, a reflection of someone who had lost all hope in a society that felt fake. This was what Stain needed, a kindred spirit to mold. You may lack training in the basics, Stain said, but I can see the drive in you. It's similar to mine. My crusade can be put on hold if I focus all my efforts on making you someone worth fearing. The only question is, how long will you last? Izuku replied, until the heroes are the ones who stop me. Stain chuckled, good answer. Alright, I'll teach you. But know that I won't hold back, so prepare for a lot of pain. I'm used to it, Izuku smirked, extending his hand. Stain took it, shaking it firmly. You are now my apprentice. Where did you come from? Stain asked. Mustafa, Izuku answered. Do you know where Dagobah Beach is? Yes. Meet me there. The sand will be good for conditioning your legs. For now, head home, kid. Get there before the sun rises. Okay, Izuku said, and with that he jumped away. He felt a sense of purpose as he headed back to the station, realizing it was already midnight. He decided to let his thoughts wander for a while. As he walked back to the train station, he imagined hearing a waltz, the sound of cellos filling his mind. Each step was deliberate, and he twirled gracefully, aware that those around him understood better than to disturb someone lost in their own rhythm. He continued this until he reached the train station, still dancing while he waited. When the train arrived, he stepped inside, recalling the conversation he had with Nijer. He would test the number she gave him tomorrow, but for now, he was too tired to think about anything else. Once he got off the train and headed home, he passed by heroes in action, trying to apprehend someone. He kept walking, ignoring the chaos around him. His phone rang. It was his sister. He let it ring until it stopped, finally making it back home. He climbed through his window, setting his belongings down just as the lights turned on, revealing his family. What do you want? He asked, throwing his bag aside and lying down. You don't get to talk back. Where were you? Yagi, his father, demanded. Oh, why do you care? Izuku replied. Because we're your parents, Inko said, concern etched on her face. Izuku, what's going on? Why are you acting like this? You know exactly what's going on. For the first time in years, you ask about my well-being? How pathetic, he retorted. Hey! Izumi, his sister, interjected. Izuku, please, Yagi urged. We want to know what's happening. You're acting childish. You should be a positive role model for your sister and her friends. Izuku laughed bitterly. Positive role model? Punching bag is more appropriate. I'm trying to get my life together. I don't need to be your kid anymore. I'm tired of being ignored and forgotten. I want to get away from it all. What are you saying? We love you, Izuku. Please see what you're doing to yourself. We know the news was traumatic, but you have to be strong, Inko pleaded. Strong? Izumi said it herself. I'm just a weak, worthless Deku. She and her friends can burn for all I care. The words shocked them, revealing the depth of his feelings toward his sister, and it broke her heart. Tears streamed down her face, a rare sight that made it clear how serious things had become. Apologize to your sister. Yagi commanded as Inko tried to comfort Izumi. Izuku glared at his father. Don't tell me what to do. I am your father. You live in our house and you will follow our rules. Yagi insisted. My father? My father left because I'm quirkless. He left because mom decided to be with his friend. Izuku shouted. How dare you suggest that? Yagi exclaimed, taken aback. Inko was left speechless, while Izumi whimpered, trying to intervene as the argument escalated. Stop, please, she cried. I don't care what you have to say anymore. I'm moving out. Izuku declared. Izuku, please. Inko begged. No. I've had enough of being treated this way. You think that giving me a little attention will make me stay? I've had enough of everyone here. Izuku felt overwhelmed, his emotions spilling over as he shouted, I don't want to be in this situation anymore. I'm tired of it all. His voice cracked, and tears streamed down his face, the strain from his outburst evident. I gave you so many signs of how I'm treated, he continued, his voice filled with anguish. I'm afraid to come home from school. I'm afraid to be at school. How much more do I need to suffer? My idol said I couldn't be a hero. He made me feel like a laughingstock and narrowed down the careers I can pursue. No one wants me. No one cares about what happens to me, it's always just about her and her friends. As he let everything out, Yagi and Inko stood in stunned silence, realizing they had no idea what their son was going through. They had thought he was simply trying to grow up and be independent, but in truth, they were the reasons he felt he had to mature too quickly. They were the reason he felt lost and disillusioned with heroes. Izuku sank onto his bed, struggling to control his breathing as another wave of despair washed over him. A dark voice echoed in his mind, urging him to take drastic actions. Kill them. It's the only option. Let us be free of the weight that has held us down for so long. No, Izuku replied firmly, shaking his head. They let us rot. They let our minds decay. It's only fair we take their lives as payment, the voice insisted. They will get what's coming to them soon. Not now. Patience always comes with its reward, he thought, finally managing to calm himself. Looking up, he noticed Yagi and Inko still standing there, unsure of how to respond. Are you done gawking or are you going to leave? He asked, his tone sharp. They exchanged glances, processing the weight of what had just happened. Yagi hesitated, about to say something, but chose to remain silent and closed the door behind him. As he stood outside, he noticed a message from Nijer, complete with a cheerful emoji. It was late, but he felt compelled to call her. Doubts crept in. What if she misunderstood? Was it too late to call? I'm turning into her, and I barely met her for 15 minutes, he thought, but he pressed the call button anyway. Hey, it's Nijer, came her cheerful voice on the other end. Hey Nijer, Izuku replied, trying to keep his tone light despite the turmoil within him. Oh Izuku, what's up? She asked, her enthusiasm infectious. Izuku stood in the dimly lit room, his heart racing as he spoke softly. Are you okay? Isn't it late? Aren't you tired? Nijer replied with warmth. No one is a burden, especially when it comes to your well-being. You can talk for as long as you need. Izuku hesitated. I just needed someone to talk to. I got into a huge argument with my family. Nijer's concern was evident. Oh no, who threw the first punch? Izuku sighed. It was just an argument, but I did shove my stepfather. Nijer winced. That sounds rough. I guess your voice cracking is from all the yelling. 15 minutes of knowing each other, and you already get me, Izuku said, a small smile breaking through. I have a stepmom too, and we argue sometimes, mostly about me getting distracted, Nijer shared. But I'm here to focus on you, she insisted. Are you alright physically? Do you want to meet up? Meet up? Izuku echoed, unsure. Not right now, since everyone is sleeping, except for heroes, villains, and maybe some night owls. Do we count as night owls? Nijer mused. Izuku chuckled softly. I know you're up late. I was playing Bejeweled. You calling made my day. Nijer said cheerfully. Oh, Izuku replied, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. So, about that hangout? Nijer prompted. Where do you want to meet up? He asked. Usually, a guy would know where to go, but I'm thinking about the mall, she suggested. Okay, I'm alright with anywhere, he replied. Cool. Let's make it a date then. Nijer said excitedly. Date? Isn't that too quick? Izuku questioned, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. Not too quick. Just a way to test the waters. I want to get to know you more, she reassured him. Yeah, that sounds fine, he agreed. Will Saturday work for you? Nijer asked. Yeah, he confirmed. Great. See you then, Izuku. And feel free to keep calling me. I love talking late at night, she said before hanging up. Izuku sighed, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension. He hadn't fully explained what had happened with his family, but it was nice to talk about something else. He wondered if this date was out of pity, but he would find out soon enough. For now, he needed rest. I'm nothing but an outcast, he thought, an extra gear in a machine that never needs replacing. He had a busy schedule ahead, training with a hero killer and a date. But he was grateful for the distraction. It helped him focus on his goals. He pondered his outfit for the date, knowing that showing his face would attract unwanted attention. He had worn a mask all his life. What was one more? He began sketching ideas, considering a suit and tie for a moment before realizing he needed mobility. Combat breathes and boots came to mind, but he also wanted some protection. Then he had an idea, a cloak that would cover him completely. He remembered he had access to certain items from stores, possibly even military gear, but how could he afford it? His job would barely cover one piece of equipment. He needed a solution. Turning on the news, he heard about a new villain organization called the League of Villains. They had been spotted causing trouble, and their hideout was rumored to be near Kamino. Bingo, he thought, excitement bubbling up. He quickly researched Kamino Ward and discovered that an apartment complex that was being renovated under an unknown name, raising red flags. With determination, he printed out the information and prepared to leave, grabbing a crowbar from the garage. He was ready to seek out trouble. As he walked through the night, he received odd looks, but he kept his head down. Kamino Ward. Still a mile away, he muttered to himself. He avoided the train to keep a low profile, not wanting to draw attention. When he arrived, he noticed the construction site, cameras everywhere. He decided to enter through the front, his heart racing with each step. The empty building echoed his voice as he called out, "What?" Dust and cobwebs filled the space, and he wondered if he had made a mistake. Suddenly, the floor gave way beneath him, and he fell, the impact jarring him. "Mother!" he exclaimed, rubbing his head where the crowbar had struck. A voice interrupted his thoughts. "Such profound language, but I can let it slide for now. Why is a young man like you snooping around?" Izuku looked up to see a man with flames surrounding him, dressed in a sharp suit. I apologize for the sudden impact. We can't allow anyone to know the whereabouts of my MSDR's hideout. Please, take a seat. Would you like something to drink?" Izuku hesitated. I'm sorry for intruding? You're probably just an explorer looking for abandoned buildings," the man said, preparing a drink. Izuku watched, fascinated by the man's fluid movements as he mixed a drink. "Do you have Spunky Monkey?" The man smiled, serving him the drink. "Here you are." Izuku took a sip. "Oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever had. Glad you like it. Now, how did you find this place?" Izuku set down the drink. "I'm trying to locate the League of Villains. I thought it might be here." "I appreciate the compliment, but how did you acquire the location?" the man asked. "I looked into past sales and loans. I found one under an unknown name, which raised red flags. This building is the only one not being demolished but renovated," Izuku explained. "Have you exploited the location?" the man inquired. "No," Izuku replied, shaking his head. "Only you know about this so far?" the man pressed. Izuku nodded. "Even if you kill me, your hideout is safe." "Why did you want to find this place?" the man asked. "I'm here because I want to join your league," Izuku stated firmly. The man picked up an old telephone and dialed. "Please be patient for a moment." After a brief conversation, he waved his hand, revealing a portal. "A teleportation quirk?" Izuku exclaimed, amazed. "Please head in. You may ask any questions after your meeting," the man instructed. Grateful for the drink, Izuku stepped through the portal, entering a room filled with expensive medical equipment. "Hello there, Izuku Midoriya," a voice greeted him, sending chills down his spine. Izuku froze, feeling vulnerable. How do you know me?" "Everyone knows your name, the clown of Mustafa," the man said, a smirk on his lips. "You don't call me that," Izuku retorted. "Why not?" "That's what people know you by," the man replied, unfazed. "I don't deserve that. I want everyone who wronged me to feel the same pain I had. I will take down that symbol of peace myself." Izuku shouted, his emotions boiling over. "Look how that's going for you," the man countered, making Izuku bristle. "What are you talking about?" Izuku demanded. "All I see is a boy still dreaming, neglected and abused. Your body is scarred, your mind trapped. Born quirkless, even your father abandoned you," the man chuckled. "Shut up," Izuku yelled, tears welling in his eyes. "Why did you even think your dream was worth pursuing?" the man taunted. "Shut up," Izuku shouted again, his voice breaking. "You'll always be in the shadow of your sister, who will be everything you wanted, a hero, loved and supported," the man continued, his words cutting deep. Izuku's voice trembled as he shouted, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" The atmosphere was thick with tension as a shadowy figure spoke. "And how will this story end? Like how all quirkless individuals end. Forgotten, overlooked, ignored. cast aside like something easily discarded, like a speck of dust. Nothing worth crying over at all. Izuku felt a surge of anger as he gripped the crowbar tightly. With a sudden burst of determination, he leaped and swung it overhead, only to strike a mirror. What he saw was an illusion. What? He gasped, his heart racing as the figure reappeared. But that's not how you want it to end, the figure continued, a knowing look in his eyes. I can see it. Nothing is ever truly worthless. Even those without quirks hold value. The world fears change. They see how heroes operate in this so-called heroic society. It's all a facade, just like them. But you had ambitions that even All Might himself didn't possess. You wanted to save people, to free them from their pain. You didn't wish to inflict the suffering you experienced on others. No, you wanted to rid the world of your own pain. Yet the world denied you that selfless dream, the dream of becoming a hero, and instead forced you into a role you never wanted. Izuku's gaze fell to the mirror, where he saw his own reflection staring back at him. Shattered, broken. That is what remains inside of you, all stemming from one dream that has led you through a lifetime of suffering. Is that correct? He looked down, unable to bear the truth in those words. The figure stood up as Izuku felt the weight of reality pressing down on him. Izuku Midoriya stood at a crossroads, grappling with the weight of his past and the promise of a new future. A figure beside him spoke with conviction, but that's not what everyone sees. I see a boy with great potential, someone who could become the very thing that heroes dread. I can help you become someone unrecognizable, someone powerful. The comforting hand on his shoulder made Izuku feel safe, accepted. With tears still in his eyes, Izuku's expression hardened. Rage and malice flickered in his red eyes. No more hiding, no more dreaming of being a hero. He was no longer the boy who wanted to save everyone. He was now an outcast, a villain whose name would instill fear in the hearts of heroes. As he was enveloped in a hug, he broke down, overwhelmed by the emotions swirling within him. You are the one they will fear, the figure continued. You can end them. No longer are you the cowering boy, you are now a boogeyman to the heroes. Will you, Izuku Midoriya, join the League of Villains to spread fear and reclaim the pain inflicted upon you? The figure extended a hand, and Izuku saw it as a beacon of hope, a chance to prove that the world had shaped him into this version of himself. With a firm grip, Izuku took the hand, feeling as though he was being pulled from a dark abyss. I will join. My teacher, my father, he declared, a smirk forming on the figure's face. You have already shown your devotion to me and the League. You will be trained by the hero killer and me personally. By the time the year at UA begins, you will already be feared. But for now, it's getting late, and you should head home. Know this, they will not be around for long. This is not goodbye. A portal opened, leading to Dagoba Beach, where his belongings awaited him, organized and ready to go. Thank you, Izuku said to the bartender who had helped him. Have a safe trip home, young Izuku. Make sure no one suspects anything. Be discreet with the information given. Will that be easy to follow? Being quirkless, no one will bat an eye, he replied with a smirk, stepping through the portal. A weight lifted off his shoulders. He felt wanted, needed, and most importantly, he had found someone to look up to. After what felt like an eternity, Izuku was back in class. He had to wake up early for training with Stain and run on the beach for hours. Despite his mind telling him to give up, he had grown stronger. The Christmas break had flown by, filled with training rather than celebration. His sensei and Kurojuri, the bartender and caretaker, had given him a present, which he planned to reveal to Stain first. He had also formed a bond with Tamura Shigaraki, the appointed leader of the League of Villains. They were close in age, and despite their troubled pasts, they shared a mutual respect for one another. To learn a specific weapon, you must start with the basics, Stain instructed, tossing gloves at Izuku. You need to master your fists. It doesn't matter how skilled you are with a weapon. If you're disarmed, you need to rely on your own strength. I will teach you the fundamentals, a style suited for you. Izuku listened intently, absorbing every word. Endurance was crucial, and he pushed himself to the limit, training day and night, even returning home with bruised knuckles. His sensei had a solution for that too. Your hands have never seen battle. I can teach you a method called the Iron Fist, but it will be painful, his sensei warned. Despite the pain, Izuku continued to train relentlessly, determined to prove himself. One day, as he rushed off to work, he realized he was overworking himself. As the first month of training passed, Stain pushed him harder. Keep your stance up, he shouted, observing Izuku's progress. You seem to have an abnormal tolerance to pain. What are you doing? Stain asked, noticing the dents in the training equipment. I've been doing extra lessons and reading about pain tolerance, Izuku replied. Whatever you're doing, keep it up, Stain encouraged, impressed by Izuku's dedication. At work, Izuku's efforts were noticed. You're learning a lot, and the ladies love the dashing bartender, his boss remarked. Nijer, a classmate, approached him. Wow, you're really working out. What's your secret? No secrets, just hard work, Izuku replied, happy to share his knowledge. As the second month began, the class was asked to submit assignments. Izuku, however, had no intention of handing one in. Midoriya, where is your assignment? The teacher questioned. Why do you care? You're going to fail me anyway, Izuku shot back, surprising his classmates with his newfound confidence. Mako, a classmate, stood up. No one in this school will ever make it into an internship, especially you. Izuku laughed. Is that what it's about? I've given up on that. I have other careers to pursue. Mako punched him, but Izuku just scoffed. You're running out of material, Mako. Can't handle being the top dog? The teacher intervened, but Izuku welcomed the confrontation. Let him vent. Mako, frustrated, activated his quirk, but Izuku was ready. In a surprising turn, he fought back, shocking everyone when he overpowered Mako. If I see you with your hero, know who the weak link is, Izuku declared, leaving the classroom in stunned silence. Nijer approached him, impressed. So you fought him and won? That's cool. You have no idea, Izuku replied, hiding the note he had intercepted about his expulsion from school, which meant more time for training. As the third month began, Stain presented Izuku with a unique weapon, a large hammer wrapped in barbed wire. Who is this girl? Stain asked, showing him a picture. Ibuki Miyaki. She tormented me, Izuku explained, anger bubbling beneath the surface. Tonight, you will crash a hangout she's hosting. Leave a mark for the heroes to see, Stain instructed. Izuku smiled beneath his mask, ready to embrace his new identity. Under the cover of night, Izuku walked through the city, his breathing heavy behind the mask. He was focused, determined to confront his past. As he approached his target, he heard laughter and felt his rage rise. Ibuki, the one who toyed with me, today marks your pain, he whispered to himself. Climbing the fire escape, he prepared to face the group inside. Ibuki and her friends were unaware of the danger lurking just outside their window. When Mako stood to investigate a noise, he was met with a terrifying figure. The confrontation was swift and brutal, leaving Ibuki and her friends in shock as Izuku unleashed his pent-up fury. Why are you doing this? Ibuki cried, recognizing him. For so long, I have been mistreated. The Deku you knew is gone. Only the Outcast remains, he replied, putting on his mask. As he confronted her, Izuku felt a sense of power he had never known before. Have fun in hell, he said, letting go of her, the scream echoing in the night as he vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Chapter end. Izuku sighed, collapsing onto his bed, exhausted from his training. 3 months of non-stop effort had left him drained, and he hadn't thought about his family in all that time. He was still in his work outfit, having just finished serving the regulars at the diner. It was an awkward moment when Nijer and her friends came in, but he had given them the green light to enter since his boss approved. As they sat down to watch him work, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wasn't sure if anyone else felt this pressure to show off their skills, but he certainly did. So, what brings you guys here today? He asked while continuing to work. Nothing much, man. Just came to see how you're doing. You're great at this, Mirio Togata said, his blonde hair contrasting with his serious demeanor. Really? Izuku replied, surprised. Oh, don't be so hard on yourself, Zuzu, Nijer chimed in. He didn't remember when she started calling him that, but it always seemed to provoke a reaction from the other guys in their group. And you should stop calling me that, he said, trying to sound firm. Phooey. Your name just begs for a nickname. I like it, she insisted, though he noticed a faint blush on her cheeks. Tamaki Emiki, the shy boy with black hair who often hid in his jacket, sat quietly beside Mirio. Both he and Mirio had powerful quirks, possibly the strongest in their school. So, I'm guessing you're here to take me somewhere? Izuku asked. Since you're getting off in about 10 minutes, Mirio replied. Just then his boss came out. Ah, so you are his friends? I always thought it was just Nijer. Nice to meet you all, he said with a smile. Thanks for letting us in, Mirio replied. With pleasure. Any friend of my best worker here is always welcome, his boss said, patting Izuku on the back. Izuku sighed again, feeling a bit embarrassed. Thank you, sir, he said, walking to clock out. He grabbed his bag, put on his trench coat, and stepped outside. Man, you sure dress classy, Mirio commented. Have to, dress code permits it, Izuku replied. That must have cost you a lot, Nijer said. Not really. I had some help, he answered. Ooh. Do we know them? Is it your parents? Is it another job? She fired off a series of questions. Can't say. No, you don't know them. Never my parents. This is the only job I have right now. And you asked that twice, he said, shaking his head. Well then, since you're done, where do you want to go? Mirio asked. I'm thinking of the Nijer started. Other than the mall, we went 3 times last week, Izuku interrupted. But, she pouted. I don't mind where we go, Tamaki added quietly. Eventually, they headed to the mall again, taking the usual route. As they walked, Izuku caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. What? Mirio asked, noticing his reaction. They all turned to see a TV on display, showing the news. And last night remains one of the most disturbing cases the police and heroes have encountered. 4 students, Ibuki Miyake, Meiko Satori, and 2 others yet to be identified, were found in the Miyake residence last night. Witnesses reported seeing a large man covered from head to toe with a gas mask and a large hammer, the news anchor reported. The last known photo captured was of Izuku in his work outfit, though it looked eerie due to poor exposure. How could anyone do that? What was their motive? Mirio exclaimed. Perhaps the person was someone they knew. Maybe a stalker or someone they wronged. Who knows? Izuku replied, showing little emotion. Well, it's up to us to stop him. As future heroes in training, we will make sure those students' deaths are not in vain. Nijer declared. You should refrain from shouting out your identities, Izuku cautioned. Right, Mirio agreed. But either way, good luck finding this person, Izuku said as they continued their hangout. Despite the report dampening the mood, he had an idea. Hey, let's see if there's anything to watch. In the theater, he suggested. Oh, could we go? Please? Nijer asked eagerly. For sure. Anything to get our minds off this mood, Mirio added. Sure, Tamaki agreed, and they headed that way, chatting among themselves. Izuku found himself talking to Nijer while the other 2 discussed what game they should play when they got home. So, your boss seems really close with you, Nijer remarked. He's been nothing but kind and fair to me. He taught me everything I needed to know, and so far, it's been going well, Izuku replied. What about your parents? She asked. What about them? He countered. Are you still planning on moving out? She pressed. When I get the money, then yes, he answered. Well, there's something I've been meaning to ask you, Nijer said, her tone shifting. Izuku replied, curious. I'm not supposed to say this, but UA is going to establish a dorm system, so all 3 of us will be staying there. My parents are traveling the world right now and won't be back until I graduate. I was wondering if you'd like to stay at my place instead. This caught the attention of Mirio and Tamaki, who stopped talking to listen. She's really doing it. Mirio whispered to Izuku, who nodded. And how long have you been planning this? Izuku asked. Well, Nijer hesitated. It's been like a month, Tamaki chimed in. Tamaki? Nijer exclaimed, turning red as Izuku chuckled. I appreciate the offer, Nijer, but I don't want to intrude in your home, he started. You won't be. It's just me right now and, she insisted. And you want to spend more time with me, he teased, smirking. Hey, she shot back, flustered. Adorable, he said, and she hid her face, embarrassed. Lel, Mirio laughed. What? Tamaki asked, confused. Well, let me see this place then and I'll think about it, all right? Izuku said. Oh, sure. Nijer replied, her excitement evident. As they arrived at the theater, they discovered an event was happening, showcasing movies from the Quirkless era. One of the films was titled Dirty Harry. A movie that was made in the Quirkless era. I've heard it's a timeless classic and worth watching, Izuku explained. Let's do that then. Tamaki said. Sure. Nijer agreed. They bought tickets, and Izuku paid, feeling generous despite their protests. Once inside, he received a call from his sister but ignored it, as he had done many times that week. He didn't want to deal with her checking up on him. They had their chance, and they blew it. As they settled into the theater, Izuku noticed they were the only ones there. Not surprising, he remarked. Did we choose wrong? Mirio wondered. Let's just watch it, Tamaki suggested as they took their seats. Mirio and Tamaki sat next to each other, leaving Nijer to sit beside Izuku, a row above them. As the movie started, Izuku felt a weight on his shoulder. Nijer, what are you doing? He asked. Using you as my pillow, she replied with a smile. You should know that being in something like this with me could get you in trouble, he warned. Why is it important to you? Why are you denying this? You don't like me? Are you dating someone else? She pressed. I just worry for your reputation at UA. I won't deny that it's nice. I do like you, and I'm single, but I worry about how everyone will see this. I don't want to bring you unwanted attention, he explained. Izuku, she said softly. But one question, why me? Why not Mirio or Tamaki, or some of your other friends who could be a better choice? Is it out of pity? Out of spite? He asked, genuinely curious. No, never pity. Spite? Why do you always think so low of yourself? She countered. I'm quirkless. I've been through a lot. Can we talk about this after the movie? He suggested, feeling overwhelmed. She leaned on him again, and he finally caved in, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. In that moment, he remembered a conversation from the past. I can see you care for this girl greatly, Sensei remarked, observing Izuku's conflicted expression. Izuku sighed, I know. And I don't know what to do. It's natural for someone your age to fall in love or question their feelings, Sensei continued. But you should be aware that it may draw unwanted attention, especially given your position in the media. Being recognized occasionally adds to that. And with her entering her 3rd year at UA, are you prepared to face her if it comes to that? Are you ready to fight her, hurt her? Or, if necessary, end her? Izuku felt a chill at the weight of those words. Sensei added, you don't have to answer now, but remember, the truth will reveal itself when the time comes. As the flashback faded, Izuku pondered, will I be able to do it? He looked at the energetic girl beside him, someone he was grateful to call a friend. She was someone he could share his problems with, and who could support him in return. Was he truly ready to end it all with a single blow, or face her energy blasts? Either way, it would lead to pain and grief, something he was all too familiar with. He gazed at her, and she met his eyes, smirking playfully. She tightened her grip on his arm, drawing him closer, and he realized he understood the game they were playing. Meanwhile, Mirio and Tamaki were trying to suppress their laughter, though Tamaki appeared confused. Once the movie ended, they had much to reflect on. Man, that was intense. I've never seen acting like that before, Mirio exclaimed. Tamaki added, that might be why a lot of people don't like it. Nijer chimed in, is it because of how they discussed certain topics? The bluntness about violence? Or maybe it's just a sensitive subject. Izuku interjected, it portrays the quirkless as heroes. Nijer shook her head. That's not what I was going to say. I know, but I'm referring to movies from the quirkless era in general. They try so hard to ignore it, but it's really sad to see. They allow certain types of films from that time to be shown, but a movie like this would never be considered. The only reason we could watch it is because the mall here approves all movies. But again, that's just my opinion, Izuku explained. Tamaki nodded thoughtfully. Mirio clapped his hands together. And it's totally fine to share your opinion. But wow, look at the time. Tamaki and I have a tournament to catch and win. Tamaki exclaimed, we do? Oh no, as Mirio threw an arm around his shoulder. Anyway, we're heading out now. See you. Mirio called, running off with Tamaki, who was still shouting in surprise. Nijer laughed. They're funny. Izuku replied, odd. Nijer looked at him, a playful glint in her eyes. So, are you going to walk me home? Or to your new home? I said I was going, Izuku reminded her. I know, she replied, and they stepped outside into the cool night. The darkness was palpable and the moon shone brightly above them as they walked over the bridge, passing a few bystanders in the quiet evening. Nijer broke the silence. So, about earlier. When you asked why I chose you, what did you mean by it looking bad for me? Izuku hesitated, glancing at her. Look at us, Nijer. I don't think we'll go far with this. I'm quirkless, and you have a hero quirk. If people see you in your hero outfit with me and put 2 and 2 together, it could reflect poorly on you. But, Nijer started. No, Izuku trailed off, lost in thought. Izuku struggled to contain his emotions, tears welling in his eyes. I want you to understand. It makes me really happy to know you feel this way. About me. He sniffed, feeling vulnerable yet comforted by Nijer's embrace. Nijer smiled softly, I don't care about anything else. If being with you makes you happy, then it makes me happy too. I just want you to be happy. In my eyes, you're the one who stole my heart. Izuku chuckled lightly, is that your way of saying it? Yep, she replied, determination in her voice. And I won't let you do this to yourself. You can't make all the decisions alone, right? I guess not, he admitted, returning her hug. This embrace felt different, more meaningful than any he had shared before. With her, he felt a connection that was both comforting and tragic. 3 months later, Yagi sat down on the ground, exhausted. All right, Izumi, that's enough. After 6 grueling months of training, the beach was now clean and appealing, drawing the attention of onlookers. Now you're ready, Izumi. You are ready to take the torch now, Yagi said, a scowl crossing his face as he recalled the news he had to share. Flashback, 3 months ago. Why are we here again, Dad? Izumi asked, confusion evident in her voice. Well, as much as I wanted to put this off. I guess I have no choice, Yagi sighed, and then a puff of smoke appeared. All might. Izumi exclaimed, her shock palpable as he explained the situation. After calming down, she felt a wave of frustration. Does Izuku know? He doesn't, Yagi replied, dodging her punch. How could you do that to him? Why would you embarrass him in the media? Her voice trembled with emotion. I know what I did, Izumi. It was in the moment. I couldn't tell him yes, I worried he would get hurt. I had to do what I thought was best, Yagi explained, his tone serious. DMN it, Izumi muttered. It was for his well-being. I didn't want to see him get hurt. He's been through a lot, Yagi insisted. No kidding, she shot back. Hey, he warned. Just stop, she said, feeling overwhelmed. The flashback faded, and Izumi felt Yagi nudge her. So what do I need to do? Eat this, he said, handing her a piece of his hair. What? She replied, bewildered. The quirk can only transfer through DNA. Just eat it, he urged. She realized she had finished her water and grimaced. Oh no, she muttered, reluctantly eating it and immediately gagging. What the heck? She exclaimed, noticing they had drawn an audience who witnessed the strange scene. Oh, Yagi chuckled nervously. You will speak nothing of this. Izumi yelled at the onlookers, who quickly scattered. So the exams are tomorrow and he's been, she began. I know, but it's no use talking to him anymore, Yagi replied. Because of us, we pushed him away. You and Mom are just giving up too easily, Izumi argued. I don't know what to do. He's always out, never home, and now he spends the night somewhere we can't figure out, Yagi admitted. You want to know? He's been staying with his new girlfriend, Izumi revealed, watching as Yagi choked on his water. What? He exclaimed. And how did you find out about this? He asked, incredulous. Flashback. Bakugo grumbled, we can't just blow things up, we need to pass the written test too. Just shut up about it already, Katsumi snapped. Wait. Shoto interrupted, and they all turned to see Izuku hugging someone. He has a girlfriend? Shoka gasped, stunned. Who would ever want to love a guy like him? Katsumi growled. I'm going to give that Deku a piece of my mind. Bakugo declared, ready to storm over, but Izumi pulled him back. Shu, listen, she urged, and they eavesdropped on the conversation. Nijer said, maybe we can just see where we go from here, right? Izuku replied, I'm not like other guys. I'm pretty much as weak as they get, but it would be an honor if you would let me be. Be my boyfriend? Nijer asked. Alright, he stuttered, a nervous smile on his face. Then that makes me your girlfriend, right? She said, and he nodded. Yeah, he confirmed. I think we should seal that deal then, she said, moving closer. Izumi's heart sank. Shoto whispered, he did it. Shoka muttered, heartbroken. Bakugo growled, that guy gets a girlfriend before me. Nijer asked, so, are you still going to move in? Oh yeah, definitely, Izuku replied. Izumi snapped back to the present. So you basically eavesdropped on them. Sigh. Are we going to talk to him? Izumi asked. I have to tell your mother first. God knows she's going to be upset about it. For now, let's just get you prepared for the exams, alright? Yagi said, and she nodded. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku was nearby, listening in, dressed in his villain outfit. You will be next soon. For now, I have another score to settle, he thought, his mind focused on the apartment ahead. Irasai, Hitoshi, and Kei. The three who tormented me during middle school. I'm here to get my revenge, he vowed, recalling the pain they had caused him. With determination, he approached the door, ready to confront his past. It was time for confrontation. Izuku felt his anger surge within him, and with a swift motion he punched the door, creating a hole. He gripped the door and ripped it off its hinges, the screws clattering to the floor as bits of wood fell away. He stepped inside, witnessing his family gathered for what appeared to be a game night. Irasai, he called out, his voice cutting through the atmosphere. What the? Irasai's father exclaimed, his surprise quickly turning to aggression. Who are you? His arms tensed, and the rest of the family braced themselves. Shoo, Izuku taunted as if calming a child. Suddenly he hurled his hammer, striking Irasai's father and seizing him. Go, he commanded, urging the family to hide as they scrambled away. Dad! Irasai cried, but his mother quickly pulled him into another room. Irasai's father swung a bat he had grabbed from behind a chair, but it shattered against Izuku with no effect. With a single hand, Izuku grasped his father, choking him as he struggled for breath, desperately trying to fight back. A chilling snap echoed through the room as Izuku twisted his head at an unnatural angle. The struggle ended abruptly, and the lifeless body fell away, leaving a heavy silence that enveloped the room. Irasai stood frozen, fear gripping him as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. The door burst open again, and Izuku entered, his breath ragged and blood seeping from the eye holes of his mask, transforming the scene into a living nightmare. Please, leave us alone. Irasai's mother pleaded, panic in her voice as Izuku reached for her. Irasai shouted, desperation lacing his words. No, please, why are you here? Why? Irasai struggled against his attacker, desperately trying to loosen the grip around his mother's throat. In a moment of horror, he heard a sickening crack as she went limp, collapsing to the ground. Overcome with rage, he turned to confront the person responsible for this tragedy. Why would you do this? Irisai shouted, ripping the mask off the assailant's face. He froze, recognizing the green hair, freckles, and green eyes staring back at him. Deku? He stammered, disbelief washing over him. Why? Deku, why would you do this? You said you wanted to be a hero, just why? As he prepared to strike, his arm was seized, and he was thrown against a mirror, pain shooting through him. He struggled to rise, fear gripping him as he faced the boy he once bullied, now the one who had taken everything from him. Deku, please, he pleaded, but the expression on Deku's face shifted to one of pure hatred. With swift motion, he brought a hammer down on Irasai's legs, the sound of snapping bone echoing in the room. Ah! Irisai screamed, clutching his leg as he was lifted off the ground. Deku's gaze was unwavering, his focus solely on Irisai. Leaning in close, he whispered chillingly, burn in hell. In a brutal display of strength, Deku slammed Irasai's back against his knee, breaking him further. With one final, devastating blow, he separated Irasai's torso from his waist, dropping him lifelessly to the floor. He picked up his mask and left, the last image burned into Irasai's mind being the horrified face of his mother. As Deku walked out of the apartment, he thought to himself, I didn't even need to use my hammer on him. Worthless as ever. Exiting through a side door into an alleyway, he heard police sirens in the distance. He moved swiftly, dispatching any officers who crossed his path before stepping through a portal that opened before him. Well, that scared the hell out of me, Shigaraki remarked as Deku entered, Kurogyari standing nearby. Good thing I knew where you were, Kurogyari added. Please let us know your location next time. We don't want you getting arrested. Shigaraki snapped his fingers to get Deku's attention. Oi, you heard him? Deku nodded, his demeanor calm. It's all right, Tamura, Sensei said, observing Deku's state. He just got his next kill, so he's here to cool off for now. Kurogyari continued, your work clothes are in your quarters, properly cleaned and folded. However, you must change out of your outfit before touching them. Bloodstains are difficult to remove. Deku nodded, and another portal opened. Come in, Izuku. I wish to talk to you, Sensei said as Deku stepped through. He bowed and saw Sensei enjoying tea while listening to music. Come sit, Sensei invited, pulling out a chair. Take off your mask, he instructed. Deku complied, placing it on his lap. How is your little crusade going? Sensei asked, pouring tea. I'm nearing completion of 10%, but the more I do it, the more attention it draws. They think it's just simple criminals at work, with no ties to each other, just students going about their lives. Good. And how is your sweetheart? Sensei inquired, referring to Nijer. So far, she has no suspicion about who I really am, Deku replied. She is a link to UA. Try to gather any useful information from her. I haven't gained much, just some details about the dorm system. Continue your work. Shigaraki has a plan in the works and will notify you when it's ready. All right. With that, Deku stepped back through the portal into his quarters. Don't take too long, Izuku. You should be heading to work, Sensei reminded him. Deku prepared, changing out of his outfit. He looked in the mirror, reflecting on how much he had changed over the past 6 months. The training he had undergone had transformed him into a formidable fighter. I see you're looking back at your past again, Kurogyari noted. Huh. Deku replied. It's been only 6 months, yet I can read you like a book, young Midoriya. You've come a long way, and Shigaraki seems to take a liking to you. Charmed, Deku said dryly. I encourage you to get to know him better. He hasn't had much social interaction, Kurogyari suggested. That makes 2 of us, Deku replied. Yours is an exception due to your job. Please talk with him more. Sigh. Sure, I can do that. You both have done a lot for me, the least I can do is talk with him. My greatest gratitude, young Midoriya. Do you wish for me to open a portal to your work? Same drop-off? Deku asked. Same place, Kurogyari confirmed. Please. The portal opened, and Deku stepped through. Thanks, Kurogyari, he said as he walked away. Thank you, young Midoriya, Kurogyari replied. Izumi stood before the gates of UA, feeling a mix of excitement and intimidation. She spotted Bakugo approaching. Hi, Miss Jedi. What are you standing out here for? He asked, his tone blunt. Just waiting for the others, Izumi replied. Why bother? Bakugo shrugged, heading inside. Izumi shook her head, then noticed Shoto. Hey, Izumi, he greeted. Beach, she jumped, surprised by his sudden appearance. Sorry, he said, smiling. Where's Katsumi? Izumi asked. She'll be catching up soon, Shoto replied. She's late, that's what he meant to say, Shoka added. Of course she is. Well, let's go in then, Izumi said. Bakugo shouted, stay out of my way, as he shoved past a girl, causing her to scream. Izumi rushed to help the girl up. Hey, are you alright? Whoa, the girl exclaimed, surprised by Izumi's quirk. Sorry for using my quirk on you. Please forgive Bakugo, he's just really excited for the exams. Excited? The girl questioned, raising an eyebrow. Sadly, yes, Shoka confirmed. So, what's your name? Izumi asked. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you. Izumi. Izumi Yagi, she introduced. Shoto Todoroki, Shoto added. Shoka Todoroki, Shoka chimed in. Hello. Are you siblings? Ochako asked. Twins, to be exact, Shoka replied. I can see that. Do you have the same quirk? Ochako inquired. Well, yes. Shoka began. But actually no, Shoto corrected. Izumi smiled. We can explain more later. Let's head inside. Oh right. Ochako agreed, and they rushed in, though the twins were only participating in the written exams due to their recommendations. Katsumi grumbled to herself, frustrated that her alarm had been turned off. She rushed out, her hair a mess and her outfit disheveled. As she hurried along, she bumped into someone. Why, watch where you're going, she began, but stopped mid-sentence as she recognized Deku standing before her. He looked different, wearing a black turtleneck and leather jacket, exuding a confidence she hadn't seen before. Hey, Izuku, she called, trying to get his attention. He paused, waiting for whatever she would say next. What happened to you? You used to be so nice and giddy, the stuttering nerd who dreamed of being a hero. What changed? Deku clenched his fists, irritation bubbling within him. You know why, he replied curtly, continuing to walk. What did you say? She shouted, ready to confront him further, but Nijer rushed past her. Hey Zuzu! Nijer exclaimed, and Deku's demeanor shifted instantly. Hey, he greeted, taking Nijire's hand and kissing her, leaving Katsumi bewildered. Ugh, what the, Katsumi muttered, frustration boiling over as she stomped away. Deku glared at her retreating figure, and Nijer noticed. Is she your bully? Childhood friend? Yes, she's my bully and my sister's childhood friend. And no, I never dated her. Too young, too violent, and too cruel, Deku explained. Oof, Nijer replied sympathetically. So, I thought your exams were today? Deku asked. They are, but the first years go first, Nijer answered. As they walked, they passed a display showing news coverage of the recent killings. The report detailed a ruthless killer who had struck again, with a connection to students from Kashyyyk High School. The last known image of the killer flashed on the screen, and Deku's heart sank as he recognized himself in the villain outfit. Nijer clung to him, her concern evident. If what they say is true, you need to stay home. I forbid you from going out. Deku, she pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. I don't want to lose you. Remember we promised to watch over each other? Deku wiped her tears away, reassuring her. I'm going to be fine. They seem to target those with strong quirks, and I'm quirkless. Good at hiding. I can defend myself, and I have you there, okay? Nijer nodded, hugging him tightly. Okay, I believe you. Sorry for getting us drenched, she said, realizing they had dropped the umbrella. Deku chuckled. Is that all you're worried about? He picked it up, and they continued walking together. In the auditorium, Present Mick's voice boomed as he addressed the students. Hello there, little listeners. Can I get a hey? A brief pause followed, then cheers erupted from the crowd. Tough crowd. Anyways, welcome to UA High's entrance exams, he announced, excitement filling the room as he explained what to expect during the tests. The students buzzed with anticipation, ready to prove themselves. As the sun rose over the bustling city, the students of UA High School gathered in the training grounds, excitement buzzing in the air. Today was a special day, an opportunity to showcase their quirks in a friendly competition. Izuku Midoriya stood among his classmates, determination shining in his eyes. He had trained hard for this moment, eager to prove himself. Nearby, Katsuki Bakugo was stretching, his fiery personality evident even in his movements. The rivalry between them was palpable, but it only fueled their longing to excel. Let's see what you've got, Deku. Bakugo called out, a smirk on his face. Midoriya took a deep breath, focusing on his goal. I won't hold back, Bakugo, he replied, his voice steady despite the pressure. As the competition began, each student took turns demonstrating their unique abilities. Shoto Todoroki effortlessly manipulated ice and fire, showcasing his dual powers. Ochako Uraraka floated gracefully, her quirk allowing her to defy gravity. The crowd cheered, each display more impressive than the last. When it was Midoriya's turn, he felt a surge of adrenaline. He charged forward, using his quirk with precision. With each movement he pushed himself further, determined to show how much he had grown. The thrill of the challenge ignited a fire within him. Bakugo watched closely, his competitive spirit igniting. Not bad, but I can do better, he shouted, ready to take his turn. As the day progressed, the atmosphere was filled with camaraderie and friendly competition. Each student supported one another, cheering loudly for their friends. Even in rivalry, there was a sense of unity among them, a bond forged through shared experiences and challenges. By the end of the day, everyone had given their all. Exhausted but exhilarated, they gathered to celebrate their achievements. Midoriya and Bakugo exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement of their growth and the journey ahead. As the sun set, the students of UA High School left the training grounds, their spirits high and their friendships stronger than ever. They knew that together, they could face any challenge that lay ahead. They were excited about the chance to destroy things and earn points for it. The atmosphere was charged with energy as the others buzzed with anticipation. Suddenly, a voice broke through the excitement. "Excuse me. You haven't yet explained what this zero-pointer is. If that's the case, then it's the most shameful thing you've done in this speech. And you." The speaker pointed at Oaco and Izumi. "Me?" Oaco exclaimed. "Not you. Her," the speaker insisted, pointing at Izumi. Izumi stammered. "You've had the same bored expression this entire time. If you have no interest in taking this seriously, then you must leave." Izumi opened her mouth to respond, but Bakugo interrupted. "Why don't you shut up and listen to the speech?" Just as things threatened to escalate, Present Mike stepped in to defuse the situation. Izumi hid her face in embarrassment. Once the tension settled, they moved on to the first part of the test, the written portion. "Oh boy," Izumi muttered to herself. She glanced at a girl with a ponytail breezing through the test without a care, before turning back to her own paper. The problems looked alarmingly similar to finals in an AP class. Bakugo and the others seemed to be doing fine, but there was still no sign of Katsumi. Just then, the door burst open, and Katsumi rushed in. Sorry. She cleared her throat and approached Present Mike, nodding as she received her test. She trudged up the stairs and plopped down next to Izumi, breathing heavily and groaning in exhaustion. "What happened?" Izumi whispered. "I saw your brother, that's what happened," Katsumi replied. "What?" "Shoo," Katsumi hissed, and Izumi fell silent. "We'll talk more about this later," she added. "Right." They continued working for what felt like an eternity to Katsumi. When the test finally ended, they were skirted out to the buses. "Holy cow, your brother really changed? I didn't even recognize him if it weren't for that obvious nerdy look," Katsumi said. "What?" Izumi replied, confused. "Not part of the topic. Anyway, he just scoffed and called me a name, saying I know why he's like this." "Well, I get that he's mad, but he didn't have to call you that." "I know, but at the same time, I deserved it." "Well, we all did. So anyway, how did your training go?" "I finally cleaned the beach, did my work, got stronger. Now I'm just hoping I'll make it." "Please, with what you just did, you're going to get in, no problem." "Thanks, Katsumi." "No prob. Hey, my mom told me to give you this." She handed Izumi a small scarf. "Huh?" Izumi asked, puzzled. She noticed how cold you've been getting, and with winter coming, you could add it to your hero outfit or something. It's made of fireproof material. Don't know how she got it, but hey, I'm not complaining. So take it. Katsumi held out the black fabric with dark green stitching, making it look unique. Izumi smiled. "Tell Auntie thank you." "Hey, you tell her. I'm tired and want to go to bed, but I have to get in. My dream is ready to take place." "You're right." Meanwhile, Izuku stood with Nijer in front of UA. "Wish me luck," she said. "Always." "Want me to wait for you?" he asked. "Nah, it's good. I can meet you at your work later." "Sure. See you." He gave her a quick kiss and she waved goodbye. "Oh, make sure you save that coupon," she called back. "My benefits are better," he replied with a laugh as she entered the building. As he walked away, he noticed a cloaked figure approaching him. "You haven't been giving me contracts since you joined them, bailing out on me?" the figure said. "Never. I thought you'd want to keep some targets to yourself," Izuku replied. "Seen your girl there. Quite the catch you managed to snag." "Believe me, it was her who wanted a pile of trouble," Izuku said. "Not into that," the figure responded. "So, what's your goal right now?" Izuku asked. "Wondering if you want to help out at my work," the figure laughed. "Really? You've got to be kidding. I don't joke about this. You're the only person I can trust with certain information. Having you work there will make gathering info much easier, and it pays well." "Being part of the food industry? Nah, I'm good." "It's not like that. Waiters are already set, just need someone to help finance the store's goods." What's the description?" "Just ordering goods, cooking, or if you want, pick it up and bribe for them. Either way, you can use whatever method is effective. My boss doesn't see it, but he's being cheated out of quality." "I see, why the hell not? Fine, but about your little situation, I can join if I work under just you." "That's fine by me." "Man, those actions, you've really gotten ruthless, haven't you?" "Just showing how it felt for me. Crushing a kid's skull? Collateral. Yeesh." The leader has a plan brewing, but knowing him, it's going to be thought out recklessly. I'm going to have to put in a word with my mentor for help with minions. Do that. Just give me a holler if you need help. Will do. The figure faded away, leaving Izuku to continue on his way to work. As he walked, he noticed a little girl standing alone in an alleyway. Curiosity piqued, he approached her. Hey, what's going on? Why are you out here all alone? He asked, but received no answer. He stepped closer, noticing green slime secreting from her mouth. Whoa! He jumped back just in time to dodge a tendril as the child transformed, revealing a large red eye he recognized all too well. Looks like I found you finally. Think this would be the last time you saw me? What is your purpose in coming after me? Izuku demanded. To compensate for the embarrassment all might put me through. And your point being? What? You're a villain, at least you have a reason. He decided it was a good idea to become a laughingstock in the whole country. Yeah, I saw that, but I want to strike up a deal, kid. What kind of deal? I've been meaning to find a new host, and that kid, well, it didn't last long. No way. I want to share bodies with you. That sounds ridiculous. Why you? Go ahead and try. You have more trouble coming after you. Like what? Like me. Izuku turned to see the hero killer standing there. You. Surprise. In a flash, the eye was cut into pieces, and the villain screamed. Izuku, irritated, swung a hammer overhead to smash the eye even more, continuing until he finally stopped. Dumps, he muttered, tossing the broken hammer aside. You keep getting into trouble, Stain remarked. Not my fault. You and I need to talk. What's with everyone wanting to talk to me? I'm just trying to get to work. Good, I'll walk with you then. Izuku sighed, realizing today wasn't going to give him a break. Izuku stood before Stain, curiosity evident in his expression. So, what's the deal? Stain's gaze was intense. I know you've been the one responsible for those deaths. I thought you always knew that, Izuku replied, recalling the fighting style that had given him away. Stain sighed, a hint of empathy in his voice. I understand you've had a rough life, kid. But taking the blood of an innocent isn't the right way. I could tolerate you targeting those who wronged you, but when you involve their families, that's a different story. Izuku considered this. So you just want me to keep it to a minimum? Exactly, Stain said. If you could just eliminate the guilty and leave the innocent to survive, they would live to tell the tale of the villain who came and went, much like the Bogeyman. Izuku's eyes lit up. Interesting. The Bogeyman. That has a nice ring to it. The one who slips into the victims' homes and leaves without a trace. Like a nightmare. Yes, it's all coming together now. I can see what you're saying and I like it, Izuku concluded. Finally, Stain replied, a hint of approval in his tone. Izuku leaned in, eager to learn. So, any tips on stealth? Since your face is all over the hero's board, you might as well make it sinister, Stain advised. Just perform a curveball, be there and then vanish. Hiding is useless, but being seen will scare them. The knowledge that they cannot catch you creates enough tension to expose those who act for the right cause and those who do it for fame and corruption. Izuku nodded, determination in his eyes. I'll do it then. I won't be gentle with the display. Some fear the monster under their bed, others fear the monster in their closet, but only a few realize that the real monster sleeps inside them, waiting to be awakened. I've embraced the monster within me. With that, he departed. Meanwhile, Izumi dashed through the chaos, determined to help her friend Oaco. She had already scored 36 points, using one for all to navigate the battlefield without drawing too much attention. I have to do this for Izuku, she thought, fighting through the mechanical foes with ease. She flung one enemy toward another and punched through another with confidence, feeling proud of her training. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing her to stumble. What the? She exclaimed, looking around in confusion. Was it an earthquake? A quirk? A bomb? The answer came swiftly as a missile struck a nearby building, causing it to collapse. Izumi quickly scrambled away. Are they trying to kill us? She shouted, narrowly avoiding flying debris. The ground trembled again, and she realized it wasn't an earthquake. It was the approach of something massive. The zero-pointer, she whispered, spotting the colossal mech towering above the buildings. It began firing missiles overhead, targeting her classmates. Izumi sprang into action, determined to help those in danger. But then the mech's attention shifted to her, multiple green lasers locking onto her position. Oh no, she stuttered, watching as the mech fired micro-missiles. Channeling energy into her legs with one for all, she leaped to avoid them, but one missile came too close, launching her forward. She cried out, rolling on the ground. The sound of screaming reached her ears, and she recognized a voice all too well. Uraraka, she shouted, rushing toward the source of the cries. Izumi! Ochako's voice was strained, and Izumi's heart sank as she saw her friend trapped under rubble, an iron rod impaled in her leg, pinning her to the ground. Okay, we can get you out of this, Izumi said, sliding down to her level. I don't want to die, Ochako whimpered. You're not dying. You're not dying, Izumi reassured her, using her quirk to lift some weight off and ease the pain. But when it came to the leg, she hesitated. Oh man, she murmured, barely touching it and making Ochako groan in agony. Sorry. Tears streamed down Ochako's face. Izumi waved to Katsumi, who rushed over, but her expression shifted to one of alarm as she pointed upward. What? Izumi exclaimed, realizing the danger. The zero-pointer was looming above them, and Ochako groaned as the mech recalibrated its foot right over them. No! Izumi shouted, panic rising within her. Izumi, please help! Ochako cried, still trapped. Izumi felt frozen, unable to move as the mech prepared to stomp. Come on! Katsumi urged, but Izumi couldn't tear her eyes away from her friend. No! We can't leave her! Izumi shouted, struggling against Katsumi's grip. Ochako's cries grew more desperate, and Izumi could see the acceptance of fate in her eyes. Katsumi activated her quirk, launching them away from the danger just as the mech's foot came crashing down. No! No! Izumi screamed, realizing she had failed to save her friend. She knelt down, overwhelmed by the weight of her failure. Katsumi placed a hand on her shoulder, but Izumi smacked it away. Why did you drag me out of there? She shouted, pinning Katsumi down. Izumi! Katsumi protested. Why? Izumi's voice was filled with anguish. She was about to strike, but Shoka intervened, pulling her away. Katsumi had acted with what she thought was right, but the cost weighed heavily on Izumi's heart. The selfishness of it all stung, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she had lost someone important. The news of Ochako Uraraka's recent passing spread rapidly, much of it negative. Following the incident, her parents sought to hold the school accountable for negligence. In response, UA provided a document that stated they were not responsible and acknowledged the risks associated with the test. Unfortunately, the parents were unaware of this rule until a leak revealed that the waiver was included at the end of the written portion of the exam. Many students had signed it without fully understanding its implications. Izumi had been struggling with her emotions since the tragedy. She had promised Ochako that she wouldn't leave her, but Katsumi's influence had caused her to waver on that vow. It had been a difficult day for her, but Izuku sensed something deeper beneath the surface, something he felt compelled to investigate. Dressed in his villain outfit, Izuku found himself in the same area where the zero-pointer had caused chaos. He spoke into his earpiece. Sensei, can you hear me? Is there a reason you wanted to come here? Came the reply. Something about this doesn't add up. I want to see the body myself, he said, making his way toward the replica city that mirrored downtown Tokyo. The scale of the setup was impressive, and as he walked down the street, he noticed the stomp marks left by the zero-pointer. Each step revealed the devastation it had caused, and he marveled at how it hadn't claimed more lives. Finally, he spotted it, the decommissioned zero-pointer. Bigger than I imagined, he murmured, approaching the massive machine. He knew the cameras were watching, but he pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. Izuku examined the scene, noting that the leg of the fallen robot was still in the same position it had been left in, while other parts leaned against the building. His sensei's voice broke through his thoughts. Doesn't look too heavy for you, he said, laced with sarcasm. Izuku knew that even with his sensei's strength, moving the debris would be a challenge. He glanced around for something to help when his sensei suddenly commanded, "Hold on." A portal opened, and a purple orb struck the debris. Now hit it, his sensei instructed. Izuku took the hammer and swung it, watching as the leg crumbled like brittle material. What did you do? Izuku asked, bewildered. Something that's part of a collection, his sensei replied. Izuku didn't press further, instead focusing on removing the metal sheets and wiring. As he cleared the debris, he was struck by a horrifying sight, Ochako Uraraka's body, mangled and broken. The leg of the zero-pointer had crushed her, and he could see the damage was severe. Her limbs sagged, indicating shattered bones, and her head appeared caved in at the jaw. He worked quickly, pulling debris away and even extracting a rod from her leg. To his surprise, she flinched at the movement. She's still alive, he breathed, marveling at her will to survive. Seems the heroes made a blatant conclusion that she's dead, his sensei remarked, noting her red breathing and the blood seeping from her eyes, nose, and ears. I can relieve her of the pain, Izuku offered. No, I have something else in mind. Bring her to me. I know someone who can help her, his sensei instructed. As Izuku watched, Ochako struggled to move one of her arms, reaching out to him with a broken hand. Help, she whimpered, her speech slurred from her injuries. Izuku placed the hammer on his back and knelt beside her, scanning for any remaining debris that could cause further harm. I'm going to get you out of here, he promised. To anyone else, he might have seemed intimidating, but to her, he was her savior. He gently lifted her into his arms, and even the slightest movement caused her to grunt in pain. He began to walk away with her. Who? She managed to ask. Don't talk. You're going to be fine. I'm not leaving you, he reassured her. Those words echoed in her mind, compelling her to believe him despite her doubts. The last thing she remembered was Izumi being pulled away, leaving her alone with the man in the gas mask before everything went dark. Meanwhile, Izumi awoke, staring at her ceiling fan, which moved slowly but provided no breeze. She realized she had woken up 2 hours early and still had 3 hours before class. The nightmare of seeing Oaco crushed replayed in her mind. After discussing her fears with her parents, they comforted her, assuring her that Katsumi's actions were instinctual, driven by a longing to protect. Her father shared similar experiences, recounting the loss of his mentor and others, helping her understand the weight of such moments. God, she muttered, looking outside at the still dark sky. She decided to go jogging, hoping it would clear her mind. After changing into her workout clothes, she set out, feeling the breeze against her face as she ran through the neighborhood. The night sky transitioned to a deep blue, signaling the sun's imminent rise. As she sprinted, she noticed another figure running ahead, moving at an incredible speed. Hey, man, you're relentless. Are you a hero, a pro, or just a bodybuilder? She called out. Neither, and it's for something else. Izumi, the figure replied, turning to face her. Izuku, she exclaimed, recognizing her brother. He remained quiet, adjusting his weights while stretching. Heard about what happened yesterday, that girl, Yura something? Oaco Uraraka? Yeah, I saw her die right in front of me, Izumi replied, her voice trembling. Are you sure she's dead? All they did was look over the footage. Typical of the heroes, he said, dismissively. Why would you say that? Don't you see? I saw someone die in front of me, she shouted, frustration boiling over. People die every day. Get used to it. If you're planning to become a hero, prepare to see bodies left and right, he replied coldly. Izumi felt her anger surge. How can you say something like this? But hey, on the bright side, at least her life insurance covers her parents' debt, he added, smirking. Fuming, she charged at him, throwing a punch that he easily dodged. She continued to attack blindly, fueled by rage, but suddenly stopped, realizing the gravity of her actions. Izuku spat out blood. You done? He pushed her away and she instinctively reached for him, but he shoved her back. I didn't mean to, she stammered. You did plenty. You're growing weak, sis. You should have done the world a favor and let yourself be crushed as well. If you can't handle words like that, you're not ready. Who knows? A new villain might see this and take the opportunity to kill more, he warned. Izumi understood that he was testing her, and she had failed miserably. You best get to school if you know what's good for you, he said with a chuckle, walking away. She stood frozen, watching him disappear as the sun rose over the beach. Izuku, wait, she called, but it was too late. He was gone, leaving her to move forward. She headed back home to prepare for her first day at UA. Meanwhile, Izuku reflected on how much stronger he had become compared to her. He received a text from Nijer, a picture of her in the classroom, looking tired but smiling. He chuckled to himself as he entered the hideout. Kurojiri, sensei wishes to speak with you, along with Tamura, Kurojiri informed him. No problem, Izuku replied, heading to the back room where his sensei and Shigaraki awaited. Ah, here you are, his sensei greeted. Shigaraki put away his game. Finally. Took you long enough. Had a minor detour. Now, how's our little adversary? Izuku asked, glancing at Oaco, who lay wrapped in bandages, her limbs carefully positioned to avoid further injury. Well, his sensei began. So, you managed to land another lab rat for the doc, huh? Shigaraki remarked. If that's how you want to put it, I'm simply recycling potential goods. If it weren't for sensei, I would have just killed her, Izuku replied. And that's where the topic lies. I'm devising a project that will better help both of your missions because you share the same goal. Come, his sensei instructed, leading them into a lab. Izuku looked around, taking in the sight of test tubes, some containing people, others housing strange bird-like creatures. Ah, you seem to be here for her, correct? A short man approached, resembling a mad scientist. Izuku recognized him as the doctor who had diagnosed him as quirkless when he was 4. Izuku looked at the doctor with curiosity. So, you're showing Tamura here your assistance. What does it have to do with me? The doctor replied, the one you brought back to me doesn't meet the requirements I would want for turning her into a Nomu. Izuku frowned. What? These creatures were once human. By injecting multiple quirks, the human body cannot handle the amount injected. Some may even die from just having 2. But these ones here are perfect, having about 6 of them for now. However, the girl you brought back. He pressed a button, revealing her in a test tube, with some adjustments made to her. She has a quirk and her body isn't capable of handling the process. Wasting such a valuable quirk would be useless. Get on with it, Izuku urged. The sensei interjected, what he's saying, and my decision here, is to have you train this girl. She will be your apprentice. You will teach her everything you know so far, and that decision is final. Don't worry about living arrangements, she will be staying here. Until then you should get to work. Izuku nodded. Of course. I'm honored you trust me enough to train her. I will do my best, sensei. Shigaraki smirked. Nothing but girls with you. The sensei shot him a look. And then there's you, he said, causing Shigaraki to stiffen. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Oh. The sensei continued, you need to rethink your plans. The one you gave Kurogiri and failed to notify Midoriya about will not reflect good leadership. You will inform him of your plans, otherwise, a blatant attack on UA is not the correct approach. The same goes for you, Midoriya. If you have any suggestions, you will share them with him. Both of you are allies, both in and out of the field. Working together will get you far, but being divided is a waste of time for both of you, and for me as well. Do I have your attention? Yes, sensei, Shigaraki replied. Yes, sir, Izuku echoed. Good. Now, while I've been talking, you need to get back to work, Midoriya. And Shigaraki, think about what your games teach you. There may be some merit in the time you spend on them. Yes, sensei, Shigaraki said as he left. In the background, Izuku watched the doctor empty the test tube, draining it with a hose. As the wires came off, Oaco flopped over, making a sound that made Izuku chuckle. For goodness sake, he laughed, seeing her look like a rag doll. Good luck, Shigaraki said as he walked off. Izumi stood in front of the door to her classroom, feeling nervous and ashamed to be there. Gathering her courage, she slowly opened the door. Hey, she flinched, seeing Katsumi there. Hey, Izumi replied, noticing the bags under Katsumi's eyes and the redness on her cheeks. It was clear she had been crying. You all right? Izumi asked. Not much really. Having nightmares and regretting how much I messed up, Katsumi admitted. Listen, Katsumi, No, you were right, Izumi. I didn't make the right call yesterday. I thought more about it, and it's horrible that. Katsumi sighed, and Izumi pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry for snapping at you. I promised her I wouldn't leave her, but I did. I'm sorry for making you worry. Please, let's just move on from this and make sure nothing like this happens again. Couldn't agree more, Katsumi said, and they headed into the classroom, where her brother was yelling at a guy with glasses. The class fell silent when they entered, but they didn't care. They took their seats. Man, this is going to be awesome. Hopefully we can get through this. Please don't jinx it. Enough. A voice interrupted, and they all stopped talking, trying to find the source. Izumi looked around. They saw a yellow bean bag rise up, turning to reveal a tired-looking man. Beach, one of the girls shouted. Quiet, he said, unzipping the bag to reveal his full figure. I'm your teacher, Mr. Aizawa. I will be your teacher for your entire time here at UA. It took you about 8 seconds to quiet down. Now, get changed and head out to the field. You have about 14 minutes, so move it. The room remained silent, and he pinched his nose. That means, now, he yelled, causing the students to scramble for the door. Izumi wondered if this would be her whole year and hoped it wouldn't be, but things never seemed to go well for her. Oaco stirred awake, feeling groggy and sore all over, especially in her leg. She tried to sit up but winced in pain and flopped back down on her bed. Ow, 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 she muttered, unsure how she had survived the zero-pointer. The man in the gas mask had brought her somewhere. Was she a hostage? A prisoner? Okay, Oaco, you can figure this out. Just need to think for a moment, she muttered to herself. Suddenly, she heard doors opening. Turning her head was difficult, but she managed to look as the masked figure entered, wheezing as he approached her with a tray. Oh, who are you? Where am I? She asked, eyeing the soup and drink he set down. The aroma was delicious. Minestrone and some tea. Since you're pretty much incapacitated, he said, pulling up a chair next to her. Then he removed his mask, and Oaco was taken aback. She stammered. You seem flustered, he noted. Who are you again? She asked, trying to process everything. Izuku looked at Oaco, a hint of seriousness in his voice. It seems we've gone without introductions. I am Izuku Midoriya, a fellow member of the League of Villains. Oaco shivered at the mention of the group, sensing the danger it represented. What does it stand for? She asked, her curiosity piqued despite her fear. You saw the outfit. Take a guess, he replied, a hint of challenge in his tone. As she examined him more closely, her expression turned pale. The stains and remnants of a recent struggle were evident, and her gaze fell upon a heavy hammer in the corner. The one who harmed those students, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. Izuku shrugged. Students? I merely repaid a favor. Not like you have much to say about it, considering you were pronounced dead right away. They didn't even check if you were alive in the rubble. Waff, Oaco was taken aback. Why don't you take a look? He handed her a mirror. As she grasped it with her free hand, she gasped at her reflection. Bandages covered her body, some stained red, and she could see stitches peeking through. What did they do to me? She whispered in shock. We did nothing. We saved your life, Izuku explained. Your injuries were severe. Broken bones in multiple areas, ruptured organs, even your left lung was punctured. It was astounding you survived. I would have thought you were Russian at first glance. Oaco's eyes widened. So, what happened to me? Surgery. They performed a total bone replacement. The doctor removed the shattered bones in your arm, leg, jaw, and ribs, replacing them with a titanium alloy. Your knee joints were also replaced because a tendon was nearly torn completely. If you had gone to a regular hospital, they would have deemed you beyond saving. But the doctor and I did our best to keep you alive. Did all of that for me? She asked, her voice softening. Yes, he confirmed. Why would you do that? Aren't you a villain? She questioned, confusion evident in her eyes. Being a villain doesn't mean I lack morals. If I shared my life story, you might understand why I made those choices. But that's beside the point. I need you to take off your shirt, he instructed, concern etched on his face. What? She stammered, her cheeks flushing. Please, you have a bandage covering your torso. I need to check the incision on your back to ensure it doesn't get infected. I promise that's all I intend to do, he assured her, his tone sincere. For some reason, she felt compelled to trust him. Okay, but that's it, she agreed reluctantly. Fine by me, he replied as she slowly removed her shirt, feeling a mix of vulnerability and necessity. He retrieved a flashlight and carefully examined her bandages. I'm going to apply some antibiotic ointment on your back. The stitching came undone when you sat up, he explained, his voice steady. Sorry, she murmured, feeling guilty. There's nothing to apologize for. You just woke up in a strange place. I don't blame you for anything, he reassured her, gently applying the ointment. She felt the roughness of his hands, calloused and worn, hinting at a life of hardship. Did you work in construction? She asked, curious. My hands are scarred, but it's not from that. I've been through a lot, things I don't want to discuss. Just know my hands aren't the only part of me that's been affected, he replied, his gaze distant as if recalling painful memories. Izuku felt a mix of emotions as he observed Oaco, who was recovering from her injuries. He knew she had been through a lot, and he wanted to help her heal, both physically and mentally. Everything below my neck is like that. So don't let the face fool you, he said, trying to lighten the mood. Oaco looked at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. But it means you survived, right? Izuku paused, trying to understand her question. What do you mean? You seem to know a lot about it. You can relate to a lot of people, she explained. I guess. Hang on, he replied, focusing on the task at hand. He carefully adjusted the medical tape on her skin, and she winced slightly. Sorry. Had to redo the procedure. All right, I'm finished. He wrapped the last piece of tape around her. You can put the shirt back on. That was literally the only thing I needed to do, he said, handing her a bowl of food. Thank you, she replied, grateful for his help. Use a spoon. I learned it's best to try minestrone like this, he suggested, handing her one. As she scooped up some soup and tasted it, a look of relief washed over her. I take it meets your standards? Izuku asked with a small smile. This is the best thing I've eaten in a while, she said, taking another bite. Well, you can thank our local mother, Kurojiri. I call him that because that's how he acts, honestly, he said, chuckling. Please tell him thank you, she replied, her spirits lifting. I'll be sure to do that. The reason I'm here. To finally answer your question. It's because I have been appointed your teacher, and you are my apprentice, he said, his tone serious. Apprentice? You mean for being a villain? Oaco asked, her expression shifting. You could say that. Have you seen what it's like out there? The cruelty of the world. It's suffering to deal with, he explained. But why are they making me a villain? She questioned, confusion evident in her voice. Because it was either that or become a guinea pig for the doctor's twisted experiment, claiming your body was weak and couldn't even survive the preparation stage. Instead of having you killed, my sensei appointed me as your teacher. This way, I'll teach you everything you need to know about fighting, strategic lessons, and help you recover. Starting tomorrow, I need to help you walk, he said, determination in his voice. Oh, I see, she said, looking down. Was this where her life was leading her? She had dreams of becoming a hero, to help her family and everyone in need. And here was this boy, telling her that the same people she aspired to be had just abandoned her. Let me ask you something. What was the last thing you saw before that zero-pointer stepped on you? He asked gently. Oaco recalled the moment vividly. I was crying out for help. screaming. My throat was burning, but I didn't care. When that missile hit the building next to me, I was knocked over, and the first debris hit my leg. I tried to use my quirk, but then the rest came, rendering me helpless. I cried out to a girl I met on the way in, Izumi Yagi. She was the one who came to my aid, telling me she wouldn't leave me. But she did. The last thing I saw was her being pulled out of there by her friend, a blonde girl. And then I woke up to seeing you. But this time, you helped me. Izuku clenched his fist, feeling a surge of anger. He knew both sides of the story now, and it frustrated him that she had been abandoned. But he calmed himself. She was here now, alive. He vowed to make sure she would be the best fighter in their group. Well then, you best get some rest, alright? He said, patting her shoulder before getting up. So, it's normally cold down here? She asked, a hint of concern in her voice. He chuckled softly. I'll have Kurojiri bring up extra sheets. Thanks, she replied, a small smile forming. See you around, Oaco, he said as he exited the room. What just happened? She wondered aloud. Meanwhile, Aizawa stood before a group of students, observing their lack of discipline. Seems that 14 minutes is not even enough time for all of you to be here in line and quiet, he said, irritation evident in his voice. As much as it's the first day, I'm willing to let one slide. When I say you go get changed, you change. No chit-chat among your friends or trying to make friends. This is a hero school, and if you cannot follow simple rules, you may as well leave. He walked past each student, scrutinizing them. Izumi remained unfazed, keeping her cool. Today is a quirk assessment test, where you will test and assess the usage of your quirk and figure out how to improve it. I know some of you may have quirks that aren't suitable for this test, but rest assured, you will have a chance to explain how it can be utilized in your favor. For now, treat it like any normal fitness test. Katsumi, you're the one who seemed to score the highest on the test. Step forward into the circle here, Aizawa instructed. Katsumi walked up, stepping into the circle. Have you ever thrown a ball to see how far it can go? Aizawa asked. Yes, she replied, eyeing him cautiously. He handed her a ball. Try that very same test, but this time I want you to use your quirk. She nodded, concentrating as she prepared to throw. Arsh! She shouted, releasing a small explosion that propelled the ball far into the distance. Aizawa took out a device to show the results. 748 meters, he announced. The students were impressed, knowing that using their quirks in public was generally forbidden. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the tension. Oh cool, this is going to be so much fun. The group turned to see a girl with pink hair and yellow horns, shivering as Aizawa remained silent. Would anyone care to repeat what I just heard? Aizawa asked, his tone icy. No one dared to speak. Sir, I believe one of the students said it was going to be fun, which, in my viewpoint, is not the case for a prestigious school like this, Lita said, trying to defend the group. Aizawa raised his hand. I asked for what's been said, not a whole philosophy lesson. If that's how you all think this class is going to be, then I'll make it a game. For the upcoming tests, know that whoever ends up in last place will be the one I send home. That's totally unfair, another student protested. Natural disasters, villain attacks, the incident with the zero-pointer malfunctioning. These things are never fair. They don't give us a chance to prepare. If you can't bring what's expected of you here, you might as well go home alive, rather than have your family identify you in a body bag. Know this, Aizawa said, his voice firm. Izumi sighed internally, feeling the weight of his words. Aizawa, I'm not here to babysit you. Get over here, he called out, his tone sharp. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, Izuku found himself in a conversation with Shigaraki. Why am I here? Izuku asked, noticing Shigaraki engrossed in a game. I have a plan, Shigaraki replied, his tone serious. And it's not half-baked? Izuku questioned. Not completely. You want to hear it or not? Shigaraki asked. Go for it then, Izuku said, intrigued. I know that All Might is a teacher at that school, and I heard there will be reporters at the front gates. That's an open opportunity, Shigaraki explained. To kill him? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. Not yet. Hold up. The plan is simple. Inside UA, they spent most of their budget on the robot that supposedly killed that girl you're training. Because of it, they have a very novice security system. They likely have a data room with the info we need to better plan for this, Shigaraki elaborated. Alright, so what does it have to do with me? Izuku inquired. Your girlfriend. Can you ask her to sneak you in or possibly try to sneak in under the pretense of wanting to see her? Shigaraki suggested. No, she may be airheaded, but she's not stupid. She'll find out right away, Izuku replied. So what do you think? Shigaraki pressed. Well, for starters, we have a foundation of a plan, so that's good on your behalf. If I had to guess where this data room is, I'd say the 5th floor, Izuku stated. Why there? Shigaraki asked. Where else do heroes teach? On the 5th floor with heroes in training. It's a defended area. If you can use your quirk to destroy the locks on the gate, the journalists rushing in could provide a long enough distraction to get in and out quickly, Izuku explained. Maybe they'll send more heroes to defuse the situation. Is it possible to spread rumors about the gathering? Shigaraki asked. I could do that, but it has to be discreet. I can pass it along, Izuku agreed. What about your girlfriend? Should you end up running into her? Shigaraki asked. I'll think of something along the way, Izuku replied, determined. Saying something like that doesn't make it any better for you, Shigaraki said, shaking his head. Whatever. Probably just a quick one, Izuku muttered. Really? You're a pain, Shigaraki remarked. At least I can say it, Izuku shot back. Alright, so that's one. What about the cameras? They must have some form of surveillance, Izuku pondered. That's a tricky one. Could a hat be enough? Or does a mask have to do? Shigaraki suggested. Likely both. Maybe just my gas mask to hide my face and avoid being influenced by a quirk, Izuku replied. Unneeded protection, but it's better to be safe. So, quick recap, after this talk, you'll spread information about the gathering at UA regarding All Might's recent employment. Once that's set up, you and I will be in the middle of the chaos. I'll use my quirk to destroy the gates and the lock, letting the journalists in to do whatever they need. You'll sneak off to find the 5th floor without being caught. Don't worry about the security cameras, I'll find them to ensure we don't get caught. Get to the data room, steal whatever seems useful, and we'll escape via portal. But we'll have to give Kurogyari the coordinates of where we are, Shigaraki concluded. Sounds good to me, Izuku said, feeling a sense of purpose. Once it's done, we head back to the hideout, get the info, and plan another attack to get a head start on everything. Shigaraki added, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Izuku felt a surge of confidence as he declared, I'm good. Sounds insane. But I think this will really work, he added, his voice trailing off as he suddenly heard clapping in the background. Well done, you two. I knew I could place my faith in you both. You devised a plan for your goal, proving you are serious about this, no matter what, their sensei praised them. Izuku and Shigaraki both bowed respectfully. I look forward to seeing how this will play out for you too. Good luck, the sensei concluded before the call ended. Izuku sighed, more pressure added, good for you? Shigaraki shrugged, why not? Great, Izuku muttered. Hey Midoriya, I need you to help out. Those orders aren't going to deliver themselves, the chef called, handing him an apron to keep his clothes clean. Couldn't be more perfect, Izuku replied, heading out to serve the first customers. Hello there. Who ordered the Alfredo? He asked, setting the dish down at the table. That would be me, sir, the customer replied. Ah, here you are. Be careful, the plate is slightly hot. Any plans for tonight? Izuku asked. Not really, just out for dinner. How about you? Heard anything interesting? The customer inquired. Well, I shouldn't be saying this, but I've heard that there's a gathering at UA regarding something about All Might being a teacher there, Izuku shared. A teacher? I don't believe it, the customer scoffed. But it doesn't hurt to check, right? Izuku suggested. I suppose not. Well, thank you for the information, young man, the customer said. It's my pleasure, sir. Please enjoy your meal, Izuku replied before heading back to the kitchen. More orders here, the chef shouted, ringing the bell. Izuku quickly grabbed the next set of orders and brought them out. I apologize for the wait. Our cooks are doing their best since tonight is a bit busy, he explained to the customers. He continued this routine for hours, and soon he had about 50 people confirmed to attend the gathering. One of them was an enthusiastic All Might fan, which made Izuku chuckle, remembering how he used to be. Eventually, he was called back to the bar, his favorite spot. He put on a show for the patrons, noticing some getting a bit tipsy. He slipped in mentions of the gathering, hoping to keep the excitement alive. Midoriya, I need you back here please, his boss said, and Izuku took a seat while the other bartender filled in for him. You need me, boss? Izuku asked, noticing his boss's striking white hair, which gave him a wizard-like appearance. I've been hearing about a gathering going around. Are you spreading the rumor? His boss questioned. Not exactly what I've been saying, but what I've been told, sir, Izuku clarified. Right. So if I go out there and ask them, they'll say they told you this. I'm certain, sir. I only wish to help the business in any way I can. I have no reason to commit such behavior, Izuku assured him. I know you're a good kid, a bit troubled but a good one. Anyway, that's not why I needed you here. I just got a call from your school requesting your termination because you attacked a student? What's that about? That was about 3 months ago, sir. I should mention that he attacked me first. That's usually how things go for me there, Izuku explained. I can see that. Is that why you're working more hours? You're expelled? His boss asked. Yes, sir. But don't worry, I'm getting the best education I can from someone who believes in me. He's been teaching me what I need to know, so this won't change anything about my work, Izuku reassured him. Very well then. Just keep me informed. I know there are boundaries, but this is important for figuring out your schedule, his boss said. Will do, sir, Izuku replied with a bow before heading back to the bar, unknowingly picking up the phone. You caught that, sir? He heard his boss say. Yes, and from what I can see, he would make a fine addition to our bar here, his boss continued. Splendid, came the response. Make sure you tell him. I need to know his decision, his boss concluded before hanging up. Nijer pouted, puffing up her cheeks as she stared at the clock, shaking her foot in anticipation. She just wanted to rush out of class to see Izuku, but had to wait what felt like an eternity. Come on, she urged, her agitation growing. Hey, calm down, her longtime best friend, Yuhea, said beside her. Sorry, Yu, but I just want to leave already. Nijer exclaimed, pretending to cry. Please, as if 1 minute is going to end the world for you. Besides, he's not going anywhere. He has, another hour before he leaves for the day. Yu pointed out. That's the point. I just want to pick on him and distract him, Nijer insisted. Is that your only reason? Yu asked with a sigh. Well, I just want to see him in general. Looking at books hurts my eyes. I want to look at something nice and handsome. And green. And cute. Sorry, am I rambling? Nijer admitted. No, continue. I want to know his blood type all the way down to the very first molecule that started his existence, Yu teased. Phooey. Nijer replied, rolling her eyes. Honestly, just calm down. It's going to pass over in 30 seconds, Yu said. What? That's the longest 30 seconds ever. Are they slowing the clocks? Do they have a very slow clock? Nijer exclaimed, her impatience palpable. Is the battery dead? Is it just the brand itself? Or are they using it to mess with us? Yu exclaimed, her frustration evident. I honestly ignored half of those questions, Nijer replied, rolling her eyes. See? Yu shot back just as the bell rang. Yeesh, couldn't it be any louder, Nijer? Mirio commented, smirking. Should have just announced to the world about Midoriya, Tamaki added, his tone dry. I've never seen or heard of Midoriya from you guys. Nijer, why don't you talk about him to me? Yu asked, genuinely curious. I know you're going to evaluate him and then ask a lot of personal questions that might seem out of line for him. But since he can keep up with the questions I asked, he might have answers for all of them. So, do you want to come meet him? Nijer suggested enthusiastically. Do you ever breathe? Yu asked, half joking. You asked me that already back when we were kids? Nijer replied, a hint of laughter in her voice. Yeah, and I still can't figure it out. Yu said, strolling out of the school grounds. They were all heading home, but the guys wanted to see Yu's reaction to Izuku. So, how do you think it's going to go? Mirio asked, glancing at Tamaki. I don't know. She may like him or not, or just be blunt as usual, Tamaki replied thoughtfully. I bet 50 yen she's going to like him, Mirio declared confidently. I'm not betting, Tamaki said firmly. Why not? Mirio pressed. I want to save, not gamble, Tamaki replied. Oh well, how about a dare? If you win the bet, I'll wear anything you tell me to wear, Mirio suggested with a grin. Alright, and if you win I'll do something. I don't know, you think of it, Tamaki said, considering the offer. Alright, shake hands to seal the deal, Mirio said, extending his hand, and they shook on it. Alright, now let's see this guy, Yu said as they approached the restaurant. Hey Suji. Nijer waved at the front attendant. Ah, Miss Hato, hello. And the same goes to you, Sir Togata and Tamaki. Is this person with you? Suji asked, nodding toward Yu. Is Izuku around? Nijer inquired eagerly. Oh dear, I'm very sorry, Nijer, but he's not here right now, Suji replied apologetically. What do you mean he's not here? He's scheduled for today and leaves in 30 minutes. Nijer exclaimed, her worry growing. Well, he had a talk with the boss about something important and has been dismissed for the day. I'm sorry he's not here, Suji explained. Wow, he didn't tell you at all? Yu remarked, surprised. Guess not. Is he mad? Did I do something? Did he do something? Or did we do something? Why am I so scared about this? Is this normal? Nijer asked, her anxiety palpable. Okay, calm down. Look, let's just call him up and see from there, Mirio suggested, trying to reassure her. Oh my, I forgot. He left his phone here. If you see him, please return it to him, Suji added, looking concerned. Mirio sighed, face-palming at the situation. Well, call off the bet for now then. You guys bet on something like this? Yu asked, raising an eyebrow. It's something completely different, I promise you the results are going to be worth it, Mirio replied with a grin. I'm on to you, Yu said, smirking. Nijer looked down, feeling sad. Where did he go? Meanwhile, Izuku was deep in thought. So it seems the whole thing is going to happen in an hour. Not worried about your little dove? Shigaraki asked, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. She's a big girl, Izuku replied, rolling his eyes. You sure leaving early for this is a good idea? She won't get suspicious about it at all? Shigaraki pressed. Well yeah. But hey, the third years get to leave early, so the top floor is going to be pretty much empty. That's a pro, Izuku explained. Stick to the plan. Nothing changes. We go in and out, no problems, no crumbs to follow up on, Shigaraki instructed. Alright, I got it. So, you ready? Izuku asked, putting on his gas mask and a couple of other items to blend in with the media people. Let's get this setup mission started then, Shigaraki replied, determination in his voice. Izuku and Shigaraki approached the front gates of UA High, where a large crowd had gathered, creating a chaotic scene for the staff trying to navigate through. People were shoving each other, yelling questions, and expressing their frustrations. As they made their way through the throng, they faced some backlash from the reporters, who were curious about the masked figures among them. With a shared understanding, Shigaraki touched the front locks while Izuku worked on the hinges of the gates. Once they were free, they kicked the gates down and rushed forward, demanding to see All Might. Soon, more pro-heroes began to emerge. Shigaraki glanced at Izuku, who nodded, signaling it was his turn. Shigaraki slipped away from the crowd, finding another entrance. He kicked open a door, its sound drowned out by the commotion outside. Excitement bubbled within him as he entered the school, noting the surprisingly lax security with only a few cameras monitoring certain areas. He took a right and headed up the east staircase. Reaching the third floor, he spotted a couple of students coming down and quickly ducked behind a door, pressing against the wall. Their conversation kept them distracted, allowing him to sneak past and ascend to the fourth floor. As he moved, he encountered one of the teachers, Midnight, who was engaged in conversation with other staff members, her behavior drawing attention. Izuku rolled his eyes at her antics and continued on, opting for a less-used staircase that led away from the food court, where he saw a girl with earphone jacks for ears. He thought to himself that she might have enhanced hearing and decided to tread carefully. Suddenly, an alarm blared, announcing a level 3 threat. Izuku pondered what a level 1 threat might be if reporters were merely littering. Climbing to the 5th floor, he found it empty, which eased his worries about being caught, though cameras still monitored his every move. He reached the door to the data room only to find it locked. Instead of picklocking, he decided to break the glass window, pulling it off the hinges and tossing it aside. The alarm escalated to a level 4 threat, indicating an intruder. Shigaraki's voice came through, irritated by the rising alarm. What are you doing? You're supposed to just retrieve a file, not cause a scene. Izuku replied simply, reasons, as he spotted the computer. Time was of the essence, so he ripped the computer and server from their place, sending the location to Kurogiri before leaping out of the window, not caring about the noise he was making. His heavy breaths echoed through the mask, creating an illusion of distress. He spotted the portal and tossed the computer and server inside, turning back to find Shigaraki. Don't worry about me, I'll find a different way out, Shigaraki called out. Izuku shook his head, determined to help. He rushed around the building, noticing the food court in disarray. Was this truly the future of pro-heroes in Japan? Izuku shook his head, feeling a mix of frustration and concern as he observed the chaotic scene around him. Go around the corner. The portal will appear, he instructed Shigaraki, guiding him through the throng of reporters who were completely absorbed in their pursuit of the heroes. As they finally slipped through the portal, both of them collapsed onto the ground. Stealth isn't really our thing, not going to lie, Shigaraki admitted, brushing himself off. Agreed, Izuku replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Next time, I'm going to hire someone, Shigaraki declared. You do that then, Izuku said, extending his hand to help Shigaraki up. Shigaraki gripped his hand but lifted his pinky, a smug expression crossing his face, aware of the implications. Izuku began to fidget, his hands diving into his pockets as he scanned the bar area, a place he usually avoided. What are you doing? Shigaraki asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm trying to find my phone, Izuku replied, his search growing more frantic. Kurogiri interjected, it's not here if you're wondering. During your little mission, I cleaned up the place and found nothing that belonged to you. Great. Did I drop it at the school? Izuku's worry intensified. If someone found his phone there, it could lead to trouble. Whatever. I'm going to play games. You deal with it, Shigaraki said, turning to leave. Ugh, this is frustrating. Izuku exclaimed, his panic rising. Kurogiri then offered the League's phone. Perhaps you should call your work? Kurogiri suggested, handing it to him. Izuku took the phone and dialed, listening as it rang. Hello there, this is the Picasso Bar and Grill. How may I help you? Came the voice on the other end. Suji, Izuku responded, relief flooding through him. Ah, Midoriya. Are you calling about your phone? Suji asked, and Izuku let out a sigh of relief. Yeah. Do you have it? You just missed your girlfriend, she picked it up for you. I suggest asking her for it, Suji replied. Izuku face-bombed. Thank you. No problem, Suji said before hanging up. Well, at least it's not at UA, and my girlfriend has it, Izuku noted. Shall I locate her through her phone? Kurojairi offered. Putting a tracker on my girlfriend is not something I'm comfortable with. But go ahead, Izuku relented, entering the coordinates. He discovered she was at Kiyoshi Mall. Of course. Well then, I'm off now. Let me know if anything comes up, he said, determination in his voice. No worries, young Midoriya. Just resolve your issues, Kurojairi replied. What? Izuku asked, confused, before stepping through the portal. With a sigh, he exited and dashed through the streets, hoping to reach her before she left. Meanwhile, Aizawa was dealing with yet another headache. He had faced many in his life, but this particular situation made him want to retreat into a dark corner. He sat with the other staff members, including Principal Nizu, the small chimera. Now then, it seems we had a little intruder among us, Nizu began. You don't say, Aizawa replied dryly. Regardless, it's no issue for me. They acted recklessly, even taking the actual server and computer. I still don't understand why they took the monitor, Nizu continued. Who were they? Another staff member asked. Nizu activated a projector, displaying images of the masked intruders, one outside and the other who had infiltrated the school. So far, we don't have a connection to them yet, but there's one crucial detail. Look at the one who entered the building. Doesn't he seem familiar? Nizu prompted, and the staff leaned in closer, noting the intruder's towering height and the way his clothing concealed his identity. They watched as he ripped the reinforced door off its hinges. Is it a strength quirk? Aizawa speculated. Not sure, but that's not the point. Keep watching, Nizu urged. As the figure turned to face the camera, recognition dawned on them. It was the villain they had been trying to catch for the past 6 months, a notorious figure known for his violent spree. They all exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Why was he there in the first place? Midnight looked at the screen in disbelief. How did we not see this? She asked, watching footage of one of their colleagues flirting with the other staff members. Oh, she added, realizing the implications. Nizu, the principal, responded, oh indeed. Now then, on to the next problem. What they stole was our schedule for the upcoming events planned for the year. You say, the sports festival, the winter festival, everything. The villains must have a reason for wanting this information, but we don't yet know who they are. Aizawa, the homeroom teacher, frowned as he noted the video of one of the intruders jumping out a window. Did anyone see where they went? They made quite a loud exit. Nizu shook his head. No, other than this. He switched to another piece of footage, showing the intruders walking into a wall and disappearing. Is there no other angle? Aizawa asked, frustrated. Only the one we have right now, Nizu replied. Great, so it's pretty much a dead end, Midnight remarked. Nizu continued, well, we can see that they are likely villains in the making. We will proceed with the schedule, but knowing they could attack at any of these events is concerning. I'll make a note of it, Aizawa said, his expression serious. Same here, Midnight agreed. Me 3, added another staff member. Good. I've also notified the others, so don't worry. Are dismissed. As they stood up to leave, Nizu glanced back at the footage of the door being ripped off. He replayed it, noticing the intruder struggling with the door. Interesting, he murmured to himself. Izumi sighed as she walked outside through the now-destroyed gates. God, kill me please, she muttered, unable to believe what had happened. Reporters had infiltrated the school, and she couldn't stand the chaos. Although she and Lita had managed to calm the crowd during lunch, the threat level had risen from 3 to 4, indicating that someone had breached the school's security. When they reached the 5th floor, they found a broken window and a door ripped off its hinges, with police investigating and asking students questions. Even her classmate Kyokajair hadn't noticed anything unusual during the incident. As if that wasn't enough, Izumi was also dealing with the class president election. Lita had won first place, and she couldn't understand why she had come in second. In the end, she decided to give her position to Momo Yaoyorozu, who seemed perfect in everyone's eyes. Walking home, she stumbled upon an unusual scene. Katsumi was handing money to Shoka, who then passed it to Shoto. You, Izumi said, confused as they turned to look at her. Katsumi explained, if you're wondering, I lost a bet. Shoka added, it was about who Izuku was going to date. Shoto chimed in, she voted for herself. Katsumi thought it was someone else, but I said it was someone his age, so I won. And why wasn't I notified about this? Izumi asked, exasperated. Bakugo shrugged. Because we couldn't care less about it. You too. Izumi shot back. I bet the nerd wasn't going to find anyone. Bakugo said, handing his share of the money to Shoto. The nerve of you guys, Izumi huffed. So, what's the plan? Mall as always? Shoto asked. Shoka replied, I mean it's the only other place near the train home. Izumi nodded. Oddly enough, a lot of things happen whenever we go there. Hopefully this will be the last, Katsumi said. Or not, Shoka added with a smirk. Either way, let's go, Izumi said, leading the way toward the area, knowing they were bound to encounter some drama again. Chapter end. Izuku finally arrived at the mall, feeling tired from his day. As he stepped inside, he noticed it was bustling with students, particularly from UA, who were there to pick up supplies for their training. He didn't pay much attention to the crowd and made his way to the usual hangout spot where he spotted his friends, Mirio, Tamaki, and a girl he didn't recognize. Nijer, he called out, rushing toward her. She was about to stand up with a smile, but her friend pulled her back down, causing Nijer to frown. So this is the boyfriend I've been hearing about, the girl said, eyeing Izuku. Izuku glanced at the other two, shaking his head, not wanting to get caught in the middle of whatever was happening. And who are you? He asked, folding his arms as he scrutinized her. Yuyu Heya. You can just call me Heya. I'm Nijire's best friend since childhood, she replied confidently. Oh, nice to meet you. Izuku Midoriya, we know. Nijire talks a lot about you, Yuyu interrupted. Then why isn't she talking to me right now? Izuku asked, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. Oh, it's because, Nijire started, but Yuyu quickly covered her mouth. Because you left your phone at the restaurant and she couldn't find you anywhere. She was worried, Yuyu explained. Listen, I'm really sorry about that. I just want to talk to her, Izuku said earnestly. I know she can be a bit of an airhead, Yuyu said, glancing at Nijire, who looked confused. Huh. Nijire responded. Sorry, but I can tell when trouble is brewing, and to be honest, I don't like you, Yuyu stated bluntly. Oh sweetheart, you have no idea how many people dislike me, Izuku replied with a wry smile. Are you in trouble with the law? Yuyu asked, raising an eyebrow. Not exactly, Izuku admitted, though it was a complicated situation. Yuyu scrutinized his expressions and body language. Izuku thought to himself that this was getting ridiculous. He pulled a small card from his pocket. What's that? Yuyu asked, intrigued. A gift card, he replied. Really? You think that will make it up to her? Yuyu questioned, unimpressed. It's enough yen for her to get free sweets for a whole week, Izuku explained. Ooh. Nijire exclaimed, reaching for it, but Yuyu stopped her. Remember, you're supposed to be upset. Yuyu whispered in her ear. I am. Nijire asked, smacking her forehead as she realized her mistake. I take it this conversation isn't going as you wanted, Izuku said, observing the scene. Yuyu sighed, and Nijire finally removed Yuyu's hand from her mouth. Look, Yu, I know you're looking out for me, but I was only upset for 30 minutes. Plus, I daydreamed a bit, and he's the best boyfriend I've ever had. Izuku smiled, surprised by her words. Didn't think you felt that way about me. Shoo, she replied, silencing him playfully. Yeah, but you know how guys are. They only want one thing in life that they truly longing over everything else. Yuyu insisted. Love. Izuku suggested, earning a glare from Yuyu. Wait, am I like that? Mirio asked, looking puzzled. I don't even know, dude, Tamaki added. Izuku shook his head. Here's the thing, I could care less about whatever you're suggesting. Nijire and I have started off slow and have a stable relationship. She's my first girlfriend, and I think it's going well. This was just a mistake, I forgot my phone, but I called my work and they said you had it. But one question remains, how did you know we were here? Yu asked, still skeptical. Izuku smirked. Simple. I know the usual routes and places we go. The mall was the last place I thought to check since she likes to turn in early for school. But at least I found you. Yuyu studied him again, noticing the genuine smile he had for Nijire, who smiled back. She finally let go of her protective stance. Well, I was sad you left work early, Nijire admitted. I had a meeting with my boss and he let me go home early, Izuku explained. Did you get fired? Nijire asked, her eyes wide. Nah, it might be something similar to a promotion, he replied casually. Do bartenders get promotions? Like become a super bartender? Nijire asked, tilting her head. Not sure, maybe something at an agency, he said, sitting beside her and handing her the card while holding her hand. I'm really sorry for making you upset. Oh, it's alright. Yuyu was just being overprotective as usual, Nijire said, smiling at her friend. For good reasons. Yuyu interjected. Well, I'm glad that blew over, Izuku said, leaning in to give Nijire a gentle kiss. So, are we going to get food or not? Mirio asked, breaking the moment. Please, you could have gotten food during this whole conversation, Yuyu replied, rolling her eyes. But it was getting interesting, Tamaki said, defending Mirio. Unbelievable, Yuyu muttered. Izuku chuckled. So, do you want to get some sweets? He asked Nijire. Yeah, she replied enthusiastically. Hey, what about us? Yuyu called out as they started to walk away. Well, I bought last time, Mirio said. Same here, Tamaki added. Why do I even try? Yu sighed. So, you saw a bunch of reporters at UA? Nijer asked Izuku. Yep, and they managed to get through, I guess, he answered. Just to ask All Might a few questions and not schedule an appointment like normal people, Nijer remarked. That's the gist of it, Izuku agreed. Oof, Nijer said, shaking her head. Let me make it up to you, Izuku said, pulling her closer. A bit much in public, don't you think? Nijer asked, glancing around. Let them look, Izuku replied, leaning in closer. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for a sweet moment. Nijer opened her eyes to find a cookie in her mouth. I bought some from the pastry shop, Izuku said, smiling as she took a bigger bite. You tease, she replied, enjoying the treat. Suddenly, Izuku's phone began to ring from her pocket. Oh. Here you go, she said, handing him the phone. He answered it. You forgot to teach your student how to walk, the voice on the other end said. Izuku sighed. Right now. All part of being a great leader and influencer. When you have time, come here. She is resting for the time being. Yes, Izuku replied, feeling a mix of frustration and obligation. Work? Nijer asked, noticing his expression. Nah, I can hold off for now. Let me just have this moment with you, he said, still smiling. A flashback crossed his mind, where his mentor had warned him about the dangers of his bond with Nijer. At some point, you will have to cut ties with her, Izuku, the mentor had said, pouring a cup of tea. Izuku had remained silent, contemplating the weight of those words. I know you have developed a deep bond with this girl, but she poses a danger to your goals. Do you still have the means to confront your family? Yes, he had admitted, feeling the gravity of the situation. Do you still wish to bring vengeance upon those who have wronged you? Yes, he replied, his determination unwavering. Are you willing to harm this girl you care for if she stands in your way? The question lingered in his mind, a haunting reminder of the choices he would eventually have to make. The flashback faded, and Nijer waved her hand in front of him. Zuzu? You alright? What are you thinking? Is it about work? Or about today? Maybe Yu was too harsh on you? Or is it me? I'm fine. Just thinking about something personal. Not about work or today. Yu's methods were reasonable, and it's never you that's a problem, he reassured her. Nijer nodded, though she could sense something deeper troubling him. Izuku continued to watch her, realizing that she would soon become a full-fledged pro-hero, while he felt destined to be the villain. The thought of her in danger haunted him, and he hugged her tightly, feeling tears escape his eyes. Hey, what's going on? She asked, concerned. Meanwhile, Oaco struggled to sit up in her bed, trying to regain her strength. It's wise to just let it be for now, Kurojiri said as he entered the room, adjusting her bed for her comfort. Ouch, she grunted as she leaned back down. Now, try to pull on me to sit up more, he instructed, and she managed to do so, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Good, he said, encouraging her. Another one for the history books, right? She joked, trying to lighten the mood. If you say so, Kurojiri chuckled. Ready for another mark? He brought out a walker and set it in front of her. Oaco took a deep breath, determined to stand. With Kurojiri's assistance, she slowly rose to her feet, feeling the weight of her body. Dorush. Take it slow, he advised as she took her first steps, each one feeling like a monumental effort. Good, now head back to the bed, he encouraged, and she turned, focusing on her goal. Finally, she made it back to the bed, exhausted but proud of her progress. Good, we made some good progress. You're capable of walking and likely will regain your strength if we keep up with the routine, Kurojiri said, adjusting her bed for her comfort. Get some rest. You're going to need it, he added, leaving her with water and pain medication within reach. Izuku was right. Kurojiri was like a guardian, making sure she was comfortable. Maybe everything would work out in the end. Izumi entered the classroom, feeling the weight of the day ahead. She took her seat and sighed, recalling the earlier events that had left her feeling drained. Hey, she said, approaching her friends who were hiding behind a wall at the mall. Izumi, come here, Katsumi whispered urgently. What's going on with them? Shoka asked, peering ahead. Izumi followed their gaze and saw Izuku hugging Nijer, who was comforting him. He was crying. Were they breaking up? The day was just beginning, and the uncertainty loomed over them all. Bakugo muttered to himself. Finally, he realizes he's not as important as he thinks, but Katsumi quickly smacked him on the arm. Shoka, observing the scene, chimed in, No, I think it's something else. As they continued to hug, he smiled, and Katsumi returned the smile. Then they noticed their other friends nearby, along with one more person. Izumi looked confused. Huh. Izuku spoke up, sometimes I wonder if you guys wouldn't mind me calling you my own family. His words struck a chord in her heart. Nijer exclaimed, Ah, as she jumped onto him. Mirio added, No problem, man. We're going to stick together no matter what. Yu raised an eyebrow, Since when did I agree to this? Tamaki replied, Since now. Katsumi glanced back at Izumi, who had started to cry and suddenly ran off. Izumi! Shoka called, and they all hurried after her. The flashback faded, and Izumi sighed softly. Katsumi approached her, sitting down beside her. Hey! Hey! Izumi replied, still leaning on her desk. Katsumi continued, so apparently today is going to be a joint training day. Izumi asked, what does that mean? Katsumi explained, it's going to be something like heroes versus villains, you know, the game we used to play. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed, fear not, as someone rushed to their seat. Izumi groaned, oh no. For I am coming through the door like a normal person. All Might burst into the classroom, and while everyone else cheered, Izumi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Really? She muttered, hiding her face. All Might announced, yes young students, I is I, All Might. You may be wondering why I'm here. Because I am here to teach you today's lesson. Kirishima exclaimed, All Might himself is teaching us today. So manly. Jiru looked puzzled, what? All Might continued, now then students. Today's lesson is a joint training exercise. If you're not familiar with it, it's basically a 2v2 match with a team of heroes and villains. He began passing out cards to certain students, explaining that the lesson was about teamwork and learning. Now those who received a card will be on the villain team. And you villains get the luxury of choosing your partner. Bakugo sighed in frustration. Shoto raised an eyebrow. Oh. Lita let out a resigned sigh. All Might then opened the door to reveal a rack filled with suitcases. In these cases are your hero costumes. Each one has a specific name and can only be opened with your ID. Make sure you don't forget it. Now go and get ready, and meet me out in the fake city. Away! With that, he jumped out the window. The students lined up to retrieve their costumes until Aizawa called out, Yagi, go to the support department. Yours was last. He left the room. Alright, I'll be quick, Izumi said. Lita reminded her, do not be late, Izumi. You never know if your team will be the first one to go. Got it? Thanks for the heads up, she replied, waving as she walked out of the hall. Ahead, she spotted Nijer. Oh hey, how's it going? Nijer greeted her. Oh, but, Izumi replied, a bit taken. But, Nijer introduced herself. Oh right, I'm Nijer from the Big Three. Izumi asked, the big what now? Nijer explained, you've never heard of us? We're the Big Three because we're the 3 strongest students in the school. Currently. Wow, Izumi thought, realizing that Izuku was dating her. Nijer smiled, oh, you must be Izumi. Izumi stood in the hallway, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. Nijer approached her with a bright smile. Izuku talks a lot about you, Nijer said casually. He does. Izumi replied, surprised. Yeah, although most of it is negative, Nijer continued, seemingly unfazed. But I was curious to see you in person. So, how do you like UA so far? Izumi raised an eyebrow at Nijer's nonchalant attitude toward the negative comments. It's going well so far. I'm just heading to the support department to pick up my hero outfit. Nijer's eyes widened. Ooh well, you best hurry then. Teacher or not, I heard All Might can be quite impatient. Izumi thought to herself, you don't know the half of it. Well, see ya. Nijer said cheerfully as she hopped away. Izumi sighed and continued down the stairs. She reached the metal door and knocked. It opened to reveal Power Loader, who glanced at her clipboard. Yagi? He asked. Yes, Izumi confirmed. He scribbled something down and gestured for her to come in. Inside, she observed the class in session, marveling at the intricate work involved in creating hero gear. Soon, Power Loader returned with a bag. No fancy suitcase for you. It's fine to be simple. Sign your name here, he instructed, handing her the clipboard. Izumi signed her name and thanked him before leaving. She entered the locker room, which was empty, and took out her outfit. As she pulled out a note that read, your mother made this for you. Please don't complain when you get home. She revealed a green skin suit paired with a dark green cloak. After putting on the outfit and gear, she looked in the mirror and smiled, feeling confident. As she stepped out, she noticed All Might complimenting her classmates. Some of the boys glanced her way, and one in particular caught her attention. Demon girl, you look fine, Katsumi whistled. Izumi laughed, shut up. Now there we go, Katsumi grinned. They listened as teams were announced. Izumi found herself paired with Katsumi, while Lita chose Shoto as his partner. Let's get them, Katsumi said with determination. Heroes and villains, you may start your battle plan. All Might announced, and the villain team rushed into the building. Knowing Shoto, he's likely to freeze everything like in training, Katsumi strategized. But with us, he has 2 disadvantages. I can blast them away, and you can stop Lita from running with your quirk. I can handle Shoto while you go for the flag. Izumi nodded. I've never sparred against Lita before, so it's unpredictable. If things go south, you should take the bomb. Plan B, I can dig it, Katsumi replied, and they prepared as others watched from the observatory room. All right, heroes, you may now enter. All Might declared, and the bell rang. My guess is the bomb is on the middle floor. Going through the top is too easy since we can fly. We should go through the front, Izumi suggested. Plain and simple, I like it. Let's do this. Katsumi agreed and they rushed in. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, Izuku was trying to wake Oaco. Wake up, he said, playfully smacking her with a pillow and turning on the light. Why? She groaned, squinting against the brightness. You can do this. Try to sit up, he encouraged. With some effort, she managed to sit up. But today, we're going to train your quirk. I brought a wheelchair for you to sit in, and after that, we can work on the walker. Sound good? Izuku asked. Crystal, Oaco replied. Great, now come on, he said, lifting her from the bed and placing her in the chair. What happened yesterday? She inquired. I had some personal problems to deal with. Don't worry about it, he said, guiding her through the back rooms. As they passed by the bar, they spotted Shigaraki, who was engrossed in a game. You need to stop playing that. It makes you irritable all day, Izuku remarked. I have just 2 more challenges to go. Once I finish, I'm moving on to Dark Souls, Shigaraki replied. Really? Isn't that a rage game? Oaco asked. Whatever, Izuku said, continuing onward. So, how's your day going? Oaco asked. So far it's okay. Not as boring as yours, but hey, I'm trying to make it interesting, he said as they entered a large training room that resembled a gym. All right, let's get you over here, he said, setting up locks on her chair to keep her steady. I heard from your file that you can make things float, he asked. Right, but it depends on how long I can use it. If I overdo it, I can get really sick, she explained. Like nausea? He asked. Something like that, she confirmed. All right, we'll be doing a lot of that, so, he set a trash can in front of her. I want you to throw that ball over there using your quirk. You need to be precise, and we won't leave this room until you hit them. Oh boy, Oaco said nervously. It'll be fine. I brought some medicine for motion sickness. I'll monitor you closely to ensure you don't overdo it, he reassured her. Hey, she protested, laughing at his teasing. Just joking. All right, let's get started, he said, and they began their training. Meanwhile, Izumi found herself in a darkened room, the aftermath of Katsumi's battle with Shoto causing debris to block her path. Suddenly, she heard Lita's voice. You think you can win this, hero? He taunted. Really? She replied, unimpressed. With a flick of her wrist, she sent him flying away. Dim it. Lita shouted as he regrouped. Izumi focused, listening intently for any sounds. Activating One for All, she cleared some debris and spotted Lita's armor glinting in the sunlight. Bingo, she whispered, pulling him forward effortlessly. As she approached, she planted a quick kiss on his cheek, catching him off guard. Yudara, he stammered. In the observation room, Yagi sighed, while Mina commented, well, that's bold. That better not work, Jiro added. And if it does? Kaminari asked, intrigued. I don't want to know, Kirishima replied, shaking his head. Back in the battle, Lita was momentarily stunned by Izumi's gesture, allowing her to gain the upper hand. See ya later. Villain, she said confidently as he fell through the floor, Katsumi blasting it from below to clear the way for the bomb. Now Izumi! Katsumi shouted, breaking through Shoto's ice barrier. Izumi made contact with the bomb, and as it fell apart, confusion spread among the onlookers. It's made of paper, Shoto stated, bewildered. Of course it is. You think we would use a real bomb? All Might exclaimed. No. Too expensive and dangerous, makes sense. All Might exclaimed, but right, ahem, that heroes win. Izumi approached Lita, concern in her voice. Hey Lita, you alright? Sorry about that back there, she said, extending her hand. Lita responded, a bit flustered. Oh, yes, very well done, Izumi. I have to admit I wasn't expecting that. Katsumi chimed in, I don't think anyone was. Shoto nodded in agreement. Izumi let out a sigh, and All Might continued, all right, now who do you think was the MVP of this match? Momo spoke up, it was Izumi, All Might. She demonstrated her skills in planning and executed her strategy through teamwork. Although Izumi's gesture towards Lita was a bit odd. It effectively stunned Tenya long enough for Katsumi to set a trap for him. Yep. Anyone else? Anyone? All Might paused. Right. On to the next team. This was going to take a while. Meanwhile, Oaco was breathing heavily, exhausted from the training session. A headache throbbed in her temples, mostly from the intensity of the workout. After 30 minutes into a 4-hour training session, she had to have N4 inserted. Izuku was exactly as she had expected, relentless. He did not go easy on her at all. Now then, we're done for the day. I'd rather have you keep your teeth, Izuku remarked. Oaco didn't respond, knowing it might make things worse for her. She wheeled herself back to her room, and as she entered, she laid down, struggling to find a comfortable position. This is the worst first day, she muttered to herself. Izuku's voice echoed in her mind. Well, think about this. The more we do this, the easier it's going to get. And once that gets easier, we'll work even harder. Are you trying to kill me? She asked, half joking. This is basic training for my routine. Don't get me wrong, but I felt the same way when I started. I was tired and wanted to quit, but I kept going. And look at me now, he replied. Yep, that's still ruthless, she said with a hint of resignation. Oh well. Anyway, you best head to sleep. I'm going now. See you tomorrow, Izuku said as he turned to leave. Oaco sighed, relieved. Finally, she thought, but then suddenly called out, what did you mean by tomorrow? Nijer stirred beneath her sheets, reluctant to rise as the sunlight streamed through the skylight of her dorm room. The warm rays enveloped her, making it even harder to leave the comfort of her bed. She groaned softly, wishing to savor her day off, especially on a weekend. As an energetic girl, she usually embraced the day, but today was different. She nestled deeper into her pillow, adjusting her position, ready to drift back to sleep. Just as she was about to succumb to slumber, her phone rang, cutting through the tranquility. Frustrated, she growled at the interruption. With a reluctant stretch, she reached out from under the covers, fumbling to find her phone. In her haste, she knocked over a few items, the sound of them thudding to the floor reminding her that she had fallen asleep while watching a movie. Finally locating her phone, she saw that it was Izuku calling and answered, her voice muffled by the sheets. Hello, she managed to say. Hey there. You sure are different on the weekend, Izuku chuckled on the other end. Nijer sighed. It's a nice day to sleep in. Don't you have work today? Nope, I'm off today. And for good reasons. I'm not working there anymore. At that revelation, she shot up in bed, wide awake. What? Looks like that woke you up, he replied, amused. Nijer's heart raced as she wondered what had happened. Oh no, did you get fired? Did they let you go? Are you in trouble? Is it something you did? Why did they fire you? Do you need me to come get you? What's the address? Nijer's voice was a flurry of questions, each one more frantic than the last. Izuku, he said softly, trying to calm her down. But she continued to ramble, her worries spilling over. In a moment of mischief, he played a horn over the phone, catching her off guard. Nijer exclaimed, startled. There we go, Izuku said with a hint of a smile. Now then, the reason I'm not working there. Well, that's a surprise. Come meet me at the restaurant this evening. Don't worry, it's not bad, okay? Okay then. Love you, she replied before hanging up, flopping back down onto her bed. She felt a mix of annoyance and curiosity. What could it be? She wanted to know what was going on. Now I can't fall asleep, she pouted. With a sigh, she got up to get ready, hopping into the dormitory showers and putting on some casual clothing. Feeling a bit frustrated, she tied her hair back into a long ponytail. Should I cut it? Maybe. Or maybe not, she mused as she walked out to sit on the couch in the commons. Thoughts of her earlier encounter with Izuku filled her mind. He seemed normal, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She hoped he was okay and was eager to find out what the surprise was. Meanwhile, Izuku hung up the phone, now dressed in his outfit, hammer in hand. All right, let me go in first, then you, Shigaraki instructed. Izuku nodded and opened the door, revealing a room full of villains, common criminals, thugs, and murderers, at least 100 of them. Good. I see we have found some pawns to throw away, Shigaraki said, addressing Kurogiri. Watch what you say in front of them. Any wrong wording could ruin our plan, Kurogiri cautioned. Right, Shigaraki replied, stepping up to the podium, silencing the crowd. I can see that many of you are wondering why you've been set free from prison or tracked down by my associate here. I'll tell you, consider this offer. Two of the criminals began to whisper in the back. What I can grant you is freedom, expenses, and most of all, the joy of killing without remorse or punishment. Some of the crowd perked up, while others continued to chatter among themselves. And yet here you all are, ignoring me as usual. I would not advise disrespecting me, Shigaraki warned, but one of the criminals stood up defiantly. Or what, pipsqueak? He challenged, striding toward Shigaraki as if he owned the place. Shigaraki chuckled. As if I'll waste energy on a moron like you. What did you say? The thug stepped closer, and others followed. What we should do is kill you and take over this hideout. It has everything, get some girls, and that's the life. Some cheered in agreement. Shigaraki shook his head in disappointment. I warned you. Or else what? Why don't you show them what I mean? Shigaraki gestured, and the door opened to reveal Izuku walking in slowly, hammer in hand. Many recognized him. Holy, it's him, one whispered. Child killer, another muttered. He seems like a coward targeting children, someone else said. Let's kill them both. A bold statement that was cut short as Izuku, with a swift motion, grabbed the nearest thug by the neck, causing him to GG. Now I know what you're thinking. Why do this? He's not strong enough, he kills kids. But those aren't just kids. They are the very same people who made his life a living hell. He is the bogeyman that society created, lurking in the dark, the one hero's fear. If you want to attack him, go ahead. He'll kill you faster than you can imagine, and he is merciless, Shigaraki explained. Izuku dropped the hammer and, with a swift motion, reached into the thug's stomach, creating a massive cavity. The thug's screams echoed through the room as Izuku tilted his head, intrigued by the reaction. He then picked up the hammer and smashed it down, silencing the screams abruptly. Anyways, we are not here to kill you, except for that guy. But you all need to behave. We have a plan, to invade UA and kill the symbol of peace himself. The room fell silent, everyone aware of the danger present. The Unseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, is where All Might is scheduled to teach the class of heroes in training. We will come in and kill them. I know some of you may die or get captured, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Izuku rolled his eyes under his mask, bored by the lengthy speech. What about the students? Will they try to call for help? Someone asked. That has already been taken care of. We will set up a portable jammer to scramble the radio waves in the area, making phones useless. As for their quirks, they're kids, you can probably take them on, Shigaraki replied. Izuku thought to himself, quite the understatement. After an hour of Shigaraki's speech, he made sure the villains felt welcomed. You are free to stay here if you wish, but know that these phones are for you to message Kurogyari and to remember this mission. Now let's propose a toast. Small portals opened, revealing large cups of alcohol. To the fall of the symbol of peace. Shigaraki declared. To the fall, they cheered. Death to the heroes, they shouted, raising their cups. Izuku dragged the body away from the room, contemplating whether he should have just ended it more quickly. The smell was unbearable as he dumped the body into the incinerator. He kept his outfit on, knowing that if they discovered the so-called bogeyman was a quirkless kid, he would lose respect. For now, he observed everything while Shigaraki retreated to his room. This is off limits. Oh hey, Shigaraki said, noticing Izuku drinking a soda. Don't like alcohol? Izuku asked. It messes up my throat, Shigaraki replied. You mean messes it up more, Izuku teased. Shut up, Shigaraki shot back. So, any idea on how to deal with the students? Izuku inquired. Well, I'm sure you want revenge on a certain group, Shigaraki said. Always. But death is too merciful for them. I want them to suffer mentally, begging for death. But even then, I may or may not give it to them, Izuku replied. Wow, you can turn evil fast, Shigaraki remarked. I learned it the hard way, Izuku said as they heard cheering and screaming from outside. Shigaraki opened the door, exasperated. What is it? He asked, looking out to see a chaotic scene. Hell, why, he's the best, someone shouted. Look how cute she looks, another added. She's going to be so used up, someone else chimed in. I call the mouth, another voice said. No, no. Oaco cried, realizing her clothes were about to be ripped off. A loud crash silenced the room as Izuku walked past them, hammer in hand. Who took her out? He asked calmly, asserting his authority. Oaco looked terrified. Room? He repeated, his voice low and dangerous. He focused on the thugs closest to her, one with a hand inappropriately placed. Come on man, let loose. You could have told us she was your private property, the thug sneered. Izuku growled and shoved him away with a force that sent him flying. The others quickly moved aside. He picked up Oaco and walked her back to her room, slamming the door shut behind them. Who are they? She asked, scared for her life. Villains we hired to attack UA tomorrow, Izuku replied. Tomorrow? Oaco gasped. Do you know who came in? He asked. All I know is I saw a bunch of thugs and criminals come into my room and lift me out of bed like I was treasure, she explained. Tonight I have plans. I might have to cancel if this keeps happening, Izuku said, frustrated. Kurogyari appeared. I'm here to inform you that I can bring her to Sensei. He wishes to talk to her. Don't worry, she'll be safe. Sensei? Oaco asked. The true leader of the League of Villains. Although Shigaraki is proving himself, he still needs practice. For now, I'm sure Sensei will want to see you, Izuku explained. Okay, she replied, still anxious. Kurogyari assured her, I will make sure everything is in order when you get back. Thanks, Izuku said, changing out of his outfit before stepping through a portal to meet Nijer. And hey, don't worry. I won't let them touch you again. If they do, tell me, he instructed. Oaco nodded. Good kid, he said before walking through the portal. Kurogyari observed, First time I've seen him show concern for someone other than his friends. Nijer wandered through town, searching for the restaurant where she was supposed to meet Izuku. She was curious about what was going on when suddenly, Izuku appeared. "Hey," he said, causing her to scream. "Don't do that," she cried out. "I'm sorry. I had to do it," he laughed, pulling her into a hug. She said, but a smile crept onto her face. "Come on. I'm really sorry," he said, trying to make amends. Nijer turned away, still pouting. "I'm really sorry," he continued, dropping to his knees. "I'm so very sorry for tainting your image, Princess Hato." She turned back, sticking her tongue out at him. She responded, but he could see she was softening. "I'm sorry," he said genuinely this time. "Apology accepted." "Zuzu," she replied. "You just wanted me to embarrass myself," he teased. "Maybe a little," she admitted. "Well, in any case, I have some news for you," he said, shifting the topic. "Okay," she replied, intrigued. "I got promoted," he announced, and her eyes widened in delight. "Really?" she exclaimed, jumping on him. "Hey," he laughed, surprised. "Oh, I'm so happy for you, Zuzu," she said, rubbing her cheek against his. "Nijer," he said, feeling embarrassed. "When are you going to start? Is it going to be close? Are you going to have to move? When did you find out? How are you going to get there?" She bombarded him with questions. Izuku placed a finger over her mouth. "I start next week, and it's a bit far, but it's still bearable to walk. I've discussed getting an apartment. I found out today, and I'm still going to take the train and walk. I'm sorry for being talkative, but I'm just so excited. We should celebrate," she suggested. "That's why I brought you here," he said, turning to show her some of his co-workers. "Ooh," she said, kissing him as the others cheered and teased him. "Great," he muttered, but he couldn't help but smile. "I always believed in you, Zuzu," she said, beaming. "I know. Thank you," he replied, feeling grateful. From a distance, Shigaraki watched, muttering, "He better not forget the plan." Kurojiri reassured him, "He won't. Trust in him, young Tamura." As they walked off, Shigaraki thought, "I have no clue what Sensei sees in you, but I hope your skills are high enough to take down the heroes, even if your points are in charisma." Jiru asked, "Do you think your brother would be cool to hang out with?" Izumi hesitated. "Well, I don't know. He usually hangs out with his friends Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijer." Suddenly, Mineta interrupted, his eyes wide with excitement. "You mean the goddess Nijer Hato?" Jiru quickly pulled him away, scolding, "You demon pervert." Kaminari chimed in, "How does he know the beauty queen of UA?" Izumi replied, "She's his girlfriend." At that revelation, both Mineta and Kaminari collapsed in despair. "Why do I have such bad luck?" Mineta lamented. Kaminari added, "He doesn't deserve to bask in her pure beauty." Just then, the bus came to a sudden stop, causing everyone to lurch forward. Aizawa announced, "Everyone out. We're here." As they disembarked, they found themselves in front of a massive building, where a figure in a space suit awaited them. Mina exclaimed, "Ooh, it's the space hero 13. 13 greeted them, "Hello there, students. I know you're all excited to find out what today's lesson is. And it's rescue lessons." The students perked up, eager to learn how to save those they protect. 13 continued, "The USJ, or Unseen Simulation Joint, is a multi-environmental simulation that recreates various situations you may encounter, like being on a boat, a plane, in a forest, or in the city. The scenarios will differ, which is why we need to train you to adapt quickly. We'll simulate rescue victims using dummies, but right now, let's walk through the scenarios you'll face today." Izumi listened intently, focused on 13's words. However, she suddenly noticed a black portal opening behind them. She nudged Katsumi, who also spotted it. "Sensei!" Katsumi shouted, pointing behind them. The students turned to see a hand emerging from the portal, followed by a man covered in hands, grunting with a raspy voice. Shigaraki muttered, "Had it 2 feet above the ground, god damn it." More portals opened, revealing additional villains, including a man dressed in a bartender's outfit who appeared to be made of flames. Kurashima, starry-eyed, remarked, "Cool. You even have fake villains. This lesson's going to be awesome." But his excitement was cut short as Aizawa and 13 stepped in front of the students. "Those aren't fake. They're real villains," Aizawa warned, and the atmosphere shifted from excitement to fear. Izumi whispered, "We need to get the heroes." She noticed Jiru straining to listen to the villains' conversation. "There's more of them. I don't know how many," Jiru said, anxiety creeping into his voice. "About 80, squirt," Shigaraki replied, causing Izumi to flinch. They realized the villains knew about their quirks and were in great numbers. They tried to maintain brave faces, but Bakugo shouted, "You want to go?" Katsumi added, "You forget we have 2 great heroes with us." No way you stand a chance. Kurogyri smirked. Quite obvious, considering you're in UA, where only the most talented and those with powerful quirks can enter. But you forget one thing heroes fear. Aizawa's expression darkened. No, he didn't. 13 gasped. Oh no. Momo asked, what does he mean by that? Just then, a portal opened behind them, revealing a terrifying figure. The wheezing breaths and the blood seeping from the eyes of the gas mask he wore sent chills down their spines. The sight of the bloody hammer he carried was unforgettable. Kurogyri stated, none could put on a brave face when facing the one and only Bogeyman. Izumi turned to see the infamous villain who had claimed the lives of many. Kirishima muttered, this is bad. Aizawa quickly tried to wrap his scarf around the Bogeyman, and for a moment, it seemed to work. Take that. Katsumi cheered, thinking they had the upper hand. But Shigaraki warned, stop fooling around, as the Bogeyman growled and easily broke free from the scarf. He reached out for one of the students, but Izumi pushed him back. Go, she shouted, flinging open a door. Lita was the first to jump through, and soon the others followed, falling through a portal beneath them. Kurogyri taunted, now. We can't just leave. It would be rude to abandon such an important event for you heroes in training, correct? Aizawa watched as the other villains slipped through the portal, praying for whoever was left behind with the Bogeyman to survive. Suddenly, a portal opened above them, and Mineta, Tsuyu, and Shoka fell into water, gasping as they surfaced. Shoka quickly created an ice buoy for the others to grab onto, but Mineta, distracted, exclaimed, such nice cold pillows, before being tossed onto a boat, with Tsuyu prying him off her as they both climbed aboard. AI announced, welcome to the Oceanic Getaway Simulation. Please press the button to begin the simulation. But before anyone could respond, villains emerged from multiple portals, closing in on them. Get them, one shouted. Come on, kill them, another yelled. We're going to get you, ha ha, a third cackled. I'm going to have me some frog, one villain exclaimed. Their taunts filled the air with fear as they charged forward. In a moment of panic, Shoka conjured a wall of ice, encasing them in a protective barrier to buy some time. We need to think of something, Shoka urged, glancing around anxiously. Mineta's voice trembled as he replied, Did you hear what they said? They want to kill me and possibly Are. His words were cut off by a sudden smack. Enough. We have to think of a plan, Tsuyu interjected, her tone serious. Just then, a loud bang echoed through the air. Come out little ladies, a voice taunted. Don't be shy, we're all gentlemen here. We'll make sure you're well pampered. Trying to regain control, Shoka intensified the ice around them as they huddled together, brainstorming their next move. Meanwhile, another group of students fell through a portal, landing in a different part of the simulation. Motherf! Bakugo groaned, frustrated. Who was that other villain behind us? Shoto asked, looking around. The one who killed those students. Didn't you get the memo? Kirishima replied, glancing back nervously. AI chimed in again. Welcome to the downtown simulation. Please press the button to begin the simulation. More portals opened, and villains dropped down, shouting, Get those guys. I'm going to enjoy this. Bakugo instinctively blasted several villains away, while Shoto froze the area around them to keep the attackers at bay. They fought back, managing to hold off the wave of villains for the moment. Yeah, they can't take me down. Bakugo shouted, feeling empowered. But then, a villain with a sword appeared behind him, lunging at him. Bakugo! Shoto warned, and in a split second, Bakugo turned and unleashed a massive blast, aimed at the villain. The explosion was intense, and the aftermath left him in shock as he processed what had just happened. FF dash! Bakugo exclaimed, trying to wipe the remnants off himself, his hands trembling. Kirishima stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Bakugo! Are you okay? What does it look like to you? Bakugo snapped, grappling with the weight of his actions. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He needed to breathe, to escape the turmoil inside. Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted their thoughts. How terrible, poor little Katsuki taking a life. They turned to see the Bogeyman standing ominously, his head tilted and an unsettling presence surrounding him. Izuku's voice echoed in Bakugo's mind, now you can taste what it feels like. After all the things you claim to be, can't handle a little blood on your hands? How will Izumi feel? How will your family feel, knowing you're a murderer? The figure began to sink into the ground, leaving them in stunned silence. What the? Kirishima muttered, while Shoto attempted to freeze the figure, but it was too late. They were left grappling with the horror of what they had just witnessed. Once again, the portal opened up, revealing our favorite trio, who had been in almost every story. They tumbled out, landing on the ground with a thud. Momo groaned, ow. Jiraiya shrugged, well, that could have been worse. Just then, Kaminari fell on top of them, exclaiming, You've got to be joking. Nijer pushed him off. Well, excuse me for not realizing a portal was appearing. Kaminari replied. Momo looked around. Where are we? An AI voice chimed in. Welcome to the cliffside environmental scenario. Please press the button to begin the simulation. There's your answer, Nijer said, straightening her back. Momo frowned. Knowing those villains, they might come through. Since multiple portals can open at once. She glanced to the left and gasped. The villains were already there, but instead of shouting, they lay motionless, some dismembered and others hanging from the ceiling. What could have caused this? Nijer stammered. Nothing good, obviously, Kaminari replied. Correct, a voice echoed, and they turned to see the Bogeyman, covered in blood. Did you do this? Momo asked, horrified. They outgrew their usefulness, Izuku said, walking around them, each step echoing ominously in the facility. Like sheep, they'll follow their leader, but are mindless if they aren't trained. So, as the shepherd, I did what was logical. Either way, they can just be replaced. Throwing away their lives like nothing? Nijer exclaimed. Don't tell me you're concerned with the lives of criminals. If so, that's pathetic, Izuku retorted. There could be a reason for this. Every life has a purpose. They could have been forced to do this. Momo argued. Why do this? Do you feel anything from the horrors you've caused? Kaminari demanded. Izuku chuckled darkly. Why? They always ask why. Not about what I will do next, just as if they had a reason to justify their sins. His laughter sent chills down their spines. He clearly relished the suffering of others. Suddenly, Izuku stopped laughing and stiffened, causing them to tense up. Now then, he whispered, the sound of his gloves creaking as he tightened his grip on a hammer he held with both hands. Let's see how loud you can scream. He advanced slowly and they instinctively stepped back. Kaminari released an electric charge, but it had no effect. What? Kaminari exclaimed as Izuku swatted him aside, continuing his slow approach. In a desperate attempt, Momo fashioned a metal pipe and shield. Stay back, she warned. Nijer tried to jab her jacks at him, but he caught them. Ah! Nijer cried out as she was pulled in. Nijer! Momo screamed. No! Nijer shouted before Izuku swung her over and slammed her into the ground. He repeated the action several times, each impact worse than the last, until she lay there, breathing weakly. He kept walking and Momo charged at him. Charge! She yelled, swinging her weapon, but with one swing of his hammer he bent her shield, causing pain to shoot through her wrist. She collapsed, trying to swing again, only for her weapon to break on impact, injuring her other wrist. Please, Izuku said, grabbing her ponytail. She screamed in pain as he lifted her by her hair, the tension pulling at her scalp made her cry. Do you feel it? Do you feel pain? How much you want it to stop? How much suffering the world feels? You probably don't. For your whole life, you've lived in luxury. The only problem you would cry about is likely failing a test or scoring one less point on an exam, while others out here suffer worse. It weighs down on you until you finally get crushed from all the weight pulling you down. He dropped her and punched her face, then lifted her again to strike her gut. And how appealing are you trying to make yourself? Because of your quirk? Or is it for your looks? He taunted. Am I quirk? Momo gasped, but he kicked her to the floor. Izuku turned around and grabbed Nijer's jacks, dragging her painfully across the floor. He wrapped them around Momo's neck, pulling tightly. Just let it escape. Call yourself worthless and I might just loosen my grip, he said, watching her struggle for air. She kicked desperately, but he lifted her up, leaving her with no hope of escape. I'm worthless, she managed to choke out. I didn't hear that, he replied, and she felt her strength fading, her movements growing weaker. Before she could finish, he released her, and she gasped for air, coughing painfully. He grabbed her neck and dragged her toward a portal forming in front of them. Let's show everyone what you are, he said as he stepped through. Momo! Nijer cried. No. Kaminari groaned, realizing they had been defeated effortlessly. It was like facing a nightmare they couldn't escape, a nightmare they couldn't fight against. No matter how hard they tried, he would always win. Chapter end. After their long battle, Izumi and the others managed to defeat the villains. They had successfully avoided the portals, hoping that Ito would arrive in time to get help. With no cell phone signal or any assistance available, they were completely reliant on their skills. Aizawa struggled against the criminals, who acted frantically driven by their violent desires. 13 had fallen, having done his best to protect them. Izumi used her quirk to pull 13 to safety, ensuring he wouldn't be harmed. Katsumi unleashed concentrated bursts of explosions, resembling stun grenades, before finishing with a much stronger blast that knocked the villains back. Together, she and Izumi held them off while Tokoyami and Dark Shadow did their part. Just then, Shigaraki spoke up, expressing frustration at not having enough pawns to dispose of. Shall we release, sir? Kurogiri asked. Not yet, Shigaraki replied. I want to see All Might's face when we introduce him to all of them. Tire them out, then strike. It's the perfect plan. He paused as Kurogiri opened a portal for a figure to walk through. Look who's finally here, Shigaraki began, but stopped when he noticed he was dragging one of the students with him. Izuku saw Izumi stop in shock. Momo, she cried out, turning to see her friend held captive, bloodied and bruised. Enough! Izuku shouted as Aizawa finished off the last of the villains. He turned to see Shigaraki holding Momo hostage. DM it, Aizawa muttered. You coward! Katsumi yelled, and Izuku tightened his grip, causing Momo to gasp. Watch your mouth, or you'll see her head pop right off her shoulders, Izuku warned. Let her go! Izumi demanded. You have no right to give orders, Izuku shot back. Face us one-on-one. Izumi challenged. Is that what you call it? It should be familiar grounds for you two to gang up on someone, right? He taunted, causing them to flinch. What is he talking about? Aizawa wondered aloud. Maybe you didn't know, Izuku continued, just as the doors burst open and other students rushed in. Oh no, Shoto exclaimed. Momo! Shoka cried. Not her. She has the biggest bust of them all, Mineta added, quickly shifting his focus. And the world wonders why heroes are becoming less relevant with each passing year, Izuku said. This girl and him are perfect examples of that. A corruption has been growing, and the world treats people like me and him, those of us who are cast off into the wild, as expendable. We're not supposed to exist, seen as worthless and useless. Like the boy who had the world crushed above him, dragged into the abyss. Izumi thought to herself, is he talking about Izuku? Katsumi realized he's talking about Deku. Bokugo growled, that Deku caught this guy's attention? Aizawa concluded he must be talking about that Midoriya kid. With each step, I've not only dealt with those who brought me pain, but I've instilled fear in the people. I've become a nightmare to the heroes, who dread that I will strike when they least expect it. Children will whisper my name in fear, praying for heroes to make me go away. Even if you kill me, imprison me, or erase me, know that I will live on in your nightmares. You will never escape me, and you will wish you had never met me at all. His words resonated with the group, revealing the extent of his threat. New and inexperienced pro-heroes had begun to fear him, hesitant to patrol areas where he had struck. Schools were too afraid to let students go home alone, worried for their safety. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, he would always be there, like a haunting dream. Izumi shouted, not all heroes, as he heard his students' voice echo through the chaos. Just because you instilled fear into the heroes doesn't mean the same goes for us, Izumi declared, determination in his eyes. With all of us working together, we will stop you all. Suddenly, a massive portal opened, larger than the last. Aizawa felt a chill run down his spine. More villains? No, this is different. From the portal emerged a large beast with a yellow beak and exposed brain, its wide eyes twitching as if restrained by an invisible chain. Shigaraki laughed. You love it? I call it a Nomu, a perfect bioweapon. This creature will be the one to end All Might's life. Izuku, feeling the weight of the situation, responded, all you can do now is wait patiently for your cough. Help. Momo was held hostage, and with Jairu and Kaminari missing, possibly dead, the reality of their predicament sank in. Just then, the door burst open. Fear not, for I am here. Hope surged through the group. All Might. Kirishima shouted, relief flooding his voice. Mina added, he's here. He's going to save us. Mineta cried out, tears in his eyes. Izumi felt a rush of joy at the sight of his father. Dad. Katsumi sighed. Finally. Aizawa questioned, what took you so long? All Might replied, had a bit of trouble getting here. Young Tenya kept calm while we prepared. For what? Aizawa asked, his brow furrowing. For US. All Might announced, revealing the pro-heroes arriving as a united front. Snipe declared, it's over, you villains. Shigaraki scratched his neck, stepping forward. You fraud. And you're a villain. All Might shot back, noticing Izuku among them. Midnight gasped, it's him. Snipe aimed his weapon. Let her go. Izuku smirked, try me. Shoot me and I'll make sure this girl pays the price. He tightened his grip on Momo, who gasped in fear. You fiend. All Might roared. You have no business with me, it's with him, Izuku retorted, his gaze fixed on Shigaraki. Thank you, Shigaraki sneered. I always hated that fake smile of yours. You know why people are becoming more selfish each day. Kill All Might. As the beast charged at All Might, they collided with a force that shook the ground. Their fists met in a flurry of rapid punches, barely visible to the eye. Shigaraki urged, come on, Nomo. The doctor better make this work. Izuku, still holding Momo, leaned closer to her. You know, after everything that's happened, you're the only hostage who's behaved well. I might consider letting you go if you tell me why you want to become a hero. Momo stammered, even after all you've done? I may be ruthless, Izuku replied, but I have morals against those who haven't wronged me yet. I'm giving you a chance, all right? Momo hesitated but felt an odd sense of safety. I want to join because I want to see the world. I was always isolated at home, and while I had everything, it felt unfair. I want to save people and give them hope. Izuku paused, contemplating her words. And are you sure about that? She nodded, tears streaming down her face. Such a fragile dream, he mused before tossing her back toward the heroes. Momo! Izumi cried, rushing to her side. You moron! You just let her go! Shigaraki shouted. She has no worth yet, Izuku replied coolly. But I will pry it out of her in time. As the battle raged on, All Might fought valiantly against the Nomu, showcasing his incredible strength. Sheesh, he shouted, landing powerful blows, but the creature was relentless. Shigaraki laughed. How pathetic! You should know it has shock absorption. But All Might grinned. Yes, shock absorption, not nullification. He leaped high, charging his punch. Montana smash! The Nomu screeched as it was torn apart, and All Might landed triumphantly, the students watching in awe. That's why he's number one, Izumi whispered, admiration in his voice. Izuku, however, felt a pang of resentment. I used to think you were the greatest person alive, but that changed when you broke that boy's dreams. What? All Might asked, confusion etched on his face. Believe me, he wishes you were dead, Izuku taunted, enjoying the drama he was creating. As the villains began to retreat, All Might's expression shifted to one of determination. You are finished, villains. Izuku smirked. We underestimated your strength. For now, we'll take our leave. As the portal closed behind them, Izumi turned to Katsumi, fear in her eyes. What did he mean? I don't know, she replied. Bakugo added, that Deku wants him dead. Why? Shoka asked. Because of what he did to him, Shoto explained. Izumi resolved, I need to talk to him. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was furious, throwing a mug against the wall. Kurojiri advised, I would prefer if you don't destroy the property here, young Tamura. Shut up. Shigaraki snapped, storming off. Kurojiri suggested, give him time. Sensei will handle it. Izuku nodded, removing his mask and noticing a cut on his hand. He retrieved a small tracker and crushed it. I have a plan for this, he said, pulling out a crowbar. Get Shigaraki. He needs to vent. As he entered the torture room, he found Shigaraki waiting. What do you want? Shigaraki grumbled. I've been injured. I can't go out like this, it will raise suspicion, Izuku explained. Ochako appeared, alarmed. What happened? Izuku insisted, I need you to make it look like I got jumped. Shigaraki was incredulous. For what? Otherwise, walking out there like this is a problem. Ochako protested, but, does Sensei have a healing quirk? No time. I have work in about 20 minutes, and if I arrive looking like I got mugged, I can play it off. Now hit me. Shigaraki, frustrated, threw down the crowbar. Just because the mission was a failure doesn't mean I'm going to take it out on you. Izuku, angered, slammed his head into a jagged wall, breaking his nose. Mother! He groaned, then began punching the wall to make it look convincing. Stop! Shigaraki shouted, trying to restrain him. Ochako used her quirk to hold him back. Enough, Ochako. Let me down, Izuku demanded. I can't. Don't do this to yourself. I need to. What's the point of this group if we can't follow the plan? Finally, Shigaraki relented and began hitting Izuku with the crowbar, each blow fueled by anger. Ochako watched in horror, unable to intervene. Izuku endured the hits, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Kurojiri, open a portal outside my work, he managed to say. As the portal appeared, he stumbled through, collapsing as he reached the alleyway. Boss? He called weakly as he fell, his co-workers rushing to his side, calling for help. Chapter End. Momo looked around, confusion washing over her as she found herself enveloped in darkness. She attempted to move, but her body felt heavy. In the distance, she spotted Jairu and Kaminari engaged in conversation. Jairu. Kaminari, she called out, her voice echoing in the void. As she watched them, she felt a surge of determination and tried to run toward them. However, a gate suddenly appeared, blocking her path and leaving her just a few feet away. Kaminari glanced at Jairu, a teasing grin on his face. What do you think about Momo? It's surprising a girl like her wants to be a hero. Jairu shrugged, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Yeah, but she seems a bit fragile? Momo's heart sank at their words. What are you saying? Kaminari continued, I mean, as impressive as she is, that's pretty much all she has going for her. Jiraiya nodded, smirking. Especially in that hero outfit. Momo felt a wave of despair wash over her. No, no. Just then she noticed a door creaking open, and the familiar sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged, swinging a hammer that struck Kaminari. Denki! Jiraiya shouted in alarm, but before Momo could react, the Bogeyman lunged toward her, grabbing her tightly. No. Jiraiya, she screamed, her voice filled with panic. Momo! As she watched him enter, she desperately tried to open the gate, shaking it and pulling with all her strength. But it was too late. He looked at her, and in a swift motion he snapped her neck. Then he raised a hammer above his head, and she saw it come down, splitting open. The groan that escaped him echoed in her mind as she stumbled back, landing on the floor, breathing frantically. His heavy breathing filled the silence as he ripped the gate off its hinges and began to walk slowly toward her. Stay back! Stay back! She cried out, panic rising in her voice. He gripped his hammer tightly and she pleaded, please. But before she could react, he swung it overhead, and the last thing she saw was the hammer descending toward her. Suddenly, she woke up with a scream. Ah! Gasping for air, she looked around and realized she was in a hospital room. The door burst open, and a guard rushed in. Are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face. She could only cry in response. Out of the way, she heard another voice, and Recovery Girl entered the room. Just breathe, dear, she said, trying to calm Momo down as she panicked and attempted to get out of bed. He's after me. He's after me. Momo cried. He's not here. Shoo, it's all over now. You're safe, dear, Recovery Girl said, holding Momo's trembling hands, offering comfort like a grandmother soothing her grandchild after a bad dream. All I see is him. Momo sobbed. And he's gone. He's gone, dear, Recovery Girl reassured her. Just then, Aizawa entered the room. Looks like you're okay physically, he said, sitting on the edge of her bed. How are you holding up? She's having nightmares, Recovery Girl informed him, and he nodded in understanding. Kaminari and Jiraiya? Momo asked, her voice trembling. They're okay. They're alive and well, they just need rest right now, Aizawa replied. Thank God, she whispered, relief washing over her. Aizawa felt a surge of anger. This monster had left his students traumatized, and he felt he had failed to protect them. Hey, is she here? Nijer Hato, one of the big three, peeked through the door. She's still a bit shaken right now. It would be wise to leave her be, Aizawa cautioned. But I have to make sure she's safe. It could help to have a student like me, Nijer insisted. Let her come in, Shota, Recovery Girl said, and Aizawa sighed in resignation. All right, make it quick, he relented. Nijer thanked him and entered the room, causing Momo to flinch at the sound of the door opening. Hey, how are your wounds doing? Nijer asked gently, knowing it was better to ask about her physical state than to inquire how she was feeling. They're healing. Who are you? Momo replied, still shaken. Oh, I'm Nijer Hato. I'm one of the big three. You've heard of us, right? Nijer smiled. I wasn't aware, Momo admitted. Phooey. Well, I heard about your encounter with. Nijer hesitated. The Bogeyman, Momo finished, her voice barely above a whisper. That's what he calls himself? I can see why you're shaken up. Do you want to talk about it? I can lend a shoulder, Nijer offered, her concern evident. Momo hesitated for a moment, but she sensed the sincerity in Nijer's voice, much like a big sister. It was horrible. I dreamt that he killed my friends while I couldn't do anything. They talked about how I offered nothing as a hero. Then I saw him rise from the shadows with that hammer. I couldn't help but scream. His strength felt inhumane, like he was fueled by fear and anger. That mask. It hides the monster's true face, wearing a man's skin. Momo broke down, tears streaming down her face. Nijer reached over to hug her, rubbing her back as Momo collapsed into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all right. I'm going to be here. Don't worry, Nijer reassured her. After a while, Momo calmed down, sniffling as she reached for a tissue box. Sorry for ruining your uniform, Momo said, embarrassed. Oh Shah, don't worry about it. Hey, I have an idea. Since you're going to be here, why don't I call my boyfriend to help cheer you up? Nijer suggested. Boyfriend? Momo asked, remembering that he was Izuku's brother. But how will he make it better? Momo questioned. Nijer giggled. He's quite the nice guy. And hey, the more, the merrier, right? I guess that's true. Momo replied quietly, nodding as Nijer took out her phone and began dialing his number. Nijer hummed a catchy tune as the phone rang, but then her expression shifted to concern. Hey Zuzu, I was wondering if... She stopped, gasping slightly. What's going on? Momo asked, her heart racing as she stood up, covering her mouth. Tears began to form in her eyes. Could I see him? Hey, thank you, Nijer said before hanging up. What's wrong? Momo pressed, fear creeping into her voice. He just got jumped. And he's in the hospital, Nijer replied, sadness washing over her. She reached over to hug Momo again, the two girls finding solace in each other's presence. I'm sure he's a strong guy. I'm sure he's going to be okay, Momo reassured her. I know, but he can be a bit reckless at times. This was out of the blue, Nijer said, her voice trembling. Just then, Mirio burst into the room. Nay, did you? Who? Momo asked, confused. Sorry, I'm a friend of hers. Did she hear what happened to? Mirio began. Yes, Nijer interrupted. Tamaki entered next. We're going to see him. Want to come? Nijer nodded. I'm sorry I had all of this planned, but... It's alright. I know he's important to you. I don't blame you. Go see him. I hope we can talk again soon, Momo said, her voice soft. Definitely. Hey, let's go, Nijer said, and they rushed out of the room. Poor girl. She's been having it rough for a while now, Recovery Girl remarked. Why? Momo asked, curious. Because of her boyfriend, of course, Recovery Girl replied. Is he abusive? Momo gasped. Dear heavens, no. He's the nicest there is. I'm pretty sure a lot of girls want to be with him. But I'm certain it took longer for him to get to a hospital that would actually help him, Recovery Girl explained. What do you mean by that? Aren't they supposed to help everyone? Momo questioned. It's not that simple, dear. Her boyfriend, Izuku Midoriya, is quirkless, Recovery Girl revealed, and Momo gasped, understanding the implications. Quirkless individuals were often treated unfairly, and she realized how much worse the treatment could be for someone like him. And you may not know this, but please don't repeat it to anyone. Nijer Hato is a late bloomer as well. She didn't manifest her quirk until she turned 12, Recovery Girl added. A late bloomer? Then she knows, Momo said, her admiration growing. Yep. She knows how badly the quirkless are treated. Even with her quirk, she never lets it deter her from trying to help them all, Recovery Girl said proudly. That's very admirable, Momo replied. I know this is sudden, but would you like me to stay here with you so you won't be alone? Recovery Girl offered. You don't have to do that, Momo said. Nonsense. I know you're just recovering. Can't act almighty now. Either way, I need to make sure you don't mess up your 4, Recovery Girl insisted. I guess that makes sense. Okay, Momo agreed, feeling a bit more at ease. Good. Just let me know if you need anything, okay? Recovery Girl said, and Momo nodded, laying back down in the bed. But sleep eluded her. She was too afraid to close her eyes, fearing that she might end up back in that nightmare. He was right after all. He was a nightmare that lurked in her dreams. Nijer was running as fast as she could, her heart racing with worry. Wait up! Mirio called out, trying to keep pace with her. This was the fastest they had ever seen her run, ignoring the stares from others as they rushed to the hospital. Nijer burst into the emergency room, reaching the front desk. Izuku Midoriya, is he here? She yelled, her voice filled with urgency. Yes, he's here. I'm guessing you're the one they call Nijer, right? The receptionist replied, and she nodded, anxiety evident on her face. He's quite the fighter. Here, take this to security, and they'll take you to him. Are those two with you? The receptionist asked, gesturing to Mirio and Tamaki, who were both out of breath. Nijer nodded, and they headed to security, where they checked in their bags before entering Izuku's room. She fiddled with her fingers, worried about what she would find. If we know anything about Midoriya, it's that he is a fighter no matter what, Mirio reassured her. He's going to be okay, Nijer, Tamaki added as they reached his room. A doctor stepped out just as they arrived. Is he? Nijer asked, her heart racing. You must be the one that called. He's awake right now, so please. Don't jump on him, the doctor cautioned. What happened exactly? Mirio inquired. Well, your friends seem to have been attacked by several people. So far, his nose, wrist, and a couple of ribs are fractured, along with multiple bruises and mild internal bleeding. We had to flush it out and put on a cast. For now, he's been refusing pain meds and wouldn't say why, the doctor explained before they thanked him and entered the room. Nijer slowly walked in, her heart pounding as she saw her boyfriend lying on the hospital bed. When he turned to look at her, he smiled. Hey, Izuku said softly, and she couldn't hold back her tears as she rushed to him, gripping his hand tightly. Nijer gently hugged him, careful not to put too much pressure on his injuries. I'm okay, he reassured her. Hey man, Mirio greeted. Hey guys, Izuku replied, his voice weak. What happened? Nijer asked, concern etched on her face. It was a pretty bad mugging crew. They tried to take my stuff, especially when they figured out I was quirkless. They beat me with a crowbar. But I wasn't strong enough, Izuku explained. Not strong enough? Dude, you could have eaten that crowbar. Mirio exclaimed. Not when I was hit from behind, Izuku replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Oh, Tamaki said, understanding dawning on him. Do you need anything? Are you sure you're okay? Do I need to bring back the doctor? Why didn't I call sooner? How could I just leave you alone? I'm such a bad girlfriend. I'm sorry, Izuku. Nijer cried, her emotions spilling over. Nijer, I'm fine. I don't need anything. You being here is enough. You didn't know about this. I wasn't alone, my coworkers helped me. You're not a bad girlfriend, and don't be sorry. It wasn't your fault, he said, pulling her in with his free arm as she cried into his chest. We'll give you some space, Mirio said, sensing the moment. Are we? Tamaki asked, but he was gently pushed out of the room, leaving the couple alone. I'm sorry for worrying you like this, Izuku said softly. Just, like you said, it's not your fault, Nijer sniffed, wiping her tears. But I'm sure in a few days, I'll be discharged. I'll be okay. Izuku reassured her. But what about your work? Your school? Are they going to be okay with that? Nijer asked, concerns still lingering. Since my boss was the one that saw me, he said not to come back until I'm ready. By that, I mean at least 2 weeks. He'll have me be a waiter, Izuku explained. Okay, she said, feeling a bit relieved as he wiped her tears away, and she held his hand against her cheek. What about you? How was your day? Izuku asked, trying to shift the focus. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Nijer replied. Try me, he encouraged. Apparently, the USJ, where first years go during their first week, was attacked, she revealed. Okay, that is unbelievable, Izuku said, surprised. Right? Then I heard about this big mean person who calls himself the Bogeyman. He terrorized the students, and I talked with one of them. Her name is Momo Yaoyorozu, Nijer continued. Daughter of the Yaoyorozu Corp family? Wow, Izuku said, impressed. She had it the worst. He held her captive and did God knows what to her, Nijer said, her voice heavy with concern. I see, Izuku replied, feeling the weight of her words. And then when I tried to call you, that's when I heard the news of you being attacked, and I ran all the way here, Nijer explained. Oh, Izuku said, understanding her urgency. But I know this is off topic, but are you willing to come to UA to at least cheer them up? Try to show off your quirk analyzing skills and whatnot. Nijer asked, her eyes pleading. To cheer them up? Isn't that the point of trying to be a hero? Izuku replied, contemplating. Aizu please, she begged him. Sigh. Sure, why not? He finally agreed. But, thank you. Nijer exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. No problem, Izuku said, though he couldn't help but wonder how much fear he had instilled in them. 3 days later, the news reported. Today's news confirms details about the attack at the USJ facility that occurred 3 days ago, ending with the largest arrest in the past 5 years. 84 villains, ranging from common thugs to murderers and kidnappers, have been detained and shipped off to the imprisonment facility located in Tokyo for their ongoing charges. The leader of the so-called League of Villains was left at the scene, a name that is not very bright, but that doesn't mean they are not a threat. One individual, with multiple hands on his body, is being investigated. Police have begun digging to find the identity of this person, as well as his partner, who seems to be made of flames. The heroes have stated that this individual possesses a teleportation quirk, capable of opening portals almost anywhere. A drawback has not been stated yet, but one person remains at large, the infamous Bogeyman as the heroes have named him, the news anchor said, showing a picture of Izuku in his villain outfit. This individual has been on a 6-month killing spree since the first sighting. We advise you to please stay in your homes after curfew. If you see anything suspicious, please call the number displayed now. This is Mustafa News. The TV turned off, leaving a heavy silence in the room. Any word on the incident yet? Shigaraki asked, his tone impatient. No statement so far, Oaco replied, setting the remote down. Well, it may take some time since the attack was recent. They're trying to conjure up a believable statement to avoid public panic, Kurojiri explained. That makes sense, Oaco agreed. And yet the incident with you being crushed was ignored, Shigaraki remarked. JRKS. Anyway, how's Izuku doing? Oaco asked, concern evident in her voice. He is at the hospital. I made sure Dr. Ojiko is monitoring him, of course, with Sensei's approval to use some medication that is much better than the modern-day stuff, Kurojiri replied. So how long until he can come back? Shigaraki inquired. Since he just started the treatment, I give it about a week until his bones heal, Kurojiri said. Still long, Shigaraki muttered. Well, that's good despite you beating him with a crowbar, Oaco said, crossing her arms. Just shut up, Shigaraki snapped, walking off, leaving her to it. Oh well, she said, standing up. Alright, come to the training room. Since you have your basic training for hand-to-hand combat, you can now add a weapon to the mix, Kurojiri suggested. A weapon? Oaco asked, intrigued. Of course. If you don't want to, that's fine, but it's a big consideration for your stature, Kurogyari explained. Sure, she agreed, curious about what he had in mind. Splendid. Let us head in now. Kurogyari opened the door, and she walked in first. Turning on the lights, she saw a small metal table with a layout of various melee weapons, each one different. Whoa, she exclaimed, amazed at the selection. Right here are weapons that I chose for you to pick. Of course, there are more, but many of them are physically demanding, which is why I chose these ones here. You may pick any one you like, Kurogyari said, watching as she approached the table, picking up each weapon and inspecting them, from knives to a tanto. For the elegant sharp weapons, even an ice pick was part of it. She looked at the other tools labeled as blunt weapons and picked up a claw hammer, contemplating how it could be used against her enemies. Among the options, she also spotted a mace and a nightstick. Oaco glanced to the left and picked up a weapon that felt just right for her. Turning to him, she declared, "This one." He observed her choice and nodded in approval. "Very good choice, Miss Uraraka. Please follow me, and I will teach you the basics," Kurogyari said. Excitement bubbled within her as she anticipated learning something new. Kurogyari continued, "To learn the basics of the chakram, you need to understand how to handle them safely. With your quirk, throwing them will be easy, but the effectiveness depends on your strength. Have you ever thrown a frisbee before, Miss Uraraka?" "Yeah. I used to play in middle school. A lot of students picked me because my quirk lets it stay in the air longer," Oaco replied. "I see. You must be careful when throwing it, which is why I will provide you with gloves to avoid any accidents. Now let us begin." The first day back at school was pleasant, though Izumi and the others were still shaken from the events at USJ. Momo, Jairu, and Kaminari had particularly tough experiences. Bakugo had taken a life, and it weighed heavily on him. Aunt Mitsuki was doing her best to help him cope, but he seemed to confide more in Shoto's father, who had surprisingly given him advice about the situation, explaining why it happened and that it wasn't his fault. This revelation frustrated the twins and Natsuo, while Fuyumi was relieved that someone was able to support him. Taking a life was a life-changing experience, and there was no way to turn back time. Izuku had been jumped, and Izumi had intended to visit him in the hospital until she ran into Nijer. She learned that he didn't want to see anyone, which seemed unreasonable to her. He needed to understand that he wasn't alone in his pain, and they felt it was important to visit him. Her father agreed, and they planned to go to the hospital later. Morning, Izumi greeted, noticing Momo sitting down. The slightest sound from the door made her flinch, like a beaten dog. Izumi felt a chill run down her spine as she listened to the unsettling noises echoing through the hall. Despite the presence of her classmates, the fear lingered. Ever since the villain attack, she had been plagued by nightmares that served as constant reminders of the threat they faced. The group had vowed to stop the villain, known as the Bogeyman, but one detail haunted her. Kaminari's attempt to shock him had been completely ineffective. Jairu's efforts to confront the villain had also been futile, and while he moved with a certain stealth, Izumi could still sense his presence. Momo had stuttered through her explanation of the villain's inhuman strength, attributing it to the deep-seated hatred and anger that fueled him. It was enough to leave her feeling powerless, even prompting Mineta to offer her comfort, a rare moment of sincerity from him. As they gathered in class, Izumi spoke up, "I wonder what's going to happen now." Mr. Aizawa entered the room, placing some papers on the desk. "Class begins now," he announced, his tone serious. "You've all been through a traumatic experience during one of the worst villain attacks in this school's history. I understand that many of you are struggling with your fears about the hero world. This incident has changed things for all of us, including myself. Today, we won't have a lesson. Instead, I want to talk about how we can cope with what happened." Mina raised her hand. "Has anyone found out who the Bogeyman is?" Aizawa shook his head. "No new information has been released yet." Lita asked, "Are we going to continue with tomorrow's lesson?" "You can study on your own if you need to take your mind off things, Tenya. Under your desk, you'll find some forms." He gestured for them to take a look. "These are transfer slips. If any of you feel uncomfortable continuing in this course or wish to switch to the General Studies program, you can sign your name here. You won't be judged for your decision. All I ask is that you give me another chance to teach you." The room fell silent, surprised by his offer. Momo stammered, But it wasn't your fault." Aizawa replied, "It was my duty as your teacher to protect you, and I failed." "But we don't blame you for what happened, Mr. Aizawa," Lita insisted. "You couldn't have known." Aizawa took a deep breath. 3 years ago, I had a class just like yours. They were well-trained and determined to be heroes. I had to expel the entire class after losing one student during a villain attack. I promised myself I wouldn't let that happen again, but this incident has brought back painful memories. Momo hesitated before asking, "Do you dream about him too?" "Ever since that day," Aizawa admitted. Jairu spoke up, "We can't let him roam free. If we quit now, he'll prove that we're cowards." Kaminari added, he may wear a mask and wield a hammer, but he's not invincible. We'll make him pay for what he did to us. Kirishima rallied the group, right? He won't keep us in fear. We'll take him down together. Izumi nodded in agreement. I'm in. Count me in. Katsumi chimed in. Shoto simply said, sure. Bakugo grunted, right? Jairu declared, you bet I'm joining in. Lita reminded them, watch your language, but I agree. Tsuyu nodded. Right, Karo. Satu and Siro echoed their agreement, and soon the room buzzed with determination. Aizawa felt a sense of pride. I can't say I'm not proud of you all, but remember, I can't always be there. You need to train and improve. With teamwork and dedication, you can bring this threat down. You won't be alone, you have each other. As the students began to talk among themselves, Aizawa couldn't help but smile at their camaraderie. Meanwhile, Nijer approached Izuku, who was gazing out the window. Hey, are you alright? Izuku turned to her, yeah, just getting some sunlight. The nurse said I had a vitamin C deficiency. Wow, so you're healing up okay? She asked. Dr. Ojiko has been helping a lot. If I keep up with therapy, I might be able to go home soon. That's great. Nijer exclaimed. I wanted to give you a gift. She revealed tickets to the upcoming sports festival. The sports festival? Izuku asked, surprised. UA is still holding it, and I was hoping you could join us when you're out, she said eagerly. Of course, I'd love to go, he replied, smiling. Nijer continued. Also, I set up a date for us to hang out with the Class 1A students. They've been through a lot, and I thought you could give them some tips on coping. Don't worry, I'll be there to help, Izuku assured her. As they spoke, Dr. Ojiko entered, holding a syringe. Izuku, I have something for you. What is it? Izuku asked, eyeing the syringe warily. It's a prototype, a refined DNA extracted from a pro hero with a regeneration quirk. It should help with your healing, Dr. Ojiko explained. Izuku took a deep breath and accepted the injection, feeling the pain as the quirk mingled with his own DNA. Just a heads up, you'll feel the effects, Dr. Ojiko warned. Thanks for the warning, Izuku muttered, feeling the discomfort. Later, as he prepared to leave, he encountered his family. Izuku! Izumi called out, followed by Yagi and Inko. I heard you were here, Inko said, her voice trembling. Izuku clenched the metal railing, trying to suppress his emotions. What do you want? We wanted to check on you after the USJ attack, Izumi said hesitantly. I know about it. The nurses wouldn't stop talking about it, he replied coldly. Yagi stepped forward. You can't say things like that in public. It could make you a target. Izuku shot back. I'm already a laughing stock. People will believe whatever they want. Inko pleaded, just give us a chance to reconnect. We want to fix things. Izuku's expression hardened. I'll meet with him on my own terms. Stay out of my way. He pushed past them, leaving them behind. As he walked away, Yagi sighed. He's been training hard. Izumi watched her brother disappear over the hill, concerned about the changes in him. Since when could he do that? She wondered aloud. Yagi replied. He's looking for a way to become a hero on his own terms. Meanwhile, at the mall, Nijer and the others were excited to hang out together. They browsed the stores and Izuku joined them, greeted warmly by Nijer. Hey, Izuku, she exclaimed, running up to him. Hey, nay, he replied, smiling despite the lingering pain. As they chatted, Mina and Jairu approached, curious about Izuku. So, you're the boyfriend? Mina asked, eyeing him. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Momo, still shaken from the earlier events, felt a mix of fear and curiosity as she observed him. When Izuku extended his hand for a handshake, she hesitated, recalling the nightmares that haunted her. Are you alright? He asked gently. Momo took a deep breath. I'm sorry for how I acted. Can we start over? Of course, Izuku replied, offering his hand again. As they began to talk, the atmosphere lightened, and Izuku felt a sense of belonging. He knew they all had their struggles, but together, they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter end. Izuku felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. You know how bad things have gotten. The moment someone finds out you're quirkless, they automatically assume you're weak and can't handle tasks that require a quirk. It's always about quirks, quirk this, quirk that. I'm just so tired of that word. Ever since the rise of heroes and the emergence of these extraordinary individuals, people look at us as if we're relics of the past, beneath their inflated egos. I've trained for months, and all I hear is that it must be a strength quirk, that I can't possibly achieve this without one. It's infuriating. I feel bad for Nijer. She wanted me to come and cheer everyone up, but right now, I'm seriously considering going home to sleep it off. He kicked a nearby dumpster, which bent under the force of his frustration. Stain appeared beside him, a knowing look in his eyes. Is this why you called me? I wanted to share what happened, Izuku replied, his voice heavy with emotion. I thought you'd want to know what's happening in this forsaken society. Stain nodded. I remember when people honored heroes who served before quirks became common. Now that those heroes are gone, there's no respect left for them. The term hero has become nothing more than a corporate brand, a way to make money while saving people feels like a chore. Even failing to save them is just collateral damage. Exactly, Izuku agreed. And the expenses and damages to property, not to mention the people who lose their jobs or homes because of it, it's sickening. Stain raised an eyebrow. Your crusade isn't exactly harmless. I'm well aware, Izuku replied, rubbing his wrist. I saw how that girl reacted to you. You left quite an impression. Only two outcomes can come from her, either she pulls through but is hesitant to face me, or she quits altogether. Either way, she won't interfere with Tamura's plan. Stain smirked. Believe me, that brat is a pain. She invited me, and I nearly lost it if it weren't for her. Izuku chuckled. Ochako. Her training is progressing. Kurogyri and I are doing what we can to prepare her. Stain's expression turned serious. Your leader contacted me. I have 2 more individuals to look after, so I'll likely hand them over to you. Morons, Izuku muttered. One is bloodthirsty, the other. Well, you'll have to see for yourself. Very well then. When do you plan on meeting them? After I'm done hunting Ingenium. You need help. You have your own things to deal with. Besides, being seen with you is like a magnet for trouble. Ouch, Izuku replied, feigning hurt. At least you don't complain. These punks don't compare to the willpower you put into yourself. Izuku smirked, a hint of pride in his voice. Flattered. He pulled out his brace, rubbing his wrist, hearing a few pops. Normally, broken ribs take a long time to heal, not just a week. What did they do to you? I'm being experimented on. They want to turn me into an enhanced Nomu, a beast made by injecting multiple quirks into one person. A literal monster. You only have one quirk, I assume. Regeneration. I still don't understand why this makes you above everyone else, like a rank. He leaned against the railing, looking out over the small town. Hosu City. I know that's the next place he plans to strike. And he told you to tell me? Your teacher said he didn't want you involved this time, Stain said, raising an eyebrow. Why not? Something about raising suspicions and the fact it takes place on one of your workdays, right after the sports festival. I won't question his reasons. I'll obey them, tell him that. When are you going to call your little hitman buddy? In time. In time. He turned to see Stain had vanished, smirking at how quickly he had disappeared. He wondered how many others he had failed. A text notification interrupted his thoughts. Nijer and the others were at the food court. Taking his mind off those worries helped calm him, so he headed over. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Okay, thanks, love you. He turned to see Izumi sprinting into the mall, clearly late. He remembered that Class 1A was also involved, and he cursed his own thoughts. The injuries must have knocked a few brain cells loose. Oh well, he headed inside. This should be interesting, he muttered. Aizawa, sipping his coffee, looked more annoyed than usual. He was on his 6th cup, focused on his laptop screen. The news article from a few months ago replayed in his mind, detailing the words of a villain at USJ who had claimed that All Might's once #1 fan, the one who had been ridiculed, wanted him dead. Aizawa had stumbled upon a website titled Worthless Quirkless, which showcased videos of quirkless individuals in unfortunate situations, often met with cruel jokes. One video showed a woman jumping in front of a bus to save a child, only to lose her life. The comments were filled with insensitivity. He fast-forwarded to a video titled Quirkless Endangered Teens, featuring Izuku Midoriya saving Izumi and her friends from a villain. Aizawa was struck by how, despite the odds, Izuku had managed to find the villain's weak point. He was impressed by the boy's determination, but then he saw the aftermath. Izuku being scolded by pro-heroes who had done nothing during the crisis, waiting for someone with an appropriate quirk. It was sickening. All Might had arrived and defeated the villain effortlessly, but Aizawa noticed Izuku trying to reach out, only to be met with All Might's dismissive words. Aizawa closed his laptop, pinching the bridge of his nose. He recognized that look on Izuku's face, the look of someone on the verge of breaking. It was a raw, powerful rage that had likely been building for a long time. Just then, his cat hopped onto his lap, interrupting his thoughts. You just know, don't you? He said, scratching the cat's ears as it purred contentedly. Meow. I never seem to get a break, do I? Meow. I guess not. Mina leaned forward, excitement in her eyes. So, first question, how did you meet? Nijer looked thoughtful. Is it important? Yes, it's important. We're talking about how the love between two individuals bloomed. Jiru interjected, listen, Nijer, about earlier. It's all right, you guys, Nijer reassured them. We tried to tell you, but everyone makes mistakes, right? Zuzu can be a bit short-tempered when someone mentions that. When I asked him about his quirk, he gave a very negative response. To answer your question, we met on a train ride. Mina raised an eyebrow. Not exactly romantic. Izuku approached, sitting next to Nijer. What were you expecting? Hugs and kisses like in a novel? Are you okay? Nijer asked, concerned. Yeah, I just needed that walk. Can we not talk about it? He replied, trying to change the subject. Oh sure, Mina said quickly. Yeah, sorry about that dude, Jiraiya added. Momo chimed in, we were just talking about how you and Nijer met. Really? Izuku smirked. Nijer nodded. I just told them it was on a train ride. And you asked to sit next to me even when there was no one else on board, Izuku said playfully. Ah. Mina exclaimed. Jiraiya grinned. She didn't tell us that detail. Mirio entered the scene. Hey bro, you doing good? Yeah, Izuku replied, acknowledging Tamaki's greeting. Kirishima, full of energy, asked, so, what's your workout routine? I need to know. Izuku thought for a moment. In general, I sprint in weighted gear for at least 2 hours, then hit the gym for upper body strength or legs, depending on the day. After that, I run again to build endurance. Kirishima's eyes widened. So how much can you bench? I'd say about 600 pounds, Izuku said casually. Bro, that is manly. Kirishima cheered, fist pumping in the air. Izuku shrugged, unsure how to respond. Jiraiya remarked, it's normal. Mina giggled, enjoying the banter. Katsumi, arriving late, looked surprised to see Izuku. Oh, how inconvenient to see you here, he said, sipping his water. Kirishima asked, do you take amino acids before or after your routine? Shoto, noticing the tension, said, as the other three arrived. Izuku replied, oh indeed, Shoto. Nijer realized the awkwardness of the situation. Oh. Mirio chuckled. Good one. After, Izuku answered, hearing Kirishima scribble notes. Is it possible to join your workouts? My quirk only lets me harden my skin, so I need to get stronger if I want to become like my idol. Kirishima said eagerly. Katsumi crossed her arms, looking skeptical. Izuku, what are you doing here? I'm here to hang out with Nijer. She invited me, he replied. Weren't you in the hospital? Katsumi challenged. I thought you broke your ribs, Shoto added. Quirks can do a lot, kid, Izuku said with a shrug. Shoka chimed in, so who treated you? And why do I have to answer you? Izuku shot back. Kaminari whispered to Mineta, I think something's going on. Way to state the obvious, Jiraiya whispered back. Why are we whispering? Mina asked, confused. Momo, trying to steer the conversation, said, so, you know the Bakugos and Todorokis? Izuku glanced at Momo, noticing her slight blush. Sure, go for it, he encouraged. Momo hesitated before speaking. Well, Nijer mentioned that you seem to know a lot about quirks. I wanted to get your perspective on something. How can I make my hero outfit less revealing? Izuku raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? She pulled out her phone and showed him her outfit. Izuku nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. Well, that depends. Is it necessary for your skin to be exposed? Momo nodded. Yes, in order for me to use my quirk. If it were me, I would consider using a cloak, Izuku suggested. Momo's eyes lit up. A cloak? That could work. Also, you could redesign your outfit to be more like a skin suit, similar to Midnight's. Her fabric can regrow if it's torn, so you could incorporate that along with other elements to make it less revealing if that's a concern. That's a great idea. Thank you. Momo exclaimed, her gratitude evident. Don't mention it, Izuku replied, just as a group of classmates settled at the table nearby. The student seemed intrigued by Midoriya, momentarily forgetting his quirkless status. Nijer smiled, offering her own ideas, while others chimed in about how to better utilize their quirks. Midoriya occasionally added his thoughts, contributing to the lively discussion. Izumi approached, her curiosity piqued. Hey guys. Katsumi greeted her casually. Yo. Bakugo grumbled, you idiot. Izumi turned to see her brother engaged in conversation with their classmates, clearly enjoying himself. Momo was completely focused on him, discussing quirks and momentarily pushing aside her worries. Nijer, though not an animal, seemed to perk up with interest. Momo giggled, thanks, Izuku, catching him off guard. Oh, he replied, surprised. Momo's eyes widened, and she quickly blushed. I'm sorry. Izuku waved it off. It's not a big deal. Honestly, I wasn't expecting that reaction. Nijer chuckled, her tone playful. Oh you. She spoke with a hint of sarcasm, leaving everyone to wonder if she was capable of it. Mina leaned closer, a teasing smile on her face. Ooh, is Niji jealous? Nijer blinked, feigning innocence. Me? Jealous? Of what? Mina pointed with a playful grin. That Momo here called him Izuku. Chu, sitting nearby, playfully smacked Mina on the back of the head. Enough. Mina pouted, let me have this moment. Momo quickly interjected, no, Nijer, I wasn't. Nijer shrugged, trying to ease the tension. It's alright. Saying Midoriya for an hour must be tiring, right? Izuku winced, ouch. Izumi approached, waving. Hey guys. Momo smiled back. Hey, Izumi. Your brother's here. Izumi nodded, hint of understanding in her tone. Yeah, I figured. A long pause followed, thick with unspoken words. Mina muttered, awkward. Jiraiya broke the silence. So what took you so long? Izumi replied, oh, I was visiting family. Izuku smirked, taking a sip of his drink. You sure it was family? Nijer cringed at the tension in the air. Jiraiya turned to Izumi. So, you didn't tell us your brother was an awesome quirk analyzer. Izumi looked surprised. He is. Izuku shrugged, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Good work. Momo added, well, you should know. You live in the same household, right? Izuku shook his head. Not even close, young one. I live in an apartment complex in Kamino Ward. Nijire's eyes widened. Oh right, you never gave me a key. Izuku pulled a key from his pocket and handed it to her. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. What? Mina grinned. Smooth. Izuku shrugged. Had it made today. Had a feeling you were going to ask me that question. Izumi cleared her throat. Izuku. Mom wants to talk to you sometime when you're free. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Any reason? Izumi hesitated. Wouldn't say. Izuku sighed. She'll get 15 minutes. Later. All right. Izumi nodded. Okay. Izuku smirked. Any more questions, princess? Izumi groaned, heading back to the others. Kirishima chimed in, are you too? Izuku cut him off. In a strained relationship? Toxic siblings? All of the above. Jiraiya added, well, we're not going to pressure you on that. Mina piped up, we aren't, you. She rubbed her cheek where a RBB band had hit her. Momo composed herself. Yes, we aren't. This is a family matter for the two. And as good students and friends, we shouldn't ask him if he's uncomfortable about it. Izuku smiled at Momo. Thanks. He could see why Nijer loved him. His personality was a bit off-putting in some ways, but he appreciated her support. Just then, Izuku's phone beeped. Seems I have to get going. For real this time. Nijer pouted, wrapping her arms around his. Food. I don't want you to go. Izuku sighed, trying to free himself. Really? My free hand? Nijer teased, can't pry me off with that broken wrist of yours. Izuku chuckled. Come on. I have to work. Nijer shook her head. No. Izuku tried again. Nay. Nijer insisted, stay with us. Mirio, watching the scene unfold, simply said, don't look at me. Tamaki faded into the background, and they all had to admit it was a cute display. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Shigaraki confronted Stain. So, what are you here for? Stain replied, not a good first impression. I was told this is a feared organization, not some small gang that does petty crimes. Shigaraki retorted, for your information, we have the Bogeyman on our team. We don't need pawns. Stain smirked. I'm aware. I would know, since I'm the one who talked to him first. Suddenly, a girl in a school uniform burst in, looking for Izuku. She jumped over the bar counter and peered under the table, then looked up at Shigaraki. Hey, you said he works for you, but I don't smell the blood of the people he killed anywhere. Shigaraki replied, he has a normal life to maintain. The girl pouted. I want to see him kill. I know me and him are going to be besties. Shigaraki called out, Kurojiri. Kurojiri opened a portal, and the girl jumped through, disappearing from sight. Stain remarked, useful quirk. Kurojiri responded, please, you flatter me. Stain continued, seems you're the only one with manners. Now tell me who I'm meeting with. A voice chimed in, that would be me. Kaizoma Kiguro. Stain flinched at the mention of his real name. Sensei chuckled. No worries. Your secret is well kept hidden here. And the same goes for your other member. A man with scars covering his body stepped into the light, looking intimidating yet oddly attractive. Stain asked, so when can we see this so-called Bogeyman? Sensei replied, my young pupil has already informed you. He has a normal life to live and keep up with to avoid suspicion. I'm sure you have met him before. What do you go by? Dabi, the man answered. Sensei nodded. Well then Dabi. I'm sure you will meet him very soon. Toga chimed in, and I'm Toga. Stain sighed in frustration. Sensei instructed, Kurojiri, get things set up. We can talk and negotiate here. Tamura, you come as well. Kurojiiri emerged with a cart full of beverages, ready to proceed. Back with Izumi, she sighed, recalling her earlier conversation with her mother. And then he just ignores me the whole time. Inko responded, I'm sorry about having you go through that, sweetheart. Izumi continued, but I guess the only good thing is he's willing to give you, and I quote, 15 minutes to talk to him. Inko smiled. That's fine. And thank you for telling him, Izumi. Are you ready for the sports festival? Izumi nodded eagerly. Oh yeah, definitely. I've been training a lot more than usual. But I'm also nervous. Inko reassured her, well, if I know anything, Izuku's father was a student at UA. He was third, even though he barely trained. Izumi's eyes widened. Is he that strong? Inko explained, he only had a fire-breathing quirk, but he was so physically strong that he gained the nickname, the Dragon of the West. But I knew he was a big softie. Izumi asked, wow. Did he ever become a hero? Inko paused. Well, that's a story for another time, Izumi. Because I have to talk to Izuku about it first. Izumi sensed something was off. Did something happen to him? Inko quickly replied, oh no, he's traveling overseas right now. So yeah, you should be heading out now, Izumi. Don't be late. Love you. She hung up abruptly, leaving Izumi puzzled about her father's past. Izumi hurried through town, her heart racing as she tried to catch the next train. She used her quirk to boost her speed but just missed it. Ah, damn it, she muttered, watching the train leave. She sat down, glancing at the news on her phone. The headline read, Today's top story. She clicked the link and saw a picture of the Bogeyman. The article detailed a recent killing spree, leaving her feeling uneasy. It's getting worse out there, she thought, hoping her dream of becoming a pro hero could help save the world from such evil. When the next train arrived, she boarded and sat down, but felt a chill as she noticed a figure on a rooftop across the street, holding a sledgehammer. Excuse me. Pardon, she called out, weaving through the crowd to get a better look, but when she reached the window, the figure was gone. What the heck, she whispered as the train pulled away. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Izuku and Oaco observed. Oaco said, so that's where she is. Izuku replied, and she wronged both of us. She's oblivious to her sins. That's what makes me rage. Slowly but surely, I will ruin her life. Oaco's expression darkened. I want to help too. She left me for dead at that exam. It's the least I can do. Izuku nodded. In time, we will have our moment. Oaco asked, did you meet the new recruits yet? Izuku shook his head. Not yet. But from seeing Shigaraki's reaction, it seems they set him off easily. Oaco chuckled. He speedran the levels of rage he goes through daily. Izuku agreed. Makes sense. Oaco added, but I think we'll have time to adjust. That new girl seems interested in both of us. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Any reason why? Oaco explained, she said I looked cute. And she thinks your method of killing is hot. Izuku considered this. Intriguing. Frowned. You're not freaked out? Even the hero killer was concerned with her behavior. Izuku shrugged. Doesn't mean she chose to act like that. Who knows? Oaco shook her head. You really don't judge, do you? Izuku replied, only those who judge us first. Then I will make sure that will be the last thing they think. Oaco winced at his intensity. Izuku turned to leave. Well, I better meet them then. Oaco hurried to catch up with him, feeling a mix of admiration and concern for how accustomed he had become to this life. As they walked, Izuku reminded her, Stain is going to take you on his crusade tonight. He's no pushover and he won't slow down. Show him all the training I showed you. Don't give your opponent the opening they need to take you out. I know you've trained hard, but nothing could prepare you for a real battle. You have to keep your composure and strike. Are you able to do it? Oaco took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his words. Yes. I will do what I can to make Sensei proud. And maybe, you. Izuku smiled. I'm already proud of what you can do. Hope I was a good teacher for you. Oaco replied, better than the other teachers I had during middle school. Izuku chuckled. Well, that's a start. I never really did ask this. But why did you want to apply for UA? Oaco hesitated before sharing. At first, it was about the money. But not in the way you think. My parents own a construction company, but we didn't have the best living conditions. I wanted to be a hero to help my parents, to give them the money I earn and hopefully help them retire so they won't have to worry about work again. I also want to help those who live in similar conditions as I did. But with this whole being stepped on by a robot thing, I don't have a chance to do that anymore. Izuku listened intently, holding back any negative remarks. He wanted to support her growth. I think it's honorable. Honestly, when you said it was for money, I assumed the worst. But when you explained your reasons, I understood. It's a shame the world has lost a potential hero like you. But you can still help them, even if you're not a hero. With the amount of money we make, I can help you with your situation, if that's all right. Ochako's eyes lit up. That would be great. I just want to give it to my parents. They've done so much for me. They never had to do it at all, and they're the most caring people I know. Izuku nodded. Well then, Miss Uraraka, I'll see what I can do. Ochako beamed, hugging him tightly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Izuku chuckled. Geez, you make it seem like I can't be kind. Ochako blushed. Oh, sorry. Izuku pointed to the ground, noticing they were floating. Plus. Ochako giggled. I'll fix it in a bit. She touched her fingertips and they both fell. Oof, she landed well on top of him. Izuku blinked in surprise. What the hell is going on today? Ochako quickly got up, her face flushed. What? Izuku shrugged, trying to play it cool. Not important. Let's go. Ochako hurried after him. What did you mean by that? The scene shifted to the annual UA Sports Festival, where the excitement was palpable. Hello and welcome to the annual UA Sports Festival. Please present your purchase tickets or head to the right if you bought them online. The intercom blared, causing the crowd to cheer. PM asked Aizawa, is this thing even calibrated appropriately? Aizawa replied dryly, if you're asking about the loud annoying voice being too loud, then keep it coming. PM looked confused. Aizawa added, let them feel how I feel about it. PM shrugged and continued, anyways, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, heroes and onlookers alike, to the annual UA Sports Festival. The audience erupted in cheers as the contestants prepared for the first challenge, an obstacle course. Izumi took a deep breath, her nerves kicking in. Okay. Lida encouraged her, keep calm, Izumi. Breathe slowly. Izumi nodded, phew. Thanks, Tenya. Shoto smirked. Well then, Izumi, I will make sure I beat you in this. Shoka chimed in the contest, not literally. Shoto replied, literally. Shoka sighed, oh dear. Bakugo shouted, this time I'm going to beat every single one of you extras. Jairu rolled her eyes. Oh, just shut up already. Among the crowd, a familiar voice called out, hey Izumi. Izumi turned, her heart racing. Hey Mei, she waved nervously. The story continued, filled with challenges, friendships, and the ever-present struggle between heroism and darkness. Izumi greeted her friends with a casual, oh, hey, while Katsumi asked if she was doing well. Izumi replied that she was fine but expressed concern for her mother. Katsumi inquired about what was happening with her aunt, and Bakugo interjected, wondering if it had anything to do with Deku. Izumi confirmed that there was indeed a phone call scheduled between them, and she was anxious about what he might say. Bakugo's frustration was palpable as he warned that if Deku said anything upsetting, he would be furious. Katsumi speculated that Deku seemed to be acting differently lately, possibly showing a softer side. Izumi, however, doubted that based on his interactions with them. Just then, a loud crash interrupted their conversation, knocking them back. Shoto observed the chaos, while the others stared in shock as Izumi coughed, seemingly caught off guard by the unexpected event. Mei appeared, greeting Izumi and expressing relief that she had been there to break her fall. Bakugo pointed out the absurdity of the situation, while Shoto remained silent. The announcement for the first round of the competition rang out, and the excitement in the air was palpable. Momo encouraged everyone to stay calm, while Gyro urged them to aim for the top 10. Kirishima rallied the group to keep it spirited, and Kaminari looked confused. As the signal to start was given, Izumi felt a surge of determination. The gates opened, and Shoka froze the ground, causing many to become stuck. Izumi exclaimed in frustration as the competition began. Meanwhile, Izuku approached the stadium, spotting his friends. Their excitement brought him a sense of joy and relaxation, feelings he wasn't accustomed to. Nijer greeted him affectionately, which felt a bit strange but he tried to adjust. As they entered the stadium, Mirio rushed off to check out the merchandise, with Tamaki following closely behind. Izuku asked Nijer if she knew what Mirio was looking for, but she was too busy enjoying a churro to respond. Mirio soon found a limited edition All Might figure, and the excitement was contagious. Izuku shared his knowledge about the different variations of the figure, surprising both Mirio and Nijer. They discussed their interests in collectibles, and Yu joined them, impressed by Mirio's find. As they settled into their seats, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Present Mike made his entrance, and the crowd cheered. Katsumi took the stage to rally her classmates, her spirited declaration echoing throughout the stadium. Bakugo's faint retort could be heard in the background, adding to the lively atmosphere. Izuku observed the crowd, noting the competitive spirit among the students. As the event continued, a notification on Yu's phone caught their attention. Concerned, Nijer asked if everything was alright, but Yu struggled to maintain her composure as tears began to fall. Izuku glanced at her phone and read the troubling news. A teacher from Kashyyyk High School had passed away. recognized some similarities between UA and the teacher, perhaps indicating a family connection. The mood shifted as they processed the news, each lost in their thoughts. Izuku glanced at Nijer, concern evident in his voice. Do you need help? Nijer smiled reassuringly. It's okay. Come on you. She nodded, and they both stood up to take a breather, likely stepping away for a moment. Despite his reputation as a fierce competitor, Izuku felt a pang of guilt. UA had been a good friend to him and the others, and this situation weighed heavily on him. Hey man, it's starting, Mirio called out, looking back at the obstacle course that loomed ahead. It featured everything from a giant hole in the ground to landmines and a line of standard robots. The first blockade seems a little too simple, Izuku remarked. Mirio explained, after the whole zero-pointer incident, the agencies ordered that all zero-pointer mechs be decommissioned. Our principal, however, thinks it's ideal to keep a few models for himself. What's his deal with those things? Izuku asked, intrigued. Expenses, Mirio replied. The support team said it would actually cost a lot to take them apart and store them away. Really? That's interesting, Izuku said, mentally noting the information. He had an idea brewing. Tamaki pointed ahead. Alright, there's the door. Present Mick's voice boomed, signaling the start, and the door opened. A blast of ice shot across the course, covering half of the contestants as Shoka and Shoto surged ahead. Izumi cursed under her breath, knowing Shoka was likely to pull a trick like that. Frosty move! Katsumi shouted, blasting the ice beneath her to propel herself forward. Izumi chose to jump over the ice, sprinting ahead. She was careful not to overuse her telekinesis, as it could lead to a migraine. Instead, she relied on one for all. As she ran, she noticed some competitors employing creative tactics. One was being carried by several others, seemingly relaxed and carefree. Izumi squinted, realizing the carrier's eyes looked vacant, as if under a spell. Someone must have a mind-controlling quirk. Further ahead, she spotted Mei soaring through the air with her jetpack while Present Mike rambled about something she couldn't quite catch. Suddenly, 3 pointers from the exam were deployed. Seizing the opportunity, she saw Shoka and Shoto freezing the obstacles and moving through the blockade. Izumi took her chance, using her telekinesis to trip Shoto, sending him off balance. Get out of the way! Bakugo shouted as he zoomed past. Seriously, Katsuki? Katsumi yelled, making a beeline for him. Brother! Shoka called out, worried, but Izumi stopped to check on Shoto. Are you alright? She asked, helping him up. I'm fine. Go ahead, he replied, but Izumi hesitated, realizing she was stuck. When you get out, he added, glancing down at her frozen feet. Why? She exclaimed, compressing the ice with her telekinesis until it shattered, allowing her to run again. Izuku listened intently as Nijer shared that Yu's aunt, who had been like a second mother to her, had passed away. That Bogeyman proves to be much more dangerous than he seems, Nijer remarked. I heard he was injured during the USJ attack, but here he looks fine. Izuku frowned. I feel sorry for you. Even though I haven't experienced it myself, I've lost someone important too. Maybe you can share your experience with her. It might help her cope, Nijer suggested. Or it could offend her. This isn't something to take lightly, Izuku replied. Well, it won't hurt to try, right? Nijer encouraged. Yeah, you're right, he said, looking ahead, avoiding her gaze. As they continued, Mirio pointed out the giant fissure. The what? Izuku asked, confused. The 50-meter deep hole that can only be crossed by ropes attached to the sides. You either jump and hope your quirk helps you or use the ropes, Tamaki explained. And there are mines too. They aren't exactly well marked, Mirio added. Izuku frowned. What's at the bottom? Falling could seriously injure you or worse. During our year, many students didn't fall, but knowing there was nothing to cushion the fall unnerved us, Mirio admitted. Apparently, after the zero-pointer incident, they had to redo everything to make it safer, Tamaki added. Sounds like sending your child out there to die, Izuku remarked. Yeah, and the last part is still a mystery, Mirio said. What do you mean? Izuku asked, intrigued. Nijer grinned. I really want to spoil it. But it's best to let you see it for yourself, Tamaki said. As Izuku observed closely, he realized that the hole indeed posed a significant challenge ahead. A safer setup for the ropes didn't mean it was easy, but it was safer. He didn't really know, but if what they told him about redoing the safety measures in the school was true, it was very unfortunate. He could picture those students. Just one simple misalignment of footing could lead to disaster. Izumi looked at the large hole in the ground, which was honestly terrifying due to its depth. She hoped some safety measure had been put in place, as falling in and hitting nothing but dirt could be dangerous. Taking a safe route, she used one for all to give herself a boost and jumped over the entire hole. However, she couldn't help but glance back at her classmates. Some of them could easily run on the ropes, but she had to keep moving. Suddenly, she saw a plume of pink smoke fill the area in front of her. What the? she muttered, just as she overheard Present Mic's announcement. Of course you're wondering what that strange colored smoke was. What you see is the final part of the test, a simple yet effective minefield. Izumi felt her stomach drop at this. Now, I know what you're thinking. Will encountering a minefield in town happen? Is this safe? Has anyone died? Don't worry folks. The mines here are harmless. The smoke indicates that a contestant is out of the game. Triggering it will also show up on their specially made outfit for this event. And yes, we have plenty of camera angles to confirm if it was legit or not. Aizawa added, the whole point of the minefield is to test their awareness and dexterity. They need to either avoid setting one off or deal with the consequences. Sooner or later, someone will trigger one, and that hole is filled with water. It's only a 30-foot drop. As he handed the microphone back to Mike and leaned back in his chair, Cementos mumbled, "Where was this when we were students?" Aizawa just shrugged. "Thank goodness," Izumi said, spotting Katsumi right in front of her. With a smirk, she propelled Katsumi ahead. Ah! Katsumi barely missed one as it exploded behind her. "Ha!" Bakugo shouted. "Whoa!" Shoka exclaimed, watching another mine blow up. "Never have I seen this many mines explode in such a short time," Aizawa remarked. "Do you think they would just stop and observe for a moment?" Present Mike added. All right, you can do this," Izumi encouraged herself. She used her quirk to push off the ground with the same force that Katsumi used to jump, and another mine went off. A smile spread across her face as she ran ahead. Shoto noticed Izumi clearing the area quickly. What?" Shoka exclaimed as she jumped down to catch up behind her, since the area was now clear. "And thus I bring out the trap," Izumi declared, using her quirk to propel herself. With a clear sight of the finish line, she flung herself to the side, causing a huge plume of smoke to fill the area as she crossed the finish line. "And the winner is Izumi Yagi," Present Mike announced, and she smiled. Looking back, she saw both Bakugo and Shoka covered in pink smoke. "What's up with you?" Bakugo shouted. "Enough. She had the advantage, so this was honestly our fault for falling for the trick," Shoka replied, exasperated. Katsumi joined them coughing. "Breathed in that stuff?" she wheezed. "Are you okay?" Izumi asked, concerned. Katsumi accepted a water bottle from the pro hero monitoring the challenge and took a sip. "Bleh, that was an awesome run though. You all did great," she said, pointing at Bakugo. "What did I do?" Bakugo exclaimed, and another argument began. Izumi chuckled softly. "Some things never change," Shoka remarked. "Yup," Shoto agreed. Izuku chimed in, "So, a land mine with a pink flare to it, breathing in that smoke might be irritating." Mirio added, "The mines used to be closer to the surface, so this was easier for them. Even the hole is filled with water," Tamaki noted. "But won't that still hurt?" "A still body of water is like hitting a solid surface," Nijer pointed out. 30 feet is still quite dangerous, depending on how you fall," Izuku said. "This whole thing is a safety hazard," Mirio stated. "Agreed," Izuku replied. Just then Yu returned, looking exhausted. "Oh, Yu, come sit," Nijer said, helping her out. "Thanks," Yu replied, sounding drained. She kept to herself. "Here," Izuku offered her some water. She took it, her eyes slightly red and puffy from tears, and she shivered. I can't believe she's gone." "I'm sorry if I'm bringing everyone down," Yu said. "No," Mirio said gently. "Don't think like that," Tamaki added. "You have every right to feel this way. It's okay to let it out, Yu. We're here for you," Izuku reassured her, nudged by Nijer, who nodded in agreement. "I used to have someone close to me, even though we weren't related. He was like an older brother to me. I still remember visiting him and just playing and talking," Izuku shared. "Do you still keep in touch with him?" Yu asked, her voice trembling. "Actually no. He went missing. It's been 11 years now, and with the note he left behind, he's likely gone. I can't imagine how much it hurts for you, especially since it happened so suddenly. I never blamed his mother for what she said, she needed someone to blame. But a piece of me died that day too," Izuku confessed. "So you understand, how do you keep going?" Yu asked, wiping her tears. "I try to move on. It sounds simple, but it's one of the hardest things to do in life," he replied. "As underwhelming as that sounds, I can tell it hurts. But why are you telling me this?" Yu questioned. "I don't know. You're in a lot of pain right now. The least we can do is be here for you. You shouldn't have to deal with this alone." As she started to sob again, Nijer hugged her tightly, and Mirio sat beside her. "Remember, if you need someone to talk to, we're all here," Mirio said. "Thanks guys. I know what I need to do now," Yu said, her resolve strengthening. "What we need to do," Mirio corrected. Tamaki nodded in agreement. "We'll make them pay. They will regret the day they crossed us," Nijer declared. Izuku felt a weight on his shoulders, realizing he was making things more complicated than they should be. But like everything else in life, it seemed to weigh him down no matter what. Chapter end. Shigaraki leaned back on the sofa, clearly bored. This is so boring, he muttered. Dabi, sipping a drink, replied, so, when's this fabled bogeyman supposed to be here? His tone was mocking. Toga hummed along to a song playing overhead, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Shigaraki shot back, and you're asking me this? Dabi shrugged. Well, you work with him. Shigaraki rolled his eyes. He's on an undercover mission right now, trying to be a good influence for the students at UA. Toga perked up. Ooh. Dabi raised an eyebrow. UA? You think he won't sell you out? Shigaraki dismissed the thought. I could care less about what he does. He can't escape the consequences of his actions, so there's no point in worrying. Toga's eyes sparkled with excitement. I really want to hear it. The sound of that hammer hitting the base of the skull, opening the passage for blood to flow freely. Like a bell being chimed. Music to my ears. She breathed heavily, lost in her dark fantasies. Shigaraki looked at her, bewildered. What have you found her doing? Dabi sighed. I found her drinking a cup of blood she poured from some corpse. Watching her become who she is and do odd things was disturbing. Stain has been keeping her in check with her bloodlust. Shigaraki nodded. Must be a pain. Dabi agreed. You have no idea. Toga chimed in, I'm still sitting here. Dabi replied, we know. Kurojiri interrupted, apologies, Miss Toga, but I must ask that you remove your knife from the counter. The blood may ruin the woodwork. Toga grumbled and moved to another chair. Shigaraki turned on the TV, which displayed highlights from the sports festival's first challenge. He watched the students navigate a low-budget obstacle course, boredom creeping in. Suddenly his phone rang, and he noticed a new email. So he did it finally, he said, seeing the recent news about the bogeyman's actions. Toga gasped, snatching the phone from his hand. Oh my gosh, he's so strong-looking. The details. I can just imagine the display he's left. She breathed heavily again. Dabi took the phone back from her. I wonder if the Emperor is nearly done with his meeting, Kurojiri mused. Dabi replied, hopefully. Things are getting wild here. I'd rather just be burning stuff. Shigaraki added, not the same sentiment. But I want to do something other than just sit here. Just then, a black portal opened. Stain stepped through. You three are loud. Dabi pointed at Toga. That's her fault. Toga looked confused. What? Shigaraki demanded. So what's the big deal right now? Stain replied, I'm certain the bogeyman has much better manners than you, despite his methods. Dabi, Toga, you're in? Dabi asked, what about you? Stain answered, I'm working under a different status. Until this boy can prove to be a leader, I'm only following my own orders. So you two better behave. Dabi muttered, ah man. Toga whispered, oops. Here he goes again, as she heard Dabi mumble under his breath. Shigaraki said, so the main guy you're looking for is coming here tonight, and right now we have to? Kurojiri interrupted, actually, I will be the one organizing the rooms and quarters. So, Stain, shall I show you to your quarters? Stain nodded. Show me. Kurojiri led the way. Dabi remarked, you treat him with respect, he'll respect you. We're not some bootleg NPC you can boss around. I want to see this bogeyman and spar against him. I want to see if he truly deserves to be feared. Shigaraki replied, that's a death wish. Dabi shot back, what? Toga exclaimed, wow. Just then, Oaco burst through the door, freezing in place. Shigaraki facepalmed. Tako stammered, Toga gasped, blushing as she noticed Dabi. Dabi stood up. You better run. I could probably hold her back for 5 seconds. Oaco nodded and dashed out. Izuku, observing the scene, commented, interesting. Sensei said, your new teammates may seem off, but in time, you will prove to be a force to be reckoned with. With their member having an affiliation for bloodlust, it can't be controlled, as it's part of her quirk's drawback. Izuku sighed. Let me guess. Babysitting? Sensei replied, think of it as helping her control it. Oaco can handle herself now, so you need to help with another problem. Izuku groaned, I might as well become a teacher. But intermission is almost done. Sensei advised, go on ahead. But know this, at some point, you will face them, not as their friend, but as their worst enemy. He ended the call. Izuku sighed, this just doesn't end. A voice responded, indeed it doesn't. Izuku asked, are you here to kill me? The voice replied, what? No, you idiot. Izuku chuckled. I thought it would have been awesome to say, what are you doing here? The figure handed him a small package. Here. Izuku asked, what is it? Last week's payment. Izuku shook his head. I told you I don't need it. Just take it. I earned too much, and it could get traced from the amount I'm going to deposit. Izuku sighed. Fine. Thanks. Don't mention it. Be seen ya, kid. The figure vanished. Izuku muttered to himself, just pity money. Probably trying to get me back into contracts again. Meanwhile, Nijer called out, Hey, Zuzu, come on, pulling him along. Izuku chuckled, all right, I'm coming. Meanwhile, the Chimera principal, Nizu, explained over the phone, there have been speculations about who this Bogeyman could be. Some say he might be a typical villain, while others think he could be a rogue pro-hero. So far, no records can explain his fighting style. It's berserk and animalistic, with brute strength. It's unnervingly similar to the villain Muscular, who also has a bloodlust for killing. However, Muscular wants to be known as a murderous person, while the Bogeyman seems to appear and disappear without a trace. My guess is he may have some affiliation with another assassin roaming around. Yagi sighed, it keeps getting worse out there. Nizu continued, as sad as it sounds, we must also consider the list of potential targets. He pulled out a large chart featuring almost everyone from Kashyyyk High and certain pro-heroes. Yagi frowned. Almost all of them are children. Is this really what he intends to do? Nizu confirmed, most certainly. By connecting the Kashyyyk deaths so far, the 4 students from his first appearance, 1 from Aldra, and so forth, I believe the Bogeyman himself is around the same age, if not slightly older. Yagi looked incredulous. A child? Nizu clarified, more accurately, a barely legal teenager, 18 or 17 I would guess. Yagi exclaimed, what could have made them do this? How could we let this happen to him? Nizu sighed, that is what I've been trying to figure out. When I tried to link all of them to find a potential suspect, only one came up. He handed Yagi a photo. Yagi's anger flared. Are you joking? Nizu remained calm. It is not. Yagi interrupted, lifting Nizu slightly off the ground. How dare you suggest something like this? There's no way he could be that powerful. You saw what happened afterward. He has a quirk and shrugged off the injuries he sustained at USJ. Don't you dare suggest that ever again. Nizu sighed. I know how much that can hurt, Mike, but I have to keep him on the suspect list. It's to help narrow it down. You saw the tape of how he looked at the heroes during your little humiliation speech. He lowered Nizu back down. Yagi reflected, not a day goes by that I don't regret saying that to him. Not as his father, but as his idol, the only thing he had left. Nizu replied, and that is why he is on the list. It wouldn't surprise me if he had thoughts of killing, given what I've read about his life. It's the perfect alibi. Yagi nodded slowly. I understand, Nizu, but promise me one thing, please. Certainly. We keep this between us. We don't tell anyone until we're certain. We can't have anyone pointing fingers this early, especially Izuku. He's been through enough. The picture he held was of Midoriya in his work outfit, but who had taken the photo? Izuku stared off into the distance, watching the teachers set up the next course. He was lost in thought, troubled by everything that had been happening lately. He could feel his quirk inside him, rejecting him, and he had been feeling unwell. Ojiko had mentioned that being quirkless made someone a perfect specimen for creating nomus, but an enhanced nomu was much harder to control, leading to an unstable quirk. In a flashback, Izuku, at 13 years old, recalled a time when he had endured the abuse of his peers for far too long, still oblivious to their hatred. Izumi, he had called out, hoping for a moment of connection. What do you want, Deku? She replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. I was just wondering if you'd want to come with me to the HeroCon. No one else would go with me, he had said, his heart racing with hope. Sure, yeah, I can go, she responded, surprising him. Really? He exclaimed, excitement bubbling inside him. Yeah, why not? It could be fun, right? She said, a small smile forming. Yeah. I already have 2 tickets. I thought my friend would want to go with me, but never mind. Thanks, sis. Love you. He hugged her tightly and she awkwardly returned the gesture. No problem, she said, and he dashed off, filled with joy. A week later, Izuku found himself hiding behind a dumpster, tears streaming down his face as he tried to escape someone. Diyu, where are you? Bakugo's voice echoed, filled with rage. Izuku looked down at his leg, noticing the burn but feeling no pain, which only heightened his panic. He had only tried to protect another kid from being attacked, but now he was worse off than before. Suddenly, a man appeared before him, startling him. No, please, I'm sorry. Izuku stammered, fearing it was another bully. Hey, old man, have you seen a kid? Bakugo shouted, but the man simply stood there, his gaze piercing. How far this world has fallen, that children like you treat others as if they are nothing, the man said, his voice steady. Bakugo, taken aback by the man's glare, decided to leave with his friends. Let me see your legs, son, the man said, and despite his fear, Izuku slowly turned to show him the injury, whimpering in pain. Did that boy do this to you? The man asked, but Izuku remained silent, unsure of what to say. You're not in trouble. I just want to help, the man reassured him, his tone softening. Izuku felt tears welling up. Why's, he finally managed to say, his voice breaking as he began to cry. Okay, can you tell me what his quirk is? The man asked, and Izuku shared what he knew. The man took off one of his gloves. Are you going to take me away? Izuku asked, fear creeping in. No, I'm going to help you. Here, bring your leg here, he instructed gently. Izuku winced as he rested his leg on the man's knee. Ow, 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 he gasped. It's all right. Breathe slowly. Count to 3 as you breathe in, then breathe out. Can you do that? The man guided him, and Izuku followed his instructions. The next 30 seconds felt like an eternity, but when it was over, the pain had vanished. Gasp how? Izuku looked at his leg in disbelief. The burn was gone. There, the man said, a satisfied smile on his face. Thank you to Mr. Izuku said, still in shock. Please, just call me, the man replied, but the name was lost in the haze of Izuku's memory. As the flashback faded, Izuku remembered the hero con with Izumi. They had a great time, but her friends had become jealous and turned on him. He also recalled the mysterious man who had helped him when Bakugo nearly caused him serious harm. He didn't know what the man's quirk was, but he hoped to see him again someday to express his gratitude. Aizu, it's starting, Nijer called out, pulling him back to the present. Coming. Izuku replied, shaking off the memories as he prepared for the next challenge ahead. Chapter end. Izumi clapped her hands together, rallying her teammates. All right then, let's get this show on the road, people. The atmosphere shifted when Midnight announced that the winner's headband would be worth 10 million points. Everyone turned to Izumi, whose face paled at the revelation. She quickly scanned the crowd for teammates. So far, she had Shoka and Katsumi, but they needed one more. Oh no, Izumi muttered. Katsumi sighed, frustration evident in her voice. This is a 50-50 chance here. Hey! She yelled at a boy with purple hair nearby. He replied, looking over. We need a fourth. Could you join us? Katsumi asked. He shrugged. Sure, why not? Thanks, man. You'll definitely be a big help. Name's Katsumi Bakugo, she said, extending her hand. Shinso, he replied, shaking her hand. Shoka raised an eyebrow. Just that. Just that, Shinso confirmed. Izumi took a deep breath. We need to formulate some sort of plan. Shinso, what's your quirk? He remained quiet for a moment before responding. Mind control. Wow, Izumi said, impressed. Katsumi grinned. That's really cool, man. Shinso looked surprised. What? Shoka chimed in. Your quirk is perfect for avoiding bloodshed. It's the definition of strategy. You think so? Shinso asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Yeah, Izumi assured him. No quirk is evil, it's all about how you use it. And what do you plan then? Shinso inquired. Izumi explained, we have to snatch up other people's headbands. You can shout things to catch them off guard, say things that make them question you. Katsumi added, we need to be in close proximity, so I'll handle long-range guarding. Shoka nodded. While I disrupt the others, you'll play a key role in this. That way, Izumi can use her quirk to get their bands, possibly more. That's the plan for now, Izumi concluded. Shinso nodded. That could work. All right then, I'll try it. Yes, thanks. Izumi said, and they took their positions, ready to face the competition. Shoka remarked, knowing Shoto, he's likely to head straight for us. Katsumi replied, I think everyone in the match is coming for us, Shoka. Right? Shoka conceded. All right then, get ready guys, Izumi said as the gate opened, signaling the start of the competition. She knew she was the main target. Meanwhile, Nijer commented, so the winner's headband is worth about 10 million this year. Mirio added, last year it was 9. Izuku observed, I see. The winner seems to have a strong team. Tamaki noted, indeed. I wonder what the purple-haired kid's quirk is. Nijer shrugged. I don't know. Yu teased, great explanation, Niji. Izuku sent a message to Shigaraki, who responded almost immediately, causing Izuku to flinch. Of course, this Izumi girl seems to have a telekinesis quirk. The blonde and the white-haired girl have explosion and ice-based quirks, respectively. So far, 3 offensive quirks, unless the ice is for defense. I can see a strategy forming. Flank them from behind, maybe with a distraction, or charge in all at once. Emotionally, one seems hot-headed, the other sassy, and the last one. Well, he's the idiot. Tamaki guessed, the green-haired one is the idiot? Bingo, Izuku confirmed, eliciting a giggle from Nijer. He then spotted Yaoyorozu. Nijer pointed. There's Momo. Who? Mirio asked. The ponytailed girl who freaked out after meeting Midoriya, Tamaki explained. Oh right, Mirio said. Yu added, she must be affected by her USJ incident. I heard she was taken hostage by a villain. Nijer nodded. Yeah, it really affected her. But the hangout helped her. Let's hope she does fine. Meanwhile, Momo was lost in thought, trying to devise a plan. Normally, she thrived in these situations, but now, every time she closed her eyes, she saw the monster lurking in her mind. Momo! Jiru snapped, bringing her back to reality. What? Momo flinched. What's the plan? Jiru asked, glancing at Kaminari and Shoto, who were waiting. I'm sorry guys. I've been out of it. Todoroki, do you know anything that could set Katsumi off? Momo asked. Unlike her brother, she's slightly more patient, but it doesn't take much to set her off, Shoto replied. Good to know. Jiru, could you use your jacks to reach for their headbands? Momo suggested. Yeah, I can do that, Jiru confirmed. Kaminari, I'm going to make a wire with copper lining. If you could give concentrated bursts of electricity through it, can you try to shock their carriers? Momo instructed. Sure, but I have a limited amount of power before I'm out of commission, Kaminari warned. Never go full out, Jiru joked, recalling her dad saying. Kaminari chuckled. Nice. What about me? Shoto asked. Well, we need some defense, right? Try to freeze the ground around us to throw them off balance, but be careful. Izumi could fling that wire back at us, and we might slip on the ice, Momo cautioned. Is the plan set? They nodded, ready to execute their strategy. Momo felt a flicker of trust in her teammates, though she struggled with her own self-doubt. The gates opened, and she quickly made the items needed for the team. They dashed out, focusing on Izumi. Pick them off. Getting their bands is the priority. Momo shouted. Right. Jiru responded. You got it, boss lady. Kaminari added. Sure, Shoto said, keeping his focus on the others. Their first encounter was with Monoma, the boy who had taunted them after the USJ incident. Wah! Monoma exclaimed as Shoto froze the ground beneath them. Kaminari swung the wire around, and Itsuka Kendo grabbed it, unaware that Kaminari had released a jolt of electricity. The shock traveled through the group, and Jiru seized the opportunity to snatch their headbands. Yes! Jiru cheered. Good work! Momo shouted, feeling a surge of hope. Meanwhile, Shigaraki observed the events unfold. So, is it done? He asked Ojiko, who nodded. Yes, it's been set since the meeting with Stain. He had some unique opinions on the Nomus. If our sensei wasn't there, I might be in trouble, Ojiko explained. Shigaraki sighed, feeling weary of Ojiko's antics. Ochako entered, asking, Hey, the second round started. Are you going to watch? Discussing some things here. I'll be in soon, Shigaraki replied, and she nodded, closing the door behind her. Ojiko handed Shigaraki a small earphone. The arrangement of their programming is set. They will follow every command. Your friend suggested sending messages directly to them. You won't see all of them, but you'll be notified if one is taken down. Shigaraki observed the 15 Nomus displayed, each one unique, infused with various quirks. He smiled, realizing the potential control he had. Each one is different, he noted. How you use them is up to you, Ojiko said. With a plan forming in his mind, Shigaraki decided to take some time to strategize. You're done for the day, Doc. Take the rest off. Thank you, sir, Ojiko replied, heading off to tend to his sensei. Shigaraki returned to watch the second round, reflecting on his journey. He remembered how he had been forced into this life, how sensei had offered him a helping hand without expecting anything in return. Kurogiri, though he rarely showed it, was family to him. And Izuku? He was not a rival but the brother he never had, the ally he needed. They both knew they could never have a normal life after this, but they wouldn't take it away from others either. The crowd cheered as they witnessed the intense battle for the 10 million point headband. Momo's team executed their strategy, picking off opponents one by one, until they lost their headband to Bakugo's team. It was a fierce back and forth, but ultimately, Jiru emerged victorious, stealing the headband and winning the round. The cheers grew louder, and even Jiru had to cover her ears from the noise. But then, Momo's heart sank as she spotted a figure in the crowd, the Bogeyman, watching her from above. She stumbled back, panic rising within her. I see him. I see him, she cried, pointing. Izumi, he's not here. He's not here. Listen to me. Izumi urged, trying to steady Momo's breathing. Momo rubbed her eyes, and the figure vanished. It was just another illusion. Excuse me, she murmured, walking away to catch her breath. Midnight announced the one-on-one duels, the final part of the festival, where heroes would choose their interns. Little did they know, this could be a life-changing event. Chapter end. Midnight stood before the roaring crowd, her excitement palpable. Well then, that was certainly quite the eventful match, wouldn't you say, folks? The audience cheered in response, their energy electric. Now, on to the CLMX of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the one-on-one duels. She gestured to the large screen behind her, where a list of names appeared. Among them were the 4 competitors, along with Momo and Tokoyami, who were set to face off first. Here are the students who have put in so much effort. They all did a fantastic job. Let's give them a round of applause. Midnight clapped her hands, and the crowd erupted in cheers, shouting encouragement for the participants. The pro heroes watched proudly, knowing that UA had so many students eager to become heroes. Now then, the first round. We have Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Midnight announced, displaying their pictures on the screen. As they entered the arena from opposite sides, Momo took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. The silence of the crowd was unnerving, but then she heard a familiar voice. Come on, you can do it. She looked up to see Nijer and the others cheering her on. Spotting Izuku in the crowd, she felt her cheeks warm as he smiled and waved at her. Ahem. Right? Momo said, a confident smirk replacing her earlier anxiety. Meanwhile, Izuku received a message on his phone. It was from Shigaraki. It's done. He knew he had a time set for his next mission. Glancing at Nijer, who smiled back at him, he felt a pang of regret. I have to go. I've been called in, he said reluctantly. Ah, really? Nijer replied, disappointment in her voice. Just when the best part is here? Mirio added, looking surprised. We'll be fine. If he has to go, then he has to go, Yu reassured them. Call me later, okay? Nijer said, her eyes hopeful. Yeah, Izuku replied, giving her a quick kiss before waving goodbye to the others and making his way through the crowd. As he passed by some pro heroes giving autographs, he was stopped by Death Arms. Hey, look out. Don't want to knock you over, hee, Death Arms said, squinting at him. Say, have I seen you before? Izuku remained silent, feeling a mix of unease and recognition. Come on, help a guy out, Death Arms pressed. No, I think that was someone else, Izuku replied, trying to sidestep the conversation. What? Death Arms asked, confused. Nothing, sir. If you'll excuse me, I need to get to work, Izuku said, moving past him. Death Arms scratched his head, puzzled. I know I saw him before, he muttered to himself. Izuku sighed in relief as he exited the venue, heading toward Kamino Ward to begin his next mission. He had gathered enough information and had no reason to linger. As he turned into an alleyway, a portal appeared before him, leading directly into the Noma room. Took you long enough, Shigaraki remarked, his tone casual. As the duel began, Nijer cheered for Momo, watching her create an item. Suddenly she noticed Tokoyami's shadow stretching ominously toward Momo. The next moment, Momo gasped and fell back, stepping out of bounds, making it the quickest fight ever. Tokoyami is the winner, Midnight announced, and while the crowd cheered, many were left confused by the swift outcome. The pro heroes exchanged concerned glances. Cementos sighed, poor girl. You saw that, right? Mike asked, looking at Aizawa. Make sure no one ridicules her. Hero or not, kick them out if they do, Aizawa instructed, and Cementos nodded in agreement. Aizawa added, I have another challenge on my hands. I wonder how this will fare for the others, Mike mused. She was held hostage and had something done to her. Of course, this would happen. All we can do now is offer counseling, Aizawa replied, glancing at the big 3. I'm going to talk to her, Nijer said, determination in her voice. Go for it, Mirio encouraged. Oh no, you two are also coming. You said, grabbing Mirio's ear. Uncle, he exclaimed, following along with a laugh as Tamaki got up to join them. After the match, Momo approached Tokoyami, thanking him for the match, even though he was typically stoic and quiet. She felt a mix of emotions, still shocked by the outcome. Why? She whispered to herself, feeling weak and overwhelmed by the experience. Memories of her past haunted her, and she struggled to shake them off. In her mind, she recalled the torment she had endured, the harsh words echoing in her thoughts. She felt trapped, unable to escape the pain that lingered. It's okay. It's okay. Nijer's voice broke through her thoughts, offering comfort as she rushed to Momo's side. Momo! Mirio exclaimed, hugging her tightly as she anxiously tugged at her hair. Tamaki was on his phone, speaking with Recovery Girl. Hey girl, it's us. Listen to our voices. We're here, Yu reassured her. Nay. Momo responded, her voice trembling. Nijer stepped forward, concern etched on her face. I saw what happened. It was him, right? Momo nodded slowly, tears brimming in her eyes. Mirio felt a surge of anger. This situation was worse than he had imagined. Yu shared his expression of frustration. I'm going to confront him. First, he takes away her aunt, ruins lives, and instills fear in heroes. Now, he's traumatized a first-year student who is terrified to be alone, afraid he might be watching her. We will stop him, Mirio vowed, determination in his voice. As some pro heroes arrived, Recovery Girl approached Momo, gently taking her hand and offering reassurance like a caring grandmother. Momo reluctantly stood up to follow her, and even Nizu had arrived to observe the situation. Nizu turned to the group, raising his hands to calm them. I'm well informed about what happened. You are not in trouble for helping, but I will need to ask you what she told you. Nijer spoke up. She really didn't say much. When we found her, she was grabbing her hair, yelling for it to stop, Mirio added, his voice filled with concern. I see. I will make notes and ensure Recovery Girl is informed about the incident. You may return to your seats, Nizu instructed. Sir, one question. Mirio called out, and Nizu paused to listen. Yes. Nizu replied. Why isn't stopping him a priority? He's ruined too many lives already. Why won't you let us handle this? We're capable of so. We are the big three. Mirio insisted. Surely we can do something. Nijer chimed in. I may not be part of the group, but I want to help. Yu added, and Tamaki nodded in agreement. Nizu sighed, his expression serious. As proud as I am of your determination to stop him, it's out of the question. We have new information suggesting he possesses more than one quirk, making him extremely dangerous. We are sending our best pros to hunt him down. Your current skill set may not be enough, which is why it's crucial to keep up with your training. Mirio struggled with the reality of their situation. They felt helpless against him, or at least that's what he wanted them to believe. So we should keep training then, Nijer declared, her resolve strengthening. I'm tired of this bully who thinks he can instill fear in everyone. But it also inspires bravery in others. You said it. I'm not afraid of him. I want to ensure he doesn't hurt anyone else. Mirio affirmed. And I will follow, Yu promised. Then I'm sure he will have a hard time when you are ready, Nizu said before walking away. Nijer looked at her friends, hope shining in her eyes. I hope with everyone's help we can stop him. I'm sure we can. In time, Mirio replied, just as the announcements for the next round began. Oh, we should get back. Nijer exclaimed, and they rushed off. Meanwhile, Izuku was deep in conversation with Shigaraki. So, that's your plan? Izuku asked. What else can we do? We have to ensure you uphold your authority, Shigaraki replied. And what if I don't agree? Izuku challenged. Then we might as well be a bunch of mentally unstable teens, Shigaraki retorted. Izuku facepalmed. Very well then. I don't know why I put up with you. Feelings mutual, Shigaraki shot back. Give me time and I'll be out, okay? Izuku said, leaving the room. As he walked past the other Nomus in their test chamber, he noticed their diverse appearances until one caught his eye, one with red bat-like wings that looked familiar. No, Izuku muttered, smirking as he approached to read the former name. His hunch was confirmed. It was a bully from his childhood who had tormented him alongside Bakugo and Katsumi. The tables had turned, and now he could only laugh at the irony of it all. How the tides have changed to my bidding, he mused, leaving to put on his outfit and prepare for the encounter with the Bogeyman. Chapter end. Midnight announced, all right, we have seen round 1. Now on to round 2. The screen displayed all the contestants. Now we have Lita Tenya versus Mei Hatsum. Lita took a deep breath. Well then, time for me to go. Izumi smiled encouragingly. Good luck, Lita. Thank you, Izumi, Lita replied as he walked down to the arena. He glanced across to see Nijer and the others, who seemed invested in the matches but also troubled by something. Lita couldn't quite put his finger on it. He understood Nijer's concern. Momo's match had been a shocking upset that everyone was discussing. Rumors circulated about her encounter with the Bogeyman, but on a positive note, some heroes were interested in interning her, including the famous Uwabami. The match between Lita and Mei was as peculiar as expected. Mei effortlessly dodged Lita's attacks while showcasing her support gear, which had caught the attention of major corporations. However, the match ended anticlimactically when Mei purposely stepped out of bounds, giving Lita the win. He stood there, confused, and the crowd's frustration was palpable. But excitement returned as the next match was being set up, with the teachers selecting the pairings to keep the audience engaged. Meanwhile, Nijer made a mental note to ask Mei about creating some support gear for herself and the others. In a different part of the venue, Dabi expressed his disbelief. I honestly don't believe one man has killed this many people without ever being caught. If the heroes are sending out their best to catch him, doesn't that make things harder for us? Kurohige replied. Simply put, no. His mess is hard to clean up, and he purposely leaves trails that lead nowhere. In one instance, he murdered a hero in their own home, only to lead the police to a closet. A flashback unfolded, showing police following bloody footsteps up the stairs to find a pro-hero hanged by his own cape, a message carved into his stomach. The officers cautiously approached the closet where the trail ended, only to find nothing inside, heightening the fear surrounding the Bogeyman. Back in the present, Toga exclaimed, "Wow, he's so cool. while Oaco looked horrified, recalling the Bogeyman's past. Behave you too, Stain warned. Dabi added, when he gets here, I want to see if he's as intimidating as they say. Just then, he heard raspy breathing behind him and turned to see Izuku standing there, his presence commanding attention. Dabi felt a rush of questions. When had he arrived? How long had he been there? The red stains on Izuku's mask and coat made it clear he was not someone to be trifled with. Izuku didn't need to say anything to announce his presence. So, you're him, Dabi said, trying to shake off his initial shock. Yes. You three are the Bogeyman, Kurogyri confirmed. Toga gasped in excitement, jumping up to Izuku. It's really you. Izuku raised an eyebrow. And who is this? Oh, I'm Himiko Toga, the newest member of your league. And this grumpy one is Dabi, she introduced, her enthusiasm infectious. Izuku, startled by Toga's sudden approach, instinctively reached out and held her in place. Dabi prepared to retaliate, but Kurogyri raised a hand to stop him. It would be wise not to do that, Izuku advised. Toga, unfazed, grinned. Harder, she said, blushing slightly. Izuku deadpanned behind his mask and let her go. Oof, she exclaimed as she hit the floor. Shigaraki facebombed. We have a lot on our hands. God damn it, Dabi muttered. Izuku turned his attention to Dabi. What is your quirk? Tell me its strengths and weaknesses. Dabi smirked. How about you show us your face first? Then maybe I'll tell you. Izuku leaned closer, whispering, You remind me of someone I once knew. Dabi narrowed his eyes. Really? Bullshit. I think you are someone I know. Dabi. Or should I call you? He leaned in closer, whispering, Tia. Dabi paled at the mention of the name and instinctively released a flame toward Izuku. Shigaraki and Kurogyri remained unfazed. Dbi. Toga barked, resembling a small dog defending its territory. Izuku stood unaffected by the fire. Are you finished? Dabi, taken aback, asked. How do you know that? You and I had something similar back then. Maybe through time, I could show you again, Izuku replied, turning to Toga. Wow. You are fireproof too. Toga exclaimed. Well then you too. Pray you do a good job, Izuku said as he walked away, leaving them alone. Oaco whistled. Well, that happened. Dabi was left pondering how Izuku knew that name. He would find out. AFO appeared, commenting, I see you have met your new friends, placing emphasis on the word friends. Izuku replied, one seems overly attached and the other, an edgelord who thinks he can do anything. AFO continued, either way, they prove to be viable as both allies and pawns. Izuku nodded. I can see why. Blue flames, turning into people by blood consumption. And then Stain, who freezes people when tasting their blood. I'm surprised the girl didn't contract anything from drinking all that blood. AFO explained, from what I can see, Miss Himiko's quirk has developed. Since childhood, giving her a higher tolerance for blood consumption. It seems to trigger a dopamine release in her brain, similar to tasting sugar. Izuku acknowledged this. Will do, AFO added, and who knows? Maybe in the future, I can tell you something about your father. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You know my father? AFO smirked. Not going to spill any info, my prize student. Now go, you have new work to do. With that, a portal opened and he stepped through. Izuku pondered, he knew my father possibly? Nah. He shrugged it off for now. Midnight announced the next match, and the next one is Shoto Todoroki vs Katsumi Bakugo. Their pictures displayed as they prepared to face off. Meanwhile, in the medical bay, RG checked on Momo, who sat on the edge of the bed. Momo had finally shared her experience, leaving out some details she didn't want to recount. RG praised her bravery for speaking up, while Aizawa listened from outside, concerned about the implications of Momo's story. Back in the arena, Katsumi shouted, Come on, as she fired another focused shot at Shoto. He knew her explosions were powerful, so he quickly created an ice wall. Katsumi executed one of her signature moves, Breach, causing a concentrated explosion that shattered the wall. She leaped over the debris, only to find Shoto had vanished. Suddenly, she felt ice encasing her, freezing her in place except for her face. Sheet, she cursed, realizing she had lost. Midnight declared, Shoto Todoroki wins. The crowd erupted in cheers, while Shoto remained as emotionless as ever, simply walking off. Whoo! Midnight cheered, ready for the next round. The atmosphere was electric, and the excitement in the air was palpable. Izumi glanced around, feeling a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Why? Izumi asked, cringing slightly at the comment made earlier. Nijer, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Wow, that was a good one. Mirio chuckled, Yeah, I didn't know who I wanted to cheer for. Yu sighed, It's too bad Midoriya couldn't see this. Nijer smirked, Oh, you're finally warming up to him. Yu quickly retorted. What? No, I'm not. I'm still going to keep an eye on how he treats you. Nijer shook her head. He's nothing like that. He's as gentle as he is strong. Mirio raised an eyebrow. Should we comment on that? Tamaki interjected. I'd rather not. Nijire's curiosity piqued as she wondered aloud. I wonder what the next round is going to be? Just then, the next round was announced, and Mirio hesitated. Nijire's tone shifted as she said, oh, her, emphasizing the word with a hint of venom. Yu and the others exchanged glances, momentarily thinking it was someone else entirely. Even Tamaki looked surprised. Yu's eyes widened as he turned to the screen. Oh boy, this is going to be one intense fight. The matchup was revealed. Izumi Yagi vs Shoka Todoroki. Chapter End. The entire city seemed to have its attention focused on Izumi and Shoto as they prepared to fight. Something felt off to Ida. While it might have seemed like a regular day for him, reinforcing school rules, he felt a shiver run down his spine, as if something bad was about to happen. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but for now, he tried to focus on the fight unfolding before him. Izumi and Shoto had proven to be much more powerful than he had initially thought. His own quick battle against Shoka had been humiliating, but he had expected something like that to happen. Back and forth they went, Izumi punching through Shoto's ice, while he ignored the other half of his quirk, which only frustrated her more. She called him cowardly, insisting that using only his ice wouldn't bring back his brother. Ida knew Shoto had a sister, and while Shoka had 2 other siblings, she had never mentioned another, perhaps one who had run away or fallen victim to a villain attack. He glanced to the other side of the stadium and saw the big 3 from before, along with an unfamiliar face. Nijer looked completely annoyed, and upon closer inspection, Ida realized she was glaring at Izumi. Had something happened between them? Izumi! She shouted as she was launched away from the ice, breaking through it. Now this is intense, Mina remarked. You said it, Shiro agreed. Do you think he could beat Bakugo? Jair asked. I'm betting on Izumi. She has an awesome quirk. Kaminari chimed in. You mean not just because of her looks, right? Jair teased. Not gonna confirm nor deny it. Kaminari replied, dodging a jab from Mineta. Man, they're both strong on their own, Sata noted. Doesn't mean it's enough, Katsumi added. Shoto isn't giving it his all, Shoka said. He's always had trouble using his flames. I'd rather not go into details, but he's been hard on himself since. Izumi had been frozen twice, nearly pushing Shoto out of bounds, and she could see he was already getting frostbite. Unlike her, he couldn't use his quirk for prolonged PRDIS. They both needed to be equally balanced, and she understood that what happened with his mother wasn't his fault or hers, it was beyond their control. Come on, Shoto. Just using your ice side is cowardly. Izumi shouted. How is it pathetic? Shoto retorted. You know the reason, she shot back, using her quirk to fling ice debris at him, but he dodged. What do you know about it? You didn't experience it. Shoto yelled. I know enough to tell you it was never your fault. I'm sure if I asked Fuyumi and Natsuo, they would agree. You don't know what you're talking about. I will never be anything like him. Shoto exclaimed. Oh, and how did that work out for Tuya? Izumi challenged. Say his name again, Shoto warned. You say you're going to be the best of the best, but only using half of your potential shows how much you haven't changed at all. Funny coming from you. You know why Izuku is away, he doesn't want anything to do with us. Shoto shot back. All of us were at fault for it, including Bakugo's family, your family, the whole world. I know what I did. I could have stopped it any time, but I chose to let it linger for years. You think I don't feel guilty? If I had just told him once that I loved him and believed he could be a hero. I have to make things right. I will become a hero for his sake, and I will make sure he can become one as well. Better watch what you say, Shoto warned, tilting his head toward the crowd. They could barely hear their conversation, but Izumi didn't care at that moment. Nijer scoffed, looking more irritated than ever. I'm gonna get a breather, she said, smiling as she walked off. Leave it, Mirio gestured to you to stay put. Izumi's brother, which is Midoriya, you can figure it out right away. They aren't on the best terms right now. Nijer knows the reason, which is why she doesn't like her, or any of them in fact, Tamaki explained. Nijer disliking people? I never thought someone could have that effect on her, Yu remarked. Yeah, I always thought it was just Midoriya rubbing off on her, picking up some habits. Sometimes she hums a tune we've never heard, Mirio added. Well, she seems happy with him, but I do warn against being in a relationship while being a pro hero. You know what Aizawa taught us in his class, right? Yu cautioned. Yeah, and that's what scares me, especially with that monster roaming about freely right now, Mirio replied. He only seems to be targeting people from Kashyyyk High and newly appointed pro heroes. I'm sure when we become heroes, he will be hunting us, Tamaki said. Izumi. It's your quirk, not his. If you cannot accept it, then you will be like him no matter what. Izumi's voice echoed throughout the stadium, catching everyone's attention, even some pros who were shocked to hear her challenge Shoto. Don't you understand what kind of danger you're putting yourself in? If you only use half your power, your pride will be your downfall, Shoto. Like your mother said, it is the root of all shame you cast aside, only because you're too stubborn to admit it. Nothing will ever bring back to ya. He left of his own accord, but that doesn't mean you should too. You have people who care for you and love you. Forget your dad and whatever he says to you daily. Don't let it make you ashamed of your quirk. It's yours, it always has been, and it will stay with you until the day you die. She paused, giving him time to think it over. Across the country, countless viewers saw the sudden stop in their match, anticipating the next move. Shoto, Fuyumi said, seeing him so distraught. He had never been like this since their mother did the unthinkable. Come on, Izumi. Break through to him. He needs it, Natsuo urged. In another household, Mitsuki exclaimed, My God. Inko added, she really brought that up. Yagi felt a mix of pride and nervousness. I'm happy you care so much for your friends, Izumi. Anyone would be lucky to be your friend. Masaru remarked, well, he better listen. The kid always keeps to himself. In a mental institute, a woman watched the TV, her hand on the screen. It was Rei Todoroki, silently urging her son to listen to Izumi. Shoto, please, listen to her, she whispered, wishing she could reach out to him, to tell him how sorry she was for what she had done. Meanwhile, Shigaraki scoffed, how cheesy is this? Ochako commented, it's kind of funny thinking about it. It's dumb how she's like this with her friends, but when I was left for dead, I'd rather die than be saved by her. Toga added, little to no blood. Frozen blood is like liking an iron rod. Nasty. Kurojiri asked, you have a preference? Only when it's nice and warm, straight out of being pumped from the heart. Ooh, that holds the sweetest of it, Toga replied. Dabi, however, was more invested in the fight itself, feeling a surge of anger. And who took the blame when you wouldn't stand up for your mistakes, leading me into this madness? Fuyumi, Natsuo, you and Mom deserved better from that thing you live with. Izuku, in another room, smashed the ground in frustration, cracking it under the pressure of his emotions. Of course they help one another only within that friend group. Pride? The root of all shame? Your mother didn't say that to you, she said it to me and your older siblings. Nijer, I can tell you see it too, he thought, noticing her disinterest in the fight before turning off the screen. Stain approached him. So, you want me to bring her? Let her have a taste of murder. She's the only one in our whole group who hasn't grasped the concept of taking a life yet. This should prove to be a nice task, Izuku replied. And if she doesn't? Stain asked. Patience is key to everything. If she doesn't do it, there will be other opportunities, Izuku said. Stain nodded and left the room. I'm sure this will add some tension to the already strained control over society, All Might, Izuku muttered, glancing at a photo of the pro hero on the wall. Chapter end. Izumi stared at Shoto, feeling as if an eternity had passed. He closed his eyes, contemplating her words. Had she been too harsh? Did mentioning his mother anger him further? All she could do was wait, and the crowd was doing the same. Izumi, Shoto finally said, looking up to meet her gaze. Yeah, she replied. You're right. How could I keep up if I'm not giving it my all? All I've ever feared in this life is becoming like him. Even today, with him here, watching me fight, observing every move and tactic, just to come home and pester me about everything I did wrong. Flashback, 8 years ago. Gah! Shoto cried out, feeling the burn for the 7th time. Bah! Weak as always. If you cannot even dodge the simplest attack, how could you amount to anything as a hero? You are just like your mother, frail, fragile, broken. Endeavor scolded, forcing Shoto to look at the injury on his face, his eye nearly taken out from the incident. But she. Shoto stammered, searching for an excuse. I want no excuses. Endeavor snapped, his gaze growing more intense. Look at me, he commanded, pointing at Shoto, who stumbled back. He turned toward the window, seeing his sister playing with the others. Look at them. They mean nothing to you. Shoka is the only one who could be great like you. They'll be your downfall. Flashback ends. The more I think about it, the more I realize it's not just about giving it my all to prove something. It's to show I can protect my family, along with you guys. Thank you, Izumi, Shoto said, a fire reigniting within him. He unleashed flames and ice, and Izumi couldn't help but smile. That's right, she cheered, ready to give it her all. The fight continued, and the crowd erupted in cheers once more. Wow. He's been holding back, Mirio observed. Could have been a last resort, Tamaki suggested. Do you think he only had the ice quirk? Yu wondered. So he has flames. The question is, did she play herself when she asked for it? Why didn't she just let it continue? What's the point of this? When did she ever start caring? Nijer mused, her expression grim. Alright girl. Later on, we're going to have a long talk with them as well, Yu said. We're just being dragged everywhere, huh? Mirio commented, and Tamaki nodded in agreement. Shoo, Yu urged. There are people yelling everywhere, how are we being loud? Mirio asked, glancing at Izumi standing beside Shoto, holding out her hand for him to reach. The fight was over. Wasn't expecting that, Mirio remarked. Shows she's going to only get stronger. But I wonder if Keith is watching this, Yu pondered. Pretty sure every villain is watching this event, Tamaki added. Which is why we need to continue with Niza's request, train and train, Nijer insisted. You said it, Mirio agreed. Meanwhile, Izuku threw one of the chairs in the lab, hearing it break on impact. Must you destroy everything? Ojiko asked. Shut up. Izuku yelled, slamming his hand on the metal table, leaving a dent. He was overwhelmed with anger and frustration, even throwing up. You motherfucker. You F where? He shouted, kneeling on the ground, feeling the weight of his emotions. Ojiko took out the syringe that had been in him, injecting another quirk. He observed the changes in Izuku's veins, noting their color shifting slightly before returning to normal. Fascinating. Seems the MSTR has been right all along. Using him to be the ultimate tool for our cause. How will his mental state change? Perhaps for our own benefit, Ojiko chuckled, giving him something deemed useful, an extremophile quirk that would allow him to endure extreme conditions. The main purpose was to make him invulnerable to cold and heat, but overexposure would still affect him. Acid would be particularly effective against him, along with concentrated blasts of radiation. End of revised text. Izuku read over the information with a hint of annoyance. So much for an upgrade, he thought sarcastically. Ojiko approached him, saying, Now then, my test subject, you are cleared for now. Your sensei wants to speak with you. Izuku merely grunted in response as he put his outfit back on, adjusting his gas mask before stepping out. Something was noticeably different about him. His genetic makeup had altered. While he still looked the same, multiple veins in his arms appeared purple. It was subtle, but if he continued with this testing, he feared he might become something he never wished to be. Midnight announced, Well, guess it's the moment all of you have been waiting for, the final matchup. The one match that decides this year's winner. You're right, Midnight, PM added. Let's give a round of applause for the contestants who gave it their all this year. The crowd cheered for those who had participated, waving from the other side of the stadium. Now for the final match. Midnight declared, and the screen lit up with the names. Izumi Yagi vs. Katsuki Bakugo. The audience seemed to root for Izumi more, especially after Katsuki's brutal defeat of another contestant, a girl with green vine-like hair. His relentless fighting style had unsettled many. In contrast, Izumi had managed to break through Shoto's defenses, helping him realize he didn't have to prove anything to anyone, except perhaps to Bakugo. Izumi stood in the arena, facing Bakugo, who was on the opposite side. So it comes down to this, Izumi said. You know it, Bakugo replied, his tone challenging. Izumi continued, It doesn't matter who wins, Katsuki. We just need to show them we are capable of being heroes. Bakugo scoffed, as if I need to prove that. You and I both know I'm the strongest sibling here. That was just blast. Izumi grunted in frustration. How many times do we have to tell you? No more. Why can't you face it? We both know what we did was the right call. Accept it, Bakugo said, irritation creeping into his voice. Then I'll make sure to knock some sense into you, Izumi retorted. Looking forward to it, Bakugo smirked, daring her to try. Go! Midnight shouted, and they both rushed forward. Bakugo fired at the ground, creating a dust cloud. Izumi charged in, using her quirk to blow it away and flinging debris at him. They collided, their fists meeting with a force that shook the entire stadium. Meanwhile, in the distance, a hero in knight's armor shouted, Stop, villain! Ingenium was in pursuit of a figure causing chaos downtown, flinging debris into stores and vendors. The villain's face was obscured by a helmet with a yellow visor, Oaco Urarka. Throughout her training, she had grown stronger and had fully recovered from her injuries at the entrance exams. Come on, she urged herself, leaping from one building to the next, the setting sun providing some cover in the shadows. However, her visor reflected light, making it difficult to hide. Ingenium called out, You have violated rule statement number 321. No individual may use or activate their quirk in a public area. Disturbing the peace and destruction of property will result in immediate arrest. Oaco hesitated, then replied, You may come quietly and serve your sentence, or pay with blood should you attempt to flee and harm any innocent lives, Ingenium warned. In her earpiece, Stain's voice echoed, a hero trying to uphold their so-called order. Justice is only as strong as its foundation. Leave a mark here for them. And take him down. Oaco sighed, reaching to her back to pull out a small kunai with a chain attached. Using her quirk, she made it float freely. Ingenium sighed. I see you've made your choice. I can't say I'm saddened by this. You seem young, but I will bring you in. Do your worst, villain. He took a battle stance, and Oaco began to spin her kunai, making it hard to predict her next move. You were at the entrance exam incident, right? She asked. No more distractions. Ingenium snapped. Fine, she said, charging at him. She swung the kunai overhead, trying to knock him off balance. Ingenium deflected it with his arm braces and sidestepped, but Oaco quickly grabbed the kunai and swung it again. He jabbed her in the stomach, causing her to grunt, but she smirked, pulling on the chain wrapped around his leg to knock him off balance. Oaco then used her quirk, causing him to float. What the? He exclaimed as she attempted to stab him again. Ingenium spun around, kicking her away. H, she cried out, cracking her visor. Regaining her balance, she ran up and drop-kicked him, but he countered, wrapping his legs around her and spinning to launch her away. Diamenet, she muttered, frustration mounting. She threw her chain again, curling it around his legs and releasing her quirk, causing him to fall onto the kunai. Curses, he shouted, pulling it out of his abdomen and tossing it aside. He charged at her, landing a left hook to her visor and kicking her shins before suplexing her to the ground. Holding her legs, he used his quirk to launch himself up, slamming her down through the floor of a large apartment complex. Oaco spotted a kitchen knife and other appliances, formulating a plan. You're quite the novice fighter. Why are you doing this? Ingenium asked, but she ignored him, hitting the appliances to send them spinning toward him. He deflected them with his quirk, but that was her cue. She pulled on the chain again, bringing the kunai back to slash at his elbow. With one engine down, he couldn't use it. Seizing the opportunity, she used her quirk to gain some air time and executed a flying kick, hitting him right in the head. His helmet flew off, revealing his face, which bore a large cut with blood trickling down. Oaco flinched, recognizing him as someone similar to the guy from the entrance exams. Was this his brother? Oaco felt a rush of adrenaline as she fought against Ingenium. No, she shouted, struggling against his strength. Just when it seemed hopeless, a hammer appeared out of nowhere and slammed into Ingenium, knocking him off balance. Oaco looked up in surprise to see Izuku standing over her. Get up, he urged, and she quickly regained her composure, rising to her feet. Ingenium glared at them, his expression fierce. You, he said, recognizing Izuku as the one who had caused him trouble. Izuku smirked. So, you managed to do some damage. Hurry up, he said, urging Oaco to take action. With renewed determination, Oaco swung her kunai down, attacking Ingenium with precision. His armor was shattered, and she took advantage of his weakened state, landing multiple strikes across his chest, arm, and face, even cutting off his glasses. Finally, she wrapped the kunai around his neck and activated her quirk, spinning him around before launching him out the window. He crashed into a brick wall and fell several stories, hitting the fire escape before landing on the ground with a loud thud, wheezing and coughing. Izuku landed in front of Ingenium, followed closely by Oaco. She turned him over, her heart racing. Stain appeared, a smirk on his face. Finally, though you had help, he taunted. I did it. Now what? Oaco asked, her voice trembling. Finish him. Kill him. That's the point, Stain urged, and Oaco hesitated, glancing at Izuku, who remained silent. She looked down at her kunai, conflicted. She started. Ingenium pleaded, look, kid. I know you're not a killer. You don't have to do this. His words struck a chord, and she faltered, not wanting to disappoint her sensei. I'm sorry, she whispered, and Ingenium closed his eyes, a resigned chuckle escaping his lips. Lida. Take care, Lida, he murmured as Oaco began to lower the kunai. Suddenly, Izuku grabbed her hand, stopping her. What are you doing? Stain questioned, his eyebrow raised. Oaco stumbled back as Izuku stomped on Ingenium's knee, shattering the bone. Ingenium screamed in pain. Be glad that is all I can grant you, Izuku said, grabbing Ochako's hand. The three of them entered a portal, with Stain being pulled in as well. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stain shouted, drawing his blades. Oaco was released and stumbled back, while Izuku stared at Stain. Why spare a scum like him? Stain demanded. Because. Why not cripple one hero rather than let him become a martyr? I want them to know we mean business, Izuku replied, his tone serious. Oaco flinched at his words, but Izuku continued, good job. I was doubting myself while teaching you, but I'm glad you followed through. She felt a warmth spread through her, a smile creeping onto her face. Thank you, she stammered. Izuku removed his gas mask, revealing dark veins on his skin. Oaco gasped. What happened? Just an upgrade. Don't worry about me. Now, head into the bar. Shigaraki has a new plan, and you all need to listen, he instructed. Okay, she replied, watching him leave. Once he was gone, she let out a sigh of relief. She had been ready to take a life, and even hurting Ingenium had filled her with guilt. If it was for the cause, she felt she had no choice, but she prayed there wouldn't be any more bloodshed. Nijer often found herself lost in thought, especially when it came to serious matters. One late night, Izuku had called her to discuss his family situation, revealing that even those close to her kept secrets. She wondered if her friends were hiding things from her too. Yu, Mirio, and Tamaki were exceptions. They had been friends since their first year. But did she truly know everything about them? Nay, Yu called, snapping her back to reality. She replied. Mirio grinned. It's over. He pointed to Izumi, who had just been announced as the winner of the sports festival. The clock showed it was almost evening. Well, that was intense. What do you guys want to do? Should we congratulate the winner? Mirio asked. Nijer shook her head. Not really. Really? Usually, you'd want to know everything about them, Yu noted. This time is different. I guess I know enough about her already. Plus, you know that's Zuzu's sister, Nijer explained. Yu nodded. Right. It must be tough for him not to watch her match. Yeah. I'm going to visit him. I'll catch up with you guys later, okay? Nijer said. Sure, Tamaki replied. Don't do anything rash, Yu warned. Nah, Nijer said, rolling her eyes as she left the stadium. On her way out, she bumped into a couple of people. Oh, I'm sorry. Inko exclaimed. Are you all right, miss? Yagi asked, recognizing her as Izuku's girlfriend. I'm fine, thank you. Nijer replied. Wait a moment, Inko said, gently taking her hand and examining her face. Nothing out of the ordinary, but your hair is appealing, she smiled. Thank you. Nijer said, a bit taken aback. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Inko Yagi, Izuku's mother, she introduced herself. Nijer's eyes widened. His mom. And I'm Toshinori Yagi, his stepfather, Yagi added. You're his parents, she said softly. Yes. Izuku never really told us he was in a relationship, only through small hints. I can tell you care for him, right? Inko said. Nijer struggled to smile. A lot. Well, I'm sure I can count on you to watch over him, Inko said. He can be quite reckless, Yagi added. I'll make sure he doesn't, Nijer promised. Can I ask you a question? Oh, absolutely, Inko replied. Where's his real father? Izuku wanted me to give this to you. She held out a small picture of Izuku with his biological father from when he was very little. Where did you get this? Inko asked, surprised. He had it with him for a while. I was just curious, Nijer explained. Inko sighed. His father is currently working overseas and hasn't contacted us for years. Since he was 4. She handed the picture back. He's a hero in America, that's why, Yagi added. Inko shot him a look. Toshi. I think the girl deserves to know about this, Yagi insisted. Does Izuku know? Nijer asked. Inko hesitated. He doesn't, which is why we've been trying to contact him to discuss it, Yagi explained. So, you decided to tell me first and not him? Nijer pressed. Well, when you put it that way. Inko trailed off. I am putting it that way. Now what? Am I just supposed to keep it a secret from him? Nijer challenged. No, you don't have to, Yagi said. Don't have to? So it's implied that I should, she retorted. No, please, you're blowing this out of proportion, Inko said, trying to calm her. I think he deserves to know. Tomorrow, Nijer declared. Inko responded, confused. He said you wanted to talk to him. I'm going to tell him about this, Nijer stated firmly. It's much more serious than you think, Miss Hato, Yagi warned. And you know my last name? She asked, surprised. Our daughter goes to this school and has run into you a couple of times, Inko explained. Touché, Nijer replied. What? Yagi asked, puzzled. Okay, I'm going to see him. Until we meet again, which I hope will be brief, she said, walking away. Such a strange girl, Inko remarked. Even then, she's one of the 3 strongest students in the school currently, Yagi noted. Let's go see Izumi, Inko suggested. Right? Yagi agreed, and they walked through the staff area, showing their IDs to gain access. Nijer walked downtown, her mind racing. Stupid. Deciding to tell me first and not him. How inconsiderate are they? That really irritates me. I hate being mad. Suddenly, she spotted ambulances and police officers rushing by. What's going on? She wondered aloud, running to see Ingenium, the pro hero, battered and bruised. His left leg was twisted unnaturally, and he had multiple cuts and bruises on his body. His armor lay in shambles. What happened? She asked an officer. The Bogeyman and his new partner, the hero killer, are in partnership. He couldn't give us any more details. Right now, he needs to get to the hospital ASAP. Please move along, ma'am, the officer instructed as the ambulance drove away. Nijer clenched her fists. If the Bogeyman could take down a renowned hero, she needed to find Izuku. He should be home now, but he didn't live with her anymore. Shigaraki stood before the gathered group, a smirk on his face. Good. Now that everyone is here, let's get this started. Since our little attack at USJ, we've developed a name for ourselves. Now we can move on to something bigger, and I present to you. He pulled a cover off a table, revealing a small diorama of Hosu City. Dabi raised an eyebrow. Any reason to pick this place? With Ingenium out of the picture, we can strike where he patrols most. They're sending in new heroes, Shigaraki explained. Dabi grinned. Means we can burn them. Of course, it was chosen for one minor detail, Shigaraki continued. Stain interjected, my crusade continues here. I expect you all to stay out of my way, especially you, he said, pointing at Izuku. I only interfered because it was vital to our cause, Izuku replied calmly. Whatever, Shigaraki dismissed. Dabi chuckled. Should have burned him. Toga chimed in, or turned him into mush with your CC hammer. Izuku raised an eyebrow at her strange comment, wondering what was wrong with her. Izuku stood quietly, his expression flat. Jesus Christ, Dabi muttered. Shaking his head. Kurojiri remarked, sometimes I wonder how you manage to keep her from causing chaos. Toga, with a playful grin, hugged Izuku's arm. It's because I liked Stain back then, and now I have a major crush on you, Bogeyman. Izuku raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Are you really this touch-deprived? Yeah, Toga replied, and understanding dawned on him. To keep her calm for at least a couple of minutes, he decided to carry her. Shigaraki shot him a stern look. Is this a daycare? It keeps her from messing things up, Izuku explained. Dabi crossed his arms, observing the scene. This looks weird on so many levels. Anyways, Shigaraki continued, back to planning. The operation will take place in a week, so get some rest. And please, don't be foolish and get caught beforehand. Whatever, Dabi replied dismissively. All right, Oaco added. Shigaraki turned to her. I need to talk to you. Oaco flinched at his tone. About what? She stammered. About your mission, came Sensei's voice from the intercom. Sensei! Shigaraki exclaimed, bowing so deeply that he broke the wood on the table, ignoring the pain. Sensei sighed. I'll clean it up, Kurojiri said, irritation evident as he lightly smacked Shigaraki on the head. Ish. Remind me not to get on his bad side, Dabi remarked. Stain took a sip of his drink and added, there are two things in life you shouldn't do, ask a man his wage and mess up Kurojiri's bar. Izuku observed Toga still clinging to him. Was he now responsible for another girl? He had enough of this and gently pried her off. Oof, Toga pouted. Another time, Izuku said, walking off to his quarters. He slowly removed his face mask and rubbed his eyes, feeling a sudden surge of pain. He looked in the bathroom mirror and was shocked to see his eyes bleeding. What the heck, he muttered, noticing how bloodshot they were, contrasting sharply with his green irises. The red began to fade away, returning to their original white. What had happened? Nijer hummed a tune, trying to reach him for the 5th time. Whatever he was doing must be important, but she longed for someone to talk to. The others wouldn't delve deep into her thoughts, and Izuku was the one who would offer his insights and opinions. She appreciated that about him, and they often discussed the mysterious Bogeyman. In a flashback, she recalled asking him, what's your opinion on the Bogeyman? Why do you think he's doing this? What are his true intentions? Izuku had replied thoughtfully, as much as he seems like a monster, he's intent on taking down heroes. They might have wronged him in the past. As for the students, maybe their parents did too. His actions seemed driven by hatred and a longing for revenge, and killing them might be his twisted way of getting back at them. Nijer had nodded, reflecting on the trauma inflicted on students. I can't help but wonder how he ended up this way. My dad used to say that evil isn't born, it's taught. Seems like it, Izuku had agreed. The memory faded, leaving her pondering Ingenium's fate. 4 days until the Hosu assault. Izuku stared at himself in the mirror, thoughts of revenge swirling in his mind. He noticed the black veins creeping through his hand, resembling an infection. His eyes bled again, a troubling sign of the stress his extremophile quirk placed on him. He wasn't in immediate danger, but the strain from his earlier actions weighed heavily on him. Just then his phone rang. Hello, he answered. Hey. Nijer's cheerful voice came through. Hey to you too, he replied, a smile creeping onto his face. I wanted to talk. Izuku received a call from Nijer, her voice sounding a bit concerned. Can we meet up? Sure, where at? Name it and I'll be there, he replied, eager to see her. You know that little bridge over the riverbed that we usually walk on? She suggested. I'll be there, he confirmed. See ya then, she said before hanging up. Izuku let out a sigh, feeling a mix of emotions. Shigaraki, who had been nearby, commented, You're growing more attached to her. Gee, what made that obvious? Izuku shot back. Shigaraki smirked. You should just go right up and decay her. Yeah, says the one who got shot and exploited its weakness, Izuku retorted. Take that back, Shigaraki demanded. For nearly a year, I've been in this group. I've put in my share of the work and fought hard to prove my worth. Sensei said that failures are lessons. We learn more from them than if we succeed every time. Your childish behavior shows me you haven't learned anything, Izuku stated firmly. You think just because you suddenly slipped in and worked for a year makes you Sensei's favorite? You're wrong. I'm his apprentice. I'm his student. Shigaraki argued. We both are, Shigaraki. Can't you see it? He wants us to work together, but you refuse to let me in on the planning, Izuku pressed. That's nonsense. I let you come up with ideas, but they don't sit well with the units, Shigaraki countered. Enough with the video game analogies for a moment. At some point, Sensei may not always be there for us, Izuku warned. What are you talking about? Sensei can live forever. When we mess up, he will be there. Shigaraki insisted. But what about when the heroes find us? The more we expose ourselves, the more pawns we put on the board. Sooner or later, we'll end up with a rotten one that will give away our position, Izuku argued. I don't want to hear it, Shigaraki said dismissively. Don't listen to me if you don't want to. I see you as a friend. I see you as my ally in combat, and I need to know if I can trust you with the plans. I'm not just some weapon to use, Izuku said earnestly. But you are, Shigaraki muttered under his breath. What? Izuku asked, confused. You really think those experiments are for you to better yourself? Sensei just sees you as a tool, nothing else. The tool for the higher power. And when he's done, you'll be disposed of, Shigaraki said, leaving Izuku with a seed of doubt. There's no way, right? I'm not just a tool. Right. Izuku thought, shaking his head. He needed to meet up with Nijer, so he left the room, still in his outfit, and headed toward the TV area. Dabi looked up, surprised. You? Oaco asked, are you okay? Izuku remained silent until, in a sudden burst of frustration, he swung his hammer, obliterating the TV. The action startled everyone around him. Kurogyri sighed, watching him leave. Dabi exclaimed, what the heck? Kurogyri raised a hand. I wouldn't recommend talking to him. That would provoke him even further. In another room, Shigaraki was raging and screaming at his game. Oh dear. Another one, Kurogyri muttered. Oaco asked, really? Dabi replied, what do you mean, another one? Kurogyri explained, both MSTers can sometimes butt heads. There are moments of conflict here and there, and both leave angry with each other. This seems to be one of the worst I've seen in a while. Toga chimed in, will my bloody bogeyman be okay? Kurogyri reassured her, give him time. He'll come to his senses. Dabi grumbled as he was handed a broom. Are you serious? Kurogyri replied, you said you wanted to do something worthwhile. Here you are. Dabi muttered under his breath as he swept up the broken pieces. Oaco offered, could I help? Kurogyri instructed, wipe down the table please. She nodded, knowing even villains must maintain a base. Professionals have standards. After changing out of his outfit, Izuku walked through the crowd, his presence intimidating those who saw him. Arriving at the bridge, he noticed Nijer wasn't there yet, so he decided to wait. Laying back on the bench, he pondered the troubling thoughts that had crossed his mind. Am I just a tool for a higher power, only to be disposed of? He wondered. Just then, Nijer appeared, looking down at him. Truth to what? Nothing special really. Just thinking about crazy stuff, he replied. Nothing's really crazy, she said, brushing her hair against his face. Oh, you poor child, he teased. Hey, she protested. He responded, amused. You know the holidays are coming up and I was wondering. She trailed off, blushing. Oh boy, I wonder what you have planned, he teased further. I was going to ask if you want to join us at the dorms. Since, she hesitated, losing her train of thought. Does Nijer Hato, the beauty queen of UA, the flying fairy, want to do that? He joked, watching her turn bright red. I'm just asking, she exclaimed. I'm just joking. Sure, I'll help out, he said, standing up. Really? She asked, her eyes lighting up. Sure, why not, he replied. But back to the topic. Why did you call me here? It certainly wasn't just that, he inquired. Oh, she said, looking gloomy. It must be bad, he guessed. Well, I ran into your parents after the festival, she revealed. I see, he said, understanding why she seemed down. And they talked to me, asking if I'm being treated nicely and so on, she continued. Are they suggesting I'm not treating you right? He asked incredulously. I know, but your family really wants to talk to you, mainly about your dad, she said gently. Yeah, I'm aware, he replied, feeling a mix of emotions. Your mom told me some things about him, she added. She told you? He was taken aback. Your father was a pretty big deal overseas because he was a pro-hero himself, she explained. A pro-hero? He echoed, surprised. I know it's a lot, but your parents asked me not to tell you when you come. But I'm not going to keep secrets from you because you deserve to know the truth, she said earnestly, catching him off guard. Thank you, Nay, he said softly. She asked, curious. I have to be honest with you. I really wasn't expecting you to tell me this, but you really didn't have to. You could have kept it to yourself until I asked them. But you didn't. You know what happened to me and I misjudged you. I just have a hard time trusting people. Let's just say I'm very cautious about it, he admitted, looking down. Nijer smiled and took his hand. And you have every right to think that. I know it's very important to you. I care for you, Izuku, far more than anyone I've ever known. There's just something about you that draws me in. Before you have me in your arms, I feel safe. I feel emotions I never thought would be reciprocated. We have some similarities, right? Yeah, I guess we do, he agreed. Oh right, that little detail. They're having dinner downtown. We best hurry and get it over with, she said, her mood lifting. Now you're the one making the calls. What happened to my little fairy? He teased. I guess being with you made me feel more focused, she replied playfully. Right, he said, smiling. Mine, she teased back. Meanwhile, Oaco was speaking with Sensei. And you want me to keep an eye on him? Why? His path to becoming a great villain is still blurred for him. I need to know if that drive is still there even if he doesn't like it, Sensei explained. But is this about my failure to kill Ingenium? Oaco asked, concerned. Midoriya saw to it, and he is correct. His death would be an annoyance to the plan. When you go to Hosu, make sure you keep tabs. We don't want any distractions, correct? Sensei instructed. Thank you for entrusting me with this, Sensei, she replied. Now go. I have some important matters to attend to, he said, and she nodded, leaving through the portal. Shigaraki. Midoriya. You are my greatest tools that will win me back Japan, Sensei mused to himself. In another part of the facility, Oaco reported, the next installment is complete. Good. Once it settles in, we will inject it. His genetic structure makes him a stem cell among quirks, Sensei said. I agree, but the effects seem to take a toll on the boy's mental health. The more he's injected, the higher the probability he will undergo some form of psychosis and insanity, Oaco warned. And is that my problem? Sensei asked coldly. Of course not, but it will be difficult to keep him under control, Oaco admitted. All the more reason to continue your research. No excuses, Sensei ordered. Sigh. Yes, milord, Oaco replied before heading back to the lab. Sensei's thoughts turned dark as he contemplated his rival. Do you feel it, All Might? Do you hear the dread that will crawl up your spine? Do you feel my wrath? Of course you do. Even you aren't perfect. You're hellbent on revenge for me taking something dear to you. And in the course of that action, you have done the same. You will make your ends meet. Chapter end. Izuku and Nijer sat at a table, facing Inko and Toshinori, who had brought Izumi along. The atmosphere felt tense. Inko smiled, breaking the silence. So, great choice of restaurant. Yagi nodded in agreement. Yeah. Izumi, feeling the weight of the situation, covered her head slightly. Hello and welcome back, Mr. Midoriya and Miss Hado, the waiter greeted them. Hey, Izuku replied. Hi, Nijer added cheerfully. I see you brought some family this time. How are you all? The waiter continued. Inko responded, good. Yagi added, it's well. Izumi spoke up, could I get some water, please? Certainly. I'll give you time to look at the menu. You two want the usual? The waiter asked. Yes, Izuku confirmed. Nijer nodded enthusiastically as the waiter left. Inko turned her attention to Izuku. So, Izuku, you know why we called you here, right? Izuku's expression darkened. Gee, I wonder. Maybe it's about dinner, or perhaps the fact you've been keeping things from me, like my dad being a pro-hero. Inko and Yagi exchanged glances with Nijer, who tightened her grip on Izuku's hand. He brushed his thumb over hers, offering silent reassurance. Inko attempted to change the subject. So, how did you two meet? Izuku remained quiet, but Nijer spoke up. We met on a train and talked for a bit. That's it, Izuku added flatly. Inko raised an eyebrow. Oh, just like that? Nijer continued. Well, I also gave him my number when we talked. Yagi tried to lighten the mood. Not even asking for it? You're quite the charmer, Izuku. However, Izuku's expression remained unchanged. Izumi, curious, asked, why was he on a train? Izuku shot her a glare. Inko reassured them, I'm sure you two connected in your own way, and we won't pry for details. Nijer nodded, okay. As time passed, small talk filled the awkward silence, with Nijer doing most of the talking while Izuku stayed silent. Under the table, Izumi texted her friends about the situation. Bakugo replied, are you kidding me? Katsumi asked, Is he still glaring at you? Izumi looked up to see Izuku still focused on her and shivered as she replied, yes. Shoko warned, he better not do anything. Shoto added, it wouldn't make sense. She's the winner of the sports festival, glaring is all he can do. Izumi texted again, sharing her feeling that Izuku seemed more intense, perhaps even malicious. She couldn't quite place it, but one thing was clear, he radiated hostility. Bakugo responded, no kidding. Katsumi said, that was sort of expected. Shoka cautioned, be careful Izumi. Shoto advised, let us know if it gets out of hand. Izumi reassured them, I'll be fine, and put her phone away. Meanwhile, Izuku wrestled with dark thoughts. He struggled against urges that crept into his mind, thoughts of violence that he fought to suppress. The knife. It may look blunt, but it can be deadly with our strength. No, not now. You can't think like that. Choking her, squeezing the life out of her might seem amusing. No, it's all about patience. Patience? We've come this far. We have 2 quirks we can handle easily. I can do this. She's weak compared to us. But I cannot act with her by my side. Not with the risks involved. And Tamura's plan. We have to follow through. You're just saying that to make yourself feel better. Just admit it, you and him were never friends to begin with. You were just 2 strangers working in the same group. You're just a pawn on the chessboard to him. Izuku clenched his fists tighter, frustration boiling within him. I said shut up, he snapped, momentarily losing focus. Nijer winced at his outburst. Ow, she exclaimed, and that seemed to snap him out of his anger. He turned to her, concern replacing his fury. Are you okay? He asked, his voice softer now. Just a bit surprised, she replied, trying to brush it off. Izuku sighed heavily, feeling the weight of the moment as their friends observed closely. Izumi remained silent, her expression unreadable. Yagi broke the tension. Inko, you wanted to talk to Izuku about something, right? Inko nodded, her voice trembling slightly. Yeah. Son. Izuku turned to her, curiosity mixed with apprehension. Inko, she continued, since you turned 4, I told you that your father was overseas on a business trip. Izuku stayed quiet, his heart racing. I've been holding back on what really happened. Izuku, your father, is a pro-hero who worked in America, he interrupted, glancing at Nijer, who remained quiet and serious. Izumi's eyes widened. You knew. Only that he is a pro-hero, Izuku replied, confusion clouding his mind. Inko took a deep breath. Well. Yes, but what I didn't tell you is. How do I put this? Izuku's impatience grew. What is it? Where is he? Why did he leave? Was it me? Inko, he urged, his voice rising. Why did he leave us? Because of me? The reason you resorted to Plan B, he gestured toward Yagi, anger spilling over. Please. Let me finish, Inko pleaded, trying to regain control of the conversation. Izuku clenched his jaw, allowing her to continue. Inko, he said, his tone demanding. Izuku, I've been lying to you. Before you turned 3. He passed away. The words hung heavy in the air, and Izuku's heart dropped. What do you mean? He asked, disbelief creeping into his voice. He died during a villain attack. He got injured and succumbed to his injuries. No. He's alive. What about those notes? Those gifts he would send? Did. It was me, Inko admitted, tears welling in her eyes. I couldn't bear to tell you. I'm so very sorry for keeping this from you. Izuku felt as if the ground had been pulled out from under him. He's been dead this whole time? This whole time? He released Nijer's hand, gripping his head in disbelief, leaning heavily on the table. Izumi's shock mirrored his own realization that those notes had come from their mother, not their father. You realize how twisted and disgusting this is, Nijer said, helping him up as they moved toward the door, silence enveloping them. I'm sorry, Inko whispered, but Izuku walked out, not wanting to hear any more. How much more pain could he endure? Izuku, Nijer called, and he turned to her, his expression a mix of anger and sorrow. He started, but she gently guided him along the street. In his shock, he didn't notice the tears streaming down his face until the cold droplets hit him. They found a bench to sit on, and she encouraged him to talk. He stammered, unable to form coherent thoughts. Nijer cupped his cheeks, wiping away his tears. I know, she said softly. Dead, he whispered, the reality crashing down on him. Nijer pulled him close, providing comfort as he felt lifeless, as if everything he knew had been a lie. He's dead, nay, he repeated, his voice breaking. Shoo, she soothed, holding him tighter as he began to cry uncontrollably. She felt sick, realizing the depth of his pain, knowing that his sister was part of the reason he felt like a laughingstock in the city. When she was on the phone, saying she was talking to him. I guess she was just talking to herself to reassure me that he was well. Until she finally said that she and him got a divorce. How much I wanted to stay in my room. How much I wanted to ask him why. But she never let me call him. Now I know why. That sick and twisted lie. As the rain began to fall, Nijer urged him, "Come on. We can't stay out here. You'll get sick." "I must be pretty pathetic that my life is like some sort of joke to them," he said, his voice heavy with despair. "It's never a joke, Izuku," she replied firmly. "I hurt you," he added, guilt creeping in. I'm okay, she reassured him, determined to get them somewhere warm. "Come on. Let's go," she said, helping him up as they walked together, her arm around him for support. Meanwhile, Inko and Yagi exchanged worried glances, the weight of their secrets hanging heavily in the air. "So, he was dead the whole time," Izumi said, her voice trembling. "Please, Izumi. I don't want to hear it," Inko replied, her tone pleading. "He was dead, Mum. And you lied to him. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse for him," Izumi said, her frustration boiling over. "Enough, Izumi," Yagi interjected. "Did you know about this?" she pressed, her eyes blazing. "Yes. I knew, Izumi," Yagi admitted, his voice heavy with regret. "God. I feel sick," she said, getting up and heading to the bathroom. In another place, Shigaraki sighed, boredom evident on his face. "Why are you complaining again?" Kurogiri asked. "Still 4 days," Shigaraki replied, irritation creeping in. "If you have the patience, it will pay off," Kurogiri assured him. "And I bet Izuku's having a great time with his friends," Shigaraki grumbled. "Why do you hate it?" Oaco asked, her curiosity piqued. "More so that I'm just being salty and needed something to rant about," he admitted. "Like you haven't done it before," Kurogiri chimed in. "Shut up," Shigaraki snapped. "I wonder how my parents are doing," Oaco mused. "No clue. You can ask Sensei or Kurogiri if you need info on them," Shigaraki replied. "I mean I do. But at the same time, I'm scared about how they're doing without me. With the whole I'm dead ordeal," she confessed. "Either way, I shall make preparations to obtain the information for you, Miss Uraraka," Kurogiri said. "Oh," Oaco replied, surprised. Shigaraki rolled his eyes. "He does his own thing. Don't mind him." Just then a sponge hit him. "By the way, you need to finish your chore. Wash the mugs," Kurogiri reminded him. "What?" Shigaraki exclaimed, but he vanished. "Want me to help?" Oaco offered. "Sure," he said, pinching the bridge of his nose as he prepared for the task ahead. And so, the story continued, weaving through the complexities of their lives, each character facing their own battles while the world around them shifted and changed. Jiru glanced at Momo, who flinched slightly at her attention. "So, have you figured one out yet?" she asked, noticing the papers in Momo's hands. Momo looked up, a bit uncertain. "Not really, but I'm sure I can pick one out before class ends. Do you want to see?" "Sure," Jiru replied, leaning in to look through the papers. Izumi chimed in, "Yeah, I got the papers, but you already know who I'm choosing. Why are you asking me out of the blue now?" She leaned over to see who Izumi was talking to, but could barely make out the figure. It looked skinny, perhaps another teacher? Kaminari turned to Mineta. "Oh boy. What do you think, man?" Mineta held up a paper with a grin. "I already have my pick." Kaminari's eyes widened. "Empty lady? Awesome, bro." "I know. It was sheer luck that I got her," Mineta replied proudly. Kirishima shouted, "Yeah." "Oi!" Jiru exclaimed, a bit startled. Kirishima quickly apologized. "Sorry. Just got an awesome one here." He turned to Momo, looking a bit embarrassed. "I hope that's okay." Momo smiled reassuringly. "It's alright. You were excited, it's reasonable." Izumi rolled her eyes. "So you're saying he's a bit reluctant?" "Great." Yagi interjected, "Seems he found out about Izuku's dislike towards us, so I guess he's on his side." Izumi raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Any reason why?" "He's not related to him." Yagi nodded. "He knew his father." Izumi sighed, recalling the uncomfortable family dinner that had ended with Izuku storming out and her parents arguing. She felt out of place during that whole ordeal. But anyways, just head to his place soon. I'm counting on him to hold his word. "Do you have everything ready?" Yagi asked. "Yeah, I think I'm good," Izumi replied. "You make me proud, Izumi. If only. So I just have a good day. Going out with your friends again?" "Well, we're hoping to be over for dinner," she said. "That's fine. Just don't be late again, please." "Alright, see you dead." She waved and caught a glimpse of Nizu talking with Aizawa. Curiosity piqued, Izumi approached them quietly. Aizawa asked, "How's his condition?" Nizu replied, "I'm afraid it's career-ending, but overall he seems to be alive. Despite the fact he'll be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life." Aizawa nodded. "Yeah, and Tenya didn't come in today. He said it was a family emergency." Nizu pondered. I wonder how he managed to get there so quickly. And who is this mystery partner he has now? Izumi's interest was piqued. Mystery partner? Aizawa explained. Seems her quirk is making things float or using kinesis. Don't know the full nature. Nizu added, and the hero killer was there as well? Izumi's heart raced. Were they talking about the hero killer and the Bogeyman? Were they in an alliance? Aizawa continued, when I saw Ingenium's injuries, I knew he wouldn't come in. Nizu said, well, tell young Tenya my best wishes for him and his family. Aizawa warned, we have to keep an eye on him as well. He might do something reckless. Like you, Izumi. Izumi froze, stepping out of her hiding spot. How? Aizawa smirked. Your perfume hurts my eyes. Nizu asked, how much did you hear? Izumi stammered, all of it? I swear I wasn't trying to do anything odd or out of place. I just heard about Ingenium being injured and the Bogeyman being in an alliance, and I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Aizawa sighed. I'll assume you heard everything, now that you've listened in on a conversation. He guided her back into Nizu's office. Nizu added, I'm afraid if this gets out into the public about young Tenya, it will complicate things for both him and the school. Izumi asked, is he related to him? Aizawa confirmed, Ingenium is Lida's older brother. Izumi gasped. Where's Lida? Nizu replied, currently at the hospital, likely seeing his brother. But now that you know about this, I have to ask you to keep an eye on him since you are fairly acquainted with him, if I'm correct. Aizawa chimed in, from what I heard, she kissed him during a training course. Izumi's face flushed. Demen it, Dad. Nizu chuckled. Oh, so I don't have to worry about you stalking him. You can just be there normally. Izumi protested, it wasn't like that, sir. It's just. She felt flustered. Nizu smiled. No worries. Though I will say it must have been effective to win you the match. Just know why we asked you to watch him. He may have an urge to face either the Bogeyman or hero killer. I won't let him out of my sight, Izumi promised. Nizu nodded. I know you won't. I'm sure you'll get jealous. Aizawa interjected, now get back to class. Izumi left, still blushing and trying to process Nizu's statement. It wasn't like that, right? As Izumi returned to the classroom, Mina greeted her with a smirk. Hey, you were gone for a while? What's up? Izumi shrugged, trying to maintain her composure. Nothing new really. Mina raised an eyebrow, her smirk widening. Then why is your face red? I'm just worried about Lida, that's it, Izumi replied, attempting to carry on with her day. Ooh. Mina exclaimed, clearly intrigued. Enough already, Ashido, Jiru interjected. Alright, but you owe me some juicy details later, okay? Mina said, winky. Alright, Izumi agreed as she made her way back to her seat. Izuku sat quietly, while Mirio looked around at their usual group. So, what do you want to do? He asked. Nijer pondered for a moment. Not much downtown. What's there to eat? I heard there's a good ramen place not far from here, Tamaki suggested. I'm up for ramen, Mirio said enthusiastically. What about you, Zuzu? Nijer asked. I'm fine with it, Izuku replied in a monotone voice. He kept the details of his situation within the friend circle, having asked for permission to share with them. I'm sure there's something we can find, Mirio said, optimistic. Probably, Tamaki added. Let's just go, Izuku said, walking ahead. For a moment, dark veins appeared around his eyes before fading away. So what's been going on at work? Mirio asked. Not much. Just the usual rich people asking for generic drinks. The bar I'm going to be working at soon is undergoing renovations, so I'm sticking around a little longer, Izuku explained. Well, I'm sure they'll miss you, right? Tamaki asked. Not really. I'm just a coworker to them, Izuku replied. But you seem really close with your boss. He's a nice person, right? Nijer inquired. I guess. I don't really know, Izuku admitted. When you head there. Once we become pros, I want to have a drink from you someday, Mirio said with a grin. Just ask, Izuku said, releasing some tension. Me too. Nijer chimed in. I don't want to know how you'll be when you're drunk, Izuku warned. If she's airhead already, maybe she'll turn smart. Tamaki joked. Hey. Nijer pouted. A man has fallen in a river in Lego City, Izuku said, trying to lighten the mood. Zuzu. Nijer protested, her pout deepening. You walked right into that, Izuku teased. Well, he's not wrong, Tamaki added. Nijer huffed. Well, you guys let me pay, Izuku insisted. I don't think we will let you do that, Mirio replied. Really? Izuku asked, surprised. Just let someone help you with the tab for once, Tamaki suggested. Hey, free food. Nijer exclaimed. Alright, at least let me get the tip, Izuku said. I got it, Nijer offered. You know how bad that sounds. My girlfriend getting the tip. Izuku remarked. And that's what she said. Nijer shot back. Izuku groaned as Mirio laughed. I'll be honest. I wasn't expecting that out of her, Tamaki admitted. I got you, Nijer said with a playful smile. Alright. I give up, Izuku said, glancing at the TVs in the tech store displaying news about Ingenium. We got it, man. Don't worry yourself, Mirio reassured him. So you guys are becoming official pro heroes soon, Izuku noted. We're already a big team together, Tamaki replied. The big three will always prevail. Mirio declared confidently. I'm guessing you have a dorky pose, Izuku said, raising an eyebrow. They struck a pose for him, and Nijer exclaimed, Yup. Why did I ask? Izuku muttered. They forced me into it, Tamaki explained. I can tell, Izuku said, shaking his head. Hey, since we'll be heroes, we could intern you. Mirio suggested. What? Izuku asked, surprised. Gasp yes. Nijer agreed excitedly. Guys, I already told you I'm done with that dream, Izuku reminded them. Mirio, please stop, Tamaki urged. Oh, right. Sorry, Mirio said sheepishly. It's fine, Izuku replied, though he felt a warmth in his chest at their concern. But just know that's also an option for you, Nijer added. Izuku was in awe at how much she still cared for him. It was something he had thought about countless times. It seemed too good to be true. He had never despised being cared for, yet it was something he longed for, just to be treated like a normal person, even for just an hour. As they prepared to pursue the Bogeyman, he knew he would have to give them everything he had. Aizu, you coming? Nijer called. Yeah. Izuku replied, catching up with the group. 2 days until the Hosu city attack. Izumi stood nervously in front of a small house, the place where the hero who was going to intern her was supposed to be. In her mind, she recalled a conversation with Yagi. He was a big help when I needed assistance with controlling OFA, Izumi. But he can be a bit scary. So expect the unexpected. What do you mean by that? She had asked. Now, standing before the door, she took a deep breath. Alright. Here we go, she said to herself, walking up the 2 wooden steps and knocking a couple of times. When there was no response, she knocked again, growing impatient. Suddenly, the door opened on its own. Oh God, is he dead? She wondered aloud. The opposite, came a voice from inside. She saw him sitting in the middle of the room, enjoying some food. I'm supposed to see Gran Torino? She asked hesitantly. You're looking at him, he replied. What? Isn't he supposed to be? She trailed off. Finish that sentence. Go on, Gran challenged. No, Izumi said firmly. So you're the brat of that Yagi. And the one who chased away your brother. The better choice if I had to choose the successor, Gran remarked. Ouch, Izumi said, feeling the sting of his words. But now you have it. So in order to prove to me that you are decently worthy of that quirk, we start your test. Now. In a flash, he jumped from one end of the room to the other. Such speed. Izumi thought, realizing she was supposed to land a hit on him. Suddenly, she felt the impact of his foot on her abdomen. Focus. Gran shouted. I'm so going to hate this, Izumi muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, Izuku was deep in thought. 2 days until the city will be swallowed in flames of destruction, where living nightmares and horrors will rise, he said quietly. How long did it take you to write that? Shigaraki asked, unimpressed. 2 minutes, Izuku replied. Yeah, and your little pupil is getting on my nerves, Shigaraki grumbled. What did she do? Izuku asked, curious. Nothing. Just sitting there watching me play games. Annoys me, Shigaraki admitted. You don't enjoy her company? Izuku inquired. I don't care what she does. Just her bothering me is the annoyance here, Shigaraki replied. And what do you want me to do about it? Izuku asked. Tell her to back off a little and give me space, Shigaraki said. Fine. Did you hear that, Oaco? Izuku called out and she stepped out from the corner. Yeah, she said, looking a bit guilty. Why are you keeping an eye on him? Izuku asked. No reason, Oaco replied, avoiding eye contact. If it involves stalking him and making him uncomfortable. Which doesn't take much, Izuku warned. You little. Shigaraki began, but Izuku cut him off. But either way, he deserves some privacy from time to time. And I expect you to respect that, he said firmly. Alright. Sorry, Tamura, Oaco stammered. Whatever. Just don't be breathing down my neck 24/7, Shigaraki said, leaving the room. Izuku turned to Oaco. Have you been keeping up with your training? I've been practicing with the Kuzurigama, she said, pulling them out. Show me what you've learned, Izuku encouraged, retrieving his hammer. Oaco charged in, attempting to slide under him, but he easily caught her and tossed her aside. She quickly used her quirk on the 2 small weapons, giving her free motion with them, and threw them at Izuku. Interesting, he said, jumping back to avoid one of the weapons. He dodged another aimed at his shoulder, but felt one hit his other arm. Ha! Oaco exclaimed, pulling herself in for another attack. She was about to bring the weapon in her left hand down, but Izuku grabbed her arm and kneed her away, causing her to lose her grip on both weapons. As Izuku rolled his left arm and picked up the hammer once more, he called out, "Get up! If you can't at least make me stumble or lose my balance, I'm failing you as your teacher." Again. Oaco responded with a simple, "Great." Momo, swinging her sword around in an effort to practice before her internship with Iwabami, exclaimed, "HFH." Jiru approached, a smirk on her face. "So this is where you've been?" Momo looked up, slightly surprised. Yeah. Didn't go yet?" Jiru asked. "Just wanted to get some practice in," Momo replied. I get it, Jiru said, nodding in understanding. "So, I guess Nijer asked if I want to hang out with her again." "She's been nice overall," Momo admitted. "Yeah, but I know her boyfriend." "I don't know." Momo trailed off, her expression thoughtful. "Do you have a crush on him?" Jiru teased. What? No." Momo stammered, her cheeks flushing. "I mean, hey, can't blame you. I thought he looked awesome, but he does give off this really off vibe," Jiru said, crossing her arms. "You mean when you guys were questioning his quirkless status?" Momo asked, raising an eyebrow. "Don't remind me," Jiru replied with a sigh. Momo sighed as well. "I should be lucky that I even got an internship." "What do you mean lucky?" "You deserved it, girl," Jiru reassured her. "After what happened in the third round. First match. I fell out of bounds because of my unstable fear," Momo explained. "Listen, forget the audience that was watching. You had every reason to act like that. It was out of your control. I'm pretty sure if everyone knew why that happened, no one would question it. I know I wouldn't, and I'm sure Pikachu would say the same thing. Maybe a bit differently, but it doesn't matter. You deserve this opportunity, girl. Don't forget that," Jiru encouraged. Momo smiled softly. "I guess you're right, Jiru. Thanks. I'm glad to have a friend like you." "No problem," Jiru replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Oaco was out of breath after 5 rounds of trying to make Izuku stumble or knock him down, but it was in vain. "It seems I still have a lot to teach you. And myself. But I'll say your skill with those weapons has improved a lot, so I'm not complaining about that," Izuku said, a hint of pride in his voice. "Thanks." Oaco replied, still catching her breath. "Get some rest. We'll train more tomorrow," he instructed as he exited. Kurojiri approached, handing her a cup of water. "Well then, I hope that was as productive as I hoped." Oaco quickly drank the entire cup. "But he's right. He's not a teacher. He's never had anything like this happen to him before, where someone is reliant on him to be the teacher." "I can see that," Oaco admitted. "So please be patient, Miss Uraraka. In time, I'm sure both of you will grow," Kurojiri said reassuringly. "Right?" she replied, taking another sip of her water. She wondered, though, what exactly were his real intentions. She could understand the longing for revenge against those who wronged him, but it was hard to believe that no one in his life relied on him for anything. She wasn't him, so she could never fully understand. Meanwhile, Dabi sighed, breaking the silence. "So, your thoughts?" Stain looked up, curious. "On what?" "Our dear friend the Bogeyman. I saw how he got on your nerves earlier," Dabi remarked. "He's my mistake," Stain replied curtly. "Care to elaborate on that?" Dabi pressed. "Not now," Stain said, his tone final. "So you took part in making the Butcher of Japan? Why am I not surprised?" Dabi taunted. "He has a lot of potential that one could ever hope to have, a will that even I didn't want to extinguish. A few strings pulled here and there, and it results in the most terrifying villain the heroes have seen, from the media's point of view," Stain explained. "Even scarier than you?" Dabi teased. "I have no need for such titles or cheap tactics. I only longing what I think is best for the world. When I told him that killing Ingenium was the right call, and he said he would become a martyr for the heroes," Stain continued. "That was your original plan, right? To inspire them to be more willing to be like heroes?" Dabi asked. "You just want revenge," Stain countered. "Doesn't anyone longing that?" Dabi replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Stain remained quiet, contemplating. "Of course, there's that. And then Toga, who we both left in complete care of that thing," Dabi added. "So far she's been tamed. I'll be honest, I'm glad he got her off my back," Stain admitted. "Same here. It's like they're made for each other," Dabi remarked. "Likely one-sided," Stain said with a hint of skepticism. Kurojiri interrupted. Stain and young Dabi. "Would you like anything right now?" Dabi replied, "A drink." "I apologize, but I am required to refuse all requests for alcohol for anyone right now," Kurojiri stated. "And why is that?" Dabi asked, raising an eyebrow. Anyone who props their feet on the bar is bound for punishment, and Sensei wants everyone to be sober during this segment, Kurogyari explained. You're saying this has happened before? Dabi exclaimed. Our hired thugs that we mistakenly had here during our attack on USJ seemed to be quite intoxicated, which lowered our chances of success, Kurogyari said. Dabi groaned in frustration. Even when I join a criminal group, they somehow mess it up. Kurogyari then placed a glass of milk in front of him. Dabi stared at it incredulously. And why am I being served milk? Kurogyari replied, the Bogeyman said, and I quote, need some milk. Dabi sighed. I'm ready to kill that BSRD, while Kurogyari cleaned the spot where Dabi had propped his foot up. Izuku stood behind the bar, mixing drinks and serving customers. So close. And yet it still feels like it's taking an eternity, he murmured to himself as he prepared another round of martinis. The routine was familiar, almost comforting, but beneath the surface, it held a darker significance. He often found himself pondering what his life might have been like as a hero, if he had a quirk like his mother or perhaps his father's ability to breathe fire, a symbol of raw power and strength. He imagined the outfit, the name, the gear, and the fighting style he would adopt. Would it make him feel like he was following in his father's footsteps? Did he inherit any traits from him, or was he solely his mother's son? The willpower and anger he felt inside, was it a legacy from his father, or a result of the circumstances he had endured? These thoughts swirled in his mind, amusing yet heavy. Midoriya, his boss called, interrupting his reverie. Startled, Izuku replied, Ga, sorry? Oh, don't worry. I can see you're focused. You seem a little down. You alright, kid? Izuku hesitated, wondering if his boss was genuinely concerned or just being kind because he was the employer. I'm doing fine, sir. Just tired. I see. Is this tiredness a common occurrence? His boss asked, hinting at something deeper. No, sir, it's not. Remember, if this tiredness continues, just let me know. We could settle it over some golf or bowling. But then again, you're a young kid. Anything that would ease the mind, sir. I'd be happy to do that. His boss chuckled. Trying to cheer me up? It should be the opposite. Listen, I have some things to go over. I'm giving a speech in 2 days about your promotion, and I want to know if this seems okay to you. He handed Izuku a paper. Why in 2 days? Izuku asked, his heart racing. Well, it's your promotion. The sooner we do this, the better. Besides, I get a bit emotional sometimes about losing my best bartender. Izuku struggled to find the words. He wanted to express his concerns about the timing, to explain why he wished they could postpone the celebration. But he couldn't. His goals and plans were too important to abandon. I think that's a great idea, sir, he finally said. I know you're going places, kid. Come back in 2 days, it's going to be a night to remember. Yeah. It will, Izuku replied, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him. For someone like him, a supposed normal kid with a rough life working in a small restaurant in Hosu City, everything seemed to be going well. But he knew better. With a plan in place came its price. Chapter end. 22 hours before the Hosu City attack. Nijer quietly sang a song that Izuku often hummed. Oh, I hear them say. The angels are calling me. And when the trumpet plays, you turn to her, curious. What are you singing? Nijer looked up, surprised. Oh, it's nothing really. If it's caught your attention, it must be good, Yu replied. Mirio chimed in. Midoriya often sings without realizing we can hear him. Yu raised an eyebrow. Interesting. A bit surprising, but it's his preference. So, anything new? Mirio shook his head. Nope, just the first years going on their internships and learning how pro heroes operate. Tamaki remained silent, lost in thought. Nijer broke the silence. Was that a reference? Mirio smirked. I don't know. Was it? Yu shifted the topic. So, Nei, how's Yayarosa doing? Nijer smiled. She's getting better. I've asked her multiple times how she's doing. Probably 8 different ways to see if she's hiding anything. The innocent smile on her face made the others want to facepalm. Tamaki sighed. Let me guess. You got that tactic from Midoriya? Yup, Nijer confirmed. Mirio leaned in. And how did that go? Yu added, did he tell you, or did he demonstrate it? Nijer hesitated. Flashback. Izuku had asked, Hey Nei, how are you? I'm okay, she replied. Feeling alright? He continued. Yes. What's your mental state currently? Fine, she answered, unsure. Fine, she says. Izuku mused. Wait, I thought I was the one asking all the questions. Nijer exclaimed. Flashbackins. Nijer chuckled. Something along those lines. Mirio shook his head. Not much explaining there. Yu sighed. I swear he gets stranger every day. Nijer defended him. That's just his way of being relaxed. Tamaki added, You mean himself. Exactly. Nijer agreed. Mirio changed the subject. Anything else? Nijer's expression shifted. His boss called me about his promotion party coming up today. Or was it tomorrow? Did I miss it yesterday? Yu reassured her, pretty sure it's today if you mentioned it first. Nijer pointed at him. I'm holding you to that. Mirio continued, anyway, I heard he's not available tonight. He said the reasons weren't important. Yu shrugged. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's not a child. It's probably about his party. Nijer perked up. I'm going to that party. Do you guys want to come? Mirio grinned. To see our good friend moving up the ranks? Count me in. Tamaki groaned. Oh God. Yu added, well, someone has to watch him, so I'd best be there too. Nijer smirked. Sure it's not about the free food? No, Yu stammered. Mirio laughed. I'm definitely in it for the free food. Tamaki sighed. Now that you've established that, he's definitely going to be there. Nijer shrugged. Oops. Well, I'm sure he'll be happy about it. Meanwhile, Izuku observed Oaco as she practiced. I am not happy, he said, his tone serious. Oaco paused, breathing. What's? Hiya. The problem? Izuku sighed. Just facing some complications involving people I actually value. Oaco frowned. Oh, I lost my family basically, and losing them seems like a nightmare. But from what? Izuku interrupted. What? You asked Kurogiri? He noticed her shiver. Why yeah, she replied, growing nervous. I'm not mad. It wouldn't make sense. You're just curious. Honestly, I wasn't planning for this. All of this was unfortunate timing. And thus, the plan must continue. Oaco hesitated. Even if it could cost them their lives. Sometimes it requires the strongest will to bear the weight of the consequences, Izuku replied. And Nijer? She asked. Izuku fell silent, turning away. She noticed his grip tighten. Just then, Shigaraki entered. What do you need? Preparations are being set. The newbies have been debriefed on their roles. Except the hero killer. He has a couple of heroes in mind to target. And you? Izuku frowned. Hurry up and spill it. Sensei wants you to blend in for now until you're called in. The Nomu are programmed to attack anything in their sight, so be aware of that. The new members don't know your true identity at all, so be warned. Izuku nodded. Of course Ojiko wants to test my abilities. Along with Sensei. Completely reasonable. Oaco added, remember, Izuku, if you need someone to talk to. Me and Tamura, we're all right. She elbowed him playfully. Shigaraki rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure, whatever she says. Izuku smiled slightly. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Oaco. He exited the building. Be safe, she called after him, worry etched on her face. Shigaraki glanced between her and the door, then back to her. Oh, for goodness sake. What? Oaco asked. You know what I'm talking about, he muttered, mumbling under his breath. Oaco sighed. Sensei's voice echoed, you are doing well, young Oaco. Continue with your work, before cutting off. Thanks. I guess, she replied. Izumi breathed heavily, glancing at Gran. Can we stop? She was drenched in sweat from training nonstop. Gran replied, now you're ready for basic patrolling. Tonight, we're going to Hosu City for your first patrol routine. Whoopee, Izumi groaned, struggling to get up. Hurry up, Gran instructed as he walked out, and she rushed to catch up with him. All right, so how are we getting there? She asked. We're going by train. There, you will practice jumping from roof to roof, he explained. Like a ninja? Izumi asked, excitement in her voice. Gran ignored her comment. Once you start, you'll follow me for a normal routine. Aren't you retired? She questioned. Interning you has given me permission to start patrolling again. Unfortunately, he replied. Again, she muttered as they walked up the stairs to the train station, dressed in her hero outfit. You better cover more of it up. 1 midnight is enough, Gran warned. Are you just going to insult me the entire time? What would you do if you were training my brother? Izumi shot back. I'm pretty sure his outfit would protect him, Gran said. Why the hate? She asked. Because I know what you did to him, Gran stated firmly. Izumi's eyes widened. Why you do? You're not the only one aware of your actions, he replied. It wasn't meant like that, she stammered. Of course, following a plan to make him lose hope in his dream is one thing, but taking that idea and abusing him is another. Meanwhile, Izuku entered a restaurant, spotting his coworkers and some people from the agency he was about to join. Hey kid, you made it, one of them exclaimed. Yeah. A lot of people, Izuku replied. Well, when you combine both our workers and the agency, it's a big party. Izuku noticed the effort put into the celebration. I see you went all out for this. Oh yeah, something like this deserves to be celebrated. You know kid, I always thought you'd be here. Not in a bad way, But seeing you move up is an achievement for me as well. I saw a kid that was lost, took him in, taught him everything I knew. And voila. I'm sure you'll be a bartender in Endeavor Corporation, though be careful, alcohol and fire don't mix. Izuku chuckled. With his current sidekicks, it's better to keep them out. Zuzu! Nijer exclaimed, surprising him as she jumped on him. Nijer? Izuku exclaimed. Yeah, she replied cheerfully. What are you doing here? He asked. To celebrate, of course, she said. Mirio appeared, stuffing his face. Hey Midoriya. You sighed. He was actually here for your promotion, but that's solidified when he found out about the free food? Izuku finished. Tamaki nodded, glancing at his watch, looking more concerned. You really didn't need to come. It's not a big deal, Izuku said, feeling nervous. His boss clapped him on the back. My boy, you earned this. Yeah, you really did, Nijer added. Izuku felt even more anxious with all his friends and colleagues around. Hey kid, a voice called out. He turned to see a pro hero, not just any pro hero, but the rabbit hero, Miruko. So, you're the one coming to the agency, she said. Oh, so you must be my new boss. Thank you for allowing me to join your agency, Izuku replied. Miruko lifted his arm, inspecting him. Never seen a bartender this fit before. What's your quirk? I'm quirkless, ma'am, he admitted. Miruko raised an eyebrow. Nijer chimed in. He's been working out. Miruko nodded. A lot, apparently. Izuku remained quiet. Not much of a talker, are you? You know your place then, Miruko said, and Izuku winced, reminded of the Kansukis. Nijer looked between them. Well, it's nice meeting you, Miruko. Could you say hi to Ryukyu for me? Sure, Miruko replied casually before walking away. Nijer turned to Izuku, concern in her eyes. Hey, what's going on? You seem troubled. Izuku sighed. It's nothing, nay. If it's been bothering you this whole time, then it's not just nothing, she insisted. I just don't understand why something like this needs to be celebrated. I'm just doing the same thing, but now I'm serving heroes and sidekicks. Nijer smiled brightly. And that's a big jump. You know, like a frog. Izuku chuckled softly. There are a lot of things I could say to that. Nijer just grinned, and Mirio called out, Hey guys. Come on, your boss wants a picture with all of us, someone urged. Izuku sighed, glancing at his phone before heading over. Nijer stood beside him, hugging his arm, while his boss placed a hand on his shoulder like a proud parent. All right, everyone, remember to smile, Midoriya. All right. Otherwise we'll never get out of this, Izuku replied, trying to keep the mood light. That's right. Now, Nijer, could you move a little closer to Midoriya, please? Izuku felt a jolt of surprise as Nijer shifted closer. Good. Now everyone say cheese. Cheese. They all echoed, though a few were less enthusiastic. Suddenly, Miruko's ears twitched, and Izuku realized something was wrong just as the flash went off. Get down! Miruko shouted, and chaos erupted as the wall behind them burst open. A Nomu roared, causing the ground to shake. Izuku's heart raced as he turned to see many of his co-workers buried under rubble. Aizu, get away! Nijer yelled as the Nomu prepared to strike his boss. Instinct kicked in, and Izuku rushed forward, pulling back his fist to punch the creature away. He had to control his strength, but Mirio and Tamaki quickly joined in to push the Nomu back while Nijer helped Izuku free his boss. What is that? Someone exclaimed. Who cares? We need to go. Izuku urged. Go. Nijer echoed. They'll be fine, kid. Just go. Miruko insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Izuku scowled but helped the others escape. As he finally got outside, he was struck by the eerie silence that followed the chaos. Izuku, come on. Go on. I have to make sure others get out too. Izuku insisted, watching as Nijer nodded and moved ahead. But instead of following, he turned down a side corridor and climbed into a sewage pipe, distant screams echoing behind him. Izumi thought to herself, of all the times to run into a villain attack, this has to be the worst. Gran and she were working to save civilians from the Nomu's onslaught. Flames engulfed nearby buildings, and the acrid smell of smoke filled the air as they desperately tried to rescue those trapped. Head over there. Gran shouted, pointing toward another burning complex, where screams pierced the chaos. Izumi rushed ahead, spotting people trapped by flames, some attempting to jump to safety. Using her quirk, she softened their falls, helping them escape. Oh God, thank you, they cried, relief evident in their voices. But then a flash caught her eye, blinding her momentarily. Huh, she murmured, leaping onto a nearby building to get a better look. Lita, she called out, recognizing her strict friend, who seemed to be in a hurry. Hurry up. We have no time to waste. Gran urged. Hold on. Izumi replied, following Lita's path. Diamond Yagis. Never listens to anything. Gran muttered as more heroes arrived to the scene. The sound of terror grew louder as people continued to flee. What the? Gran noticed the crowd's fear as the Nomu emerged, its 3 faces, one resembling a bird, another like an ox, and the last a human, devouring people slowly. No choice, he said, rushing in to confront the creature. Izumi continued searching for Lida, jumping around to help others. Then she spotted a glimmer. There, she shouted, changing direction to follow the light. Meanwhile, Shigaraki spoke with Kurogyri. He's been notified. I'm sure he's already aware, Kurogyri replied. Shigaraki smirked. I just realized his job was here. Apparently he had a promotion party today, Kurogyri added. Whatever. With all these Nomas out there, he can pretend to be a pitiful quirkless, Shigaraki scoffed. Stain is also dealing with a couple of heroes right now. Our other friend mentioned he might be the main headline of the news, Kurogyri said. I could care less about the news. I just want to bring destruction to this so-called hero society. They need to understand what it feels like to be powerless, and I will ensure the heroes and their order will fall, Shigaraki declared. Funny, he said something similar, Kurogyri noted. Great minds think alike, Shigaraki replied, continuing through the chaos. Meanwhile, Dabi was setting fires, explaining the flames engulfing buildings. Blood pooled in alleyways around Himiko Toga, who had just taken another life. Stab, 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 she chanted gleefully. Another one for the sacrifice, Dabi said, admiring the flames like a work of art. I didn't know rubble was a great source for a sacrifice, Kurogyri remarked. And the big debut should be right about now, Shigaraki said, just as a flying Nomu appeared, breathing heavily. Fire, he commanded, and chaos erupted anew. Stain paused, observing another fallen hero before him, those he deemed unworthy of the title, the ones that needed to be purged. He drew his sword and continued onward, only to notice a figure to his left. A child? He muttered, confusion crossing his face. I will make you pay for what you did, the boy shouted defiantly. I don't even know who you are, Stain replied, which only fueled the boy's anger further. I'm Tenya Ida, the proud brother of Ingenium. I will avenge him. Stain's expression shifted as he processed the information. Ingenium's sibling. I suppose he's alive. But if he sent his brother to avenge him, this is my own choice. You have tainted a good hero, a good man, a good brother. Ida insisted. A hero in training, driven by vengeance alone, reminds me of my own student. One is enough. I will put an end to this, Stain declared, pulling out his other sword and charging at Ida. Stain! Ida yelled, launching himself at Stain with a classic dropkick. Stain ducked and slashed at Ida's arm, but the armor protected him. Ida retaliated with a powerful kick, using his engine to enhance his attacks. The two exchanged blows, with Stain's relentless slashing keeping Ida on the defensive. If it weren't for his armor, Ida knew he would have been defeated immediately. He managed to land a punch, but Stain brushed it off before slashing at Ida's joint. Gah! Ida gasped, clutching his elbow as blood dripped down. It's a shame to see such talent wasted for petty reasons, Stain remarked, examining his sword stained with blood. He liked the blade, causing Ida to feel a sudden paralysis. What? Is this his quirk? Ida thought, panic rising within him. Judging by your blood type, I guess A. But this is the end for you. Too bad your brother will have to bury his own failure, Stain said, raising his sword overhead. Damn it. I was too reckless, Ida lamented, just as he was kicked aside, barely avoiding a fatal blow. He recognized the green blur that had intervened. Izuku, he called out, turning to see his friend. Glad I could drop in, Izuku said, helping Ida to his feet. Stain, now recovering and spitting out a tooth, glared at Izuku. Such a rare feat these days. In another time, I might have spared you for your bravery. But we both know why I cannot. It's not even my right to end you, Stain said. Izuku, what is he talking about? Ida asked, bewildered. I don't know, Izuku replied, his brow furrowed. It's a shame you're so naive about the enemies you've created, seeking your own demise. But enough talk, Stain said, preparing for battle. Yagi! Gran shouted as he leaped beside Izuku, striking her on the head. Ow! Izuku exclaimed. That's for disobeying orders, but good job on rescuing Tenya, Gran said, readying himself for the fight. 3 against 1, a bit unfair, don't you think? You can come in now, Stain taunted, his attention shifting as heavy footsteps approached. It's him, Gran muttered, recognizing the threat. Oh no, Ida whispered, fear creeping into his voice as the Bogeyman emerged, dragging a headless body behind him. How typical of you to gang up on one individual. Where's the fun in that? The Bogeyman said, pulling out a hammer from the carcass and staring at them with a chilling gaze. This is bad, Gran thought, fully aware of the danger the Bogeyman posed. The fact they hadn't heard him approach until he was right beside them was terrifying. Stain. A voice boomed, interrupting the tension. Wonder how many times I'm going to hear my name, Stain said, turning to see Endeavor descending. Mr. 2, I mean Endeavor. Izuku exclaimed. Gran, Endeavor acknowledged, noticing the Bogeyman. Now you show up, Gran replied, frustration evident in his tone. And I see you brought company, Endeavor noted, eyeing the threat. Enough. I have waited so long for this moment. You are the reason why heroes of this time are a joke. Once I'm done with you, I will ensure your head is on display for all to see how much of a fake you are. Stain declared, his intensity palpable. His glare. Izuku murmured, feeling the weight of Stain's presence. And behind us. Shoko warned, as dread washed over the group. Gran, unfazed by Izuku's fearful aura, prepared for the worst. Just as the Bogeyman raised his hammer to strike Izuku, Ida managed to push her out of the way. The shockwave from the slam shook the ground, leaving them all to wonder just how strong this foe truly was. Lida now sees the man before him, realizing he has gone after the wrong target. You spared my brother, Lida said, confronting the figure. Spared is such a misused term, the Bogeyman replied with a sinister smile. I wanted him to stay alive to witness how his order will fail. He reached out, but Izumi pushed him back as Shoka created an ice wall around him. The Bogeyman broke through effortlessly, and Shoko launched her own ice beam, a move she had been perfecting. Meanwhile, Izumi used her telekinesis to force him down, amplifying the effects of gravity. As Gran and Lida attempted to attack, Izuku observed the situation. Of course she would try to force gravity on me. Shoka's new attack. It seems to aim to freeze him to the bone. This knight moves at incredible speeds, flames erupting from his calves, likely the source of his quirk. And Gran Torino, the midget flash, moves with a rapidity that could rival even Stain's sword slashes. But I will prevail. With determination he stood up, breaking free from the ice once more. Timing his movements perfectly, he grabbed Lida and hurled him into the wall before leaping upward to slam his fist down, knocking Izumi off balance. How pathetic, the Bogeyman taunted. Shoka gasped. How is he resisting my ice? Lida recovered and attempted another kick, while Izumi charged up one for all. Recipro! Lida shouted. Detroit! Izumi added. Izuku's eyes widened. Ah no! Smash! Izumi yelled while Lida shouted, burst! They charged together. Izumi struck first, followed by Lida's kick from behind. The Bogeyman caught both their attacks, holding Izumi's fist in one hand and Lida's kick in the other. The force was enough to rip the gloves from his hands, revealing black veins coursing unnaturally through his skin. The Bogeyman wheezed through his mask, laughing. What fun! What fun! He exclaimed, one of the lenses on his mask falling off to reveal a glowing yellow eye with a hint of red. They watched in shock as his wounds began to regenerate. What is he? Izumi shouted in disbelief. Shoka panicked, trying to fire more ice, while Gran did his best to attack, but it was futile. The Bogeyman grabbed Gran with ease. No! Izumi cried, charging in again, only to be swatted aside. Gran Torino! Why teach the you call a student? The Bogeyman sneered, punching Lida away. You will never get that from me, Gran replied defiantly. Do you know why I became this? I once had a dream of becoming a hero, the Bogeyman revealed. Liar, Gran spat, tightening his grip on the Bogeyman's throat. The villain struggled against him, but whatever quirk he possessed prevented Gran from breaking his hold. Just then, Izumi poured more power into One for All and kicked the Bogeyman away. You stay away from him, she shouted. But Izuku glanced behind her and saw Stain had been defeated. You have no choice now, child killer. Surrender! Endeavor commanded as more heroes arrived. Your pets have been dealt with, Miruko stated confidently. It's over for you, monster. Mirio declared, flanked by Tamaki and Nijer. You better do what I taught you, Stain warned. What did you say? Endeavor asked, confused. Izuku grinned. He means this. He raised his hammer and with all his might, slammed it into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Whoa! Nijer exclaimed. No! Mirio shouted as he rushed toward Izuku. Predictable, the Bogeyman said, swinging his hammer. It passed through Izuku, only for his other fist to connect with Mirio's stomach. Gah! Mirio gasped. Tamaki reached out with his squid arm, attempting to grab the Bogeyman, but the villain ripped it off effortlessly. Miruko kicked him through a building, providing the Bogeyman an opening to escape. He dashed through the walls, growling in frustration. He knew he couldn't kill Izumi this time. Facing multiple heroes at once was reckless, even for him. He had to retreat. Kurojairi, I need a portal now, he demanded, sending his location, anticipating the heroes would pursue him. In a fit of rage, he began destroying everything in sight, creating a massive cloud of dust. Child killer! Endeavor shouted, illuminating the area with flames, lifting the dust away. And here I thought I could catch a break, the Bogeyman mused. You will not escape. Endeavor declared, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the area. Is he dead? Someone gasped. He can't survive that. No one can, another hero said. Shut up. Endeavor shouted, hearing the wood creak as the building began to collapse. Look, a voice called out, and Endeavor squinted through the flames, spotting a figure emerging unscathed. How pitiful. You can fight your nightmares as much as you want, but I will remain burned into your heads, the Bogeyman said, stepping out slowly, like a demon, his singular eye glowing fiercely. How can? Endeavor stammered, left speechless for the first time in his career. Sure, the Bogeyman whispered, making a shushing gesture as he walked back into the flames, disappearing into the night. The sky glowed red, the damage done, the city torn apart. The hero killer had been stopped, but at the cost of many lives lost in the battle. Fear grew, and hatred lingered as the heroes witnessed the true strength of their living nightmare, watching as he vanished into his hellfire. Chapter end. Sirens blared in the distance, echoing for miles as desperate calls for help filled the air. Nijer and the others stared at the destruction that had unfolded so quickly. Although the Nomus had been defeated, the damage they caused was immense. One of the creatures, which had been seen attacking civilians, was discovered to have been created using the DNA of 3 individuals. Mirio clenched his fists, his heart heavy with the disaster that had befallen them. How could we have let this happen? Izumi asked, her voice trembling. None of us were expecting this, Gran replied, his expression grim. Mirio's frustration boiled over. He was within our reach, and he still managed to escape. Nijer nodded, feeling the weight of their failure. We had him. Mirio shouted, his voice filled with anguish as he clutched his head. No one expected him to vanish in the chaos, Tamaki added, trying to reason with Mirio. He figured out my quirk so quickly that I froze, Mirio admitted, his voice strained. I didn't want to risk hurting you, Nijer said softly, her concern evident. We should have anticipated this, knowing he infiltrated the school for information, Tamaki said, frustration creeping into his tone. Yu, looking around at the scene, noted that the rest of the heroes had managed to evacuate everyone from the restaurant, but his gaze fell on his boss, who was staring at only half of his staff. Are you hurt anywhere? Nijer asked, worry etched on her face as she noticed Izuku's boss grimacing, then looking back at the flames consuming the building. It was supposed to be a day of celebration. Mito, is Izuku? Mirio exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. Where did he go? Nijer asked, her heart racing. He said he was going to get everyone out, Yu responded. No, Nijer whispered, her fear growing as she took to the air, searching for any sign of him. Where did you see him last? Mirio pressed, his urgency palpable. Izuku! Nijer called out, her voice breaking as she searched through the rubble, growing more frantic with each passing moment. Oh, think, Nijer, think, she urged herself, her breathing quickening as panic set in. Nijer! Mirio shouted, trying to bring her back to reality. He's somewhere, she insisted, desperation creeping into her voice. Listen, look at me, Mirio said firmly, snapping her out of her spiral. We'll find him, he's not going to let something like this take him out, Tamaki reassured her. Nijer wiped her tears away, trying to regain her composure. Come on, let's go, Mirio urged, and she nodded, ready to search through the debris. Meanwhile, Izumi felt a wave of nausea wash over her as the medic wrapped her arm. There, keep it leveled. It should heal up in no time, the medic said. Thank you, she replied, stepping out of the ambulance and taking in her surroundings. The strong smell of smoke made her stomach churn as she spotted Endeavor coordinating with the other heroes. Yagi! Gran called out, noticing the old hero being assisted into an ambulance. Gran! Izumi exclaimed, rushing over. You need to call your brother, Gran said urgently. But what's going on? Izumi asked, confusion clouding her mind. Idiot, you know he works in this area, right? Gran's words hit her like a cold wave, and she paled, realizing she had forgotten. She remembered seeing the big 3 running off earlier. Spotting a waiter nearby, she approached him. Excuse me, she said, her voice shaking. He stammered, clearly shaken. Do you happen to know Izuku Midoriya? She asked, her heart racing. And Midoriya? He's the bartender. We just wanted to celebrate something simple, but then this happened, he replied, his voice trembling. So you know him? Izumi pressed. He was seen running off in a different direction, trying to help people get out. After that, I don't know, he said, his eyes wide with fear. Where was the restaurant? Izumi asked urgently. 10 blocks from here, that way, he pointed, not wanting to say more. Thank you, she said quickly, leaving him behind as she spotted Lita approaching. Izumi, Where are you going? Lita asked. My brother worked in this area, 10 blocks from here, she explained. I'll go with you, Lita insisted. Lita, your arm, Izumi started, but Lita interrupted. That doesn't mean I can't save people, she replied determinedly. Izumi sighed, knowing she couldn't argue. All right, come on, she said, rushing in the direction she had been given. Meanwhile, Izuku winced in pain, having had to let a building collapse around him. He struggled to navigate through the rubble, frustration boiling within him. How did she pull that move off? Her quirk is telekinesis, not some powerful punch, he muttered to himself as the flames grew brighter around him. The black veins returned, and his eyes changed color again. How did that happen? Unless she's hiding something, another quirk? He pondered, feeling the weight of the situation. Izumi, he growled, kneeling down in despair. Izumi, he screamed, pouring all his energy into the call before collapsing, determined to find her one way or another. Huh! Mirio heard a distant scream, cutting through the chaos. Izuku! Nijer shouted, rushing toward the collapsed building engulfed in flames. She used her quirk to blast away debris recklessly. Nijer, stop! Mirio shouted, alarmed by the amount of rubble falling off. Just look for him. Tamaki urged, trying to keep them focused. I got it. Mirio exclaimed, using his quirk to catch debris and prevent further damage. Midoriya, he shouted, phasing through the wreckage. Finally, he spotted his friend trapped beneath a large piece of timber. I found him, he yelled, seeing Izuku struggling beneath the heavy wood. Nijer, fueled by adrenaline, rushed in and split the beam in half, attempting to lift Izuku and fly him to safety. However, she slipped, and the smoke began to choke her. Coughing, she struggled for air as Mirio realized he couldn't help them both. He pulled them closer, feeling his strength wane as the flames grew around them. Holding his breath, he reached for the exit, now engulfed in fire, calling out for help. Nijer held Izuku tightly in her arms, trying to shield him from the heat. Suddenly, a rush of cold air swept through the chaos. Izuku! Izumi cried out, using her quirk to lift the debris away. Lita joined in, kicking at the foundations to create an opening. Izumi used her quirk again to pull all three of them forward, and Lita helped them escape into the open air, gasping for breath. Are you all right? Izumi asked, checking on them. Don't worry about us. Cough about him. Mirio replied, glancing at Izuku, who lay motionless. Izuku! Brother! Izumi exclaimed, reaching for him, but Nijer pushed her away. You stay away from him, she insisted, struggling to remain upright. She needs to get him to the medics. Tamaki urged. I can do it. Nijer insisted, but she was clearly exhausted. Nijer, you can't. Mirio warned. He needs me. I promised him, she said, before collapsing from fatigue. Over here, echoed the voices of heroes in the background. The last thing she saw was Izuku, still unconscious, as she reached for his hand before everything went dark. Nijer jolted awake, sitting up in a hospital bed back at UA. Recovery girl walked in. I see you're awake now. Thank goodness. Where's Izuku? Nijer asked, her heart racing with concern. Calm down. He's doing fine. In fact, he should consider himself lucky. Besides the smoke inhalation, he's okay, Recovery girl reassured her. Nijer turned to see Izuku asleep in a nearby bed, and 4 in his wrist. But I have a question to ask you, Recovery girl continued. Nijer responded, intrigued. Before we took him out of his clothing, do you know anything about the scars all over his body? What? She asked, lifting his arm slightly to examine the scars. This one here. His skin has calloused and grown hard. There are welts and bumps, cuts, and significant pigmentation changes. It seems these are from playing with fire and ice, and some appear to be permanent, she explained, looking at another part of his torso. My God, Nijer whispered. I tried to get him to tell me where he got them, but he refused to answer, Recovery girl said. And I still won't. And don't ask her either, I didn't tell her anything, Izuku interjected, his voice firm. Recovery girl sighed. Very well then, Midoriya. You should be grateful your sister found you in time. If she hadn't, you, Miss Hado, and Togata would have been trapped in that building. Izuku growled softly in response. I know from your sister that you both aren't on good terms right now, Recovery girl continued. That's quite an understatement, Izuku replied. Zuzu, Nijer said gently, her concern evident. That is correct, he said, trying to keep his composure. I'll let the others know you two are awake now, Recovery girl said, exiting the room. Silence filled the space, broken only by the hum of the fan in the sterile, white room. How are you feeling? Nijer asked softly. Like I just smoked a 30-foot-long cigar, Izuku replied with a faint smile. Your boss made it out, along with many of your coworkers, she added. He acknowledged. I saw the Bogeyman there, she continued, watching his reaction. What? He asked, intrigued. Yeah, and it was as bad as I feared. He figured out Mirio's quirk so easily that he defeated him in less than a minute. The worst part was that he seemed unaffected by flames. From what I heard on the news, it was terrifying. It scared me, she admitted. Izuku listened intently, his expression serious. I mean, you had the number 2 and number 5 heroes, along with Miruko, surrounding him. Even with your sister there, we barely made any impact. There's still so much to face, but… She trailed off, her thoughts lingering on the challenges ahead. I don't want to remember it, Nijer said, her voice trembling slightly. Izuku felt a pang of concern for her. From her perspective, she had no idea that the very person who frightened her was also the one she cared for deeply. He needed to choose his words carefully to avoid raising any suspicions. He reached out to take her hand, but there was still a distance between them. Realizing that wouldn't suffice, he stood up and walked closer. Nijer, you need to stay in bed, she insisted. No, he replied, settling into the chair beside her bed and bringing the 4 stand with him. He held her hand gently, hoping to comfort her. Nay, I honestly don't know how I can help in this situation. I could listen, I could tell you it's going to be alright, but I worry. One miscalculated move, and you could be seriously hurt. Based on that guy's strength, I'm sure he could give even the strongest heroes a run for their money. I just don't know what to do. Nijer sighed, her eyes reflecting her fear. I could say the same thing. What frightened me was how quickly everything changed. We were celebrating your success, and in an instant, it turned into a disaster. When you went to find more people and got trapped under that rubble, I thought I might lose you. You're the one who means the most to me, the one who understands me and accepts my flaws. I'm sure you feel the same way, right? Izuku nodded, feeling the weight of her words. All the time. I still wonder why you chose me. Even when you explained it, I'm still baffled. I get glares from the guys here. It's kind of funny, but I have a low opinion of myself. Yet, in that moment, I felt like I could finally enjoy something I earned. Then, it's like the world decided to throw a mutated Birdman at us to ruin everything. I think the world of you, Nijer. Whenever I have a bad day, I just think about our hangouts, whether it's with everyone or just the 2 of us. You always keep me on my toes. I feel the same way. People say you're the complete opposite of me, but you help me focus. When I'm training, I think about the tips and exercises we do together. And if I have a bad day, I know I have a big hunk to lean on, she teased, a playful smile on her face. Big hunk? Izuku echoed, raising an eyebrow. Unless you want to be called something else, she replied with a grin. That's fine, but right now I'm tired, he said, leaning back in his chair. Lay with me, she urged, pulling on his arm. You know recovery is going to hit me with a cane, right? He warned. Come on, she pouted. Nay, he said firmly. Here, boy, she teased, trying to pull him closer. You and I both know we can't. I'd rather not have you get detention, he replied. Poppycock, she huffed. But hey, that doesn't mean we can't hang out at your place later, he suggested. True. All right, after we're done here, she agreed. All right. And hey, he said, leaning down to kiss her gently. I love you, he whispered, and she blushed. Love you too, she replied quickly, her smile widening. Izuku stood up and returned to his bed just as Recovery entered the room with Mirio, who was sporting a brace, and Tamaki, who remained quiet as usual. Hey guys, Mirio greeted. Hey, Nijer replied. Yo, Izuku added. Seems we have a lot to talk about, Tamaki said, breaking his silence. The television in the corner flickered to life, capturing their attention. Tonight on the Daily News, hero killer captured, claiming we live in a false society. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host for the night, and our top story covers the recent attack on Hosu City that occurred at midnight. The destruction was accompanied by the hero killer, who engaged in a one-sided battle with the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor, who managed to detain him at the scene. Meanwhile, a group calling themselves the League of Villains released several creatures that caused significant damage and loss of life. It remains unclear if the hero killer is affiliated with the League of Villains, but one thing is certain, he is allied with a terrifying figure known as the Bogeyman, the anchor reported, showing a CCTV image of Izuku in his villain outfit, attacking the heroes. Witnesses claim he appeared out of nowhere, as if conjured up right behind them. Who is he? How is he connected to the hero killer? What are his intentions? Will he strike again? Aizawa glanced at the screen as it turned off, a hint of frustration in his voice. But he took most of the credit, he muttered, referring to Endeavor being the main topic of discussion. His students were not mentioned, but the intensity of his gaze suggested otherwise. So, from what I understand, you decided to act recklessly and confront not only the hero killer but also the Bogeyman, Aizawa continued, his tone serious. Lita spoke up. Sensei, it's my fault that I dragged Izumi into this. In my fit of rage over what happened to my brother, Aizawa interrupted. You wanted nothing but revenge for him, which is not the way of a hero. I'm sure if your brother knew what really happened, he would tell you that this was the stupidest thing you could have done. Izumi defended Lida. It wasn't his fault. He was angry and grieving. I want nothing from you, especially now. I know you helped Izumi rescue her brother, but that doesn't excuse the fact that you abandoned the hero who was mentoring you. He had to face several Nomas alone, Aizawa stated firmly. If I hadn't intervened in time, Stain would have killed Lida. Izumi exclaimed. I've heard enough. By the time you return to class, you two will report directly to me about your upcoming final exams. Your principal sees potential in both of you, so I cannot expel you. If I had the choice, I would have, but know this, you are on thin ice, Aizawa concluded before leaving. Izumi sighed. If I had been just a second late, 2 inches could have made a huge difference. He could have killed you. I just don't understand why he doesn't see it. Lida replied, it's best to leave it be, Izumi. Let's not add fuel to the fire. Fine, Izumi said reluctantly. Good, Lida adjusted his glasses, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy. Shigaraki smirked. Well, that seemed to go better than expected. Kurogyari nodded. As you anticipated, the focus was on them. Shigaraki scoffed, seeing them cover up the fact that students were also caught up in the situation. How pathetic. Do you have any more plans? Kurogyari asked. For now, I need to think it over. I'll review the schedule again to see where this could lead us. However, we are 1 member short. It would be best to bring in more units, Shigaraki replied. I'll have Jiren look into it. Should I notify Midoriya? Kurogyari inquired. Let it be a surprise. I want to get on his nerves for a bit, Shigaraki said with a grin. Kurogyari acknowledged. Understood, young Tamura. I will conduct a search as you requested, and he departed. Oaco, curious, asked, more members? Yes. By the way, I heard you did well during the assault, Shigaraki remarked. Oh, thank you, Oaco replied modestly. You're becoming quite the asset. You and Dabi are the main MVPs right now, Shigaraki noted. Just don't let Midoriya hear you say that, Oaco warned. He's a whole different story. He's gathering our resources to turn him into what Sensei is striving for. Once everything falls into place, we'll reveal ourselves to the heroes again, and I will have my revenge on that bastard All Might, Shigaraki declared. Edgy, Oaco teased. Shut up, Shigaraki retorted. Izumi sighed as she walked back to school, settling into her seat. She spotted Lida, who stood and bowed to her. Good morning, Izumi, he greeted. Ida, she exclaimed, jumping up to hug him. Personal space, please, he protested, stepping back. Sorry, I was just happy to see you. Your arm, she noticed the brace. It's not a big deal. What kind of hero would I be if something minor took me down? Lida replied with a smile. I guess you're right, Izumi said as more classmates entered, greeting Lida. Although they weren't allowed to discuss the recent events, they agreed on a cover story about an accident during training. Geez, that sounds painful, man, Siro commented. Shoka added, remaining quiet. How fast were you going again? Shoto asked. Well, it was only 40 miles per hour, and that pipe happened to be sticking out, Lida explained. Yeesh, Mina replied, wincing. Enough, Aizawa interrupted as he entered, his demeanor grumpier than usual. Is everything all right? Jaira asked, noticing his mood. It's nothing. Just a few announcements. No assignments today, but instead, you will all be going through your final exams, Aizawa stated, counting down mentally as panic spread through the room. Now that's been established, be quiet, he added. This is out of the blue. We haven't had a chance to study. Momo exclaimed. Sigh, Jairo echoed her sentiment. Aizawa continued, actually, it's not written. In fact, Principal Nizu should explain it. As Principal Nizu entered, Lida greeted him. Good morning, Principal Nizu. Hello there, Class 1. It's a delight to be here to give you the details of your final exams. I'm sure you are aware of the recent events, Nizu began, and the students nodded, knowing things were getting worse. To add to the challenges, the crime rate has significantly increased, which is why each of you will face a teacher here at the school posing as villains. You will either choose your partners or be assigned randomly, depending on what we decide, Nizu explained. Lida raised his hand. Pardon me for sounding rude, but isn't it supposed to be just random like the joint training? Aizawa clarified. The reason is that in some situations, you do have a choice in who your partner is. Other times, it's based on who is available at the time. Either way, it will show us how much your teamwork and skills with your quirks have improved. I see. Thank you for explaining, Lida said. Nizu continued, now then, I have some cards here. The ones receiving these cards will be able to choose their partners, about 5 of you. He walked around, handing out cards. Mineta exclaimed, ooh. Mina groaned, dear God. Toru whispered in dismay, why must he do this? Lita received a card and thought, well then, I must figure out who would be great with my quirk. Izumi looked at her card, pondering which teacher she would face in battle. Katsumi glanced over at Izumi. Hey, Jedi, she called out, drawing her attention. Izumi turned to her. What's up? You should pick Katsuki. He's been moody this whole time, and I'm sure you'll get a strong hero. I mean, I guess? I don't know. They're all random. Well, make a choice. I'm betting that my Netta is going to pick Momo. Yeesh. Niza's voice echoed through the room. You can take a couple of minutes to decide on your partners. Remember, those who have a card cannot be picked. Lita nodded, realizing he was going to choose my Netta to spare the girls, but that plan was off the table now. Izumi sighed, thinking, this is going to SEK. Izuku sat quietly, breathing slowly to control himself. Even after he had screamed out, the urge, the rage, still lingered. He needed a meditation room. Are you awake, dear? Recovery girl asked as she sat up. Izuku replied. You're really your father's son, she said with a chuckle. My father? Right, he went here, correct? Indeed he did. A great hero. He always came in here for an ice pack. His quirk wasn't easy to control, despite how simple it sounds. Fire breathing, right? There's a minor detail left out. It was based on his emotions. He was a very emotional kid, always angry and short-tempered. But over time, he learned to control it. How did it depend on his temper? Well, when he went from irritated to downright hateful, it affected the temperature of the flames he spewed out. And at times, there would be this look in his eyes that told you he was full of anger and shouldn't be messed with. That's the same look you gave the heroes when they took you in, she said, shuddering slightly. All right. You have every right to be angry with them. I never forgot that slime incident. Even if All Might teaches here, I still remind him of what he did. I hope so. That's another thing. I just did a blood test on you. Izuku's heart sank. Oh no. It seems you have quirk cells present in your system. What? He asked, trying to act surprised. It seems you're not entirely quirkless, but they seem dormant. Do you feel any different? No, I don't. I see. Quirks themselves aren't fully understood, so something like this could be a possible occurrence. Especially with the idea that a child's quirk comes in once they turn 4. For some, it's later, like your friend Nijer Hato. I know about that. Hers didn't come in until she was around 12, I think. So if yours comes in now, it would be pretty rare for your age. But it could also mean it's already there and hasn't shown itself, or it's a passive type quirk. Now that I think of it, you didn't really have many injuries when you were brought in from being pinned down by rubble and the heat of the flames. It could be possible you might have a version of your father's quirk. Do you really think so? He asked, knowing the truth but needing to act dumb. I believe so. If you feel any different, you can come back here. I can do another diagnosis on you, a better one than the one your doctor did years ago. I see. Well, thank you, recovery girl. Big fan, by the way. Oh, you flatter me. Here are the clothes Miss Hato picked up for you, she said, handing him a bag. She really cares. Of course she does. She isn't the type to be pretentious about anything. Well, I appreciate the talk. Maybe I could come back and talk to you about my father more? I'd be glad to, and I'm sure others would feel the same. Thank you, recovery girl. I best be going. Be safe now. Don't be dense like your father. I'm sure I'm more cautious. After putting on the clothes provided for him, he took his leave. Recovery girl waved goodbye, but once he was out, she pulled out another document, showing pictures of the previous scars he had, some possibly from when he was 4 or 6. Possible abuse, possible neglect, abandonment. The list goes on, she murmured to Midnight, who was watching. I saw it and go, you deceiving. Midnight started, but was interrupted by a tap on the head with recovery girl's cane. Language. Izuku thanked Present Mike for showing him the way out, feeling a bit foolish for not asking sooner. Not a problem, listener. Just remember to ask next time, Present Mike replied. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Suddenly feeling a pat on his shoulder made him flinch. Geez, you work out a lot? Present Mike asked. Sort of a hobby. Well, I'm sure you could give a heck of a punch. I guess. Izuku said as he approached the front gates. Just remember to ask for recovery if you want to get another test done. Oh, so you heard about that? It doesn't take much for fire to spread among the staff. I see. He opened the gate. Well, see you around, listener. Present Mike waved goodbye as Izuku walked out. Once outside, he pulled out his phone and noticed a missed call from an unknown number. Could be one of two things. Sensei or Shigaraki. What if it's from me? He heard a voice to his left. Oh, right, you, he said, recognizing the figure. I've had enough nonsense. We need to talk. Not here. Over here. He led the way to a nearby alleyway and leaned against the wall. So, what brings you here? He asked. Your little event in Hosu cost me a contract. The beast killed him before I could get him. And I barely had any control over it. Either way, I need to speak with your leader. Sure, I can trust you. At this point, I'm desperate for a job. I'm tight on money and have to pay rent. Killing people for money and yet you have trouble with rent? Just take me there. Fine. By the way, I never really remembered your name. Beyblade. No, you idiot. It's Spinner. Right. As a portal appeared, they both stepped through. Aizawa stood before the students. Alright, you all are expected to have a partner already, otherwise we will choose for you. Let's see here. He scanned the pairs of students. Lita was with Shiro, Mineta had obviously picked one of the girls, Mina Ishido. Shoto Todoroki was with Momo Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima was with Kaminari. Finally, he turned to Izumi. Who is your partner, Yagi? He asked. Izumi pointed behind her, revealing Bakugo, who was grumbling. Him, she said. I see. Alright, get your hero outfits on and head to the area you are assigned to. The teacher you are about to face has already been decided, and some of you will wait until one group is finished. The students nodded and headed to the locker rooms. As they changed, Mina called out, Hey, Izumi. Have any strategies for dealing with a perverted grape? I mean, you can spray acid at him just to irritate his skin. It won't do any permanent damage, right? I guess that could work. But you're stuck with Bakugo. I don't know why you chose him. Either that or have some other poor soul deal with his short temper. Well, your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Jur chimed in, Well, I got Kuda. I'm sure it'll be alright. Yeah, it won't, Shoka said, appearing suddenly behind her. Jiraiya jumped a little. Gah. Katsumi declared, Bah, whatever. I'm going to kick the butt of whoever I'm going to get. You can count on that. Momo added, Well, I hope we can get some pointers after this, but I'm not feeling great about it. Meanwhile, Kirishima asked, Do you think it's going to be very difficult? Lita replied, We are students of the finest hero school. It's expected to be challenging. If we're not up to the task, that's a problem, and we need to ensure we get enough training in. Shoto remained silent, while Shiro turned to Lita with a teasing grin. So, Tenya, have you asked out Izumi yet? Lita stuttered, I am. What? Kaminari chimed in, Oh come on, don't think we didn't notice, especially after the joint training. You've got a crush on her. Lita shot back, Kaminari, it's inappropriate to have such thoughts about our female classmates, as he playfully slapped his arm. Kirishima interjected, Hey, let him be guys. It's not manly to keep pressing him on this. Bakugo grumbled in the background. Kirishima turned to him, So, Bakugo, are you hyped up for the test? Bakugo replied, Whatever. That girl picked me. Mineta added, You mean Izumi? She's the green babe, you should consider yourself lucky. Bakugo snapped, Shut up. Lita admonished, Language, Bakugo. It's not acceptable to insult your classmates. Bakugo retorted, You too, for eyes. Ojiro quipped, You mean he doesn't do it 24/7? Saturn nodded in agreement as Bakugo stormed off. Shiro remarked, And there he goes. Lita sighed, adjusting his glasses as he walked away as well. Kirishima then suggested, Hey guys, Mina and I were thinking we should all hang out somewhere after this. Tokoyami asked, And whose idea was that? Kirishima replied, Both of ours. Meanwhile, Kaminari noticed Mineta acting suspiciously as he rubbed his hands together while standing next to a poster. Curious, Kaminari asked, What's up? Mineta grinned mischievously. A gift was left. A very wonderful gift, revealing a hole. Kaminari responded, Alright, you found a hole. That's great, then. Mineta continued, You don't understand. This is a hole burrowed all the way through to the other side, giving a clear view of the girls' locker room. He was clearly excited. Kaminari cautioned, I wouldn't say something like that out loud. Mineta declared, Watch as I view into it to see the glorious things life could offer. The busts and curves in full view, barely covered. He leaned in to peek, only to be abruptly pushed back by a gust of wind. Izumi appeared, exclaiming, Pervert! Jiraiya added, Thank you, as a commotion erupted from the other side of the wall, likely alarming the rest of the guys. Bakugo shouted, Freaking grape, upon hearing Mineta's scream. Lita yelled, Bakugo, enough. Mina commented, Pretty sure things escalated quickly. Izuku, meanwhile, thought to himself, Now, of course, everyone except the leader or my sensei knows my true identity, so I must ask you to keep this to yourself. Spinner entered the hideout, where Kurojiri was tied up. He heard Shigaraki screaming in the background and saw Dabi passed out with empty bottles around him. Izuku facebombed. Spinner remarked, Some group. Izuku replied, Shut up, as he approached Kurojiri, who remained silent, clearly annoyed about his bar being raided and the mess left behind. Izuku ripped the ropes off Kurogiri, who immediately began cleaning up. He opened a portal under Dabi, who fell through. Kurogiri acknowledged, "Ah, I see you have returned. And with an advocate. I'm guessing you brought in a new member?" Izuku confirmed, "Yes." Spinner introduced himself. "You can call me Spinner." Kurogiri said, "I see. Mr. Spinner, I need you to meet our leader and see if he would want to recruit you." Spinner replied, "Of course," with a smug grin. Izuku directed, "He's upstairs." Spinner headed off to see Tamura while Izuku approached Kurogiri. Kurogiri asked, "Yes?" Izuku inquired, "Where did you send him?" Kurogiri opened another portal, and Dabi fell through, completely drenched. Dabi coughed. "Mother," now fully awake. Kurogiri said, "Oh, don't whine. I'm sure a small swim in the local ocean is a great way to wake up. Oh, and watch for the stool." Dabi exclaimed, "The wa, oh, as he was hit by the stool he had been sitting on earlier. Izuku observed, "I see." Kurogiri added, "Anyways, you should see young Oaco and young Toga." Izuku asked, "What's going on with them?" Kurogiri explained, "One is quite in a panic, while the other is causing said panic." Izuku remarked, "And he's not doing anything about it." Kurogiri replied, "He said those two are your responsibility." Izuku sighed, knew he would say something like that. Fine. He walked past Dabi, heading towards the training room, expecting chaos. As he opened the door, he found Oaco using a chair to keep Toga at bay while trying to get closer to her. Oaco cried, "Please stop." Izuku stepped in, "Enough. Too much chaos happening already," as he picked Toga up by the back of her shirt. Toga protested, "Hey." Izuku instructed, "Oaco, take this time to clean up this mess. I know you didn't do it, and yes, I'm aware of the situation." Kurogiri already settled the problem with Dabi. Oaco asked, "Oh, what did he do?" Izuku replied, "Put him in the middle of a lake." Oaco responded, "Oh." Toga chimed in, "That's cool," turning to face forward. Oaco asked, "Well, how's things with Izuku reassured her, "It's fine. No suspicions except for one thing. I need to inform Sensei about it, but they did a blood test on me when I was recovering at UA." Oaco inquired, "They saw it?" Izuku confirmed, "Yes, but they told me that I have quirk cells yet to be activated and that it should be happening anytime soon." Unknown to them, it was just the unstable quirks trying to keep themselves alive. Oaco asked, "Are you trying to stabilize it?" Izuku nodded, "Yes, but then again, I would end up as a Nomu, losing all of my humanity and becoming a mindless creature." Oaco responded, "Oh." Toga added, "That's no good. I love your work." Izuku concluded, "I'll take care of this. Now go on," and she nodded as he walked away with Toga, wondering why he was babysitting again. Shigaraki glanced at Spinner, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "So, you know our local nightmare because of some contracts you did with him?" "Yes," Spinner replied. Shigaraki shrugged. "Whatever. You can join us. We need all the allies we can get." Spinner raised an eyebrow. "What are the benefits?" "It's simple," Shigaraki explained. "You listen to me and your old boss. You get paid for each mission we set up, and you can live here for free. Just remember, we have to maintain this place to ensure nothing gets out." "Fair enough," Spinner said. Shigaraki smirked. "Plus, you look like an Argonian." Spinner deadpanned. "Flattered. Now go on. I have a game to complete," Shigaraki said, heading back upstairs. Kurogiri approached Spinner. "I see you've been recruited. Congratulations on becoming a member of the League of Villains. Do you have a place to stay, or would you like me to prepare a room for you?" Spinner sighed. "My old place was terrible and I just got kicked out today, so yeah, I don't mind." "Very well. Follow me please and I'll show you," Kurogiri replied. Izumi stood in shock as she saw her father in front of her and Bakugo. F-. Bakugo exclaimed, realizing they had to face the symbol of peace himself. "Yes, it is I, All Might. And for your finals, you will be facing me." All Might declared. "Oh great," Izumi muttered. "The rules are simple," All Might continued. "You have two options to complete this test. The first is to escape through the door behind me to ensure you pass. But this only applies to one of you. Both of you must enter to pass. If one enters and leaves the other behind, only they pass while the other fails. I hope you will make the right choice today, as it will have a major impact on your grade. So, no pressure." Izumi rolled her eyes. "Wow. I will beat you no matter what. I strive to become the next #1 hero." Bakugo shouted. "Bakugo!" Izumi exclaimed. "Ha, I can tell you are very excited, young Bakugo. But remember the important rule of this test. I'll tell you once it's over. Give me 2 minutes to get in position. Once the countdown ends, enter," All Might said, stepping into the facility. "Okay, Katsuki, I think I have an idea on how to beat him, Izumi said. Bakugo growled, I can't deal with you right now. I'm taking him down to prove that I'm stronger than all of you. Enough with the ego talk. We have to take this seriously. Remember, it affects our grades, Izumi insisted. No, it only affects our grades individually. You can do whatever, I'm going to fight him head-on, Bakugo replied. You're not listening, Izumi started, but the gates opened, and Bakugo rushed in. Groaning in frustration, Izumi followed him. Using her quirk, she jumped up to the roofs, trying to locate Bakugo. Come on. Where did you go? She thought, then heard an explosion. Bingo, she sighed, heading in that direction. Momo was shivering with fear. Facing Aizawa was unexpected, and she struggled to ignore the anxiety creeping in. Yaoyorozu, Shoto called, snapping her out of her thoughts. Huh, Momo responded. What's your plan? Shoto asked, waiting for her answer. Am I plan? She stammered. Yes. You always seem to have one thought up beforehand. Please, he urged. Momo said, trying to think. Do you even have a plan? Shoto pressed. Just give me a moment, she replied, realizing she had spoken too loudly. Aizawa appeared, peeking over the ledge with his scarf ready to capture them. Shoto quickly froze it in place. Come on. Shoto urged as Momo created a smoke grenade and threw it. Why isn't he using his quirk? Momo wondered. Normally, Aizawa would have used it, making things easier for him. Shoto pulled her aside, leading them into one of the tunnels. Okay, I think I got one, Momo said. Go ahead, Shoto encouraged. Okay, so it needs to go like this, she began. Suddenly, Bakugo screamed in pain as he was thrown aside. Where is your partner? All Might demanded. I don't need one. Bakugo shouted, charging again. What are we going to do with you, Katsuki? All Might mused as Bakugo charged, shooting out another explosion. All Might emerged from the dust, grabbing Bakugo's arm and destroying one of his braces. Demon IT. Bakugo yelled as he was tossed aside. Come now, is this what being a hero is truly like? All Might questioned. No, it's like this. Izumi shouted, appearing with large debris. Aimed at All Might. He dodged, and she rushed to help Bakugo up. Get the F off. Bakugo yelled. Izumi heard All Might walking through the dust and quickly pulled Bakugo into one of the buildings. Nice try, but I have to say, using it to create a diversion is a great job, All Might commented. Bakugo, we have to plan this out. Going head-on without any strategy is reckless, Izumi insisted. Shut up. You always were the golden child, thinking you were better than us, like your good-for-nothing brother. I don't need this. Bakugo retorted. This isn't about Deku, Izumi started. No, you were the one who thought it was great to just go on and torture him. Bakugo interrupted. You did the plan as well, dumbass. Izumi shot back. And why should I care? Of course, you and your family had to forget about him. Bakugo exclaimed. Izumi felt a wave of frustration as she confronted Bakugo. You're just repeating things. I know what we've done is nothing short of wrong. I just wanted to keep him safe, and I was willing to do anything to stop him from getting hurt or possibly killed. When we found out about his father, I had no idea how bad it was for him. The beatings and the way he was treated at school only made it worse. Have you seen him without his shirt on? The scars, the burns, the frostbite, the trauma we've caused him? You think he's fine, but his whole body is mangled because of us. Bakugo remained silent, lost in thought. If you want to go face him, go ahead. I'm done, Izumi said, standing up and walking away, feeling defeated. Bakugo sat there, contemplating her words. Thinking tears would change my plans? You're wrong. All the messed up things that happened will never change, he replied, adjusting his brace before heading out to confront All Might once more. Meanwhile, Momo and Shoto waited in silence for Aizawa to return. The only sound was the gentle flow of water in the exhibit. They were tense, afraid to move until the right moment arrived. Suddenly, they heard footsteps. Momo attempted to create a feather, but it didn't work. They were now in view. Aizawa sensed something was amiss. They have something planned. What is it? He knew Yaoyorozu likely had a scheme in mind. Not wanting to reveal himself just yet, he waited, then sprang from above, using his scarf to wrap around Momo and pin her down. Now, Shoto! Momo shouted. Shoto was taken aback when he saw Todoroki throw a jar at Aizawa, filled with dirt. The dirt got into Aizawa's eyes, stunning him. Momo quickly freed herself, fashioned a beam of LD, and covered his eyes while Shoto encased him in ice from the neck down. Aizawa chuckled. Congrats. You pass. Momo beamed. We passed. We passed. She grabbed Todoroki in excitement. He replied, confused. Oh, sorry. Momo said, realizing her enthusiasm might have been too much. I appreciate your teamwork, Aizawa said, but I would really prefer if you could get me out of this. Right. Momo said, grabbing a bucket. Shoto melted the ice, and she handed him the water bucket to wipe the dirt from Aizawa's face. I must say, you both displayed impressive resourcefulness. Where did you get the idea for the jar of dirt, Yayorozu? Aizawa asked. Momo hesitated. In a flashback, Izuku recalled, when I was little, Izumi would always pick on me with her quirk. Just a brat, in my honest opinion. That sounds rough, Momo replied. Not really. I learned to fill a jar with dirt every morning. Since her quirk only works when she can see an item, the dirt would stun her. When she tried to pick on me, I'd throw some dirt at her, and it would get in her eyes. That's really smart, Momo said. Yeah, you have to be resourceful in tough situations, he added, taking a sip of his drink. A friend once told me about something similar, Momo said, returning to the present. I see. Well, you can thank them later. Head to the observatory and wait until the others are done. Just don't disrupt the testing, Aizawa instructed. Got it, sensei, Momo replied as they left. So about that jar of dirt. Shoto began. Momo responded. It was Midoriya who told you that story? Yeah, she confirmed. Anything else he said? No, just that his sister used to pick on him a lot and that was his solution. A lot of people don't realize it, but he can be a bit intimidating sometimes, with how he can break down your quirk and help you improve it, Shoto observed. Yeah, I was lucky to hear him talk about it, which is why I had items prepared beforehand. Flashbangs would have worked, but I didn't want to harm our teacher, Momo explained. I understand. Now I wonder what Izumi and Bakugo are doing. Shoto trailed off as he noticed Izumi opening the locker room door, with Bakugo storming out, grumbling as he slammed the door behind him. I'll go check on her, Momo said. I'll make sure he doesn't destroy the place, Shoto replied. Momo slowly opened the door and heard Izumi crying, curled up on the bench, not caring how loud she was. Izumi! Momo called softly. Oh Emohei, how did your test go? Izumi asked, forcing a smile through her tears. It went well. What happened? Why does Bakugo seem more upset than usual? Momo inquired. Oh that Jerry had to go off on his own and confront All Might because he wanted to prove he's the strongest. Izumi explained. I get that, but why are you crying? Did he say something hurtful? If so, I'll go over there myself and… No! Izumi interrupted. Huh. Momo was taken aback. Sorry, it's just… We usually have these moments sometimes. Is that even healthy? Momo asked. I don't know. All I know is we give it a couple of days, and it's like nothing ever happened, Izumi replied. Well, I'm sure he's feeling some guilt, Momo suggested. Izumi scoffed. Yeah, like that will ever happen. Meanwhile, Bakugo was grappling with his own feelings. I feel guilty, and I have no idea why. Shoto raised an eyebrow. I'm guessing it's related to why Izumi's crying? Shut up. I said some mean things before. I guess I crossed a line this time, Bakugo admitted. Like what? Shoto pressed. About how her family is messed up when it comes to Deku, Bakugo replied. Well, you're not wrong, Shoto said. Of course, she brought up that we've done things to him too, saying we never saw the scars he has. The damage we've caused, Bakugo continued. I'm sure it's beyond that point to dwell on it. Just give it time. Soon things will cool down, Shoto reassured him. Why do you even care? Bakugo asked. Because I thought we were friends, Shoto replied. Bah! Bakugo exclaimed. So I take it's not? Shoto asked. Who said I said no? Bakugo shot back, and Shoto smiled. Shoto said. Shut up. Let's just go watch the others mess up their test. And by the way… Bakugo paused. She passed, he added as he walked out of the locker room, wondering what Izuku looked like now. He knew his face seemed fine, but that was the messed up part of their plan, to only harm his body. He always wore long sleeves hiding the scars. God knows what kind of damage he had now. Izumi turned to Momo. And that's what happened. So you managed to make it through, but Bakugo didn't? Momo asked. I was too angry to care. I should have gone back for him. Maybe. Izumi trailed off. It's too late to dwell on it now. We just have to keep pushing forward no matter what. Remember, he brought that on himself. You were only trying to help. But maybe you could pick Ida next time, Momo suggested. Ida? Izumi asked, confused. Yeah, he seems like a good friend, right? Or is there something else I'm missing? Momo probed. Oh, he's really great. A trusted friend and hardworking towards his goals, Izumi admitted. I never knew you had that much praise for him. Should I write it down? Momo teased. Please don't, Izumi laughed. There's that smile, Momo said, relieved. All right, I'm feeling better now. Thank you again. This really helped, Izumi said gratefully. Just looking out for the others as your vice president and friend, Momo replied. Should we head back to the others? Izumi asked. Yeah, Momo agreed and they left together. Nijer finished her training for the day, surprised that the final exams for the first years were scheduled so early. Dressed in her gym outfit, she flew around, working on her movement and speed, managing to improve a little in both areas. Lately, her friends had expressed concern for her, noting that she hadn't been as energetic or inquisitive as usual. She hadn't realized it herself but admitted to feeling a bit gloomy, often tired and wanting to sleep, preferably in her boyfriend's arms. "Alright Hato, come on." Mirio called from the other side of the gym. "Coming." Nijer replied, running toward him. "Another awesome training session, right?" Mirio asked, grinning. "I guess so," Tamaki said, looking thoughtful. "Yeah, it was eventful," Nijer added, trying to sound upbeat. "Are you sure you're alright?" Tamaki asked, concern evident in his voice. "Depressed?" Mirio chimed in. "It's alright guys. I just need to get some sleep. Don't worry about me," Nijer reassured them. "We're your friends. It's our choice to be worried about you because we care," Tamaki insisted. "I know this is probably the 1000th time, but we should head to the mall," Mirio suggested. "Is it to look for the All Might figure?" Tamaki asked. "Yes." Mirio responded eagerly. "Yeah, but I need to see if Izuku wants to come too. He's been." "Well, you guys know the story," Nijer said, her voice trailing off. "Part of it, and that's our other concern." "I know it sounds a bit rude, but you also have to look out for yourself," Mirio said gently. "I know, but he helps me too. We always spend time together when we can. I just worry that when I become a pro hero, I won't be there for him as much," Nijer admitted. "That's how the hero world works," Tamaki said softly. "Well, I'm going to go change. I'll be out in a bit," Nijer said. "No problem," Mirio replied. Meanwhile, Izuku sat watching a performance, feeling a sense of calm wash over him as Kurogiri played the piano. He wondered how Kurogiri found the time to play but was grateful for the soothing music. "Is he playing that thing again?" Shigaraki grumbled. "Why is that a problem?" Izuku asked, curious. "Whatever. Anyway, I have a plan, but I'm going to need your help," Shigaraki said, looking around cautiously. "Alright," Izuku replied, following him into his quarters. "Not here. Come on," Shigaraki urged, removing his mask once they were inside. "Finally I can breathe," Izuku said, relieved. "So, from what I heard, UA is planning a camping trip for the hero wannabes. It's a training thing in the middle of the woods," Shigaraki explained. "Alright, you have a base. Go on," Izuku encouraged. "I think we should capture one of their students and try to convince them to join our league," Shigaraki suggested. Izuku paused, contemplating. "Do you have anyone in mind?" "A few, but we need more people. Spinner may be capable, but one extra unit isn't enough." "We need more," Shigaraki insisted. Spinner is the only one I know outside the league. I could ask him if he has any contacts," Izuku offered. "Good start. I need to make some calls then. Get Jiren to prepare more options. We need professionals, not just common thugs," Shigaraki said. "Look at you, being the captain of your crew," Izuku teased. "Are you done?" Shigaraki asked, slightly annoyed. "Me? Never," Izuku replied playfully. "Whatever. That's all I needed to say." "Do what you do," Shigaraki said, rolling his eyes. "You know we need to hang out sometime," Izuku suggested. "Really?" Shigaraki replied, incredulous. "At some point, Tom," Izuku insisted. "Will you stop with that nickname?" Shigaraki asked, exasperated. "I could, but why stop the fun?" Izuku chuckled. "Get out," Shigaraki said, putting his mask back on as Izuku left. Just then he received a message from Nijer. "Your timing is something else," he muttered. "Whose timing?" Oaco asked, appearing suddenly. "Huh," Izuku said, surprised. "Oh sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop," she said, looking sheepish. "No worries. It's nothing important. Has your training been improving?" Izuku asked. "Every day," Oaco replied, smiling. "Good. Keep it up. We may have another plan in place," Izuku said. "Got it," she said, saluting playfully. Izuku sighed, sounding like an old man, which made her giggle. In class, Aizawa addressed the students. "I see a good number of you managed to pass, but many failed. This isn't good." He noticed the disappointed expressions of those who hadn't succeeded. "Because of the number of failures, it's becoming more dangerous out there. I know the pressure is high and you all seem tired, but this is how it is. For the first time in years, first-year students will face villains and do outside work. You may not see it, but you're all just children. I wish we could take things slower to help you polish your skills. So next week, we're taking a field trip to the forest training course." Lida raised his hand. "I apologize for the sudden question, but what about those who passed?" "What about them?" Aizawa asked. "Will this impact their grade greatly, and is there any way for them to make it up?" Lida inquired. "I already have something planned, Tenya. You don't have to worry about it," Aizawa assured him. "Thank you," Lida replied. Momo then raised her hand. This may seem a bit insensitive, but can you guarantee our safety if the villains come back? We've made schedule changes, so it shouldn't be possible for them to attack. But if that happens, we'll have multiple pro heroes on this trip, Aizawa explained. Thank you, Momo said, relieved. Any more questions? Aizawa asked, waiting for hands to raise, but none did. Alright, moving on. We're also setting up dorm systems. With ongoing villain activity rising, we can assure you that you'll be safe here. This will also help keep you up with lessons and provide extra curriculum opportunities. You can get lessons from other teachers if you like. I suggest signing the forms. You don't have to, but remember that you have the option. By this upcoming Monday, I expect to see the forms signed or not. You'll receive a list, so be sure to check it. Class dismissed. Chapter end. Mina called out to her classmates, excited that the day was over and they were ready to head home. What? Jiraiya replied, looking over. Yes. Momo added, a bit confused. Kirishima chimed in, come on guys. Don't tell me you forgot about our hangout. Momo sheepishly admitted, oh yeah that. Kaminari nodded, yeah, I remember. Izumi asked, you guys want to come? Shoto replied, I'd rather not. Suddenly, Kirishima swooped in and picked up both Shoto and Bakugo. Let go. Bakugo shouted, clearly annoyed. Language. Ida interjected. Let's go. Izumi encouraged. Fine, Katsumi muttered. Shoka tried to lighten the mood. Oh, cheer up, Katsumi. It can't get any worse, right? I'm out, Tokoyami said, but he too was grabbed. I don't want to be pulled by the ear, so. I'll oblige, Siro added, and the rest of the class made their way to the mall. They hadn't thought about transportation, so they took the train. As they boarded, Mina spotted Izuku. Hey Midoriya. Izuku, dressed in his work attire, waved back. Hey guys. I see all of you here. What brings the entire class here? Siro explained, her idea and his actually. Kirishima added, we thought it would be great to spend some time together after the final exams. Izuku nodded, final exams. Must have been difficult, I can imagine. It sure was, Mina replied. It wasn't a written test. Izuku raised an eyebrow, I see. Then what was it? Jiraiya explained, we had to face off against a teacher. It was pairs and they weren't pushovers. Unless you had some type of plan to counter them, Izuku noted. Momo hesitated, Kaminari jumped in. Bro, she used a jar of dirt against Mr. Aizawa? Izuku chuckled, I see you really took my advice. Momo smiled, yes. Since his quirk requires him to have us in his line of sight, using dirt blinded him for a moment, which gave us enough time to capture him. Good job on that, Izuku praised. Bakugo interrupted, why are you here, Deku? Izuku shrugged, please. Why would I waste my breath talking to you? Why you little? Bakugo shouted, ready to explode. Ida stepped in, Bakugo enough. And Midoriya, it's not appropriate to talk to someone like that. Mina sighed, oh god. Izuku smirked, so you're still stuck up. Excuse me? Ida replied, taken aback. You need to relax a little, kid. No need to worry right now. Plus, you're off school grounds, so your rules don't apply here, Izuku said. Well. Ida stammered. Mina chimed in, he agrees. Kaminari asked, so tell me. Izuku raised an eyebrow, Kaminari continued, how did you manage to score her? Who? Izuku replied, confused. Nijer Hato. Mineta shouted, but Izuku flicked him away. Sorry about him, Kaminari said. Izuku shrugged, no need. All I can say is that it just happened. There's really no proper way for me to say it, but we just had that connection. That's it. Momo thought, well, that's a bit blunt. Mina added, I thought it would be more romantic. But still, she is one of a kind, Izuku said, smiling as he looked out the window. Jiraiya suddenly asked, hey, I know this sounds a bit sudden, but are you able to give us a few pointers on how to improve our quirks? Izuku shook his head, I see she told you about my old hobbies. Sadly, I don't do that anymore. I'm not going to be much help, sorry. Izumi shot him a glare, and he met her gaze, sensing a conversation was needed later. But either way, I'm sure my friends could help you, he added. Mina sighed. Well, that's a little sad that we can't get more advice from you. But hey, we respect your choice, man, Kirishima said. Thank you, Izuku replied as the train came to a stop. Well, guess we made it, Mina said, standing up. Yes, I'm heading to the mall as well, Izuku said. Kirishima joked, you know, sometimes I wonder if you and the other three should just live there. Izuku laughed. From the amount of times we head there, I wish we could. Then they would stop dragging me out of bed every time I'm off. Mina nodded, I can see that actually. Come on guys, Jiraiya urged, and they all got off the train one by one. This was the biggest group Izuku had been with so far, and while he had hung out with them before, it was different with the entire class. Tokoyami observed. So, I can feel you have a great sense of something. Izuku replied, curious. Tokoyami continued, it's obvious. Your dark aura empowers everything around it, and yet you can hold it in. I envy you. Izuku smiled gently, there are things that are best left alone. Tokoyami nodded, feeling a bit unnerved. Izuku added, so don't worry about me. Tokoyami asked, what just happened? Meanwhile, in another scene, Shigaraki was speaking with Mr. Compress. Your name is? Shigaraki asked. Mr. Compress, he replied. From my understanding, you can compress things. Yes, but I have to be within close range for it to work, Mr. Compress explained. Shigaraki wrote it down in his notebook. Tell me, and this is me asking as your leader, what is the one thing you would want from the League or what we should strive for? To show the world how the legacy of the peerless thief lives on through me. I would even say I am the most experienced villain to recruit, Mr. Compress stated confidently. All right then. You are very much welcome to the League of Villains, Shigaraki said. Splendid! Mr. Compress exclaimed. Shigaraki continued, now for living expenses. Are you staying somewhere currently? Yes, I am, Mr. Compress replied. All right then. Just remember this route, and here is your phone. Only use it to call our other member, Kurojairi. Tell him your location, so when the time comes, he can send a portal for you to come here directly. Understood, Mr. Compress said. Then welcome aboard. Normally I would shake your hand, but that wouldn't be good for either of us, Shigaraki added. Then I shall bow to you. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Compress said, showing respect. While you're here, you should introduce yourself to the rest of the team. Get to know them, but be careful with the one with the scars. He's a bit rough around the edges, Shigaraki warned. I will keep that in mind, Mr. Compress replied as he stood up to introduce himself. Kurojairi observed, I must say that went better than I expected. Were you expecting me to blow them off? Shigaraki replied. I see you also took Midoriya's advice, Kurojairi noted. He's right on some things and he is correct this time. I hate talking to people, Shigaraki admitted. Well, now that's been established, the next one will be coming in soon, so I suggest you take a small break in the meantime, Kurojairi advised. Meanwhile, Nijer, Mirio, Tamaki, and Yuyu were waiting for their pastries. It's been 15 minutes now, Mirio said, glancing at the counter. I know, Yuyu replied, a bit impatient. Are you going to say something to her? Tamaki asked. Why are you asking me? Yu shot back. She usually listens to you, Mirio pointed out. And Midoriya, Yuyu added. Well, he's being held up right now, Mirio said. Tamaki observed, although I would say this is a good sign. Why? Yu asked, curious. Have you noticed that since the times we went against him, she's been more focused and serious? She's been talking less and even stopped her barrage of questions, Tamaki explained. I guess that's good then. She can take all the time she needs, Mirio said. Nijer suddenly exclaimed, oh, maybe the strawberry. Their faces lit up as they saw she had made a choice. Oh no, or maybe the mint, she said, her enthusiasm fading quickly. I take it back, Mirio said, chuckling. I'm going to say something, Yuyu declared. Nijer growled, unsure of which pastry to choose, while the clerk was busy elsewhere. You know once you choose, it's going to be closing, right? Yuyu reminded her. Sorry Yu, I'm just a bit scattered-brained right now, Nijer admitted. But what else isn't new? Yuyu teased. Hey. Nijer protested. I'm just joking. Relax. So which one of these have you tried? Yuyu asked. Well, the peach and mango one was good last time, but it had a bad aftertaste. The cherry is average, nice when shared, but the blueberry is my favorite, Nijer explained. And it's not because of your hair, right? Yuyu teased. Nijer frowned. Huh? I just can't decide between the strawberry and mint. They both look yummy, but having them together could be a bad combination. Here, this will help, someone said, handing her a strawberry macaroon. Oh, thank you, Nijer said, taking a bite. Yuyu and the others fell to the floor in disbelief. See? That's what I mean. The strawberry is very good and has a nice texture, but the mint would also have that nice cool breath moment, she said, then paused. Who handed me the strawberry? She turned around to see her friends on the floor, clearly annoyed. Izuku smiled. Well, I can tell you the mint is a nice compliment to the strawberry if you're worried about combinations. Zuzu, you scared me, Nijer exclaimed. Right, and you would just accept any type of food handed to you, Izuku teased. I really wasn't focused in the moment, she defended. Sure, Izuku replied, amused. Well, now that you're here, help me pick, she begged. Izuku laughed. All right, I will. Thank you, God, Mirio said, relieved. We can finally leave, Tamaki added. Izuku called over the clerk and got their pastries as they prepared to leave. Oh right, I ran into the entire class 1A here, he mentioned. Oh, they must be preparing for their camping trip, Nijer said. Nijer. Yu scolded, pulling her ear. Ouch. Nijer protested. You're not supposed to blurt out information like that, Mirio reminded her. It's alright guys. You won't get a word out of me, Izuku assured them. I know man. It's just we're on edge since the Hosu city attack. Things have been getting more intense by the day, Mirio said. It's tiring, Tamaki added. What? Let's not dwell on it. Come on, we came here for a hangout. We're going to do this. Yu said, rallying everyone. That's what I like to hear, Izuku said, bringing Nijer closer as she held his hand. So, have you talked to your boss? Nijer asked. Yeah, my new boss. It's actually Endeavor's agency I'm going to work under, Izuku replied. Isn't alcohol and fire a bad combination? Nijer asked, raising an eyebrow. Pretty sure. But it's my bar, so if it comes to them acting like children, I will kick them out, Izuku said confidently. Wow, Nijer said impressed. That's what I would normally do at the other place. Especially if I mess up a drink and they blame the servers. They're just messengers, why get them involved? They have problems to take up with me, Izuku explained. Can't imagine doing that under all that pressure, Nijer said, shaking her head. You saying being a hero isn't? Izuku countered. Not what I meant really. Sorry, Nijer replied, feeling a bit guilty. It's not your fault, Nijer. Don't be sorry for anything, Izuku reassured her. So, come on, try the cherry with me, she said, splitting it in two and reaching up to feed him. Really? Izuku asked, surprised. Yes, now do it, she insisted. Sighing, he opened his mouth and she placed the piece inside, then did the same for herself. That's so good. Nijer exclaimed, delight lighting up her face. Izuku glanced over to see Izumi watching him, and Nijer noticed her too. What does she want? Nijer asked, sounding annoyed. I'll take care of this. I'll be back, okay? Izuku said, reassuring her. I'll wait here, Nijer replied. All right then, Izuku said, walking over to Izumi. He had to admit that keeping his anger and frustration under control was challenging. What do you want? He asked bluntly. Why are you here again? Izumi shot back. Because I'm a human being with emotions and can do what I please, Izuku replied. Not like that. Why are you here now in this place? You know how much those guys don't like you, she pressed. You mean your pawns? Yeah, I'm fully aware, Izuku said, crossing his arms. And you've been telling stories to our classmates. Izumi accused. The jar of dirt thing is hilarious to me. But if you're wondering, I'm telling your classmates what sort of monster you are. Your secret is safe with me, sis. My question is, what's the deal with your quirk? What about it? Izumi snapped. From what I can understand, your quirk is telekinesis, not a strength-based quirk. It looks like it can stockpile as well, Izuku pointed out. Izumi grew nervous. It's evolving. So what? Then that's a drastic change, Izuku noted. Don't you have your own group to return to instead of wasting time spewing worthless insults at me? Izumi retorted. Insults are just icing on the cake. But hey, a quirkless scum like you should be with my people. After all I've gone through, I'm just going with the flow, Izuku said, turning back toward Nijer. Izumi sighed, watching him interact with her. She felt a pang of jealousy, wishing to repair their relationship and see the brother she once knew. But she realized that wasn't going to happen. Her parents would have to accept it too. He wanted nothing to do with them, and she could see he was completely fine with that. Chapter end. Once everyone settled in and split into their own groups to gather supplies for their camping trip, Izumi and her friends wandered off together. Izumi glanced at her companions. So, I guess we'll meet back here then? Katsumi nodded. That's what I'm assuming. Shoka chimed in, I'm okay with that. Izumi continued, all right then. I just need to get some weights for my training. Katsumi raised an eyebrow. You already need heavier ones? Yeah. I just want to keep up my strength, you know? Izumi replied. Shoka shivered slightly, recalling the time the Bogeyman had shrugged off their quirks with ease. It made her wonder just how strong he truly was. Well, I'll be heading off then, Izumi said, and they split apart, each heading in different directions. The mall seemed much larger than she remembered. Izumi thought to herself, let's see. Beauty products. Clothes. Maybe later. Oh, there it is. Spotting the sporting goods store, she headed inside. Since the beginning of the year, the place had been crowded with aspiring heroes in training, all striving to become pro-heroes. Weights. Ah, there it is, she exclaimed as she reached for a set of weights, only to bump into someone. Oh, sorry. My bad, she said, glancing up to see a figure with striking red eyes and dark hair similar to Shoka's. However, what caught her attention was the dry, cracked appearance of his skin, as if he had lived in a desert his entire life. Izumi found herself glaring slightly. You know it's rude to stare. Got something to say? The stranger replied, his voice sounding rough and dry. Izumi quickly responded, No, I apologize. I'm just not used to seeing people with, You and me both. Izumi Yagi, he said, catching her off guard. How do you know my name? She asked, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her. A villain. Now? Are you seriously that naive? You're all over the news. The sports festival, he said, a hint of disdain in his voice. Oh, right. I'm just not used to the attention, she admitted. Seems no one cares about you winning, he remarked. I'd rather have no attention. It's a win-win situation, Izumi replied, trying to maintain her composure. Say, I have a few questions to ask you if you don't mind, he continued. Could I get this first? She asked, gesturing to the weights. Go right ahead, he said, watching as she collected the weights. The clerk had to use multiple bags to help her carry them. Thank you. Izumi called out to the clerk, then turned her attention back. To the stranger. I heard you went against this so-called League of Villains. How was it facing a villain for the first time? He asked, his tone curious. Izumi hesitated, considering her response. As frightening as it looks on TV, it's even more terrifying in reality. Because in that situation, it could cost you your life. Did any of them stand out to you? He pressed, his interest piqued. Izumi wondered where he was going with this sudden line of questioning. Izumi hesitated, trying to gather her thoughts. If I had to guess, it would be the Bogeyman, Shigaraki interjected, a smirk playing on his lips. Him, Izumi replied, her unease growing. Quite the specimen, isn't he? Shigaraki continued, his tone unsettling. I'm sorry. Izumi's confusion deepened. He fooled you once but twice. First at USJ, then in Hosu, Shigaraki stated, his gaze piercing. How do you know about Hosu? Izumi asked, her heart racing. I'm trying to understand how someone could create such a being. There could be multiple reasons. Abuse, harassment, bullying. Or worse, he mused. Where are you going with this? Izumi questioned, her instincts on high alert. Shigaraki shrugged, feigning indifference. Thought that would spark something. Oh well. Izumi's resolve hardened, she was ready to confront him. Why you? She began, but stopped short when she felt his hand tighten around her neck. I wouldn't recommend that, he warned, his voice low. If all 5 of my fingertips come into contact with something, they will decay. Decay? Izumi stammered, shivering at the implication. It's not just turning to dust instantly. For a moment, you'll feel your skin start to shrink, rotting away. The pain will be unimaginable, he explained, his expression chilling. Izumi's mind raced. This is bad. One false move and I'm done for. What do I do? But there's one more question I have for you, Shigaraki said, shifting to sit on a nearby bench while she remained rigid. Why become a hero? Is it to protect something? The foundations of hero society? I think it's to protect someone. You should have chosen the path of a villain, your emotions betray you. You're wrong. Izumi replied, her voice steady despite her fear. Am I? Come on, Izumi. I'm sure you're used to hurting people, right? He pressed, watching her closely. Izumi's breathing quickened, and Shigaraki smirked. Gotcha. So you have hurt someone, haven't you? I wonder who. So many lives to ruin. Do you find pleasure in it? You would never understand, she retorted, trying to regain her composure. I'm pretty sure I can, he replied, just as a voice interrupted them. Izumi. Shigaraki's expression shifted to surprise as he looked up to see Momo and some of their friends approaching. Hey! Nijer called out. Hey guys, Izumi waved nervously, glancing at Izuku, hoping for help. Who's that? Mina asked, her curiosity piqued. Why is he holding your neck? Momo inquired, concern evident in her voice. Is he a weirdo? Nijer added, her eyes wide. Izuku sighed, stepping forward. Tom, what did I tell you about picking on people I don't associate with? Tom. Mina echoed, looking at Momo, who shrugged. Oh, you know him? Nijer asked, surprised. Yeah. Guys, this is Tom, Izuku said, nudging him lightly. Tomoko, but just Tom is fine, Shigaraki replied, a nervous smile on his face. Interesting name, Mina commented. My mother wanted a girl, Shigaraki said, his tone lightening slightly. Oh, Mina responded, taken aback. Say, why did you have your hand around her neck? Jur asked, raising an eyebrow. Because he was, Izumi started, but Izuku gently smacked the top of her head. Because he was joking about killing her, he clarified, his expression serious. That's kind of morbid, Momo remarked. That doesn't sound funny at all, Jiro added, crossing her arms. Everyone has a sense of humor, right? Kirishima chimed in, trying to lighten the mood. Nijer bombarded Shigaraki with questions. Are you a comedian? A longtime friend? Where did you go to school? Why is your skin dry? Do you need water? Izuku quickly interrupted. So Tom, about that game last night. Shigaraki responded, intrigued. Remember our discussion about stealing other people's kills? Izuku continued. Unless you're fast enough to finish the job, I swear your class choice and play style annoy me, Shigaraki replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Really? I did not know that, Izuku said, glancing at their friends, who looked confused. I'm lost, Kirishima admitted. I think we all are, Jiru agreed. Anyways, we have to get to the meeting point. Come on. It was nice to meet you, Tom. Nijer said cheerfully. See you around, Izuku added as they began to walk away. Yeah. See ya, Shigaraki muttered, watching them leave. Izumi glanced back at him, noticing he was messaging someone on his phone before he walked off. Izuku thought to himself, you think they would realize it without the hand mask? This is some Clark Kent type of situation. At least it worked. Why is Tom picking on Izumi? I'm guessing he knows, Nijer pondered aloud. He knows more about the situation. That's his way of showing he cares. At least I think, Izuku replied. Odd, but I like him. He seems like a good person, Nijer said, smiling. You have no idea, Izuku replied, shaking his head. Hey! Mirio called out, catching up with him. We were looking for you, Tamaki added. Right. Anyways, Izuku said, shifting the topic. We just met Izuku's friend, Nijer explained. Another? Mirio asked, intrigued. From work, I'm guessing? Tamaki inquired. No long-time friend. Not much really. Izuku replied. Well, come on guys. Let's go. Mirio urged, leading the way. Meanwhile, Shigaraki grumbled under his breath, you idiot. Kurojiri spoke up, I have to say, out of everything you've done so far, Tamura, that was the most reckless act. Shut up. Like you can tell me off like some mongrel pup, Shigaraki shot back. Tamura, a voice called and he stopped immediately as a portal appeared. Sheet, he muttered, stepping through the portal. Once it closed, silence enveloped the area. Well, he's in trouble, Dabi remarked. Did he really go there? Tako asked, surprised. We have our local fiend to thank for saving him from that situation, Kurojiri replied. Wait, you know who he is? Dabi asked, intrigued. Only a select few know of his true identity, Kurojiri explained. When can we see it? Toga chimed in, her excitement palpable. I must know. Toga exclaimed, her curiosity palpable. Kurojiri replied, only time will tell, Miss Himiko. Or do I have to make you clean the bathroom again? Toga quickly responded, no, thank you. Good. Now, in a moment, there will be another plan to discuss. I suggest you all wait in the meantime, Kurojiri instructed. Spinner remarked, pretty bold of him to do that. Normally, every stuck-up leader would just hide and cower while their pawns do the heavy lifting. Kurojiri countered, it's a team effort. They both need to learn how to run a team, and that includes all of you. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and 3 more individuals entered. One looked like a Deadpool ripoff, another was very muscular, and the last was a kid wearing a gas mask that looked cooler than Izuku's. Dabi muttered under his breath, oh great, as he noticed the muscular figure gloating around. Who the hell is this wimp? Not much of a league if you can't boast about your strength. I would watch what you're saying, Dabi warned. And what are you going to do about it, The muscular man challenged. You'll be turned to ash, Dabi replied coolly. Such a weak threat. Come on, you said that Bogeyman is here. I want to see him, the muscular man taunted. Kurojiri interjected, then you will have to be patient. He is currently on a mission. Freaking hell. I need something to kill, the muscular man said, glancing at Oaco, who quickly looked away. You're a pretty little thing. What does your scream sound like? Oaco remained silent. Kurojiri warned, touch her and you'll regret it. Or what? You going to make me clean your bar? The muscular man scoffed. Kurojiri replied firmly, you are speaking to a student of the Bogeyman, and I'm sure he will not be pleased with what you do to her. Now your name please. Muscular. Fine, I'll leave the little one alone. Once he gets here, I want to fight him and see if he's worth fearing, the muscular man said. Oaco looked at the others and waved, but they remained quiet. Such a barbaric man, Mr. Compress commented. As music played softly in the background, the sound of a heart monitor beeping filled the dimly lit room. Shigaraki stood in the center, his sensei unmoving until he rested his head on his hand. Appealing, isn't it? Muse. You know, from the time I've been here, I've always wondered how such a well-written piece of music could convey so much emotion. As the saying goes, a picture speaks 1,000 words, but music conveys 1,000,000 pictures. Don't you agree? Shigaraki remained silent, feeling increasingly nervous. And you know the one thing I've noticed about music? Every piece is written and played as it is intended, without a single mistake. But I'm no musician, so you can see where I'm going with this, AFO continued, sending a chill up Shigaraki's spine. Look at me, Shigaraki, AFO commanded. Slowly, Shigaraki looked up to see his sensei's expression shift from a smile to a frown, like a father catching his son misbehaving. I thought I told you not to interfere, AFO said sternly. Yes, I'm sorry, sensei. I know what I did was very wrong. I never intended to disobey the plan, but please, I promise it won't happen again, Shigaraki pleaded, bowing his head. Promises can be a vain excuse, Tamura. I thought I taught you better. For Izuku to come in and spare you from being caught. I know how it is to be restless. You're young, you want change, you want to act on something to relieve that itch. But you cannot act if you lack the patience to wait. So, for this mistake as the leader of the League of Villains, own up to it and ensure it never happens again, FO instructed. Yes, sensei, Shigaraki replied. You both have a talent that will change things. I know it and you know it, FO continued. And Midoriya? Shigaraki asked. His reasons align with our cause. He plans on killing his family, a simple goal. You wonder why he isn't doing it now, why he doesn't just get it over with. He explained that if he does it now, it won't be fulfilling enough. He wants her to suffer as he did, and the plan he has is a grand show to watch, FO explained. I see, Shigaraki said. Understand him, Tenko, AFO said, using Shigaraki's real name, which made him flinch. It was rare for him to hear it after so long. Because if you don't. AFO's grin widened. Shigaraki waited for the conclusion. I will be forced to act upon this, and there will be consequences. I'm sure you don't want that punishment again, AFO warned. No, not again. I will follow the plan, sensei, Shigaraki promised. Good. Now go. The League of Villains needs their leader to recruit more members, AFO instructed. Right? Shigaraki said, walking out as the lights slowly turned off. The music faded, leaving only the sound of the heartbeat monitor in the room. But all will be in vain. In due time. AFO murmured to himself. Chapter end. As Izuku gazed at the nearly setting sun, the crimson sky blended beautifully with blue hues. Oh. It was nice today, right? He remarked. Nijer looked at him with a hint of sadness. You have to go, right? Well, there's always next time. And make sure to stop by my new workplace sometime, Izuku replied. Mirio chimed in, will do, man. But won't it be a bit more difficult to gain access there? I pulled a few strings. Don't worry about it, Izuku assured him. Tamaki's curiosity was piqued. Now I'm curious about what you did. You shrugged. Whatever. We'll see you next time, Midoriya. See ya, Izuku said, leaning in to kiss Nijer goodbye. Bye, she replied, reluctantly letting go of his hand as she walked with the others, waving them off. Once alone, Izuku checked his phone and saw a message from Shigaraki about new recruits. One of them wanted to speak with him directly. Great, he thought, as he hurried to a location marked by Kurogiri, where he could remain hidden from the public eye and heroes alike. As the black portal opened, he stepped through and arrived in his quarters. He quickly changed into his villain outfit, channeling his anger as his eyes turned yellow and black veins appeared. Opening the door, he found the infamous villain Muscular trying to start a fight with Dabi, who was also threatening Kurogiri. Finally, you're here, Shigaraki said, looking at Izuku. How long have they been at this? Izuku asked. About 10 minutes, Shigaraki replied. Dabi scoffed. You think I'm scared of you? Muscular retorted. Kid, everyone has to be afraid of something. Yeah, and it isn't some overgrown cyst, Dabi shot back. Why, you little? Muscular exclaimed, turning around just as Izuku caught his fist. Starting a fight will get you nowhere, Muscular, Izuku warned. Muscular grinned. Finally, you showed up. I was ready to go in and take everyone out. Big talk coming from someone who wouldn't stand a chance against these members, Izuku replied. I'm sure you would be lucky enough to just give me a scratch, Muscular taunted. I'd advise you to listen to what our leader has to say, Izuku suggested. Are we done? Shigaraki asked. You can go ahead, Izuku replied. Right. Anyway, the three of you. I can see you're eager to get into action with the League of Villains, but that won't happen until I understand your goals here. First, the twerp with the gas mask, Shigaraki said, pointing at Mustard. My name's Mustard. My goal is to live freely and get rid of the students of UA, Mustard stated. Alright, that's useful. Now, Deadpool here, Shigaraki continued. Twice. Remember it. Twice interjected. Okay, what's your goal? Shigaraki asked. I'd rather not say. None of your business, Krusty, Twice replied. Izuku noted, sounds like you have two of them speaking at once. Name your quirk. I can make clones of myself, Twice answered. Why do you care? My speculations are correct. He's in, Izuku said, smirking. Who? Wait, what? Twice exclaimed. Shigaraki turned to Mustard. As for you, kid with the gas mask, I'm sure we have a lot to discuss about the current situation. You seem to have a taste for strategy, am I right? Mustard's eyes lit up at the mention. Good. Then you're in. We all know who you are, Muscular, Shigaraki said. Good. I wouldn't even announce myself for your way of recruiting, Muscular replied. You'll be killing once we get started. Is that enough for you? Izuku asked. Yes. I'm fine with that, Muscular said. Good. Then you're in. I hope you have a place to stay, Izuku added. Anywhere but this place, Muscular replied. I want to spar with you, Muscular challenged. Waste of energy and time, Izuku dismissed. What? You think you can't take me on? Are you really that strong, or is it because you're used to fighting kids that make you seem strong? Muscular taunted. I'm used to hearing things like that. Trying to instigate a fight will get you nowhere. And that's ironic coming from you. I heard about your little debut with a couple of pro heroes, letting their kid watch as you took them down, Izuku countered. Huh. Better to leave him broken than dead. Makes it all the more satisfying for me, Muscular replied. I'm sure it does, Izuku said, unimpressed. Well, now that has been settled. Mustard, you come on, Shigaraki ordered. Izuku gestured to Kurogiri, who nodded in response. Guess your conversation with me and attempt to fight will have to wait another time, Izuku said to Muscular. Whatever. Muscular replied, walking out of the hideout. Good riddance, Izuku muttered before following the others. As you may know, the League is growing in numbers lately. And having a mind like yours would prove useful for our plan, Shigaraki explained to Mustard. Depends on what the goal is here, Mustard replied. The plan is to kidnap a student from UA. They're reportedly having a camping trip to train and hone their skills, which is located in a large forest. There will be 2 classes there, Class 1A and B, and they have some of the most renowned students in the school, with the highest potential to become pro heroes, Izuku outlined. UA scum. Such a stuck-up place. It's the reason they're so messed up. While we stand here and suffer, they have their lives served to them on a platter with the school saying they will be the best. Bah, Mustard scoffed. You sound quite mature for your age, Izuku remarked. Live my life and you'll know why, Mustard replied. Guess we're not so different, you and I, Izuku said thoughtfully. Same could be said here. Maybe. Here's what the plan is so far, Shigaraki said, leading them to a separate room with a table displaying a map of the forest. Lines were drawn all over it with sticky notes plastered. Of course, this was based on the amount we had at the time. Now that we have more flexibility with the loadout, Izuku explained. This is quite interesting. What's this here? Mustard asked, pointing to a skull placed near a building. It represents him. I'm guessing this is where the pro heroes would be located if we tried this on a day they do the test of courage, Shigaraki explained. And what is it exactly? Mustard inquired. From our sources, the test of courage is where both classes face off against each other to scare one class and prevent them from collecting a tag that has their name on it, Izuku detailed. That really sounds stupid, Mustard said. I'm sure it has its uses. If you're good at scaring people, Shigaraki replied. This may be a way for them to have fun, Izuku added. If they're training to become pro heroes, there is no room for such things. If that is the case, they must be spread out all over the area then, Mustard reasoned. From what it said, there will be groups of 4, but you earn more points the fewer people your group has, Izuku explained. So we expect a few lone wolves and a duet, Shigaraki noted. This really falls into your favor here. Is there a way for you to capture them? Mustard asked. Mr. Compress, Izuku replied. The weird-looking guy with the top hat? Mustard asked. Listen. He can condense things, like turning people into a small ball for easy transportation. The alternative, if he isn't available, is that the Bogeyman here can lift multiple people, so taking a student shouldn't be difficult, Izuku clarified. What I'm guessing is we have to be in pairs. Mustard, I'm guessing with how your outfit is, your quirk involves letting out gas, Izuku surmised. Yes. Not just any gas. It has a sleep-inducing effect. I can even sense movement if someone tries to sneak up on me through the gas itself. But the only thing is, I have to keep producing it, otherwise, it disperses quickly. And I carry a .38 revolver, Mustard said, showing them the gun. You're like a soldier from World War I, Shigaraki commented. I have to admit, I respect your weapon choice. I'm sure the recoil isn't that bad, right? Izuku asked. Used it many times, Mustard replied. Good. So I don't have to worry about you hesitating then, Izuku said. Are you able to handle things on your own if it comes to that? Shigaraki asked. I'm certain of it, Mustard assured them. Remember, there are students there who are much more powerful than you think. Some could tank the shots from the revolver. We are sure of the groups being formed. This part of the plan is based completely on chance. Do you think you could adapt to it? Izuku questioned. Pretty sure. I'm not just some helpless kid, Mustard replied confidently. We didn't say you were. Alright, I think that's enough for now. Me and him have some things to discuss. Could you send in Oaco, please? Shigaraki requested. Oaco? Mustard asked. Pretty girl with the brown bob-cut hair, Izuku clarified. I see. Very well, Mustard said before leaving. And Mustard, Izuku called out before he exited. Glad to have you on the team, Shigaraki said. Thanks, Mustard replied, closing the door behind him, leaving Izuku and Shigaraki in a brief silence. I'm guessing Sensei didn't take it too well, Tom? Izuku asked. Shut up. I've already had enough to deal with. I thought I would be doing you a favor by just taking her out already, exposing her for what she's been doing to you, Shigaraki said. Flattered you think that way. But I have a plan to break her down. I don't want to just kill her, I want her to suffer. A lot of them may not think that way, but death is just too simple, too quick. Why just end it right there and then? What is the point of payback if it's going to be quick for the other guy? I want them to break down, brick by brick, seeing them tear down and beg for death from me. And being a nightmare. I will deny them their chance, Izuku explained, his voice steady. We both have people we want to take revenge on. And that Nijer girl. You're right, she is nice, Shigaraki acknowledged. I know. Which is a wonder on how I scored that, Izuku replied. The less you know. Could be by some other unknown influence, Shigaraki said cryptically. A knock on the door interrupted them. You wanted to see me? Oaco asked as she entered. Yes. Come on in. We may have a way to help you get your revenge, Izuku said. Chapter end. 1 week later, the beginning of summer break had everyone excited for the trip. The 2 buses parked in front of the school were a clear indication of the adventure ahead, and the typical insults from Monoma filled the air. Once everyone settled into their seats, conversation sparked. Alright, settle down, Aizawa instructed, and the students attempted to contain their energy, waiting for their teacher to finish. The road to the trip is going to be long, so we'll be stopping every hour. Once we get there, it will be the afternoon, so leave your things on the bus. Got it? Aizawa said, and they all nodded. Good. Now continue, he added, and like a light SW, the bus erupted into noise as they began their trip. So, what did you guys do last week? Mina asked. Nothing much, just got some workouts in. Did you know Tetsu from 1B also works out? He's a great spotter for bench presses, Kirishima replied. And I guess he's almost similar to you, right? Mina teased. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was listening to her music, vibing to the rhythm. Kaminari and Mineta debated which hero they thought was the hottest, and Mineta was still trying to figure out how Midoriya managed to attract attention. Izumi, however, was lost in thought, reflecting on what Tom had said to her at the mall about hurting someone in her life. Did he know what she and the others did to Izuku? If so, why bring it up? Was it to guilt her? To torment her? Rubbing the top of her head, she felt the bump from when he hit her, realizing it hadn't even looked like he put any effort into it. Umi. Izumi wondered, what connection is he trying to make? Izumi, someone shouted, snapping her out of her thoughts. She exclaimed. Goddamn, you're so slow, Bakugo said, rolling his eyes. Enough. Katsumi interjected, hitting him. Don't you hit me. Bakugo shouted. Be nice. Katsumi insisted. Shoka turned to Izumi. They're going to be at it for a while. Are you all right? Yeah, why? Izumi replied. You're more quiet than usual. And more distracted, Shoto observed. Sigh. I'm just thinking about what Izuku's friend said to me, Izumi admitted. You mean when he said that if we ever hurt anyone? Shoka asked. That, Izumi confirmed. I don't want to talk about this right now. But you know what I'm going to say, right? Shoka pressed. Yeah. It's just scary how he just comes out of nowhere and outright says it without any indication. I'm probably overthinking it. But it feels like he knows more than he lets on, Izumi confessed. I have a feeling as well. The way Izuku jumps in to defend him, saying he was joking around. It's messed up to think about, Shoka added. And he could care less if he actually tried to hurt me, Izumi said, her voice trembling. I know Midoriya is being a huge JRK right now. But I'm pretty positive he wouldn't let that happen, Shoto reassured her. I'm pretty sure he wants to be the one to do that, Izumi replied. You don't mean that. I don't think he's capable of doing that, Shoka said, concerned. I don't know. Lately it's been making me nervous. The more I think about it, I recall a time before he moved out. One time I woke up without realizing it, and I just saw him staring at me. In those eyes, there was nothing but hate. I wanted to curl up and cry. Which is why I'm more cautious around him, Izumi explained. That is freaky, Shoka said, shivering. Why didn't you tell us? Shoto asked. I thought he wanted to talk. But he just left once I opened my eyes. Izumi replied. Freaking Deku being a weirdo. He doesn't understand that you wouldn't go down without a fight, Bakugo scoffed. I'm sure it's just him being a weirdo. He tends to be friends with them, Katsumi said. But the big 3 aren't weirdos, Shoto countered. Three strongest students in UA, nothing's normal about that. Like Nijer for starters. She's more airhead and quirky, Shoka pointed out. Not really. I think Izuku kind of rubbed off on her, since she keeps some things to herself now. And she has some sass now, Katsumi added. Never noticed, Shoto replied. You really don't pay attention to details, that's why, Shoka teased. Only the important ones, Shoto defended. She really does love him. That much I can tell, Izumi said, glancing down as Katsumi looked saddened. I know you used to have a crush on him, Shoto remarked. Bakugo scoffed, leaving that part alone, even he knew not to talk about that. Used to. But I knew it wasn't going to happen. Now he thinks he's some big shot who can boss everybody around, Katsumi said, crossing her arms. That we can disagree on, Momo interjected, looking disappointed. How much did you hear? Izumi asked. As quiet as you five are, I'm literally a seat away. While it's loud, I think it's not a great idea to talk about private things on a bus, Momo replied. How much did you hear, Ponytail? Bakugo asked. Enough to know what you truly think about your brother, Momo said firmly. Yaoyorozu. You have no idea what the situation is like, Izumi argued. But I know enough to tell you that Izuku is not anything like you just described. From what we talked about, he doesn't seem like someone who would boss around or be controlling. He just goes with the flow and cares about the people he keeps close, like Nijer. She may be getting less talkative, but you need to know she has to deal with the stress of facing him. You five may have nothing but disdain for him, but to me, he's a very close friend, and I don't like it when someone trash talks my friends, Momo stated. He's been doing odd things. Before he met you all. Didn't you hear that? Izumi pressed. I'm sure you picked on him a lot. In a time of need, people may have thoughts about doing things they normally wouldn't do, but he didn't, which shows his control of his emotions, Momo replied. Why do you even care? You only met him like twice now, Shoka questioned. Even if it was a short moment, he's been nothing but helpful to me and the others. He shows compassion and kindness that is really needed in this world. I don't know what is going on with you, but either way, I'm taking his side. Now be quiet. We're going to be approaching the destination soon, Momo concluded. Even Jiru had turned off her music to overhear them, and to say she was shocked was an understatement, but for now, she kept this to herself. Izuku laughed, recounting a story. And that's when he came up with the name Tomoko. That is ridiculous. Tomoko, but everybody calls him Tom, Ochako replied, shaking her head. Yeah. I swear, the situation is getting more fragile by the second, Izuku said, his expression turning serious. I'm sure you'll come up with something. You and Tamura are the brains of the group, Ochako encouraged. You shouldn't discount yourself, Izuku replied. I don't really do much. Just help clean the place from time to time, Ochako said modestly. And that is very underrated work. Kurojiri keeps it maintained. If it wasn't, the place would be filthy, making it hard to live here. So don't think you're not doing enough. We all have a part to play here, Izuku reassured her, leaning back against the sandbag. Ochako lay next to him, both enjoying the comfort of silence in each other's presence. You know, I always wondered why it annoys me when someone tries to do something to you, Izuku admitted. I do get worried about you as well. You're like the older brother I never had, Ochako replied. Do you have any siblings? Izuku asked. Only child. But I do worry about my parents. I hope they miss me. I hope they got money out of my life insurance, even though it wasn't enough, Ochako said with a hint of humor. Such a bore here. I know you must be eager to do this mission, right? Izuku asked. Yeah. It's been a while since I've been out of the hideout. It's going to be nice. And by nice, I mean not hearing Tamura rage at his game every hour, Ochako said, laughing. Yep, Izuku agreed. You know, I always wanted to see the world. Like visiting other countries, to see so many places I've never been to. I'm sure there will never be a boring moment, Ochako said dreamily. Unless it's New Jersey, Izuku joked. New what? Ochako asked, confused. Old joke. Don't worry about it. I need to get to work soon, he said, getting up. Do you think after all of this, it could be possible to do? Ochako asked hopefully. I'm sure there is a way. And if there is, I wouldn't mind helping you out, Izuku promised. Thanks, she said, smiling. Just make sure to train, get rest, and I'll be back before the plan. You're going to be grouped up with me and I'll be there to help you out, alright? He said, holding out his fist. She fist bumped him. You got it, Ochako replied. Shigaraki, there's too many people, Izuku heard Shigaraki complain. No kidding, Izuku replied. I can still hear them even with headphones. Shigaraki exclaimed. You can deal with that. See ya, Oka, Izuku said, ruffling her hair. Hey! Ochako protested, playfully swatting his hand away. Sometimes I wonder if that moron ever runs out of energy, Shigaraki said, shaking his head. Sometimes I wonder how many controllers you've destroyed this month alone, Ochako teased. Really? You had to go there? Shigaraki replied, rolling his eyes. Chapter End. The sudden stop of the bus sent several students tumbling forward, a clear indication that they should have been seated. Aizawa stepped off the bus, instructing them to leave their belongings behind. Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro found themselves in a heap on the floor. Ow, Mina groaned. Get off me! Siro exclaimed. Well, looks like we're here, Izumi remarked. Jairu added, he just said it. Now we're stuck because some people thought it was a good idea to stand up while it was moving. Don't blame us for wanting to stand. Mina shot back. Come on, guys, let's just get out, Kirishima urged, and one by one, they exited the bus. See what happens when you stand? Aizawa said, and they all nodded in agreement. Oh, let the kids be, Eraserhead, came a voice from the side, causing the students to turn and gasp in excitement. No way! Mina exclaimed. Whoa, Jaira added, eyes wide. It's the Wild Wild Pussycats. Momo exclaimed, recognizing them as they performed their signature dance and pose. Hey there! Mandalay greeted. So great, Mineta stammered. Could I get your autograph? Mina asked eagerly. Oh, that would be awesome. Izumi chimed in, momentarily forgetting their earlier predicament. Enough, Aizawa interrupted. Mandalay smiled. Now. I know all of you are excited to see us, and it makes us happy to see so many students looking up to us. After today's lesson, we can give out autographs. Is that good? The students nodded enthusiastically. Now, since it's still early in the morning, the area where you will be staying is over there, Pixie Bob said, pointing to a small mountain. Oh, Momo said, surprised. Great, Katsumi muttered. You all have to make it there within a 3-hour time limit, using your quirks, of course, Ragdoll announced. You're kidding, Jaira replied, disbelief evident in her voice. And if you don't, then you can say goodbye to your lunch for today, Aizawa added. No! Mina exclaimed. Ashido, Momo warned. Well, this is going to go badly, Izumi sighed. Mandalay reassured them, if it makes you feel any better, the class after you will be facing the same challenge. Except they'll be saying goodbye to dinner, Pixie Bob added with a smirk. Are there any questions? Ragdoll. Momo raised her hand. What do we do if we get lost? Don't worry about it. There are maps here to help guide you on your little hike, and if you get off track, we'll seek you out to help if needed, Mandalay explained. Now that's done with. Good luck. Pixie Bob said, touching the ground, which caused it to shake and create a landslide. The students screamed as they were flung across the forest in random groups. Oh, how I wish to be their age again, Pixie Bob mused. Mandalay turned to Aizawa. So, Eraser, how much will you bet this time on the time? Seeing how much trouble they get into at times, I'd say 8 hours, Aizawa replied. Don't have much faith in them, do you? Ragdoll teased. I know them well enough to give an accurate estimation, Aizawa said. Besides that, any news on the Bogeyman? Mandalay inquired. Only a couple of suspects, but they turned out to be innocent. It's believed he is around the same age as a third year, Aizawa explained. What? Ragdoll exclaimed. That would mean a child is responsible for all of this. How could someone so young be so vile? Mandalay wondered. If I remember the wise words of a man, evil is not born, it is taught, Aizawa replied. Shouldn't it be created? Ragdoll countered. Since he's with the League, I'm guessing that would be the case. Their creature called the Nomu is essentially a monster created from one person by injecting multiple quirks into them, Aizawa clarified. Horrible, Pixie Bob said, shaking her head. Is it possible he could be one as well? Aizawa pondered. Can't say. The Nomu variants we managed to capture are still being studied. So far, all of them came from one person who had a quirk. None of them were quirkless, Aizawa explained. That would mean the Bogeyman was once quirkless, maybe? Tiger suggested. Again, we can't confirm it, but there is one boy in particular who is interesting, Aizawa said, pausing for effect. What's his name? Mandalay asked. Izuku Midoriya, Aizawa replied. Midoriya. Hisashi's son. Ragdoll. Wasn't he diagnosed as quirkless? I remember hearing about that from the agency, Pixie Bob said. Well, here's something interesting to note, Aizawa began, recalling a conversation from the past. Aizawa had been sitting in the office with Nizu and Recovery Girl. Are you positive this is the case? He asked. Yes, I'm certain. The boy, even though diagnosed as quirkless, has quirk cells, Recovery Girl confirmed. Nizu added, I looked over his records from past examinations. It is said he had none. Of course, using the outdated extra joint in the toe test, the blood at the time didn't have any cells present. I wonder if over time he was indeed a late bloomer. Recovery Girl continued, it still wouldn't make sense. The cells in his body, even if I tried to use the device to make them react, were unstable, which could be harmful. Has he displayed any sort of abnormalities? Aizawa asked. Only the immense strength he seems to possess, but when I asked him to demonstrate, it still didn't activate, Recovery Girl replied. This is indeed a very unique case. We'll need to study more about it, Nizu concluded. I told him that should he feel any discomfort or manage to activate it, he needs to come back here, Recovery Girl added. Okay, I think that's all we needed to hear. You're set to go, Nizu said as Recovery Girl nodded and exited. That is weird. The strength. If it's not a quirk, how did he acquire it? I'm sure even a normal person wouldn't do that without a quirk, Mandalay said, puzzled. Nizu thinks it could be related to genetics from his father's side of the family, or something along the lines of evolution. I'm too tired to go through the whole thing, Aizawa replied. Well, whatever it is, we hope to find out who this person is, Mandalay said. Meanwhile, Izuku was starting his first day at the Hero Agency, which had already proven to be less than ideal. He found himself at Miruko's bar, noting the lack of stock. So, this is your bar? Not much in stock, he observed. We'd rather invest our budget in things that would benefit the heroes and the sidekicks. No reason to be drinking on the job, Miruko replied. Yes, but the presentation here is horrible. If I were a visiting businessman trying to make deals, I would at least require a nice drink to soothe the nerves. It doesn't have to be a Viking tavern, but these are house specials, brews you won't find anywhere else in the city, Izuku argued. And you think I would allow supplies to be sent in? Miruko shot back. Everything has an expiration date. Tell me, has anyone ever drunk from this place? Izuku asked, gliding his hand across the counter, noting the dust. Like I said, no one drinks on the job, especially my people. Look, you're here to be the front presentation of this place. Miruko said, her tone firm. Izuku clenched his fists, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Just don't interfere with our work, got it? He said, trying to maintain his composure. With a sigh, he added, you're the boss. But could I at least make some decorations to the place? Miruko shrugged, her expression indifferent. Be my guest. I don't mind. With that, she turned to leave, and Izuku felt a spark of inspiration ignite within him. Hope a few pointers won't harm the place, he muttered, snapping a picture to send to his boss, asking for advice on how to improve the bar's atmosphere. His boss's response came swiftly, what a disappointing sight. You do what you do best. Make them feel welcome. Show them why everything needs to be in perfect condition. Show them that you mean business. A smirk crossed Izuku's face as he got to work. Peering behind the counter, he surveyed the selection of alcohol. Tequila, liquor, wine, vodka, and draft beer were all present, but something was off. Most of the bottles are open, he noted, frowning at the broken seals and half-empty containers. A beam of light revealed something even worse. Bugs. I wouldn't even serve this to a rat. He poured the contents down the disposal bin, shaking his head in disbelief. As he continued his inspection, he discovered the draft beer machine was out of order. Olives riddled with mold. Everything looks new except for this corner. He pulled out his phone to check replacement costs when something caught his eye. Kneeling down, he pried a piece of floor tile loose and spotted a roach scuttling away. He quickly captured it and placed it in an empty glass jar. Promotion, my foot. This is a disaster. Izumi groaned as she tried to sit up. The sudden landslide had not been a gentle landing. That hurts, Jiru muttered beside her. Are you hurt anywhere else? Izumi asked, concern etched on her face. I can still stand, but that was quite the first lesson. So what now? Well, you have a map and compass, right? Everyone should have one, Jiru replied confidently. Well, I lost mine on the way down, Izumi admitted, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. Hold on, Jiru said, digging through her pockets to shake out the dirt. Should we worry about the others? Izumi asked, glancing around. They're big kids, they can take care of themselves. Besides, I'm sure they wouldn't leave us out here in the middle of the woods without tracking where we are, Jiru reassured her. I guess so. Hold on. Izumi climbed a nearby tree to get a better view of their surroundings. Okay, I know what to do. We head this way. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Whenever you say that, it jinxes us, Jiru warned. Oh, whoops, Izumi replied sheepishly as they continued through the forest at a cautious pace. Say, I have to ask you something, Jiru began. Why was Emo so upset with you guys? It wasn't anything important, Izumi replied, but Jiru raised an eyebrow. If it made her mad, which is rare, then you must have done something. It's mostly about my brother. Izumi confessed. Ah, Jiru said, understanding dawning on her. It's a complex situation? Yeah. Since we have time, explain it to me. I don't feel comfortable discussing it, Izumi said, shifting uncomfortably. I overheard some things you said. She's right. There are things that shouldn't be said in close proximity, especially with me around. So you heard too? Izumi asked, her heart racing. Only parts. I heard you talking about your brother being a JRK. It's complicated, Izumi repeated. Why are you avoiding my question? I just told you why. Look, Izumi, there are a lot of things in this world you can't just brush aside. Now tell me. Ike. You either tell me or I will inform Nijer. I'm sure she'll be pretty upset about what you've said about her boyfriend. You wouldn't. Try me. Oaco called out, at your left. I know, Shigaraki replied, his focus unwavering. Do you think it would be nice to survive a shot like that? Oaco asked, trying to lighten the mood. These SMGs are too overpowered, Shigaraki grumbled. What's the difference? Oaco pressed. Can't see the thing and then be like, oh no, I messed up, he snapped before being taken down. DMN, he muttered. Oaco tried to joke, you mean I'm messed up, like T? Shigaraki scoffed. EYE. That's EWE. Oaco froze, processing his words. Are you kidding me? Dabi chimed in laughing. Shigaraki replied, confused. Oaco is you, Tamura, she explained. Wait. Oh my bad. Shigaraki realized his mistake. Oh my god, Oaco sighed, shaking her head. I was in the moment. I misheard. Shigaraki protested. You didn't mishear, you repeated what I said. Oaco laughed and Dabi joined in. No. Shigaraki exclaimed. A 3-letter word. Oaco teased. I don't know, I'm tired, he shot back. Do you want to spell? She laughed. Look, I'm in the middle of a game. I don't have time for this. Shigaraki grumbled, but the laughter continued. As they walked, Jir turned to Izumi. Well. Izumi sighed. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? Jairu waited patiently as Izumi sat on a log, leaning against a tree. Some time ago, I made a horrible decision regarding my brother, Izuku. You know he's quirkless, right? He didn't have the strength he has now. He was just a frail kid with dreams of being a hero but never took action to achieve them. He expected something to happen. I think a lot of people can relate to that. I felt the same way when I wanted to be a great musician like my mother, Jairu shared. Anyway, his relationship with Nijer Hato. I still can't see it as real, Izumi confessed. How could you say that? Shouldn't you be happy that your brother is happy? Jir asked, surprised. That's the thing. He's not my brother anymore. He's not the boy I used to know. People change, Izumi. It's part of life. You either accept it or resist it. I swear, I'm surrounded by problems. What do you mean by that? Izumi asked. I have my own issues to deal with. Have you ever tried to fight the Bogeyman? No, she lied to avoid revealing too much. You noticed my jacks were damaged? I was slammed into the ground multiple times, and Momo was choked with them. The pain was unimaginable. I know what Mo went through was just as bad. So don't say I wouldn't understand your situation. You think your brother hates you? Why does he think that? What did you do to provoke him? I'm not saying. Fine. Keep your secrets. Just know that the longer you hide this from us, the more it will hurt when it comes out. Jairu turned to walk away. Where are you going? Izumi called after her. Anywhere but here, Jairu replied. Meanwhile, Izuku was busy behind the bar. Now, the trick is to add aged tequila, a bar spoon of agave nectar, a few dashes of bitters, an orange twist, and a hint of chili pepper. Too much will overwhelm the flavor. He splashed in some beer, finishing the drink with it. Flourish. And voila. Enjoy. Death Arms took the drink and sipped it, his eyes lighting up. This is amazing. Thank you kindly, Izuku replied, wiping down the counter. You have a talent. I was worried since the agency here has a pretty messed up bar, Death Arms admitted. I was supposed to be at Endeavor Corps, but they're undergoing renovations, Izuku explained. The lady approached, her eyes sparkling. Hey, your green hair and eyes are easy on the eyes. Have I seen you somewhere before? Maybe we rescued you. An adoring fan. Izuku chuckled. If I had run into a lovely lady like you, I would never forget it. Do you have a nice drink for a gal like me? She asked playfully. Certainly. He prepared a vibrant cocktail, adding grenadine, K&KY pink, ice, lime juice, and ginger beer. Made with love, he said, handing it to her. Kid, come on, I need to talk to you, Miruko interrupted, her tone serious. Well, I hope you enjoy your drinks here at the agency, Izuku said, stepping away. You're here for about 3 hours and you brought in imported drinks? Miruko exclaimed. Your inventory was expired or had bugs in it. You were lucky I could make a couple of drinks, Izuku replied. You can't do that, it's not part of the agreement, Miruko insisted. Please, agreement. I'm just doing my job. Besides, they enjoy it. I have no reason to sabotage them. Your old boss told me you're quite the troublemaker, Miruko said, crossing her arms. Not like you had to tell me, Izuku shot back. And you have quite the backtalk, she noted. If you interrupt my work. You're working under my agency right now. You follow the tasks I give you. Until the other place is done, you're with me. Izuku sighed. Fine. If you want me to sit there and do nothing, I will. Just know what you're missing out on. He opened the door to head back to his area, noticing the two heroes were gone. He took the empty glasses and headed to the back to wash them. This kid is already ticking me off, Miruko muttered. Shoto pointed ahead, indicating a dirt monster patrolling the area. It doesn't seem that powerful. It could be easier to destroy it. I'm with my brother on this, Shoka added. Do you want to fight that huge thing? Mina asked, her eyes wide. It seems we have no other choice, Lita said, watching the siblings charge ahead to confront the creature. Geez, Mina said, exasperated. Meanwhile, Jiraiya shook her head. You know you're an idiot, and that's the nice way of saying it. You're telling me, Izumi replied, her voice low. Look, Jo, I'd prefer if this stayed quiet. Really? You're asking me to keep quiet about something serious? Not happening, Jiraiya replied firmly. Jiraiya. I don't care, Izumi. You should have known better on the day you did that. Does anyone else know? Only me, Izumi lied again. Do you know we're all trying to become heroes? They never taught us to lie, which is why you're so bad at it. You're not telling everything, Izumi. Spill it. What happened to Izuku? Izumi felt trapped. She didn't want to reveal the truth, not even to her parents. The memory of that day haunted her, the day she pushed her brother too far. Fine. She started, but the ground suddenly shook beneath them, and a massive dirt monster erupted from the earth, roaring. Sheet! Jiraiya exclaimed. Another time. We need to handle this now. Izumi shouted as the creature slammed its arms down, causing them to stumble. Jiraiya quickly jacked into the monster, amplifying the sound to disorient it. Hurry up! Jiraiya urged. Izumi leaped from behind. Detroit smash, she shouted, channeling her power and destroying the creature completely. Yes, she cheered. Don't celebrate yet. Jiraiya warned, pointing behind her as 3 more monsters approached. Run! Izumi shouted, and they took off in the opposite direction. The ground shook beneath them as the monsters pursued, and Izumi used her telekinesis to knock over trees and hurl rocks at the beasts to slow them down. In it, she exclaimed, focusing her power to lift one of the monsters before slamming it down. Izumi, why? Why are you doing this? A voice echoed in her mind, reminiscent of her brother's. What? She gasped, realizing the creature spoke in a childlike voice. Flashback. Izumi, why are you doing this? Izuku pleaded, held aloft by her quirk. To teach you a lesson, Deku. Know your place in this world. You can't be a hero without a quirk. Look how helpless you are right now, weak, frail, useless. Please. I can help, he cried. Then name one way you'll be helpful, she challenged. I can distract them. I could fight them in close battles, he insisted. That's being a liability, she snapped, flinging her arms down and sending him crashing to the ground. Izumi recalled that day vividly. She had gone too far, nearly drowning him in her cruelty. If it hadn't been for a stranger, he would have been lost. Why she acted that way, she still didn't understand. Chapter end. 8 hours later, Izumi let out a startled gasp. Jiraiya, startled as well, stumbled over a small rock and fell off a ledge, landing on top of Izumi. Ow! Izumi groaned. Jiraiya, getting up and dusting herself off, exclaimed, We've been dealing with those creatures for hours. I know, Izumi replied, shaking her head. Jiraiya continued, If we've gone through this much trouble, we should be close, right? Should be. Look. Izumi pointed in the distance, where smoke was rising. I'm guessing that's the camp we need to reach. Finally, Jiraiya said, slowing her pace as the dirt creatures seemed to have vanished. At least you stunned them long enough for us to escape, Izumi noted. Yeah, I kind of hoped you would do more, Jiraiya teased. Wow, Izumi replied, rolling her eyes. Whatever. This doesn't mean I'm going to let go of our earlier conversation, Jiraiya said, trying to shake out the dirt that had gotten into her jacket. Can you just drop it for now? Izumi asked, exasperated. I'll ask you later, and you better give me a proper answer, Jiraiya insisted, still brushing off the dirt. Right now, I'm tired and sweaty from all this running, Jiraiya added. Fine. Izumi said as they approached the campground and spotted their friends waiting. Lita greeted them. Looks like you two made it, but your clothes are a bit messy. We had a whole group of those things chasing us with just the 2 of us. Can you really blame us for running? Jiraiya replied. Mina chimed in. I don't blame you. It was tough enough to take one down. So what's next? Lita sighed. We took more than 3 hours to get here and failed the first task. I feel ashamed. Well, the good thing is we made it here. Don't beat yourself up, Lita. We can learn from our mistakes, Izumi reassured her. I see. Thank you, Izumi, Lita said, feeling a bit better. Jiraiya huffed in response. Momo sat down on a log, exclaiming, This is tiring. Lita counted, so far, that's 13 accounted for. Others are still missing. Suddenly, a scream echoed in the distance. That's Pikachu! Jiru exclaimed. Wow, you'd think we were in a movie, Izumi said as she spotted Kaminari running in with Mineta on his back. Never again. Mineta shouted. Please. Kaminari gasped for air. Are you guys okay? Izumi asked, kneeling to help them up. Kaminari sniffled, so sweet. Yeah. We're fine, Mineta replied, still catching his breath. Izumi chuckled softly. Ojiro remarked, well, that was uneventful, as the rest of the group finally arrived. Everyone was now together. Mandalay gritted her teeth, surprised by the outcome. Wow. You were right. Pixie Bob chuckled nervously. Oh shoot. Aizawa looked at them, his expression serious. You all made it within 8 hours. Congratulations. You're all failures. The group hung their heads in disappointment. Ragdoll called out, Eraser. Mandalay quickly shifted the mood. Well, that doesn't matter. You all made it. Mostly unharmed and just tired. That calls for a nice dip in the hot springs, don't you think? Their faces lit up at the suggestion. Mina exclaimed, really? Momo added, oh, thank goodness. Kirishima chimed in, bro, that sounds nice. I've been getting a stiff back lately. Their spirits lifted as they ran toward the lodge, handing Aizawa some money. Aizawa remarked, you still doubted me. Mandalay replied, for once, I thought we would be right. Aizawa shrugged. If you taught as long as I have, you'd know who or what you're working with. Meanwhile, Izuku walked out of the agency, reflecting on the day. Well, that was a rough day, he muttered to himself as he headed toward the hideout. Others were leaving at the same time, but he was more concerned about the 2 muggers trailing him. Really? Right now? My luck, he thought, noticing 2 more approaching. He turned into an alleyway, preparing himself as he donned his leather gloves and hung his jacket on a ladder leading to the fire escape. As the 4 muggers approached, Izuku straightened his attire. May I help you? One of them demanded, your wallet, cash, anything valuable. Hand it over. Izuku replied calmly, and why would I do that? I'm just trying to finish my day. We saw you exit the hero agency. They must pay well, another said. Izuku shook his head. Wrong. It's average, but the tips are nice. However, I doubt your feeble minds even know what work is. Why you? Izuku interrupted. Now, here are 2 options. You let me go on my merry way and find another poor soul to mug. Or what, pipsqueak? One of them sneered. Or else you'll need your families to identify your remains once I'm done with you. They exchanged uncertain glances. Are you kidding? It's 4 to 1, one shouted. Izuku smirked. See where your mistake is? Just then, one lunged at him with a knife. So I guess you chose the hard way, Izuku said, grabbing the attacker's arm and disarming him effortlessly. He tossed the thug aside. What the? One of the others exclaimed. Izuku warned, again you have a chance. You should really take it. As 2 more charged in, he swiftly kicked one away and incapacitated the other with a quick twist. The last 2 attempted to grab him, but he was ready. Ooh. Who are you? One stammered, while the other brandished a gun. Let him go, the armed thug shouted. Izuku chuckled. You really think a pea shooter is going to? Bang. Izuku looked down, seeing a hole in his shirt, blood seeping through. Breathing heavily, he tightened his grip and swiftly dealt with the thug holding him, breaking his neck with ease. His eyes glowed with intensity. You realize how much this costs, he shouted, charging at the remaining thug, slamming him into the ground repeatedly. Arish, he roared, bringing the thug down hard. Finally, he stepped back, calming himself as he returned to his normal demeanor, though the bullet wound remained. Izuku called for transport, and a black portal appeared. Stepping through, he was met by Oaco. What happened now? She asked, noticing the blood on his shirt. Another run-in. Don't worry about it, he replied. Oaco gasped. Your shirt. That's what I'm annoyed about, he said, holding his hand over the wound. With a wince, the bullet popped out, but he showed no sign of pain as he removed his shirt. Oaco blushed slightly. Oh, it's fine. Just need to get my extra shirt, he said, pulling out a fresh one from a drawer and changing his shoes. Sorry you had to see that, Oaco. It's okay. Oh, I have to tell you what happened today. I'm sure it can wait. I have some things to settle right now. Oh, okay then. Well, I'll see you later, Izuku said, heading out. Bye, she replied. Just then Shigaraki barged in. Hey, don't forget the meeting tomorrow. I got your message. Don't worry, Izuku said. Good, Shigaraki replied, walking past. Oaco remarked, he's really busy. That's how it is living a double life. Shigaraki said, disappearing. In the kitchen, Nijer hummed to herself as she prepared a meal, adding noodles to the chives. Mirio sniffed the air. Wow, that smells amazing, Hato. Thanks. I've been trying to perfect this recipe for a while. I know Izuku's going to love it, Nijer replied. What is it exactly? Mirio asked. Nijer smiled mischievously. Oh, it's a secret. You'll know when he gets. It's Katsudon, Tamaki interjected. Tamaki? Nijer exclaimed. Please, it's obvious what you're cooking, Yu added. But I wanted it to be a surprise. Nijer protested. I'm sure Midoriya's going to love it, Mirio assured her. I hope so, she said, just as the door opened. Well, he's here, Mirio said as Izuku walked in, setting his coat down. He paused, taking in the scene. Tamaki resting on his futon, Nijer in the kitchen with skis on her face, Mirio peeking from behind the wall, and Yu snoring. What is going on here? Izuku asked, bewildered. Oh, Zuzu, come here. Nijer called, throwing a blanket over Yu, who flung it off. Huh, Yu said, confused. She had your key, Tamaki explained. I know, I gave one to her. So what's up? Aren't you guys supposed to be at your dorms? Izuku asked. It's the weekend, silly, Nijer replied. Right? Izuku said, shaking his head. So, how goes it at the new agency? Mirio asked. It's alright, though I had an argument right off the bat, Izuku admitted. It's only been one day, and you already set off your boss? Yu teased. Right now, it's Miruko, Izuku clarified. Oh, Tamaki said, nodding. Nijer guided him to the small table. Anyways, come over here. Izuku sat down, curious. Yu, what's the occasion? You just got your first day promotion, man. Yu exclaimed. And that has to be celebrated? Izuku asked, surprised. Yes. Nijer said, putting a BLNDFLD on him. I'm intrigued, he replied, hearing whispers and a thud as they placed a dish in front of him. Okay, I'm guessing that was a dish you put in front of me, he said. Now smell, Nijer instructed. Izuku sighed but complied. Well? She asked eagerly. It's nice, he said, smiling. Nijer jumped in excitement, while Yu held her shoulder. Calm down, girl. Okay. Now I'm going to feed you, Nijer said. Really? Izuku asked, surprised. Mirio chuckled. I forgot about that part. Nijer brought a spoon closer. Say, please. Izuku replied, taking a bite. He flinched, and concern washed over Nijer and the others as they awaited his reaction. Izuku removed the BLNDFLD, looking at the bowl in front of him. Tears welled up in his eyes. Oh no, was it bad? Nijer asked worried. Nijer watched anxiously as Izuku took another bite of the dish she had prepared. Did I add too much spice? Oh, I'm so horrible, she trailed off, holding her breath. It's great. I love it, Izuku said with a smile, taking another bite. Nijer's face lit up. Oh. Hee. Mirio let out a relieved sigh. Phew. Tamaki nodded, adding, and I was about to say she's not that bad of a cook. Yu chuckled, and Izuku looked at Nijer with curiosity. Katsudon. How did you know? Nijer grinned. I may have asked your boss. Thanks. This is great. Really, Izuku replied, his eyes sparkling with appreciation. No prob, she said, and the five of them settled down to enjoy their dinner together. In a dimly lit room, Shigaraki addressed Oaco. From here on, you will assist him on his side. Since you will be going against the people you thought were good. Oaco raised an eyebrow. I see. And who are we going to target? What's your preference? Shigaraki revealed a picture of Katsuki Bakugo. I haven't told him yet, but I know it's going to be this one here. Hey, does this guy have a sister? Oaco asked, studying the image. Shigaraki nodded. Oh yeah, right here. Katsumi Bakugo. That's her. Leave her to me. I want to take her out, Oaco said with determination. Good on us then. One less annoyance is better for the League and the future. I will inform him once we get things settled. In 2 days we will strike again, and we will make sure it's a night to remember, Shigaraki replied. Same way as with Hosu City? Oaco inquired. Exactly. Gather everyone. I will give them a small debriefing on what to expect, he instructed, just as a knock interrupted them. Ojiko entered, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Oh, sorry to interrupt your planning, young Tamura. But when you get the chance, hand this to our local experiment. He handed Shigaraki a purple vial, the needle carefully covered. Another one? Shigaraki asked, raising an eyebrow. When he inserts it, it's going to be very helpful for your mission, Ojiko replied. Now get out, old man, Shigaraki said, dismissing him. Ojiko chuckled as he exited. Of course. What's the deal with him? Oaco asked, curiosity piqued. I don't like him. He's planning something. Every time he injects a new quirk into him, I've noticed something odd happening, Shigaraki confessed. Like what? Oaco asked, her concern growing. Recently he's been talking to himself, isolating himself from the rest of the group. If it were any other member of the league, I wouldn't care, but this is Midoriya we're talking about. You know how much he likes to run his mouth. I'm very reluctant to give this to him, Shigaraki explained. You should. If Sensei finds out, it could be trouble, Oaco warned. I know, but I'm also looking out for the rest of the league. If I have some unstable member, it would be harder to keep him in check. I'll talk to him about it and see what he says, Shigaraki replied. I hope it's nothing serious, Oaco said, still worried. With how things have been going, I'm sure it won't last long. For now, keep quiet and let me handle it, got it? Shigaraki instructed. Oaco nodded. Right. Good. Now let's inform the others about the plan, Shigaraki said, ready to move forward. Chapter end. One day until LOV's ambush. As the sun rose on the horizon, Izuku stirred awake in his apartment. The warm beams of sunlight hit his face, and he realized it was morning. I have to get prepared for the event, he thought, but as he tried to get up, he felt something resting on him. He murmured, glancing down to see Nijer sleeping peacefully on top of him. With only a futon to share, she had ended up right on him. When he attempted to move, she clung to him tighter, nuzzling her head into his neck. She groaned, not wanting to wake up. Sigh. What did I do to get into this situation? Izuku thought, suddenly aware that neither of them was wearing a shirt. Memories of the previous night flooded back to him. Flashback. Are you sure? This. Now. Izuku had asked after Mirio and the others left. Nijer had stayed behind, looking serious. Yes, Izuku. I'm sure, she had replied with a smile. But I have no experience. I can't even fathom the thought of, he stammered, unable to finish his sentence as Nijer kissed him gently. It's okay. I'm in the same boat as you. We can take it slow, she reassured him, her cheeks flushed. Okay, he had nodded, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Flashback. Jesus. It really happened, Izuku thought, realizing that it was not just a dream. He needed to focus on the mission ahead. Nay, he nudged her gently, but she merely groaned, her hair a messy halo around her head. Nijer, he called again, but she remained quiet. She murmured, still half asleep. Izuku took out his phone, scrolling through messages. There was nothing important, just a spam message about car warranties, he didn't even own a car, and a reminder from Kurogiri about his training. He quickly replied, had a different type of training, then set his phone aside, bringing Nijer closer. She smiled again, and he couldn't help but smile back. What am I going to do with you? He mused. Meanwhile, Izumi and the others were waiting in line for their teacher to wake up. They had already eaten breakfast and prepared for whatever assignments awaited them. Hey, what did Jairu ask you yesterday? Katsumi asked, noticing the bags under Izumi's eyes. Nothing, Izumi replied, trying to brush it off. Bowl, Katsumi said, raising an eyebrow. It's true. Izumi insisted. Then why is everyone pestering you? Katsumi pressed. Because you're obviously hiding something, Izumi shot back. Fine, be that way. Just know I'm not going to forget this. Katsumi warned. An eye for an eye, Izumi retorted. Wait, what? Katsumi asked, confused. Sorry, that's what Izuku would say, Izumi explained. But an eye for an eye makes the world go blind, right? Katsumi replied. Bakugo interrupted, what the hell are you two talking about? About how your IQ level is the same temperature as this cup of water, idiot, Katsumi shot back. Bakugo exploded in anger, and another argument ensued. It just never ends, Izumi sighed. Shoka chimed in, what do you think today is going to be? Quirk training, Izumi replied, spotting Mandalay and the others arriving. Good morning, sensei, Momo greeted. Meh, Aizawa replied, sipping his coffee, looking more tired than usual. Lita asked, Sensei, have you gotten enough rest? You seem more tired than usual. I told you they would notice, Mandalay said. It's nothing to worry about. Right now, your training is your priority, Aizawa said with a sigh. You explain it. Mandalay took over. Today, you will all train your quirks. That's it? Momo asked, surprised. Seems simple enough, Mina added. But I feel there's a catch, Jiraiya remarked. Glad I'm not the only one to notice, Siro agreed. Yes, you are correct. But what's different is that you all will push past your limits, Ragdoll explained. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, shocked. In order to improve your quirk, you must strengthen it by continuously using it. You cannot stop until we say so. If you are seen slacking off, we will make you do the whole process all over again, Mandalay warned. That's borderline torture, Shoka said. It's what we learned. Once you're done, meet back here, and I'll tell you what you must do next, Aizawa added. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Mandalay said, trying to motivate them. Back at Izuku's apartment, he nudged Nijer again. Nijer, come on. I have to work, he urged. No you don't. You're off today and I have no school. I don't want to get up, she replied, clearly not ready to leave the comfort of their shared warmth. I'm starting to feel numb, he complained. 5 more minutes, then, she negotiated. Fine. About last night. He began. She responded, finally turning to face him. Do you regret it? He asked hesitantly. Not one bit. Do you? She countered. I don't, he admitted. Then we're both fine, she said, brushing her hand across his chest, tracing the scars there. I know it's not pretty. Just a sight that's ugly, he said, feeling self-conscious. To his surprise, she kissed one large scar over his heart. It's not ugly. Nor disgusting. You're the trees I dream about, your green fluffy hair like grass blowing in the wind. Did you just think that up? He asked, slightly amused. She nodded. And these scars? Each one tells me. Tells you what? He inquired. That no matter what, you survived, she replied softly. I don't know what to say, he admitted. Then say nothing. Just let me hear your heart. The constant beating that soothes me, she said, closing her eyes. If I'm your forest, then you're the sky I look up to every day. The blue sea that comforts me each day. The forest can't be complete without the sky, right? He said, feeling poetic. Nijer giggled. Did you think that up? Yeah, I did, he replied, feeling proud. I'm pretty sure I heard that before. Maybe. I don't know, she mused. Yeah, I'm sure it's from somewhere, he agreed. I have something to ask you, she said suddenly. What's up? He asked, curious. After all of this. No, I don't know if I should ask you right now, she hesitated. You sure? He pressed. Yeah. I'll wait a little longer. Don't worry. You'll find out someday, she assured him. All right, he said, accepting her decision. Nijer embraced him tighter, yawning again. I'd say we should get up, he suggested. Again with this? Where do you have to go? She asked, still reluctant. Well, we can't spend the day together without a cappuccino, he replied, trying to coax her out of bed. I do want one, she admitted, finally sitting up. Izuku looked away. I keep forgetting. Nijer smirked. Like it? A little too much, he confessed. Well, if you behave well enough. Maybe I could give you a reward, she teased. Oh, curse this day already, he thought, feeling flustered. I'm not just some mongrel mutt. I want to make sure you're fine with it, he said, trying to sound serious. I wouldn't be laying on you like this if I wasn't, she countered, catching him off guard. Fine, he relented. Yay, she exclaimed, jumping out of bed. As they both got ready for the day, stretching out the stiffness in their bodies, Izuku asked, You think your parents are going to be upset? I'm pretty sure my dad would want to kill you, she replied with a teasing smile. I figured that might happen, he said, chuckling nervously. But don't worry. I won't let him lay a finger on you, she promised. Pretty sure he won't have fingers if he does, he joked. Oh, Shaw, it's not like I'm going to use my quirk, she said, waving it off. Yeah. Your quirk, he muttered, knowing she meant him. Izumi was already feeling overwhelmed an hour into training. Her head throbbed painfully, and she wondered how her father managed to train like this every day. She focused on her next blast, trying to isolate herself from the others to avoid drawing attention to her own quirks. Suddenly, she noticed a rustling in the bushes nearby. Curious, she walked over and used her quirk to part the leaves, revealing a young boy, maybe 6 or 7 years old, with a hat that had 2 horns sticking out of it. Hey, what are you doing here? She asked gently. He growled at her, his expression unchanged. Are you lost? Do you need help? She offered, extending her hand in reassurance. But before she could react, she felt a sudden impact hit her. Katsumi was in the middle of her own training, pushing herself to the limit. Come on, you can do this, she shouted, ignoring the pain in her fingers as she continued to work through her drills. Bakugo, his hand red from exertion, shouted, Just keep going. Kirishima, his skin cracked and burned, nodded in determination. Going. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the training area. Jesus! You could have told us to stop. Katsumi exclaimed, looking around. Kirishima shook his head, confused. That wasn't me. Bakugo frowned. The hell? Jiru rushed towards the sound. I heard screaming this way. The trio followed her, concerned about what they might find. When they arrived, they saw Izumi on the ground, shaking and whimpering. Izumi! Katsumi cried, rushing to her side as the others gathered around. Search the area. Lida ordered, scanning for any potential threats. Bakugo frowned at the boy standing nearby. Who the hell is this? Katsumi turned to Izumi. What happened? Kick me. In the crotch, Izumi managed to say, and everyone stared at her in disbelief. Momo gestured to the boy. He did it. Izumi nodded weakly. Yeesh, Mina said, shaking her head. Koda! Mandalay exclaimed as she approached. Oh my god, are you alright? She asked Izumi, concern etched on her face. Never been better, Izumi replied sarcastically. Katsumi glared at the boy. Little brat kicked her. Mandalay turned to Koda. Is this true? She's just a wannabe hero. She deserves it. Koda shot back defiantly. Katsumi stepped forward. Hey, that wannabe hero is my friend. She does not deserve it. Whatever, Koda said, brushing past them. I'll go get recovery girl, Mandalay said, looking back at Izumi. Again, I'm sorry for what happened. How hard did he hit you? Katsumi asked, still in disbelief. Shut up, Izumi groaned, feeling the weight of the day ahead. Chapter end. With 36 hours until the League of Villains ambush, Izuku and Nijer strolled through the mall, exploring various stores. Wow, you know, besides the mall, this place has some nice shops, Izuku remarked, glancing around. Nijer, holding a cup of coffee, took a sip and replied, I know, it's great. I wonder if anything good is showing at the theater, Izuku mused. Do you want to check it out? Nijer asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Why not? He responded, keeping her close as they made their way to the theater, oblivious to the curious stares from onlookers. However, Nijer noticed something. Why are you still wearing your sweater? She inquired. I'm used to it, Izuku replied. Nijer tilted her head, studying him. I know that look. Come on, tell me. That's all there is, honestly. Except for the presence of quirk cells in my body, he admitted. Nijer gasped, her eyes wide. Is your quirk developing? I don't know, honestly. Recovery didn't really explain it, only that quirk cells are present in my body but aren't active. To put it short, yes, but actually no, he explained. I wonder if it has to do with you wearing this sweater in the heat, she pondered. Really? He said, raising an eyebrow. Of course. Your dad was Fire Drake, right? It could be related to him, she suggested. Izuku chuckled softly. I forgot I told you that. You're right, it could be. Useless but correct. It's not useless. Any quirk isn't useless, it's how you use it, right? You told me that, Nijer countered. Do you just archive everything I tell you? He asked, half joking. Maybe. Probably why I'm everywhere. Or maybe I do write it down. Did I? I probably would have remembered, she replied with a playful grin. I'd rather not dwell on it. Besides, it's a possibility. Either way, I'm still going to wear long sleeves. Is it because of your? You know, she said, gesturing subtly, meaning his scars. Yeah, that, he admitted quietly. Whatever makes you happy, Zuzu, she said warmly, and he smiled. However, his expression shifted as he received another message. Remember your purpose. He glanced at Nijer, who was humming happily, and chose to ignore the message as they continued their day together. Well, here we are. Nijer exclaimed as they arrived at the theater. I'm sure there's something good here. I prefer this one over the one downtown, Izuku said. Much more selection. Oh, what about this one? She pointed excitedly. The fellow what? Izuku asked, confused. It's the Fellowship of the Ring, she clarified. You like this type of genre? He inquired. Well, it's fantasy. Plus, I'm sure my mind can keep up with the plot. I heard it's a timeless classic, she replied confidently. Mirio, Izuku said, now understanding where she got the information. Mirio, Nijer echoed. Ah, he said, realizing that if Mirio recommended it, it must be good. Alright, let's try it. Cool, she said, heading to get their tickets while Izuku grabbed the essentials. I got it, he announced as he returned. You can never go wrong with popcorn. Like how it sounds, pop, pop, pop. Nijer said, her excitement infectious. Izuku chuckled. Yeah. They settled into their seats, noticing a good number of people in the theater with them. Must be good if this many people came, he observed. Right? I think it's the extended version, Nijer replied. Extended? How long is it going to be? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Don't know. But let's just enjoy it, she encouraged. Alright, he said, trying to keep an open mind as the lights dimmed, hoping he wouldn't go crazy from the experience. Spinner glanced at Oaco, curiosity evident in his tone. So, he's been training you? Oaco nodded. Yes. And how is he as a teacher? Spinner asked. I'm still alive, she replied just as Dabi strolled by. Dabi smirked, adding, because he had to save her a couple of times. Oaco shot him a glare. Screw off, Dabi. But overall, he's been great. When he's not around, Kurogyri helps out too. Spinner raised an eyebrow. Interesting. You mentioned training with chakrams, but I see you mainly use a Kuzurigama. What happened? Oaco hesitated. Well, Kurogyri interjected. She kept cutting her fingers on the blade, so I suggested she choose that instead. Is everyone going to interrupt me? Oaco asked, exasperated. Guess so, Spinner replied. But your quirk could be very useful with the chakrams. You could even just use one and keep it at your side in case you need a projectile. I mean, I've practiced with them, but I never had the chance to use them in actual combat. The Kusarigama is like the Bogeyman's hammer, very efficient and brutal. Seems you've adopted that merciless attitude from him, Spinner noted. I just want to deal with the person who wronged me. How about you? What's the deal with you and him? We did contracts together. I'm sure you heard about Captain Celebrity's death. That was you? Oaco asked, surprised. He organized the contracts and I did the dirty work. We both got paid at the end of the day, but now it's different. Well, let's hope this goes well, Oaco said. Don't say that, it's basically a jinx, Spinner replied. Right, she agreed. Dabi groaned. Ugh, could we listen to anything other than this ancient stuff? He gestured toward the classical music playing in the background. Kurojiri, polishing a mug, replied, Why would I waste energy when I'm busy maintaining the mess you all make every day? This is the only joy I get, and I won't let you ruin it. Are we really that messy? Oaco asked. I cannot confirm nor deny this, Kurojiri said. You just told us. Dabi exclaimed. Twice chimed in, I'm messy, followed by a loud, the F you said to me? Mustard shrugged. I don't mind. Finally, someone who understands, Kurojiri said. You and Izuku are the only members that tolerate it. Whatever. I'm going out, Dabi declared. Kurojiri responded, Shigaraki's orders, no one is allowed outside. Then why is your monster allowed? Dabi shot back. Because he established a rather fragile lifestyle from the beginning, and you don't know how to hide your identity, Kurojiri explained. Toga cooed. Be sturdy, Dabi muttered. Oaco sighed, it's going to be a long day. Spinner grinned. Think of it as the most intense mug cleaning you've ever seen. Now I can't unsee it, Oaco replied, rolling her eyes. Izuku settled into his seat, surprised at how long the movie was. They had barely made it into the middle segment, but he thought it was awesome. Nijer, sitting beside him, was visibly startled by the dark riders known as ring wraiths. Could you imagine that being an actual quirk? Where you're neither dead nor alive. Scary, she said. I have no idea how that would work, Izuku replied, knowing she would likely talk during the movie. They had chosen a corner seat to avoid disturbing others, as he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Wow, this is much more intense than I expected, Nijer remarked. You're telling me, Izuku agreed, recalling how the Dark Lord swung his mace, sending soldiers flying. It reminded him of his own fighting style, a random thought as they continued to watch. Izumi winced, holding an ice pack against her injury. Ow ow ow. RG, her mentor, observed her condition. Well, I have to say, that could have caused complications if you were late by minutes. Gee, thanks, Izumi replied, feeling a mix of gratitude and annoyance. Just saying, dearie. Your quirk training is over for now. You're pushing yourself too much with those massive headaches and muscle strains, RG advised. But Sensei said, I don't care what he says. You're going to rest. Once they finish, you'll head to the hot springs to relax your muscles, RG insisted. Gross, Izumi muttered. That's how medical treatment works, RG said, settling back. Izumi felt a wave of guilt wash over her as her mind drifted to painful memories, especially the time Izuku nearly drowned and suffered serious injuries. In a flashback, Izumi remembered a moment of cruelty. Come on, hold him there, she urged. No, please. Izuku cried, struggling against the ice that trapped him. Just admit you're not going to be a hero. Katsumi shouted, desperate to convince him. Just admit it. We're getting tired of this, Deku. Izumi added. But I want to be one. It's my dream. Izuku protested. Without a quirk, you can't be a hero. Bakugo declared. Please stop, Izuku, Shoka pleaded. Never. I will be a hero no matter what. So do your worst. Izuku shouted, determination shining in his eyes. As the confrontation escalated, Izumi's heart sank. Fine. You want to play the hero? We can play the bad guys. She unleashed the ice, sending him flying back. Do you think the villains will go easy on you? She taunted, while Shoka froze his hands. Stop. Izuku begged. Do you think they'll stop? Shoka countered, and Katsuki blasted the ice shards away. You think at Deku like you could be great like All Might? Just so you can look down on us. Bakugo sneered. I don't. Izuku cried, but then he was burned by Shoto and held again. You will never be a hero. So stop dreaming about the impossible. Katsumi shouted, unleashing a concentrated blast that sent him flying. As they snapped out of their rage, they realized the gravity of their actions. Izuku gasped, kneeling and covering his torso, pain etched across his face. Aizu, what have we done? Izumi whispered, horror dawning on her. They all stared wide-eyed at the injury, A gaping wound over his heart. He ran off into the forest, leaving them in shock. Izuku, wait. Katsumi called, but he disappeared, leaving them to grapple with the consequences of their actions. Izumi couldn't comprehend how that wound healed or who treated him. She knew he wouldn't have received help from the heroes, not as a quirkless child. The memory of his glare haunted her, filled with pain and hatred, a stark contrast to the boy they once knew. They called themselves heroes, but their actions were anything but. RG noticed Izumi lost in thought. Are you thinking about him? She replied, pulled from her reverie. I know it's not in my nature to pry, but you were thinking about your brother, weren't you? Izumi fell silent, unsure of how to respond. I can tell you did things to him that you regret, right? RG continued, observing her reaction. Izumi sat up straight, surprised. How did you know? Being quirkless, I understand how poorly some are treated. I've seen it firsthand. The horrible things that happen to them, even now. I'm sure you've witnessed it too. Why yeah, she replied, lying to herself. I wish everyone could just accept one another. It's frustrating that people call quirkless individuals freaks, especially when we've lived without quirks for thousands of years. Perhaps we should be the ones calling them freaks. Izumi listened, nodding slightly. I'm rambling again, RG said with a chuckle. Just ignore me, dearie. Izumi took a deep breath. I agree with you. I just wish I could have done something to help him, to prevent the torment he faced. I'm afraid it's too late for that. He's moved on with his life. I've never seen a boy happier than when he's with someone he truly loves. I know it's too late. My parents won't accept that. Try not to be too hard on them, especially your mother. She lost her husband, and now her son is distant. Let them cope in their own way. Izumi sighed, feeling a bit lighter. Okay, I will. RG smiled. It seems your injury has settled down now. You can head on out. Thank you again, Recovery, Izumi said gratefully. My pleasure to help those in need, RG replied, waving as Izumi left the room. As she stepped out, she bumped into her sensei, Aizawa. What are you doing here? He asked, his tone serious. I was just at Recoveries, she explained. Fine. If you want to avoid trouble, head over to the hot springs. You have 30 minutes. Right? She said, turning to leave. Necrosis, Aizawa called out, stopping her in her tracks. What? She asked, noticing the anger in his expression. That's what your brother had when he was being treated, right above his heart. He suffered a significant injury when he was little. I wonder why, he said, walking away, leaving her to ponder his words. Izumi stood in shock, her heart racing as she processed the news. No, that can't be. He probably thought I would be concerned for him. Necrosis. It didn't heal properly? He could have died. And we were so. A single droplet fell to the ground, and she realized she was crying. She tried to wipe her tears away, but they kept coming. Please. Stop crying. Please. Izuku, she whispered, covering her face as she began to sob, feeling utterly pathetic. Meanwhile, in the hot springs, Momo sighed in relief as the steam rose around them. Ah, much better, she said, enjoying the moment. Mina winced. Oh. Jiraiya looked over. What's up with you? Mina pouted. Mr. Aizawa didn't like our performance and made me and the others redo the whole process. What were you doing exactly? Momo asked. We just talked for 5 minutes. 5. Out of a 4-hour session, Mina replied, exasperated. So you shrugged. Well, maybe you won't do it next time, Karo. Toru chimed in, never mind that. Shuji and I were just playing hide and seek, me to improve my stealth and Shuji to work on his awareness. Mina's expression shifted. That must be nice. Speaking of which, did you hear Izumi? Her scream sounded like something out of a horror movie. Momo nodded. Well, even if we don't have the same things the guys have, it still hurts being kicked there. Jiraiya smirked. Still wouldn't want that happening to me. Just then, some members of Class 1B joined them. Hey, is it fine if we join you? Kendo asked. Please come in, there's room for everyone, Momo replied warmly. As they settled in, the conversation flowed easily until Jiraiya brought up Momo. So, Momo, you still thinking of Izuku? She teased. Mina added with a grin, oh yeah, her little crush. Enough, guys, Momo said, blushing, though it was hard to tell if it was from the heat or the mention of his name. Who's Izuku? Kendo asked, curious. Setsuna chimed in, I'm guessing he's some nerd, right? Mina buzzed playfully, wrong. You guys know or are familiar with Izumi Yagi? Kendo raised an eyebrow. Only that she won the sports festival. Why? Mina grinned. That's her brother. She has a brother? Setsuna asked, surprised. Kendo nodded slowly. The more you know. I hope he's as truthful as his sibling, Ibra remarked. Mina shrugged. Oh, he's very blunt about things. A bit terrifying, but he's a pretty chill dude. Kendo looked intrigued. And Momo has a crush on him? Why don't you ask him out? Jiraiya shook her head. Because he's older than us and is currently in a relationship with Nijer Hato. Kendo's eyes widened in shock. Nijer Hato of the big three? Setsuna exclaimed. Yup, Jiraiya confirmed. Mina added, and he's great friends with Mirio and Tamaki. Kendo pondered, wow. I wonder how he became friends with them. Kodai shrugged. Who knows? Jiraiya was about to say something when a commotion erupted from the other side of the wooden wall separating them from the male springs. Oh god, Jiraiya muttered. Mineta. Momo guessed. Yep. He's climbing the walls apparently. Just then they heard a shout. If you're going to be a hero, learn to act like one. Koda yelled, kicking Mineta back into the springs before storming away. Momo shook her head. He's pretty violent. At least he took care of a problem, Jiraiya said, rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, Katsumi sat alone, not wanting to get involved. She felt dreadful from the text Izumi had sent her, Sensei knows. It was crazy to think he could know about that. She was just jumping to conclusions. It couldn't be true. But what if it was? Their dreams of becoming heroes could be ripped away from her. She needed to talk to them, away from prying eyes and ears. Please, let it be wrong, she whispered to herself, feeling overwhelmed. Shoko wasn't there to see the message, she was taking an ice bath. Katsumi needed to tell her. Meanwhile, Shoto struggled to show his emotions, but fear gripped him, likely from the group text Izumi had sent. Bakugo was more irritable than usual, and Shoko probably didn't know because she never took her phone to the baths. They were scared for their futures as heroes, all because of one thing they did without proof that it even happened. Bakugo glanced at Shoto, who nodded, and they both left the springs. Make sure you guys don't stay up late. Getting enough hours in will help you regain your energy, Ida instructed. Kirishima relaxed. I'm sure they get it, Tenya. Ojiro noticed how tense Bakugo and Todoroki looked as they walked out. Have you noticed? Notice what? Siro asked. Bakugo and Todoroki just looked at each other and walked out like they're in a dire situation. Could be family problems. The Bakugos and Todorokis always stick together with Yagi. They probably are going to do something, maybe some extra training. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, Siro replied. Ojiro still felt uneasy. I just can't shake the feeling that they're hiding something. Ida, I'm sure there's a proper explanation for their behavior, Ojiro said. Kaminari joked, that or they probably roll that way. Must you always think about that? Ida asked, exasperated. I'm just saying it's a possibility. And if it is, well, that's their thing, Kaminari shrugged. Ida pinched his nose. From Mineta's attempt to peek at the girls to now this. It's going to be a long night. Kirishima reassured, I'm sure Bakubro would tell us if it were like that, man. Don't worry, I'm sure it's nothing. Sata added, everyone's been saying it's nothing. If I had a cake for every time that's been said. Tokoyami mused, where there is light, darkness will linger. Even the purest of people may be hiding something sinister that they do not want to surface. Whatever he said, Siro replied. Meanwhile, Izuku and Nijer were walking together. Well, that was a great movie, Izuku said, smiling. I know, but I'm still sad about what happened in the end, Nijer replied. And the wizard? Izuku asked. He's the best part. Like when he faced that big demon and said, you shall not pass, she mimicked dramatically. Izuku chuckled. That's pretty accurate. I wasn't expecting it to be night when we came out. We have to watch the next movie, Nijer insisted. I'm sure something could be arranged, Izuku said as they stopped in front of UA. Well, I'll call you tomorrow because I'm tired, Nijer said. Sitting. Izuku teased. You know what I mean, she replied, smiling. Good night, he said, leaning in to kiss her. I love you, Nijer whispered. I love you too, Izuku replied, watching her walk into the building. With a sigh, he turned to see Mustard standing nearby. How long have you been standing there? Long enough to know that you're really living the illusion, Mustard replied. Your point? Izuku asked. Shigaraki's waiting for you. He says the plan is going to take a while to set up. He wants us to go in one by one to get the lay of the land and prepare our ambush, Mustard explained. Alright, anything else I should know? Izuku asked. Kurojiri is playing classical music and driving the newbies crazy, Mustard added with a smirk. Izuku laughed. I'm used to it. Being a bartender, you hear music all the time. It becomes nothing to you. He turned around and realized he didn't have his helmet on. What? Mustard asked, confused. Surprised to see your face, Izuku replied. I'm surprised you're similar to my age, Mustard said. Well, I trust you enough to keep it a secret, Izuku said. I'm not stupid, Mustard replied. I didn't say you were, Izuku countered. But you implied it, Mustard shot back. Are we going or what? Izuku asked as a portal appeared. They stepped in, disappearing into the night. Chapter end. 6 hours until the League of Villains ambush. Izuku glanced at the purple vial on the table. So, he's made another one? Yes, Shigaraki replied. And what is your opinion on the matter? Izuku asked, looking for insight. Shigaraki remained silent, and Oaco watched him, waiting for a response. Did he tell you what it is? Izuku pressed. Only that it would help us during the mission. That's all he said, Shigaraki answered. Typical of him. Always cryptic, Izuku muttered. The plan is simple. I already had Dabi and Toga scout the area. Getting the coordinates was not easy, Shigaraki explained. Your inside guy? Izuku inquired. You could say that, Shigaraki replied nonchalantly. Sure, Izuku said, trying to keep his focus. I've already explained everything to the others. Muscular is going to go on a rampage once we get there, Shigaraki continued. And your point? Izuku asked, curious. He's pretty keen on taking you down. He got drunk and ranted about how you're trying to steal his thunder, Shigaraki said. Sounds about right. So you told Mustard about my identity? Izuku questioned. He seemed trustworthy. Besides, if he tried to expose your real identity, I'm sure he wouldn't last long, Shigaraki replied. Anyways, how are things looking so far? Izuku asked. As planned. I told you this already, Shigaraki reiterated. Just making sure, Izuku said, still feeling uneasy. You're changing the subject, Shigaraki pointed out. What am I supposed to say? Here's another quirk. Oh right, it's unstable and could drive you insane. I don't know what to do with this information, it feels pointless, Izuku expressed his frustration. But you can hold it off, right? Oaco interjected. It has to be now or never. You have until tomorrow to decide whether to inject it or not. Either way, it's going to be chaos once we kidnap one of their students. You know how reluctant the heroes are to save one of their own compared to a regular civilian, Shigaraki warned. I know, Izuku replied, feeling the weight of the situation. So, will you take it or not? I'm tempted to just destroy the vial, but this is your choice, Shigaraki said, his tone serious. Izuku stared at the vial, then back at the others. Oaco spoke up, Izuku, remember that whatever happens, we're here to help you. I know you're worried about Nijer and your other friends, especially her. But you either take it, become stronger, and gain a power that could rival All Might, or you don't and continue to suffer with your current quirks. Shigaraki wondered what she knew about the effects. What was his sensei up to? Izuku picked up the vial and tucked it into his coat. He didn't have an answer yet, but it was clear he was struggling with the decision. When it's needed, if I have to use it during our mission, I will. If I don't, then I don't mind dying slowly. Either way, I'll end up in a grave, but I'll be dead if I don't make those who wronged me go there first, he declared. Whatever your choice is, we're here for you, Shigaraki said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, careful not to harm him. Thank you both. Really, Izuku replied, feeling grateful just as the door opened. Twice appeared, announcing, they're ready. About time. Well then, Izuku said, steeling himself. Oaco smiled as she put on her helmet, weapons at the ready. Shigaraki donned his gloves and outfit. Let's go catch us a hero, Izuku said, determination in his voice. Meanwhile, Nijer sighed, well then. That was uneventful. The morning had gone smoothly, and they had managed to rest as their teacher informed them that their next challenge would be at night. Everyone was either relaxing or sleeping, except for her. She had been messaging Mirio Togata, whose number she got during their outings at the mall. She asked him about the situation with Izumi and Izuku, but his response was vague, indicating it wasn't appropriate to discuss. This left her feeling frustrated, especially when she noticed how Nijer could give Izumi a disapproving glare, a stark contrast to her usual cheerful demeanor. Jiraiya messaged Mirio again, inquiring about Nijer's behavior, but he didn't respond, signaling he wanted to drop the conversation. Momo approached, curious. What are you doing? Jiraiya jumped, startled. Momo! Jiraiya called out, putting her phone away. Momo, Jiraiya? Jiraiya chuckled nervously, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Momo raised an eyebrow, with how you just acted, I'm sure it's definitely something to worry about. Jiraiya huffed. Now come on to tell me. What's wrong? Momo urged. Jiraiya glanced around, ensuring they weren't being overheard. She could hear conversations in the background, and one of them had stopped. Not here. Come on, she said, leading Momo outside and back into the cabin they were staying at. There's something sketchy going on, Jiraiya stated. Sketchy? Momo asked, confused. Suspicious. Something's going on, and I'm trying to find out what, Jiraiya replied. Momo, Jiraiya, I'm sure it's nothing. I know yesterday's training was really demanding, but you have to consider that. It's about Izuku, Jiraiya interrupted, causing Momo to stop. Are you trying to joke around? Because this isn't funny, Momo said, her tone serious. No, I'm being serious. Have you noticed how Izumi acts around her brother? Jiraiya pressed. They both hate each other. I know hate is a very strong term, but I'm sure that's an understatement when it comes to them, Momo replied. Well, when we were on the bus, you and I overheard them talking smack. I heard a little more, Jiru continued. Momo, I really don't. And I'm positive that those 5 have abused and harmed an innocent person, Jiru declared, her voice firm. What? Momo stammered. Think Momo. It's been obvious from the start, how they react to him, how he acts towards them, how Izumi described her brother as someone who might want to kill her. He obviously hates them. Whenever Izumi or any of them are mentioned, it's like SW turns on in his head, and it's nothing but anger. I'm pretty sure they are the reason he's like that. No one with that history would be within even an inch of here. There's no way UA would be that careless, Momo argued. Either they know, or they don't want their reputation dragged through the mud. Remember, USJ, the sports festival. All of the issues that have been happening are dragging heroes through the mud, and they are losing faith in them. If people find out that UA has been teaching and allowing not 1, but 5 students who have a history of abusing and causing harm to an innocent person, then the situation would become worse. You're right, I think you're right. Oh my god. Izumi. Shoka. The others. You really think that's the case here? Momo said shocked. I'm sure, Jiru confirmed. Reputation or not, we have to tell someone. We have to let Mr. Aizawa know. I already do, came a voice from the cabin entrance. They turned to see their teacher, Mr. Aizawa, sipping his coffee. You knew? Jiru exclaimed. I had suspicions from the start, Aizawa replied. Then why aren't we doing anything about it? Momo pressed. Because it's not me making the calls here. Your principal is the one who calls the shots, Aizawa explained. But we can't let this happen. Sensei, you know about it. If all of us could go up and, Jiru started. I know you have good intentions on bringing these actions to light, but it won't happen. Not right now at least, Aizawa interrupted. He's worried about the reputation, Momo said. Mainly that, but from the teacher's side, we're worried about the panic it could cause. Once we finally get a grip on things, then we'll reveal it. But right now, they are on a tight leash and I made sure of it, Aizawa stated. What's happening with Izuku? Momo asked, her voice trembling. Aizawa looked away and shook his head. When we took him into our care, when recovery was trying to see if he had any injuries, we took his shirt off. And he looked mangled. Nothing but scars, and his entire torso is just callous skin that's been there for years. From what you guessed? Well, she said it's from either playing with a drum of matches, sleeping in a freezer, or even jumping from high places. He's been abused. The worst was a burn mark located above his heart. It had a mild form of necrosis, and we had it removed, but it doesn't explain how it got there in the first place. Both Momo and Jiru stood in shock. Momo felt tears welling up in her eyes. All of this had happened to one person who was helpless and possibly scared at the time, at an age when he should be enjoying life to the fullest, not living in constant fear. I'm sorry that you two had to get caught in the crossfire, but this information has to be kept hidden for now, Aizawa said softly. Are you serious? After what you told us, there's no way I'm going to be in a class with those people. Jiru exclaimed. Momo, Jiru. And oh Momo, I don't condone this at all. They need to be brought to justice. Jiru shouted. Aizawa sighed. Look, until this lesson is over, I will be getting a better handle on the situation. Once this is all over, I and the other teachers will do everything in our power to bring them to justice. You got it? Promise. Promise you will do that, Momo insisted. And you won't back out of your word, Jiru added. I promise you both. I will do whatever I can to bring them to justice, that they will get the punishment needed for their actions. I swear it, Aizawa affirmed. All right, Momo said, feeling a bit reassured. We will not forget this, Jiru added, determination in her voice. I know. Until then, try to hold off until the lesson tonight. I need you two to be at your fullest once we begin. Until then, I'm sorry, Aizawa said before leaving. Later, Mandalay announced, all right, I know all of you are very excited to be doing this final challenge. Are you guys ready? The students cheered in excitement, while Momo and Jiru glared at the 5, who looked happy and excited. They wanted to punch them, hurt them even, knowing it wouldn't compare to the pain they had inflicted on their good friend. So, this lesson requires both classes to be here. Ragdoll? Mandalay continued. Ragdoll explained, what you are going to be doing is called the Test of Courage. Each class will head into the forest, and they will have to find headbands with their names branded on them. Once they find it, they earn a point. The other class's goal is to scare them off from getting their headbands. The more students they scare, the more points they get. The class with the most points wins. Once the first round is over, the classes will switch sides. Sound good? Momo raised her hand. How are the groups going to be done? Random, of course. Pixie Bob replied. Great, Jiru muttered. Aizawa added, remember, even if one of your partners gets their headband, you both have to get your bands before you can come out. You cannot leave your partner until then. That makes sense, Jiru said. Alright, let's get the grouping session ready, Mandalay announced. Unfortunately, Jiraiya ended up with Izumi, and Momo was paired with Shoka. Go on, Class B, get prepared, Mandalay instructed, and they headed into the forest. Izumi said, let us win this, right? Jiru scowled at her. Okay. Izumi replied, a bit taken aback. They waited for a moment to let the others get set up before heading in. The night made the forest difficult to navigate, and their headbands were hidden in obvious places. They couldn't leave until they found them. So where do you think the bands are? Izumi asked. Jiru shrugged and walked ahead. Jiru, come on, we have to stick together, Izumi urged. Shut up, Jiru replied curtly. Hey, what did I do? Izumi asked, confused. A lot, apparently, Jiru retorted, continuing to walk in silence. Well, we should look for your band first. Can you hear the other classmates going by? Izumi suggested. Jiru focused, trying to listen for anything unusual. So far, nothing. Look. Izumi pointed ahead to see a red headband on a tree branch. Hold up, Jiru said, using her quirk to listen in. She heard some rustling in the trees and picked up a pine cone to throw at the branch. Ow! Awaze exclaimed as he stumbled out from the bushes. Geez, one hell of a throw, he said, walking off. Sorry, Jiru called after him, noticing the headband had Ciro's name on it. They left it there. Well, I'm sure we're going to find them, Izumi said, trying to stay positive. Why are you being all friendly and talkative? Just shut up so we can find it, Jiru snapped. It's night, it's dark. I'm talking to make sure we stay together, Izumi replied. If you're afraid of silence, just make random noise. It's the same obnoxious vibe when you talk, Jiru shot back. Jesus, who the hell ruined your day? Izumi asked, exasperated. You, Izumi, Jiru said. Are we at this again? I told you it's none of your business, Izumi defended. It is my business when it involves a friend, especially if you are hurting them, Jiru stated firmly. Izumi flinched. What? I know what you and your friends did to your brother, Jiru accused. You don't know what you're talking about, Izumi replied, her voice trembling. Oh really? What about that huge scar above his heart? The one with necrosis that could have potentially killed him? How Nijer and the other big three members look at you with disdain. How everyone is so oblivious to the actions you've done to not just someone, but your brother, your family, your blood. You really think I'm going to let this slide? A lot of the others know about it as well, so if you try to silence me, you won't change anything but prove how much of a monster you are, Jiru confronted her. Jiru, Izumi said, her voice low. Admit it, Jiru pressed. I don't, Izumi insisted. Say it, Jiru demanded. We had a reason, Izumi finally admitted. A reason to hurt someone? Jiru challenged. He wanted to become a hero, Jiru. When he was diagnosed as quirkless, we feared for what could happen to him. I didn't want to see him in a casket, so we tried to show him what he would be going against, Izumi explained, her voice breaking. By using your quirks? Jiru asked incredulously. Yes, we tried. And tried. And tried. But he would never give up. He didn't get the hint. He just kept going, Izumi said, her eyes downcast. And you know why? Because he was determined. If he could withstand the pain, I'm sure he would have never given up. If you had done something different, acted like a sister to protect your brother, he might have seen things differently. But no, you went and took that title and ground it into dust, destroying his dreams and your bond with each other. He could have been a great hero, even without a quirk, Jiru argued passionately. Don't you say it, Izumi warned. He would be a better hero than all 5 of you combined. Jiru shouted. Suddenly, a scream echoed in the distance, startling both girls. They glared at each other, tension thick in the air, but the scream grew more intense. Then, Setsuna burst out of the bushes, crying. Setsuna? Jiru asked, concerned. What's going on? Izumi asked, trying to calm her down. Setsuna rambled on, clearly terrified. He's here, she screamed. Izumi and Jiru exchanged worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Bogeyman had come. Chapter end. 10 minutes earlier. Kendo gathered her friends, outlining the plan. Alright, so the plan is that we are going to set up here. Their teams are spaced out, so once I give the signal, you drop your heads and make sure to get the corn syrup on. As Setsuna prepared, she applied the sticky substance to her neck. This is going to get them good. They don't stand a chance, Setsuna said confidently. Once everything was set up, they took their positions. Kendo whispered, ugh. She felt a thrill at the prospect of doing something fun. Such moments were rare amidst their rigorous training. This was a welcome break, but she couldn't shake the thought that everything could change in an instant. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes caught their attention. They waited in silence, hearts racing. Kendo kept her head low, anticipating the arrival of Class A students and how startled they would be. Izuku's voice broke the tension. Children, have you ever met the Bogeyman before? Of course, you haven't, for you're much too good, I'm sure. His singing shocked both girls, leaving them frozen in fear as he emerged unexpectedly. Kendo whimpered. Izuku continued humming, reaching out to pull Kendo closer. She screamed, trying to escape his grasp. Setsuna snapped out of her shock and jumped down to help her friend, but Izuku swiftly turned and grabbed her foot, slamming her down. There you are. Now tell me, little ones, why are you out all alone? He asked, and they trembled. Kendo stammered. As they stood, still in shock from the turn of events. Izuku set down his hammer. Come on then, here. Give me your best shot. Kendo growled, H. She lunged to punch him, but he caught her fist. She tried to swing her other hand, only for him to stop that too. He held both her hands firmly. Let me go, she cried, struggling to free herself, but it was futile. Itsuka! Setsuna shouted as Izuku slammed Kendo down twice. He then grabbed her foot and swung her body, sending her crashing away. Bloodied and battered, Kendo groaned as she was dragged across the ground. Izuku approached Setsuna slowly. She whimpered in fear, tears streaming down her face. Standing over her, the moonlight cast a shadow, illuminating his golden eyes through his mask. He leaned closer, inches from her face. Boo, he said, and she jumped up, screaming as she ran as fast as she could, desperate to escape. She wished it were all just a nightmare, but the pain from earlier reminded her that this was all too real. Her friend was hurt, and there was no escaping the brutal reality of the situation. One present time. As she chatted with the other classmates, Izumi suddenly stiffened, hearing the rustling of bushes behind them. Come on, we have to go, she urged, grabbing Setsuna as they made a run for it. They needed to alert the heroes, they had to escape. How did they find out? Jairu exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. I don't know. Izumi replied just before she was unexpectedly kicked. She cried out. Watch out. Jairu shouted as they spotted a girl clad in space armor, her helmet obscuring her face and strange weapons in hand. Found you, the girl said, swinging her weapon downward. The rising temperature was a warning sign, but the wave of blue flames engulfing half the forest was a clear indication that the villains had arrived. Aizawa rushed in, determined to confront the threat. He noticed Mandalay and the others rushing to stop the chaos as well. How had they coordinated this attack? It was an ambush, catching them off guard. To their shock, they saw Pixie Bob being kicked away by a figure they recognized all too well. You, Aizawa said, recognizing the bogeyman who stood before them, wielding a hammer. Eraser, how nice of you to join us, Izuku remarked, dragging something behind him. He lifted Kendo's unconscious body, bloodied and looking more like a corpse than merely knocked out. My God, Mandalay gasped, horrified at the sight of her friend's condition. You will stop here now, monster. Pixie Bob shouted, trying to confront the threat. The bogeyman simply stood there, holding Kendo's mouth open with the pommel of his hammer pressed against her. Oops. Any more and she will die, Izuku warned, causing Pixie Bob to hesitate. What do you want? Aizawa demanded, his voice steady despite the tension. I came here for 5 specific people. I need to talk to them, briefly, Izuku replied calmly. You think we're just going to let you do that? Mandalay challenged. If you want to fight, Pixie Bob began, readying herself for a confrontation. Fight us instead. Tiger shouted. Just let the girl go, he pleaded. Very poor choice of words, Izuku replied, swinging Kendo around at Mandalay. To everyone's surprise, Pixie Bob's dirt monster blocked the attack. Izuku charged at them, Eraserhead activating his quirk, but it didn't seem to matter. As he swung his hammer down, Mandalay barely dodged, causing the ground to shake from the impact. He jumped to punch her, then elbowed her jaw, swinging Kendo again to push her back. Ragdoll tried her best to avoid getting hit, knowing that any more impacts could be fatal for her and Kendo. But Izuku turned Kendo around and grabbed her arm, slamming her against a tree. Suddenly he felt Kendo being ripped from his hands and turned to see Tiger freeing her. How annoying, Izuku muttered, letting go to kick Ragdoll through the tree, causing it to collapse. He walked toward Tiger, again punching a dirt monster away without looking. Aizawa then used his scarf to try and restrain him, making sure to wrap it around his hands. Izuku pulled the scarf, reeling Aizawa in by his neck. As he prepared to stomp on him, Aizawa rolled out of the way, but Izuku continued to stomp, forcing Aizawa to keep rolling until a dirt monster with Izuku's hammer slammed him aside. Enough! Mandalay yelled, sending a message to all the students about the immediate threat, the League of Villains being there. It is quite late for you already. But oh well, Izuku said as the dirt monster tried to swing the hammer at him. He simply grabbed it and tossed the monster back, then proceeded to slam it multiple times with the hammer until it was reduced to gravel. Punching Mandalay, he grabbed her leg to reel her up and slammed her to the ground before hurling her over the tree line, watching her fly away. New record, he said, turning to Aizawa and kicking him again. Grabbing Aizawa's hair, he knelt to his level. Now tell me, Eraserhead. Do you fear death? Do you fear that dark abyss? He asked, looking directly at him. Aizawa struggled to escape Izuku's grip, but it was futile. Then, Izuku let go to grab Tiger's fist, placing both of his hands on Tiger's head and squeezing. Tiger tried to punch Izuku's arms to loosen the grip, but it didn't work. The scream he let out echoed through the forest, and instead of having his head crushed, it split open, his screams turning to gurgles before falling silent. Letting go of the body, Izuku turned to Aizawa, who was trying to help Pixie Bob but had no time to waste. And you call yourself heroes? Izuku taunted, hearing Kendo groan as she tried to crawl away, only to be pulled back and carried off. I still have more uses for you, girl. Do not worry. It's all just one bad nightmare, he laughed. Aizawa groaned, trying to run after them, but after 2 steps, he fell over. Izumi hurled rocks at Oaco, but Oaco dodged them effortlessly. Too slow, Oaco taunted, kicking Jairu again, causing her Kuzurigama to pierce Jairu's shoulder. Ah! Jairu cried out as Oaco jumped toward her, touching her abdomen and making her float before pushing her away. The tug of the blade pulling at Jairu's shoulder was agonizing. Izumi tried to help, but Oaco used her chakrams to dodge, reeling Jairu in to spin her around and hit Izumi, both slamming into a tree. Izumi used one for all to blow Oaco away, but to her surprise, Izumi charged in and punched Ochako's visor, then again with a powered punch, breaking it. Ha! Izumi exclaimed, kicking Oaco away before lifting her up and slamming her back down into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Both of them breathed heavily, remaining in their fighting positions. He's here. He's here. Setsuna shouted. Watch out. Izumi warned. This villain is tough. Jaira added as they heard more laughter behind them. And no, Setsuna quivered, and in front of them stood Izuku. How nice. The bird is within my reach. Fantastic. I hope you don't mind that I brought a guest with me, he said, dropping Kendo and holding her leg up again. Itsuka! Setsuna cried out. Ah, we meet again. I just thought your friend here needed a makeover. You can come out now, Izuku said, and out of the dust, Oaco was seen jumping over them, landing right next to him. You sick BSTRD. You will pay for this. Izumi shouted. Me, the sick one? At least I'm honest. But you seem worse than me, Izuku replied. Does he know about it? Jairu wondered. How are you connected? Setsuna asked, scared for her life. I don't have to be connected. I just had to watch from the shadows to see how not 1, but 5 creatures somehow made it into a hero school like this. I just wanted to keep you all on your toes, Izuku explained. Izumi looked at her partner, noticing the broken visor and her brown eyes. Oh, that's right. Why don't you introduce yourself? Izuku prompted as Oaco reached up to take her helmet off. Izumi gasped in shock. Oaco? She exclaimed. What? Setsuna asked, confused. Oaco. The girl that died in the entrance exam. Jairu realized. Her. Setsuna echoed. The one. And only, Izuku confirmed as Oaco jumped forward between Izumi and Jairu. She touched both of them, then kicked them, slamming them into the trees. As Setsuna tried to intervene, she felt the sudden impact of Kendo being thrown at her. Izuku lunged forward but broke through Jairu's quirk and grabbed her hand, slamming her downward. Jairu! Izumi shouted, but her cry was cut short as the weight of the hammer hit her chest. She felt everything in that moment, like being hit by a car. Groaning in pain, she struggled to gasp for air as Oaco stood above her. Oaco, please, sit out of it, Izumi pleaded, but Oaco only smirked. Izuku grabbed Izumi and pinned her against a tree, holding her arms up. He took off a branch and proceeded to impale her wrists together, holding her up as she screamed in pain. Jairu shivered at the sound of Izumi's cries. I have been waiting for this moment, Izuku said, covering Izumi's eyes to prevent her from using her quirk. You feel that? That's pain. That's what those you have made suffer feel. But imagine it. 10 times worse. What I'm doing is nothing compared to how much you've made others feel, he said, watching the tears pour from her eyes. I will make sure you stay awake long enough to feel every single cut. Izumi never planned on being in this situation, but she could feel the weight of Izuku's words as he whispered her name, sending shivers down her spine. You will suffer as I have suffered, he declared, forcing her eye open. For a brief moment, she thought she would see him, but then everything blurred, and she screamed as pain surged through her. Jairu and Setsuna could barely move, forced to witness the horror unfolding before them. Izumi gasped for air, unable to scream. Izuku held her left eye in front of her, the reality of what he had done sinking in. An eye for an eye, he said, crushing it in his hand. Now the world will see how ugly you truly are inside. He nodded toward Oaco, who smiled and ran off to find Katsumi. Once she is done with your friend, she will be appealing. Izumi struggled to form words, but they wouldn't come. Izuku chuckled, taunting her. Look what you've become, a rat in the forest. You should have embraced the darkness within you. How will your family feel when they discover who you truly are? She tried to speak, but the pain was overwhelming. She felt her fingers twitch, blood flowing from her eye socket, and she feared she might faint. Shoo, don't sleep, Izuku said, his voice dripping with malice. It'll all be over soon. Suddenly, a splash of water hit Izuku's face. He turned, surprised, to see Kota standing there. You leave her alone, the boy shouted, his voice trembling with determination. A child? Izuku tilted his head, amused. You think you can protect her? You're just a kid, helpless, frail, breakable. But I must admit, you've shown more bravery than most. Kota! Mandalay emerged from the bushes, limping and with a broken arm. The sight of her made Kota quiver. Please, don't hurt him. He's just a boy. Mandalay pleaded. Izumi tried to protest, but Izuku silenced her with a swift motion. Kota, fueled by anger, fired water at Izuku again, but it had no effect. Tell me, Mandalay, Izuku said, his voice cold. How much do you love your nephew? Meanwhile, Katsumi was dodging another attack from Spinner. Come on, you coward, she shouted, narrowly avoiding his strike. Todoroki unleashed a wave of fire, forcing Spinner to take cover among the trees. Katsumi and Todoroki listened intently, waiting for any sign of movement. Suddenly, Katsumi spotted something. There, she shouted, blasting in that direction and toppling a few trees. But Spinner was quick, and he struck her unexpectedly, wrapping a chain around her. Katsumi! Todoroki called out as she was pulled back, feeling weightless before crashing into a boulder. Took you long enough, Spinner taunted as Katsumi struggled to her feet, only to see another villain emerge from the shadows. Katsumi Bokugo, Oaco said, her face obscured by darkness. You and Izumi Yagi have done terrible things. Who do you think you are? Katsumi demanded, anger flaring. Oaco continued, you only care about your reputation, trampling over others who could be greater heroes. You saved your friend from the zero-pointer while leaving another girl to suffer. Katsumi's eyes widened. How do you know all this? I was the one crushed, Oaco revealed, stepping into the moonlight. Katsumi froze, disbelief washing over her. I would have died if it weren't for the Bogeyman's rescue. You're supposed to be dead. Katsumi exclaimed, shaking her head in denial. Ochako's expression hardened. Because of that, I want to repay the favor. Why are you with them? Katsumi shouted, frustration boiling over. I told you, Oaco replied, her voice steady. I'm here to show you what I felt. As Oaco prepared for the confrontation, Spinner rolled his eyes, discarding his weapons and readying his chakrams. The tension in the air was palpable as the battle loomed ahead. Katsumi glared at Shoto. Great. I guess I'm going to have to make sure you stay dead. Again. Why? Shoto asked, confusion evident in his voice. Izumi struggled against the branch that held her wrist captive, her heart racing as she listened to the monster's words. Mandalay's voice trembled with emotion. I love him dearly. He's my nephew. My sister's son. You think I'm going to let you harm him? Izuku smirked, his tone dripping with disdain. How shameful that last statement is. You and I both know you can't harm me. Look behind me. These are your promised students, destined to be heroes? Pathetic. They quivered and stumbled at the sight of me. Just like you. Those tears may be for your nephew, but they also represent your fear of me. Kota, was it? Tell me, who do you think I should kill? Kota stammered. What? Mandalay shouted. Don't answer him, Kota. Izuku continued. The boy is old enough to understand death. I see that look in his eyes. Hatred, suffering, grief. He moved closer to Kota, who stood frozen in fear. Kneeling to meet his gaze, Izuku asked, How much do you love your aunt? Kota hesitated, glancing at Mandalay, who offered him a reassuring smile. I love her. She's the only family I have left. Since my parents. Izuku's expression remained cold. And would you have me kill your aunt so you may live? No, never. She doesn't deserve that. If anything, kill me. Kota's defiance surprised Izuku. Mandalay gasped. Kota, what are you saying? I'm sorry, Auntie. But ever since that man took Mom and Dad away, I felt like I'm just a reminder of what you lost. That's why I hated heroes. They went out there to do their stupid patrols, and I don't want you to go. I was afraid to go with you because I didn't want to be alone. I want to make sure you stay safe. Mandalay's voice softened. Kota, you're never a bother. You never were a burden. I love you like my own, just like your mother loved you. I would never do anything to harm you. Please, if you're going to kill someone, please, kill me. Kota shook his head. No, kill me. You killed children before, this shouldn't be any different. He looked at Izuku, feeling as if he were staring into the face of death. Izuku chuckled darkly. How touching. Sometimes I forget about the small things in life. How annoying. He lunged at Kota, but Mandalay screamed, "And you really think you can tell me that in this final moment? What if I was never here in the first place? You would still hate her for being a hero. It brings out your fears. For such a small boy, you are quite the brat, willing to get yourself killed and have your aunt take the grief. What if I just killed her and let you go home alone? Then maybe you could build some character." "You're cruel," Kota shouted. "Life is cruel. Why should the afterlife be any different?" Izuku roared, just as he heard a crackle of electricity behind him. He turned, releasing Kota, only to be punched in the face by Izumi. "Get away from him!" Izumi shouted, breaking free from her restraints. She used her quirk to launch Izuku away, sending him crashing through several trees. Taking advantage of the moment, she ripped the branch from her wrist. "Eesh," she exclaimed, now free. Concealing her injury with her quirk, she turned to Kota. "Come on, you two get out. I'll try to hold him off." "But what about the others?" Mandalay asked, worry etched on her face. "Don't worry. I've got this," Izumi replied, though she groaned in pain. Kota watched her. Even in her state, she was a true hero. Izuku, now emerging from the crater, glared at them, filled with rage. "You are one persistent opponent. What can I say? I don't know when to quit," Izumi replied defiantly. "You pest." Izuku charged at her, screaming with all his might. Izumi thought, "Please, let this work." She charged up her quirk, reeling her fist back. "One for all, 50%. Detroit Smaz." Their fists collided, releasing a massive wave of energy that shook the surrounding trees. Dabi, setting fire to the forest, noticed the sudden gust of wind. "Huh," he exclaimed, looking around for Shigaraki. Just then, Mustard was thrown in front of him. "What?" Dabi asked, surprised. Muscular approached. "I had my fill, but it was useless. You can't scratch an inch when you need something stronger." "What are you doing?" Dabi inquired. "I changed my mind. I want to kill the Bogeyman. Where is he? Otherwise, I'm killing this kid, and I'm sure you don't want to lose the brains of your group." Dabi pointed. "Follow the gust of wind. He's in that direction." "Perfect. When here, a gift." Muscular tossed a severed head at Dabi. "Shouldn't you give it to Toga?" Dabi asked. "Not my doing. Whatever. I'm going to teach that nightmare who he's dealing with." "Good luck." "In hell," Dabi muttered as he helped Mustard, who was gasping for air. "I failed you," Mustard said weakly. "You didn't. You did your best." "Don't worry," Dabi reassured him. "I can't feel my legs." "Please, Dabi. Tell Tamura." "You can tell him yourself. I'm not leaving you here. Let's go." Dabi hoisted Mustard onto his back and headed off to find their leader. Izumi, breathing heavily, approached the others. "Jair, come on. We have to go. We need to escape." "Help. Izumi, help me." Setsuna cried, struggling to pull Kendo. Izumi and Jair rushed to assist her, trying to make their way towards safety. "Sheet." Izumi cried out, tears streaming down her face as she felt the sting of her injury. Jairu tore a piece of her clothing and bound the wound. "It was just him. And he did all this alone," Setsuna said, trembling. "It means we're not ready," Jairu replied. "This was supposed to be a fun day." Setsuna whimpered, tears falling. "I know, but we need to focus. We need to get Kendo to recovery," Izumi urged. Meanwhile, Izuku broke free from the ground, emerging from the crater. He looked at his broken mask, half of it gone, revealing his face. "Sheet," he muttered, trying to regain his footing. Muscular appeared, taunting him. "So, I see the living nightmare got his but handed to him. What are you doing now?" Izuku snapped. "I never thought such a creature could be just a mere child. The heroes are afraid of a wimp kid. Well, I'm going to make sure you die as pathetically as you look." Muscular charged at him. Izuku dodged, but Muscular landed a blow to his torso, grabbing him and throwing him into the treeline. "Ack!" Izuku yelled, fueled by anger as he got back up. Muscular taunted him again. "Come on. Fight me." He punched Izuku, lifting him to slam him into the ground. Izuku struggled to breathe as he was thrown again, his outfit torn. Muscular advanced, declaring, "Now, Mr. Nightmare, you will die." Izuku, desperate, pulled out a purple vial and injected it, grunting in pain. Muscular raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Izuku screamed as his veins glowed purple for a moment, then his eyes turned purple too. "You will pay," he growled, his voice deepening as he transformed. Muscular laughed. "Just because you turned purple doesn't mean you're stronger then." He was cut off as Izuku rushed forward, landing a powerful blow that broke through Muscular's defenses. "Ha!" Izuku shouted triumphantly. In the depths of darkness, Izumi stirred, awakening in a void where she couldn't see or hear anything. Where am I? She wondered, trying to move. Izumi, a voice echoed in the distance. What? She replied, finally able to move. She found herself on a dark road, mist swirling around her. Izumi, the voice whispered again. Hello, she called out, hesitating before taking a step forward. The faint sound of a streetlight buzzed nearby, and she noticed a small figure cowering in an alleyway. Hey, she called, rushing toward it. Inside the alley, she found a small child covered in a blanket, trembling in fear. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you, she said gently, reaching out to pull the sheet away. Shock coursed through her as she revealed a younger Izuku, bloodied and beaten. Izuku, she gasped as he crawled away, terrified. No. I'm sorry, Izumi. Please, don't hurt me again. I don't like the pain. It hurts. Why does it hurt? He cried. What? Izumi was taken aback, looking at her hands to find them stained with blood. When she looked back at him, he was older now. You just can't accept what you did to me, he said, his voice filled with bitterness. I don't, she stammered. You don't see what you've done, do you? He scoffed. As she blinked, she saw him lying shirtless, covered in open wounds, burn marks, bruises, and cuts. You see what you have done to me, he stated, his expression filled with pain. Izumi was speechless. Of course you don't. You only cared about what you didn't want from me. That's why he hates you, Izumi. He is your fear. A sharp pain shot through her wrist as she knelt down, watching a tree branch grow from her. The pain brought her back to a memory, and she turned to see the Bogeyman looming over her. Hush, hush, hush. Here comes the Bogeyman, he said, swinging his hammer down. She relived the horror of the branch impaling her, the eye being ripped out, and witnessing her friends in peril. Then she was face to face with Izuku, lifeless. No, she whimpered, seeing the nightmare standing beside her, surveying the aftermath of his actions. I never planned on killing you, but I will make you share my pain. Izumi, you will suffer as I have suffered, he declared, grabbing her once more before she jolted awake. Ah! Izumi screamed, frantically moving in her bed. Izumi, stop. Izumi felt a surge of panic as she glanced over her shoulder. He's after me, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. The urgency of the situation pressed down on her, and she quickened her pace, desperate to escape the looming threat. Mina looked around, her heart racing. Tom, what? Help me. Do you know who these people are? Shigaraki's eye twitched slightly, and Dabi let out a chuckle. Well, little pink girl, Shigaraki said, I'm not really a Tom. My name is Tamura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains. Mina's fear intensified. The leader? So, that means... She shivered as the door creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure standing silently behind Shigaraki. Dabi shrugged. So you don't need me for this. I'm going to go grab a drink. With that, he left the room, leaving Mina feeling more frightened than ever. Shigaraki leaned closer, his presence overwhelming. We have a very particular set of people here, each with unique skills. I just happen to bring nightmares to you. If you have questions, I suggest you ask them. And believe me, I will know if you're lying. So, let us begin, shall we? Mina nodded, her anxiety palpable. First question, Shigaraki continued, who is the strongest in your class? Mina hesitated, not wanting to betray anyone. It's me. I'm the strongest, she stammered. Shigaraki studied her for a moment, then glanced at Izuku before moving closer. Mina instinctively leaned back, but there was no escape as he loomed inches from her face. Think carefully, Izuku urged, his voice steady despite the tension in the room. Mina's heart raced. Izumi Yagi, she blurted out, her voice trembling. Shigaraki straightened up. See how easy that was? Lie again and... He gestured to the figure behind him, who began to remove a glove, revealing a grotesque hand. Mina gasped as she saw amber thermite seeping from his palms. Thermite burns at a scorching 2,200 degrees Celsius, Shigaraki explained. It can melt through metal and concrete. Just imagine having a stream of this poured directly on your leg. Not a pleasant thought, is it? Mina nodded, her fear evident. Now, for the next question, Shigaraki continued. Do you believe that even the kindest people can become monsters? Mina blinked in confusion. What kind of question is that? One you need to answer, he insisted. She stammered, feeling the pressure as the figure approached her, letting some thermite drop to the ground beside her. The clock's ticking, Shigaraki reminded her. Why, yes. Mina finally exclaimed. Interesting. Why do you think that? Shigaraki pressed. Because. It could depend on how they were treated, she replied, her voice shaky. Good answer, he acknowledged. Now for the final question, and this one is crucial, so think carefully. Mina's anxiety peaked as she awaited his question. Would you join the League of Villains? He asked, his tone serious. Mina's eyes widened in shock. What? I hate repeating myself, Shigaraki said, his voice low and menacing. I'm a hero in training. There's no way I would. That you would cower in fear when facing this in the field? Or that you don't want to because we're all evil? No, I don't think you're seeing the bigger picture here, girl. Remember the second question? Mina took a deep breath as she stepped into the dimly lit room, her heart racing. The Bogeyman, a figure shrouded in mystery, set down his hammer and pulled back his hood. As he removed his mask, Mina froze in disbelief. Standing before her was Izuku, the kind boyfriend of the Big Three, now revealed as the monster that heroes feared. Izuku, she whispered, her voice barely audible. He offered her a sincere smile, as if the memory of pouring thermite on her was a distant thought. Mina, he replied gently, stepping closer. Why are you? She stammered, confusion flooding her mind. Let's just say I have quite the hobby on the sidelines, he said, his tone shifting. He gestured for Shigaraki to leave, and the man nodded before exiting and locking the door behind him. Meanwhile, outside the room, Izumi was pacing anxiously. We have to get them back, she insisted, her voice filled with urgency. Inko, she called, seeking support. Don't worry, Aizawa interjected. Yaoyorozu managed to plant a tracking device on one of their members. We have their location and are preparing a raid immediately. Let me go, Izumi demanded. Absolutely not, Yagi replied firmly. I can't just sit here. I don't know how this monster knows me so well, but I won't let him take another life. He's done enough evil. I need to stop him. Izumi's determination was palpable. Aizawa scowled. It's ironic for you to say that. Shota, Yagi warned. Don't get me started, Yagi. I can barely look at you right now. Izumi, you are ordered to stay here. If you set one foot outside this school, you will be detained for interfering with hero work. Do I have your attention? Yes, Izumi replied, frustrated. But now, I need to check on the others. In the meantime, get some rest. You'll need it. Back in the room, Mina struggled to comprehend the situation. Izuku, why are you with them? You. I know, Mina, he said, his voice heavy with emotion. But it's a path I was pushed into. We didn't ask for any of this. The countless people. You killed them, she accused, her heart aching. They had it coming, Izuku replied, his expression darkening. They were people who wronged me. I did what was right to rid the world of those monsters, to cleanse the corruption that riddles our so-called order. Tell me, Mina, have you ever noticed how you're not the most fond of heroes? What are you saying? How is any of this okay? Izuku, you're not yourself. Is he controlling you? Are you being manipulated? Please, we can help. Before she could finish, Izuku slammed his hammer beside her, his voice rising. You have no idea what I've been through. He paused, taking a deep breath to regain control. Do you know who you are in class with? My sister? Mina remained silent, her heart racing. Do you know what she and those others did to me? He stood, removing his coat and dropping his gloves and mask. Mina gasped at the sight of his body, covered in scars, calloused skin, and a prominent mark above his heart, a testament to the pain he had endured. They did this, she whispered, horrified. Yes, Izuku confirmed. Each scar is a memory of the torment I faced. Beatings were a part of my daily life. Teachers overlooked the abuse because I wasn't worth protecting. I was humiliated by the symbol of peace himself for trying to be something I'm not. When I fought back, they called me a freak. The world hates me for no reason. But now, I'm giving them a reason to regret what they did to me. He approached her, undoing the chains that bound her. Mina couldn't help but cry, not out of fear, but out of pity for what he had endured. How did you continue on when the whole world was against you? She asked, her voice trembling. I longed for acceptance, he replied softly. I tried my hardest to prove my worth, but in the end, it didn't matter. I saw what I really am, Mina. He knelt to her level, looking deeply into her eyes. But the people you hurt, my friends, they were beaten senseless by you, she said, her voice trailing off. Mina felt a wave of shame wash over her. I'm not angry because of what you went through. Even if I should be furious, I can't be mad. She looked down, tears streaming down her face. Izuku reached out, holding her hands gently. She leaned forward, crying into his shoulder. Shoo, it's okay, he murmured, comforting her. He glanced at Tamura, who nodded in understanding. Mina felt Izuku's arms wrap around her, and she cried even more, overwhelmed by the cruelty of the world that had shaped him. She remembered her own struggles, the time she had been picked on, and how she had started to change as well. You can change the world. We can change the world, Mina, he said, wiping her tears away. Join us, and I promise we will make it a safer world for everyone, he added, smiling gently. Mina held his hand against her cheek, her lips trembling from the sorrow within. In that vulnerable moment, she made a decision. I will help you, Izuku. Izuku smiled even wider. Thank you for trusting in me, Mina, he said as he prepared to leave. Mina brushed her hand against his arm, feeling the rough texture of his scars. Does Nijer know? She asked, but he looked away and she guessed that she didn't. All I can say is I'm hoping we can get past this without ever showing the world who I really am, Izuku replied. You love her that much? Mina observed. I do. For her to know that her love is the infamous Bogeyman, the one the heroes fear, it would break her. I do not want to wish that on her. So what now? Mina asked. Now we prepare for your role. Don't worry, I will make sure you are safe. Come on. He held out his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, she took it. Together, they walked out of the room, where they were met by the other members of the League. Welcome, kid, Dabi said. To the League of Villains, Shigaraki added, as they all welcomed her. Kurohige approached Mina. Miss Ishido, please come with me. Would you like Midoriya to accompany you? He asked. Yes, Mina replied, still unsure about being around the other members as the three of them walked off. You think she won't blurt out our location? Dabi questioned. It's been established that we're already compromised. Now on to the next victim. Of all people, you had to kidnap him, Shigaraki said. He was the nearest, and he seems to have the charisma to convince people to join, a dangerous feat, Mr. Compress added. That's how he managed to win her heart and theirs, Spinner remarked, glancing at Oaco and Toga, who were being playfully teased by Twice. Tonight I have received a message from both heaven and hell that we dine for pizza. Shigaraki announced. What's with that kind of statement? Mustard scoffed. The good kind. Now have some business to attend to. Introduce yourselves to the new recruit. Show her that we do not mean to harm her. Now that she's part of the League, she is part of the family, Shigaraki instructed before entering a portal to his mentor's room. Kurohige led Mina to her new living quarters. Right here is where you will be staying. The rooms have been getting quite filled, so you must bunk with another one of our members. Oh, Mina stammered. Don't worry, she'll get used to you. Oaco. Izuku called out. Yo. Oaco responded as she approached. Your new roommate, Izuku said, gesturing to Mina. Oaco smiled and waved. Hi. Mina said nervously. Hey, I'm Oaco Uraraka. Pleasure to meet you, she said, extending her hand. As they shook hands, Oaco accidentally started to float. Awa! Mina exclaimed. Oops, my bad. Oaco said, touching her fingertips to the ground and landing gently. I gotcha, Izuku said, offering support. I'm sorry. Normally, I would be very talkative with anyone new, but I'm still trying to get used to this, Mina admitted. Believe me, I know how you feel, Oaco replied. I'll leave you two to get familiar. In a bit, bring her down. I have to get the other members to introduce themselves. And Mina, thank you again, Izuku said before leaving the room. Oaco sat down on her bed. So, what do you want to know? Mina was taken aback by Ochako's friendly and bubbly demeanor, which felt out of place in a group like this. So, what am I going to do? She asked. I don't know about that, but I'm sure Izuku and Tamura will figure it out, Oaco said. Tom? Mina asked. Yeah, Shigaraki's name. You already know it, Oaco explained. Yeah, that is still pretty funny, Mina said, starting to lighten up. So this is the hideout. The location we are settled in is in Kamino Ward. Of course, you have to keep the location a secret, otherwise, you're going to be in major trouble. Every day, Kurohige will demand that you train your quirk or in combat for at least an hour a day to keep up with your skills. You can even learn how to use weapons and such. He's a great teacher. The crusty guy you saw is Tamura Shigaraki, our current leader. I thought Izuku was the leader? Mina asked. No, silly. He's the brains of the group. He makes the calls on changing or giving his own input on the plans we come up with. But I also want a note to never get him set off. He may seem like the nicest person on the planet, but, well, you know how fast he can SW, Oaco warned. Alright, Mina replied. Well, he knows you already and seems to like you enough not to harm you, so that's a start, Oaco said. He threatened to pour thermite on me, Mina confessed. Yeesh, well that's not good. Just do missions for him, and all should be good, Oaco reassured her. Do we have to kill? Mina asked hesitantly. Well, that really depends on what your role is going to be. If you're going to be like me and follow him into combat, then yes. But other members, like Kurohige, are usually stationed here to avoid getting captured. So far, I've never seen him kill, so there's that possibility, Oaco explained. Are there others who are close to our age? Mina inquired. Oaco giggled. I know it may seem like a bunch of older people in the group, but don't worry. We have Izuku for starters. Tamura may not look it, but he's nearly the same age as Izuku. Dabi is a bit odd, though. His scars can be unsettling. Mr. Compress seems to be the oldest of the group. Twice is an enigma, but Mustard is the youngest in our group. Mustard? Mina asked. Like mustard gas. He can emit a gas that can be very hazardous, but yeah, he's just 14, Oaco explained. Wow, Mina said, surprised. Oh, and then there's Toga, Oaco added. I think I saw her already. She attacked me and my friend, which I'm guessing is when I was captured, Mina recalled. Yeah, if I were you, keep your guard up when you're alone with her. She can be a bit feral at times. Izuku keeps her in check to make sure she doesn't do anything reckless, Oaco advised. That's good to know, Mina said. So, any other questions? Oaco asked. How about something off topic? Do you have a crush? Mina ventured. Well, not really. But kinda. Oaco admitted. So you do? Mina pressed. Yes and no. I honestly don't know at this point, but I'm sure it's fine, Oaco replied. Is it Dabi? Mina guessed. Oh god no. Oaco exclaimed, causing Mina to laugh, which was a good sign. She was starting to loosen up a little. Yeah, but hey, come on. We have to celebrate. Oaco said, opening the door and leading them downstairs into the main area, the bar area. Hey, there they are. Dabi called out, noticing them as he drank. So have you informed Miss Ishido of what's to be expected here? Kurogiri asked. Just some of the main things. The other stuff I'm leaving up to Shigaraki and Izuku, Oaco replied. Well, in any case, I'm Dabi. Come on, sit down, he said, pulling out a chair for her. Oaco gestured for Mina to sit, and they both joined Dabi at the bar. Is there anything you would like to drink, Miss Ishido? Kurogiri asked. I'm feeling peckish. Do you have juice? Mina asked. Kurogiri opened a small fridge and poured some apple juice into a cup before handing it to her. Thank you, Mina said. So, you're the new girl, Spinner said as he approached. Oh, yeah, Mina replied. Name's Spinner. Good to see you in the league, kid, he said. I'm Twice, another voice chimed in. Sod off. You know who I am, Mustard added. And I'm Toga. Oh, I know we're going to be great friends. Could I drink some of your blood? Toga asked eagerly. Oaco, Toga. Oaco scolded. Come on. Toga insisted. No. Mina replied, taken aback. Please. Toga pleaded. Enough, you crazy imp, Spinner said, trying to pull her away. Shall I call Midoriya to inform him about your behavior again, Miss Himiko? Kurogiri suggested. Toga pouted and sat down. And I'm Mr. Compress. It's a pleasure, he said with a bow. Hi. Mina responded. Shigaraki then emerged. So you introduced yourselves already. As you know, we have quite the diverse group of people here in the league. We have a standard, and we will uphold it for any member that recently joined. We are all here because we have something in common with one another. But don't worry, kid. You're going to fit right in. Once we figure out what your task is going to be, just hang around and enjoy your stay here. Izuku then appeared, covered in dark veins and visibly upset. Oh boy, Oaco muttered. Sheet, Dabi added. Tamura, a word, Izuku said firmly. God damn it, I'm giving a speech, Shigaraki replied. Now, Izuku insisted. Wait a moment then. Anyways, the goal is to topple the hero society, blah blah blah. Don't betray us, or you're going to regret it. There, I'm coming now, Shigaraki said, walking over to Izuku as they both left. Oaco winced. What's going on? She asked. Dabi replied. He found out who the other person we captured is. Who? Mina asked, concerned. Then yelling was heard from another room. Goddamn, he said again, Twice said. He's someone he doesn't like. I'll tell you one thing, he's likely going to be killed, Spinner warned. But who is it? Mina pressed. Bakugo groaned, trying to comprehend his situation. He looked around to see he was tied up and bound to a chair bolted to the floor. Izuku's voice echoed from outside the room. So you thought it was a good idea to bring this piece of work here without me knowing? He showed promise, Shigaraki defended. Being a nuisance and pissing me off. Izuku retorted. Look, I told you we went there to kidnap a student. We snagged two, and the selection was random. It was just unfortunate that he was picked, Shigaraki explained. I want to kill him, Izuku said coldly. Hey, Shigaraki warned. You know dim and well what he has done to me. I didn't come here because I felt like it. We were both cast out into the slums of the earth, and trying to bring one of them down to our level shows that we are just hypocrites. I'm not dealing with this, Izuku said, his voice rising. That's something you have to take up with Sensei, Shigaraki replied. Fine. Be that way. Try and recruit him, but leave my name and face out of the picture with him. You got it? And if you somehow manage to convince him to join, once it's all over, I'm going to kill him, Izuku warned. That's fine with me, Shigaraki said, and Izuku walked away. Hey, let me out. Bakugo shouted. Shut up, Shigaraki said as he walked off. Izumi struggled to get up, trying to walk despite the pain. She could only see out of one eye, and phantom pain was agonizing. Her parents had tried to call Izuku about what happened to her, but his response shocked them. You're telling me she went up against the Bogeyman? Izuku asked incredulously. Yes, son. She had. She had her eye ripped out, Inko explained. And what am I supposed to do with that information? Izuku replied, frustration evident in his voice. Please, son. We know we aren't on the best of terms, but she's your sister. She's been through a lot, and I'm sure if you can help her cope with some things, you can, Inko urged. You mean help her cope with how I did when you ignored me for years? Izuku shot back. Izuku, Inko pleaded. No. I told you no. I have very little patience right now, he said, his voice heavy with emotion. Izuku's voice trembled with anger as he spoke. How dare you say that to me? You have no right to talk about my feelings. He slammed the phone down, memories flooding back to him. In the dimly lit room, Izumi struggled to move, finally managing to open the door. She was greeted by Jairu and the others. Hey, she said softly. Jairu glanced at her before looking away. You all right? Izumi sighed. Trying to get used to it. How about you guys? Setsuna replied. I have a broken rib. Katsumi has some cuts, and Shoto is in the same boat. Momo, however, was found cowering in fear after everything that happened. Poor girl, Izumi murmured. What about Kendo? Have you seen her? Setsuna nodded. She's okay for now, but she was crying, knowing she was awake during the whole attack. Izumi's heart sank. I just hoped it was a dream. A nightmare. But it wasn't. I don't know what to feel. Jairu's expression turned serious. He was after you for a reason. Why? Huh. Izumi replied, confused. Cut the nonsense. He did the most damage to you. He tortured you. You must have done something for him to focus on you like that, Jairu pressed. I don't want to talk about it, Izumi said firmly. Jairu scoffed. You really are full of secrets, aren't you? Setsuna interjected. Jairu? You realize this happened because you're just evil, right, Izumi? Jairu accused. Jairu, what are you saying? Izumi asked, bewildered. I told you I had enough of you pretending. What happened to your brother, Izumi? What made him hate you and your friends so much? I'm not talking about this, she insisted. Of course you won't. You won't admit that you and your friends used to hurt him, will you? Jairu challenged. What? Setsuna gasped. Answer her, Izumi, Jairu urged. Jairu, it's not what you think, Izumi stammered. But I do, Momo said as she entered the room. Kirishima, waking up, asked, what's going on? Guys, enough, Izumi pleaded. Momo pressed on, we've held this for long enough. Izumi, why would you do something like that? Was there even a reason? I didn't. Izumi protested. Or when you found out about the necrosis on his chest that one time, did you even show remorse for what happened to him? Jairu pressed. Kirishima looked confused. Izumi, what are they talking about? Lita entered, looking concerned. Can all of you keep the noise down? Izumi, why are you out of bed? You need to be resting. Jairu shot back. Lita, we were just discussing how Izumi and her friends tormented her brother. What? Lita exclaimed. Kirishima added, is this a joke? It's not manly to joke about that. Jairu replied, if it were a joke, I wouldn't be here. What Momo and I are saying is the truth. Izumi fell silent. Momo urged, that's why she was the one who got hurt the most. Say it. I don't, Izumi said defiantly. Say it, Izumi, or do you want me to say it? Jairu challenged. Izumi hesitated, feeling the weight of their accusations. Kirishima and Lita were speechless, grappling with the reality of the situation. Izumi finally admitted, it's true. There we go, Jairu said, satisfied. Lita asked, Izumi, why would you do that? Kirishima added, what were your intentions? I was trying to prevent my brother from getting hurt, Izumi confessed, her voice trembling. But it escalated into something I regret. I should have done something different. I wish I could take it all back. As she spoke, the memories flooded back, of laughter, of teasing, of moments shared that were now lost. Instead, I just made everything worse. I should have supported him. I should have stopped them. Now, I'm living the dream he wanted, and nothing can change what I did. Lita asked softly, did he ever fight back? Izumi's voice broke. He tried at first, but then he just gave up. He became immune to the pain. That's when I knew we had gone too far. Kirishima's voice rose in anger. There were other ways. You could have just warned him. Izumi's heart ached as she continued, it wasn't just us. The Bakugos and Todorokis were involved too. And there were others at his school who hurt him. We didn't know until it was too late. Kirishima's eyes filled with tears. How could you do that? Izumi's voice was barely a whisper. And now, he won't even talk to us. He would rather see me and my parents gone than be near us. Lida's expression hardened. After what you just admitted, you expect us to help you? I don't care if you help or not, Izumi replied, determination in her voice. This is my mess and I need to fix it. Momo handed her a tracker. We can't leave them in the hands of those monsters. We need to rescue Mina. As silence filled the room, Lida sighed. I see your point. Knowing you're going into a den of villains, I see no other option but to help. Kirishima stood up. As much as I don't like you right now, I can't leave my friends behind. I'll help. Jiraiya added, I'll help too. Right now, that's what matters. Momo nodded. If it's to help rescue our friend, then I'll go as well. Izumi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank you. Jiraiya pointed to the window. It's obvious, we jump out. Lida hesitated. Why do I feel like I'm going to regret this? Momo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's for Mina. Kirishima agreed. Let's get ready for the rescue mission. As Izumi walked back into her room, she ran into her mother, Inko. You're going, aren't you? Izumi hesitated. I didn't have it in mind. I'm going to save Katsuki. Inko's expression hardened. Is it true what you five did? Izumi's heart sank. Am I? Inko interrupted. I don't have the patience for lies right now. Izumi felt cornered. I. Inko pressed. Did you and your friends harm your brother? Izumi took a deep breath. Yes, we did. Inko's breath hitched. How could you do something so stupid? Izumi remained silent, feeling the weight of her mother's disappointment. You and your brother already had enough problems. I can't believe you did this, Inko said, her voice trembling. Izumi replied, since he was diagnosed as quirkless. Inko gasped, sinking into a chair. Oh my god. Izumi continued, nothing I say will change anything. We thought we were doing it for his own good. Inko shouted, you abused him. Izumi flinched at her mother's anger. You ignored him for his whole life. You never took him on any family trips. You forgot him. Inko's eyes filled with tears. But you harmed him. Your father and I were struggling at home. We thought he was trying to be independent. Izumi shot back, bullshit. Inko's voice rose. You scarred him beyond anything. Izumi's anger flared. You dare say I'm evil when you also ignored him? We as a family took away his childhood. Inko's voice broke. But you harmed him. Izumi retorted, you didn't care. You just let him suffer. Inko's face twisted with pain. Go save Katsuki. But when you return, you're moving into your dorm immediately. Izumi glared at her. I'm glad the feeling is mutual. As she stormed out, Inko sobbed, what do I do? Meanwhile, Bakugo was trapped, shouting in frustration. Let me out. I'll show you what it means to mess with me. His anger turned to fear as the Bogeyman entered the room, his presence chilling. Bakugo growled, you better get me out of these chains. The Bogeyman remained silent, and Bakugo spat at him. Hey! The Bogeyman grabbed 2 screwdrivers from a nearby table, and Bakugo's bravado faltered. What are you going to do? The Bogeyman approached him, and Bakugo's heart raced. Wait, don't. But the tools plunged into his thighs, and he screamed in agony. Shigaraki entered, shaking his head. That's messed up. Bakugo recognized him. You're Deku's friend. Shigaraki smirked. Glad to be remembered. I'm here to offer you a choice. Join the League or suffer. Bakugo spat defiantly. I'll be the world's #1 hero. You can't scare me. Shigaraki rolled his eyes. We can do this all day. Just say yes and I'll make your pain go away. Bakugo struggled against his restraints, refusing to give in. I will never join you. Shigaraki's patience wore thin. Fine. You want to be tortured? So be it. As the Bogeyman twisted Bakugo's fingers, his screams echoed in the room. Oaco shivered at the sound, knowing how cruel Izuku could be. Shigaraki turned to her. He'd rather be tortured than join us. Oaco replied, I'd rather not deal with someone like that. As they plotted their next move, Izumi and her friends prepared to rescue their own, determined to confront the darkness that loomed ahead. Let's go, Izumi urged, leading the way as they dropped out of the window and into the night, ready to face whatever awaited them. The tension in the air was palpable as the group huddled together, their eyes fixed on the flickering dot on the device. Momo exclaimed, we need to move. They rushed down the corridor, but the dot vanished. Lida frowned, what the? Did we lose the signal? Izumi concentrated, trying to regain the connection. Give me a moment. Suddenly, the device pinged again. Got it. Izumi said, a hint of relief in her voice, but then the signal faded once more. Jiraiya looked confused. What? She turned the device toward them, revealing that the ping was right above them. What does that mean? Momo asked, But before anyone could respond, a loud crash echoed through the corridor. The wall beside them burst open, and a hand reached out, grabbing Momo and pulling her into the darkness. "Mo!" Jiru shouted, panic rising as they peered into the hole, but all they could see was blackness. Izuku tried to lighten the mood. "Hush, hush, here comes the Bogeyman. And if you get too close, he'll try to catch you." Just then, Momo was thrown back out, the tracker destroyed, and Izuku stepped out from the shadows. "Of all times!" Jiru exclaimed. Kirishima added, "So we are heading in the right direction." Izuku smirked. "You kids are quite persistent." "Ah, Izumi, so nice to see you again. Came back for more makeovers." Izumi scowled and attempted to push him away with her quirk. "Gio!" she shouted, and they rushed past the hole toward the hideout. Izuku's expression darkened. "I should have dealt with you then and there. But now I get to correct that mistake." He charged at them, but Izumi dodged just in time, avoiding the wall he cracked with his force. "Izumi!" he roared, his voice echoing with a distorted rage as they fled. Kirishima encouraged, "We should be close if he's here." "Who cares, keep running!" Jiru yelled as they turned a corner. Izumi spotted a light ahead. "There!" she shouted, but as they looked back, they saw the Bogeyman, now appearing more monstrous, charging at them with flames flickering around him. In a surge of adrenaline, they leaped into the hideout, and Izumi used her quirk to collapse the entrance, buying them some time. "Go, go! But be quiet!" Lita urged as they heard chaos erupting outside, screams and the sounds of battle as heroes clashed with villains. Momo's eyes widened in fear. "Oh no, it's Thermite!" Kirishima blinked in confusion. "Therma what now? It can cut through any material. We have to go." Momo insisted as they navigated through the bar area. Oaco fought valiantly, using her chakrams to fend off death arms while Kemui Woods tried to restrain her, only for Dabi to incinerate the restraints. "You villains have a chance to surrender. I suggest you take it," Endeavor warned. "How annoying," Mustard replied, donning a gas mask and releasing a noxious gas. "Don't breathe it in," Endeavor shouted, while Aizawa quickly disabled Mustard's quirk, wrapping his scarf around him. "Where are the students?" All Might called out, trying to locate them amidst the chaos. Twice copies began to swarm him as the others were preoccupied with the fight. "Your time to shine, kid. Don't disappoint us," Shigaraki said, watching All Might rush forward. "You be a sturdy," All Might shouted, grabbing Shigaraki's arm. "Tell me, where is your leader?" Shigaraki smirked. "You insult me. Where is he?" All Might pressed. "Oh, look at what time it is." Shigaraki replied cryptically. "What?" All Might exclaimed just before he was slammed away by a powerful blow. Shigaraki's smile widened as he watched the chaos unfold. Izuku stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. "All Might, you think you can live without chaos? You want me instead?" The fighting ceased as everyone turned to face the Bogeyman, who had just sent All Might crashing to the ground. Shigaraki exchanged a knowing glance with Izuku, both rising to their feet. "Which one of you wants to die first?" Izuku challenged. "Child killer. You will pay for everything you've done." Endeavor declared. "We won't let you get away with your horrific acts," Death Arms added. "A monster like you will not roam any farther." Midnight warned. "You best surrender now," Aizawa commanded. "Hey, catch!" Shigaraki shouted, tossing something toward Izuku. Without breaking his gaze from his opponent, Izuku caught it effortlessly, recognizing the object in his hand. Another vial, another quirk. The debris shattered as All Might charged forward, ready to strike. He swung his hammer, managing to block the attack, creating a tense standstill. All Might grunted with effort, delivering another punch. Izuku felt his quirks being suppressed by Aizawa's power. Meanwhile, Midnight tore a piece of fabric from her clothing, attempting to put him to sleep, but the mask he wore protected him from her efforts. Endeavor joined the fray. Izuku, filled with rage, seized All Might's fist and jabbed him in the gut, then kneed him in the jaw, sending him staggering back. He turned to throw his hammer at Endeavor, hitting him squarely before charging at the other pro heroes. He knocked Midnight aside and was met with a punch from Death Arms, who quickly realized his strength was ineffective. Izuku's eyes glowed intensely as he grabbed Death Arms, swinging him toward Mount Lady, who attempted to strike him. He slammed Death Arms into the ground repeatedly, creating a massive dust cloud that hindered Eraserhead's quirk. As the dust settled, the heroes were left in shock. The Bogeyman stood before them, his mask removed, revealing a glowing mouth from which thermite poured, melting away Death Arms' face. "What is he?" Midnight gasped, witnessing the terrifying figure that seemed to embody pure malice. The Bogeyman replaced his mask and picked up his hammer, advancing toward them with an unyielding fury. Endeavor fired flames at him, but they had no effect. With each step the Bogeyman took, the heroes retreated, feeling the weight of his rage. Kamui Woods attempted to ensnare him, but it was futile. The Bogeyman walked through his defenses effortlessly and through a chain that wrapped around him, pulling him closer. No! Mount Lady shouted as she tried to enlarge herself but was struck away. Kamui Woods found himself in the Bogeyman's grip, and Aizawa sensed the impending doom, trying to intervene. Your efforts are in vain, Eraserhead. Why do you continue to fight when you know you cannot defeat me? Izuku taunted, grabbing Aizawa's hair and punching him away. Kamui Woods felt an immense pressure on his skull, and soon, it was crushed. The heroes could only watch in horror as Izuku charged at them, but he was suddenly punched away by All Might. The heroes seized the opportunity to rush past him, needing to confront the other villains while leaving All Might to face this monstrous threat. No more! All Might shouted, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his shoulder. You know, I used to be a huge fan of yours, Izuku said, his voice dripping with disdain. But that was a different lifetime. You took the last thing I held dear and shattered it before my eyes. Since then I have hated you. You are nothing but a false god to the people. I want to see your so-called society burn before you, and I will ensure you experience the world's cruelty. That may be true, All Might replied, determination in his voice, but no matter what, I will defeat you. You have unleashed an unspeakable evil that cannot be allowed to exist. Izuku laughed. I think it's a sign from above, a balance being restored by giving you something to truly fear. The ground began to tremble around them. But the time for talk is over. You have an old friend to attend to, he said, stepping back as a black portal opened behind him. Old friend? All Might questioned, sensing the danger. Wait, he shouted, preparing to charge. All Might, it's good to see you again, old friend, came a voice from the portal, causing All Might to halt. The building began to collapse around them, and he could only hope the kidnapped students had escaped in time. In the distance, a wave of debris surged toward the surrounding structures, not from a collapse, but from a quirk of unimaginable power. Gah! All Might cried, breaking free from the rubble. He looked around at the devastation of Kamino Ward, where pro-heroes were desperately trying to save survivors. But his focus shifted as he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. No, it can't be. How? All Might murmured. Now then, let's begin, the figure said, a sinister smile on his face. 10 minutes earlier, Izumi shouted. Go! As the group dashed one by one across the bar room. They were horrified to witness the Bogeyman take down two pro-heroes. The sight of Detharm's face melting was particularly disturbing. He didn't even have time to scream as the thermite burned away his vocal cords, leaving only a gurgling sound in the air. Then they saw Kamui Woods' head being crushed. Once they made it across, they heard a voice yelling, Hey! Let me out! The building trembled slightly. Sheet! Izumi exclaimed as she opened the door. Bakugo was inside, looking tortured. His hands were bound with a metal rod, and burn marks marred his legs. He seemed dazed from the ordeal. Izumi, he chuckled weakly. It's okay, Katsuki. I'm going to get you out, she assured him, using her quirk to break the chains. The Bogeyman. He started. It's all right, Izumi interrupted. He tried to break me, but I won't give him that chance. She noticed his dilated eyes and urged, Come on. Hang on. She lifted him over her shoulder and moved on. Let's go. Ida called. Wait, where's Mina? Momo asked. They opened another door to find Ishido tied up and gagged. Mina! Jairu shouted, rushing to her side to free her. What are you guys doing here? Mina gasped. We're here to get you out. Let's go. We don't have enough time, Momo said, quickly freeing her. Can you stand? Jairu asked. Why yeah, Mina replied, stumbling a bit. All right, let's go. Momo urged as the building rumbled again. They could hear All Might shouting, followed by more crashing sounds. Jairu's eyes widened. We need to go. They tried to escape, but the ceiling began to collapse. M.O. Jairu called, and she instinctively created a large shield. Izumi raised her arms to shield them from the falling debris. Mina coughed from the dust in the air. Is everyone all right? Ida asked. All good here. M.O. Jairu replied. Momo gave a thumbs up. DMN. What was that? Kirishima exclaimed as they helped each other up. Izumi grunted in pain, her eyes glowing. What's up with you? Jur asked, concerned. A pebble hit her head, and Momo looked up to see a large piece of debris hovering above them. She screamed and flung it away, wincing in pain. Bro, you saved us, Kirishima said. The hero way, right? Ida added. Right? Izumi agreed as they regained their footing. Where am I? Bakugo shouted, confused. Katsuki, you're awake. Izumi exclaimed. Of course I'm awake. Where are we? He demanded. Geez, you're welcome, Jairu muttered. Just ignore it. We need to, Momo began, but then they froze in place. I see you have managed to make it out. How unfortunate. You know I'm trying to bring the best to my pupils, and here you are ruining it once more. Why is that? A voice echoed ominously. What is this? Izumi gasped, suddenly remembering something. Flashback. Yagi had warned her, the great evil. The man who killed my mentor. He is the greatest threat you will ever face. Someday, you will face him, and it's a battle you can't run from. No matter what you do, Izumi, I hope you grow stronger. I fear the worst may come. Flashback and this feeling. It's almost suffocating. The sheer dread alone has us imagining our deaths, a feeling that not even the Bogeyman could rival. We could see our own deaths from just a flick of a hand. I see what you're trying to tell me. This isn't just some villain. This is all for one. They all froze in terror. Now then, shall we begin? The voice taunted. All for one. All Might yelled, standing firm against the threat. No. Dad. Izumi cried. Dad. Jiraiya echoed. Forget it. Right now, we need to go, Kirishima urged. Just as they tried to move, Izuku appeared from the shadows, hammer in hand, staring right at them. Don't you ever give up? Izumi challenged. You guys go. I've got this, Kirishima declared. Kirishima. Momo protested. If you're facing him, I'll help, Ida added. Same here, Izumi agreed. Your quirk is needed to get him out of here, Jiraiya reminded them. We'll buy you some time. Just go. Momo urged, steeling herself. Do you finally have an answer? Izuku asked. No. I don't, Momo replied. Enough talk. I will make sure you pay for what you did. Ida shouted, but before he could finish, Izuku's hammers slammed into his chest, catching them all off guard with his speed. Enough talk, Izuku said, advancing toward them. Kirishima hardened his skin and charged at him, throwing punches that Izuku endured. Ida attempted to kick from behind, but Izuku dodged, accidentally hitting Kirishima instead. Gah! Kirishima cried out as his shoulder was pulled painfully. Izuku smirked, cute, as he caught a small pellet thrown by Ida. It beeped and exploded, launching him back. Momo watched, relieved that her idea worked. As Izuku struggled to free himself from the debris, he emitted thermite to break free. You must be really proud to use such a weak object, he taunted, walking toward Momo. She remembered the first time he had defeated them effortlessly, and the memory made her tremble. Buy more time, she says. You'll stall him, and here you are, trembling from one failed plan to another. I've had enough of you, he sneered, reaching to pull her hair painfully. Be quiet, he shouted, and Momo felt a sharp pain as a hook was forced into her mouth, blood leaking from her chin. Nice way to reel in girls, he laughed, throwing her aside. Izumi, witnessing the chaos, shouted, Oklahoma. What? Izuku exclaimed as Izumi appeared out of nowhere, delivering a powerful punch that shattered his mask and sent him flying. Let's go, she urged, trying to help her friends up. Izumi! Ida shouted as he saw her in pain from the hook still lodged in her mouth. It's okay. We're going to get some help, Izumi reassured her, but then she felt another sharp pain in her shoulder. She screamed as she was pulled away by the Bogeyman, who loomed over her, his mouth leaking thermite. I will make sure you die, he declared, stomping on her wrist. Izumi screamed in agony, trying to fight back, but he overpowered her, twisting her arm until a sickening snap echoed through the air. Die, he growled, gripping her head tightly, making her feel as if it would burst. Izumi, someone shouted, but she could barely respond, too weak and in pain. As she lay there, she thought she might not survive this. But then, a shockwave from All Might's battle with AFO pushed the Bogeyman back, giving Izumi a moment to breathe. Izumi! Can you hear me? A voice called, but she was too far gone, slipping into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in a dorm room, Nijer and Yu were watching a movie when Mirio rushed in, interrupting their moment. You guys need to see this, he insisted, turning on the news. This is Mustafa News. A major earthquake has shaken Kamino Ward, causing multiple buildings to collapse. All Might is battling a new type of villain. Nijer gasped, oh my god. Did he cause it? Yu asked, horrified. Mirio urged them, we have to go help them. With determination, they prepared to join the fight, hoping to save their friends. Izuku emerged from the rubble again, frustrated. What bad luck do I have? He muttered, spotting Shigaraki nearby. We need to get Sensei out of here, Shigaraki said urgently. Right? Izuku agreed, knowing they had to act quickly. As they moved, All Might searched for the Bogeyman, worried for his daughter and her friends. Come on, UBSTRD. Where are you? He muttered, determined to protect them. Izuku and Shigaraki found AFO, who was struggling. You never cease to surprise me, AFO said, but he refused to leave. Sensei, please don't go. We lost so much already. Izuku pleaded, tears in his eyes. Shigaraki echoed his sentiment, both of them desperate for AFO to stay. but AFO shook his head. I'm sorry, this is where we part ways for a moment. As they knelt, crying, they realized they had to find a way to fight back, no matter the cost. Izuku and Shigaraki stood together, their emotions raw as they faced the reality of their situation. A hand rested gently on their heads, a comforting presence amidst the chaos. You're both making me proud, AFO said, his voice filled with warmth. If I could watch you grow into greater powers, I would do it in a heartbeat. But I must let my brightest pupils forge their own paths to challenge this society. Shigaraki, you are becoming a great leader for the League of Villains. Keep learning and remember my words. I will, sensei. Shigaraki replied, determination in his voice. AFO turned to Izuku, who clung to him desperately, tears streaming down his face. Please don't go. I beg you, Izuku pleaded, his voice muffled against AFO's suit. Kneeling to Izuku's level, AFO wrapped his arms around him. I know I promised you a chance to learn more about your father, and that day will come. But for now, be patient. Remember, your father loved you very much, more than anything else. Never forget that. He released Izuku, who felt the weight of that goodbye. Come on, we have to go, Shigaraki urged, sensing the urgency of their escape. Izuku, frustrated, put on his mask. Damn it all, he muttered, knowing they had to move quickly. In another part of the arena, All Might faced AFO, the tension palpable. You're growing weak, All Might. This fight is far less interesting than our last. Age has diminished you, AFO taunted. Leave her out of this. All Might snapped, anger flaring within him. AFO smirked. Why not? How did it feel to watch her die while you stood helpless? Her screams haunt your dreams, don't they? All Might growled, memories flooding back, but he refused to let AFO get inside his head. AFO continued, and what about your best friend? You let him die in that plane crash and took his wife as your trophy. Shut up. All Might shouted, his fury boiling over. AFO laughed. You have nothing to threaten me with. You know I'm speaking the truth. How did it feel to enjoy Inko while ignoring the memory of her late husband? You abandoned him, letting your daughter and the world harm him, a helpless child born of innocence. Enough. All Might roared, charging forward. Finally, some action, AFO said, preparing for battle. The two clashed, shockwaves rippling through the arena as they exchanged blows. Meanwhile, Nijer, Mirio, and Tamaki worked to clear a path for civilians. Go, go, go! Nijer urged, using her quirk to demolish rubble. You're clear. Tamaki called as they pressed on, fighting off the approaching Nomus. Nijer unleashed a powerful beam, but one of the flying Nomus grabbed her. Nay! Mirio shouted, rushing to her aid. Tamaki used his quirk to pull the creature away, allowing Mirio to deliver a decisive blow. I'm good, let's go. Nijer said, relieved as they continued their mission. As they fought through the chaos, they encountered a particularly grotesque Nomu, its appearance sending shivers down their spines. Mirio and the others worked together, using their quirks to combat the creature, but it was a struggle. In the shadows, Izuku and Shigaraki watched the battle unfold. What is that thing? Izuku asked, horrified. That's a variation of Devour, but I call it a HAG, Shigaraki explained. It likes to consume people. Izuku felt a surge of anger and helplessness. I can't just stand by and watch. Focus, Izuku. You can't risk revealing yourself, Shigaraki warned. But Izuku's instincts took over. He charged into the fray, hammer in hand, and with a fierce determination, he fought off the creature threatening Nijer. Nijer looked up, astonished. Who are you really? She asked, witnessing his fierce resolve. Ignoring her question, Izuku pressed on, determined to protect those he cared about. As the battle raged, Izuku felt the weight of his choices. He had acted on instinct, driven by a longing to save his friends. But now, he faced the consequences of his actions, grappling with the truth of his identity and the pain of betrayal. In that moment, he felt lost, overwhelmed by the chaos around him. But he couldn't give up. He had to keep fighting, for himself and for those he loved. Izuku felt a surge of anger as he faced the looming threat. You don't know what you're doing, he shouted, his voice filled with desperation. The tension hung in the air as Shigaraki approached him, a strange calmness in his demeanor. With a gentle yet firm hand on Izuku's shoulder, Shigaraki lifted his pinky, a gesture that seemed to signal a shift in the atmosphere. In that moment, Izuku felt the weight of his emotions crash over him, and he couldn't hold back any longer. Overwhelmed, he broke down in tears. As the portal opened before them, they stepped through, leaving the chaos behind.